Well, that starts going. It is officially 6 o'clock. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the 24-hour filibuster. This is going to be the start of an incredible journey. So welcome to the worst 24 hours of your life and the best 24 hours of my life. Over this course of 24 hours, we're going to be talking about a few things. This is going to be the most extensive crowd work I have ever done in my entire life, but it's going to be a great journey for everyone. I'd like to thank anyone who is currently in the YouTube channel stream and anyone who is currently here present. We're going to be talking for a while. So make sure to come in. If anyone else, look at the stream in the description. There is a quality of times and topics at given moments. And anyone here, you can look at the topics on either that thing over there or anywhere, really. So for the first event, 6 p.m., this is going to be the most boring event or topic we talk about. We're just going to talk about the filibuster. Now, a lot of the times what a filibuster is that a filibuster has started from the beginning of the U.S. government, where it's when two political parties try fighting each other and one doesn't want to hear the other. And so they kind of like talk about what they want to hear for a while. Now, the reason why this is going on is that I'd like to say I'm doing this event because I'm passionate about things that I'm doing. This is a great RA event, and I want to truly give people a knowledge of the U.S. government, but that would all be a lie. I got bored, and my mom kind of decided this would be funny. And so, if anything happens to me, please blame my mother. Speaking on the topics of if anything happens to me, I want to clarify. If I just so happen to pass out, have a heart attack, asthma attack, I want pictures first. This is important. This can go up on a duty wall. This can go up on anything. I remember after my first asthma attack, I took photos because I thought it was funny. Greatest day of my life. But besides that, a filibuster. Now, what we're going after is the record for a filibuster, which was brought about a man by the name of Jerome Thurmond, who in 1957 opposed the Civil Rights Act bill and spoke for 24 hours and 18 minutes. We will conveniently do that. And by we, I mean me. I'll probably be doing that. I don't actually know if I'll make it the full 24 hours. So if I don't, it is what it is. Give it to the next RA. A few things to know for people in the audience. There's pizza over there, and I brought those for other people, milk chocolate pretzels, because I just don't like them, to be honest. But yeah, that's kind of the crowd we're looking in. So this whole filibuster event, let's get into this. What are going to be the rules? There's a lot of things that I'm going to be talking about. For anyone who is here, you can obviously notice that there is a giant timer. This is for you to keep track of time. I already got a little tiny pocket watch, which I'll be able to keep track of my own time. So no worries about that at all. I ask that you don't unplug anything because then I might cry. If there's not enough space, you can always bring another chair or a table. It really doesn't matter to me because I guess this is all free open space. As you can see on a lot of the desks, please sign into the Blue Go Connect thing. It makes me happier. It makes sure I don't get fired at the end of the year. There's also different links to the YouTube channel. I have one on top of the ceiling over there, if anyone's noticed. So we're going to talk about some things. Just a preview. I'm going to talk about all the topics sort of in a general term later. And then after that, we'll sort of just get into how. So a lot of things you might notice up here is that we have a in-topic and off-topic basket. Now, normally I'm not going to be able to talk about every topic for an hour. Some things are a little bit limited, and you know what? That's just life. And so instead, I choose to sort of get topics that other people bring to the table. And I like talking about them. They can be questions, they can be statements, they can be poems, they can be fan fictions, whatever. It really doesn't matter to me. I can censor out anything bad myself. But other than that, you just need to get a piece of paper. You need to put it up there, and then I will probably most likely read on topic questions first, as they will most likely contribute to the actual event or topic that is going on. And so that's nice. But if it's off topic, just know that I might not prioritize it, but it will be read if there's any free time, especially since tomorrow at noon there's free time, which is in about 18 hours. So we got a little bit of time for you people to think of something. If anyone is in there, you can put something in the chat. I might need to look at it later, but I'll still definitely be there. I hope nothing goes wrong. A lot of the times, an interesting topic is that, someone can eat for a while and like not have to go to the bathroom, but it's very hard to not pee for 24 hours. And so there are safe, secure things that, like, I don't know what they call fail safes in place, in which I do have access. People who are willing to yield. So in a filibuster, basically what happens if you are trying to yield is that you will go, hey, I yield the floor to blank, then that person will take over. And unless that person stops outright, then the conversation can keep going forward into this whole thing, and then it keeps going. And so if that does happen, a time will be yielded, I will be shortly gone, and someone might be here to say something incredible or absolutely terrible. We never know nowadays. And we'll just have to see how that goes from here. I will say a lot of back on that other topic that it's going to be, I talk really fast whenever I'm in a presentation mode. And so we'll definitely have a lot of free time for a lot of stuff. I'll do my best to try rambling so that the time actually continues going on. But I'm really excited about this whole thing overall. I have a lot of preparation, a lot of things that are sort of going to be good for talking and discussing. I have a lot of topics. And so speaking on the topics, let's get right into how this is going to be. So we're going to start with the topics at 6 p.m. And this is just what I'm going to be talking about for the next hour. So I recommend coming back at 7 o'clock, which is going to be which Muppets I could beat in a fight, which is a very categorized list of all the most popular Muppets and all the puppets that I found from the Muppets Wiki, which apparently there were over 1,000. So I had to kind of skim it through and see what I could actually get. Now, besides that, this is just going to be the most boring one. And if anyone has any questions about my safety, don't worry. I do have an inhaler and I do have water. And I also have about 600 milligrams of caffeine. So I think that's enough to probably kill a moose, but I can survive it because metabolism, I think. Now, we're going to get into some of the events that are going to be going on within the next few while. Now, at 7 o'clock, there's going to be, obviously, the which Muppets I could beat in a fight. Now, I am not the best man trained at martial arts, but this is going to be an in-depth conversation about how I could specifically beat them. This isn't going to be just a yes or no question. I'm going to say how I'm going to beat them. A lot of these Muppets are very smart, and I needed strategy to win them. However, some of them I probably would just die in. And so we have to be realistic about this situation, but I think it'll be good. At 8 p.m., we're going to go to which medieval torture I can survive. Now, you might be thinking, medieval torture, that's not that good to survive. Well, I beg to differ. I'm a quite capable man and the man of a medieval torture. You know, they say, you need enough blood to let live. I probably have that. So that's going to be an also in-depth conversation about how this sort of whole torture thing goes ahead. Obviously, there's going to be a technical, trigger warning for any blood, death, and that kind of stuff. But I can only assume if you see torture in medieval, I don't want to assume. But it's going to be within those lines, and that's going to be sort of the fun thing to talk about. And it's also great to learn about different cultures and different torture devices that different cultures use. We have stuff from Sparta, Aztecs, Europe. It's this whole big, wide scale, and it's so glad that I put some cultural stuff in the tags because this is exactly what we're looking for. At 9 p.m., I'm going to be talking like a wizard for an hour. Now, you might be like, well, what does that mean? Well, I can switch my brain into a theoretical wizard mode where I think I'm a wizard, and it's sort of going to be a talk about all the things that are happening in the wizarding world, when granted, they're not really happening, unfortunately. But luckily for you, I have a numerous amount of topics, and it's going to be a very interesting discussion about what wizards actually have to go through and how I'm able to survive as a wizard. Spoiler alert, I am a very good wizard, and I'm better than any other wizard in the world. At 10 p.m., we're going to do something called Could I Graduate Every Major? Now, unfortunately, this is only specific to UWEC and this holder of what the majors are here. Granted, we do have a lot of majors, so we're going to go through all of them. I looked at every specific catalog that I needed to understand each of the different majors. If I accidentally say something rude about your major, I am so sorry, and please do not hunt me down. But sometimes your micro 101 class, I might think I can beat. But other than that, I think it's going to be a fun. We also get to appreciate a bunch of different majors that no one's ever really heard of until now. So I think that's really fun. Maybe we can get someone to change their major to double major, and we'll never know. At 11 p.m., we're going to be talking about how to make good bits. Now, I can't really say I'm that funny, but I know how to do a good bit. And during that section, we're going to be talking about a few bits that I've done throughout my life and some of the histories of how to do them. Because bits don't just come naturally. You have to prepare for them. and you have to understand how they work in order to fully utilize them. And I think I can get some pretty good pointers on that. And who knows, maybe one day any of you could create your own bits. Now, at 12 a.m., we're going to be doing something that some people disapprove of, talking like a noir detective. Now, you might be wondering what the hell even is noir. Well, noir is sort of a theme and topic within the 1920s. You know, if you ever heard someone say toots or why I oughta, that's sort of in that kind of time period. And that's going to what's going to be happening. We're going to be listening to free royalty jazz music. And in this sort of area, I'm going to just be talking for a really long time. What I would recommend, and this also goes for the wizard bit as well, is that if you're going to put in recommendations, it is nice if you put in also stuff, but some on-topic conversations within the wizarding world would sort of be like, hey, and honestly, it's magic. So you could just come up with really random questions and I'd probably understand them. So you could possibly say like, hey, what are your thoughts on the hex bugs of North Easterton? And I'd be like, I hate them. They infest my basement and I had to use a firebolt, you know, something along those lines. And so that's a similar case and to the Noir Detective where you go like, well, how did you do on the case of the blinging badooning? And so because of that, you could sort of get into this mode where you are also a noir detective. In fact, instead of a noir detective, you could even see this as you're some sort of PR manager. You could be like, oh, I'm reporting and I need to talk to this detective about this case that I'm seeing and I need to like know their opinion. Because what if you're trying to get a secret out of me that I can't like tell you because I'm a noir detective and we have to keep our secrets a job. And I've been working on the force for 34 years and I can't let it slip that I know what you're talking about. And so maybe you're the murderer, maybe I'm the murderer. We'll find out during that little segment. We then go to 1 a.m. as to why being funny can be a con. That's going to be a little bit more of a serious, I want to say, in a sense of we're going to be talking about the ups and downs of being funny. I know that sounds really rhetorical in the sense like, I'm so funny, you know, what's bad about it? But there's some ups and downs, and it's going to be a little interesting talk. I hope there's some discussions within that, and I hope it kind of brings forward a good notion of like how to like do it appropriate, like what are bad moments, good moments. At 2 a.m., we're going to be talking about something called Arkham Horror. Now, Arkham Horror, if you can sound it off, it's not Batman, unfortunately, to a lot of people. It's a card game from the Lovecraftian theme, which is basically my favorite card game of all time. That's not really going to be open to much questions because I feel like I'm going to be nerding out for the entire hour because I love this game and I'm going to be talking about it. But we're going to be talking about a lot of the characters that you can play, a lot of the because it's a really big deck building. So we're going to be talking a lot about that. Another thing that just came up, I think I might lose my breath soon, but don't worry, asthma inhaler once again. Anyway, 3 a.m. we're going to be talking about the Five Nights at Freddy's lore. But I have it in quotations, explained by someone who doesn't know the Five Nights at Freddy's lore. I looked at it for about 5 minutes 3 hours ago, and I'm going to go off of that. So I have a bunch of the list, names, and characters. I don't know what happened. So we'll see what happens. If I get the lore right or wrong, you can tell me in a comment or a statement, and then I will try to rearrange my letters, and we'll see how it goes. But ultimately, I probably won't get it right. At 4 a.m., we're going to be talking about how to be creative. Now, that's going to be a late night discussion. I'm probably going to be tired, but it might be an interesting aspect of how, if you don't have a lot of creativity in your life, how are there ways to improve it, and how are ways you are able to sort of get ahead and understand how to be creative. And I'll talk about some things that I do that sort of help me produce creativity and different ways to sort of boost that up. At 5 a.m., I'm going to be talking about what I believe is the best video game of all time. I'm not going to spoil it yet, but there's a lot of criteria. Granted, I know video games, there can't be a number one of all time, but I have some pretty compelling points that I think could help anyone in that situation. You can also comment your own favorite video game if you'd like. And then when there, we can discuss, I can debate, and I can tell you you're wrong. And it's going to be a little fun discussion for everyone. At 6 a.m., we're going to talk about the best class that I've ever had here at UWEC. It was a history class, but I'll go more in depth into that because it brought a really interesting point. I actually enjoyed reading in that class, which is something that not a lot of people have nowadays. But it's something that I think is really going to be interesting for a lot of people. At 7 a.m., we're going to have one of my favorite discussions, is that my utter dislike for Spectrum Internet. I'm really excited for that because I have a lot of rage in my body, and it's primarily only towards Spectrum Internet. And to be honest, that might just straight be an hour talk about how much I do not like Spectrum Internet. They have done me dirty. They have betrayed me. And I plan to talk about it in all the time that I can about that topic because, to be quite frank, I have never wanted to actively run a Spectrum car off of the road until I saw a Spectrum car. And honestly, that's just how it is. At 8 a.m., we're going to be talking about does history suck from a history major? Now, as a history major, I got to say, does history suck? We're going to be talking about not only the aspect of modern, but also ancient and past times in the whole history, and if it really does suck, or is there still good in humanity in order for us to not repeat or rhyme what we've currently done in the past. At 9 a.m., I'm going to be talking about what I think are better games than role-playing games than D&D. Now, D&D is a wonderful game, I think, and I'll bring a point later to this in the future, is that although I do think it is a absolute wonderful role-playing game, I think that there might be better ones that are better for people, and it's sort of a learning curve that you need to get up to because you'll probably have more fun playing them overall. At 10 a.m., we're going to be talking about prop making. Prop making isn't hard. It's just effort I don't want to do. Now, effort sucks, and I've never put effort into anything. But I've had to a few times when I've wanted to make props. And that's sort of a thing that I'm going to go into. I'm going to describe how I did it, ways you can do it, and it's just really something I don't like doing a lot. At 11 a.m., we're going to another fan favorite. I'm going to be counting to 1,000. I think that might be a more difficult topic to be bringing up. 1,000 is a really hard number to get into. I think if I had to go correctly, I could easily do 1 through 100 with ease. But I honestly think that if I have to go to the 500 to 700 mark, I feel like there's more of a learning curve over there. But then once you get past 700, 800 and 900 sort of are an easier territory to get into. But then when you get to the 900 to 1,000 mark, it's sort of like those are pretty big numbers. And I might, quite frankly, I could forget those numbers. And so I'm really hoping it goes well. I'm not really sure how any of that's going to work. You know, I'm thinking back to my elementary days. I think I could only count up to 120 overall. And you know what? It wasn't a passing grade, so I had to take elementary a few times. And because of that, I just think that that's what I'm going to have to do, and it's going to be a fun time. At 12 p.m., we're going to have a little bit of free time. We're going to hope that people put in a note, and if not, I'll just be talking about the weather, the day, something that comes to my mind. But that's really the best time if you want to do something, you know, go to lunch, put in like a random note beforehand. Ooh, that's a completely another thing. For the most part, a lot of these notes are going to be anonymous. Granted, I am going to watch you put it in, but if you put it face down and you walk away and I forget about it accidentally 5 minutes later, I am not good with remembering faces. So I'll probably never see you again, but I'll read your joke, I'll read your comment, and you know what? That is what it is. 1 p.m. is going to be reading jokes till I laugh. Now, what I have for that is a collection of a bunch of Twitter memes I thought were funny, and that sucks. Looks like... Oh, no. Oh, sorry. The stream accidentally went offline. Anyway, but reading jokes. It did. It fixed itself. Yeah. But in any case, I'm going to be doing those jokes. I looked up 100 funniest jokes of all time. Now, they might not be the funniest jokes of all time, but I didn't even look at them. So we'll just see what they say. And that's going to be a great time. I'm not going to laugh. I'll be stoic. That's a great time if you want to put in your own jokes, you know. I will never laugh at any joke that you ever put in, just because that's just who I am. But we'll see how it goes from there. At 2 p.m., we're going to do my thoughts on fantasy magic. Now, that sounds like a completely nerd topic, and quite frankly, it is. And I just have a lot of thoughts because I've been collecting a lot of books on fantasy magic and how that sort of works. And there's a lot of things that go into it, and I just have some strong opinions about things that are currently going on that a lot of developers and magic people do not consider nowadays. And that's sort of what I'm going to be going into. At 3 p.m., we're going to go into every food I have not eaten. Now, it's going to be a historical list because I've leveled up and I've eaten some food nowadays, but there's still a few dozen that I've never had. And that's going to be sort of a huge list that I've seen. And that's going to be more of an interesting one because I've sort of like put it all down, and that's mostly there for shock value, I think, in my mind, just so people be like, God, he's never had a pear, and that's sort of my main thought with that. So I think that's going to be a fun one. That's going to be the one that if you want, you can put in like a food, and I'll be like, I've never had a casserole, and you know what? That's just life, and we'll see how that goes. 4 p.m. tomorrow, That is going to be an interesting one. It's relationship advice from someone who's never been in a relationship. I've never been in a relationship, if you haven't tell yet, but I can try to give advice that might be good. I'm going to ask that no one follows my advice because, quite frankly, you shouldn't. But it's going to be an interesting one. You can put questions about that. You can give me your extremely juicy gossip about your current relationship and what's going on, and I'll give you very fair advice as long as you understand that it will be shared with a few people that it might be interesting. 5 p.m. Is going to be an interesting one for me, at least. That one's reading fan fiction with commentary. I wasn't really into the fan fiction community until yesterday and today when I had to look up fan fiction on AO3 and Wattpad and another source, I don't remember. I had to scale through a lot of things that weren't appropriate, but I think I found 2 that were interesting, and so I printed 40 pages worth of fan fiction. So the first one was just, I looked up like top 10, and the one was, I think it's about Luigi and Bowser, so we'll go through that for a while. And then there's a second one, which is really popular. It's a One Direction fan fiction. And I got this one specifically because I looked up self-insert One Direction fanfic, and I got something called, I think it was like Sold to One Direction, and apparently it's a huge hit within the One Direction people. So I can't wait to feel like a little teenager in like my prime who loves One Direction. I don't know anything about it. I'll actually insert myself into this so that it's more realistic for all of us. And I'm a little bit excited for this because, you know, fan fiction has been a huge part of other people's lives, not mine. But I'm finally excited to sort of get into this motion of wanting to, you know, be a cool star, hang out with all the people in One Direction, like Harry, Zayn, Zyle, and the other 2. And other than that, though, it's going to be a great time doing those. Then at 6 p.m., we're going to be doing the finale. I don't actually know what the finale is. I did not plan that out because, technically speaking, we're only really going to be going for 20 minutes or so because we want to beat that 24-hour, 18-minute record, which is the whole point of this filibuster and nothing else. Right, gang? Yeah. So that's all we're going to be talking about for a while. And that's going to be a fun, I think it might be just like a little end of the day. You know, we might talk about the weather. We might look at the memories we had along the way. You know, there might be some tears. There might be some like happiness. You know, there might be balloons, but we'll have to see until the end of it. And it's just going to be a great time, I think. If I have to think of some, but that's the itinerary for this entire day. And I'm really excited about this. I actually came up with this idea. I didn't come up with this idea for the filibuster. I remember it was supposed to be a different RA or a different event that I was thinking of. And one time I called my mom and I told her about the event. She was like, "Wow, that's really stupid." And she was like, "Well, what if you did it like a filibuster and sort of like, you know, just kept going for a while?" And I went, "Oh, you're right, Mom. I should do that." And so I did what most people don't really do, is that I listened to my mom's advice about stuff, and I decided to do this filibuster. This has been in the works for about a few months or so, I want to say. It's not too cool, I want to say. Overall, it's a mediocre opinion. I don't know where this will get me at the end of the day, besides feeling extremely tired in the next 24 hours. But besides that, I think it's going to make me look cool, and I can also say that I've talked for 24 hours, which makes me like a professional yapper and makes me a professional talker. You know, I can now say like, if I, you know, I never need any presentation like comments or work ever again, because quite frankly, no one's been able to talk for this much time. Another point to add is that for anyone who thinks this is a record or world record of some sort, it's not. The longest person who ever spoken or like talked for a long time with this random person, I don't know them, but they talked for like 3 days. I am not doing that. I have a life, unbeknownst it might seem, you know, doing this on a Friday. It seems like I don't have plans. I swear I do. It's just that this is my plan. And this is going to be an interesting little segment of my life. I think I'm really one-upping my watching paint dry for 8 hours. I think that was sort of I want to say I think that was the start of the downfall of how I want to do my events. But we're going to have a great time here. I'm glad you all can make it and whatnot. Now, I do have some questions I'm going to answer in comments, and then I'll talk about something else. So we're going to go to our first thing. We're going to go to our first little comment here. It says pronounce prioritize. Done. Go to our next comment. Define this and expand upon its everyday use. Okay, so this starts with the meaning of a slope. The slope of a line corresponds to how steep its graph is and whether the line is rising or falling in parentheses from left to right. Now, if m is greater than 0, the slope is positive, and the line rises left to right. Now, if m is equal to 0, the line is flat. If m is greater than 0, the slope is negative, and the line falls from left to right. The larger absolute value of m, the steeper the line is. So I'm going to define this in ways of math that only I know. So when you take the greater m of the 0, what you're going to do is you're going to unfortunately find an exponentially large steep that is going to be a line that is going to sort of look like a pyramid and a triangle. Now, the issue is that if you turn the line to be flat, it's going to be uncurved and it's going to be reversed. Now, what you need to do is you need to take the m and make it equal to or greater than 0. That, unfortunately, sort of corresponds with the natural movement of life, and then you're going to have an unfortunate incident where you have an apocalyptic scenario where the steep is larger than the 9. Going on to our next thing here. Who is the hottest U.S. president? Well, there's a lot of candidates for the hottest president, and I honestly think it was actually a funny thing. It's actually a funny story. My cousin once asked me this at a family outing, and I answered, and apparently he was just saying it as a joke, and I gave it thought. And there's a lot of people who I think are decently good looking in the sense. Obviously, we got to start with Roosevelt. I think his time for his mustache was a great exponent toward that sort of area. But also, I think a lot of people are disregarding William Taft. I think he is a great person. I think he had a really good attractiveness to him. And with Taft, it was a whole thing. He had a great mustache. He did his, country like he wanted. And I think he was a pretty good person to kind of look at that. Jimmy Carter was another one that I thought of. He was more of just he looked like just a fun guy. I think he wasn't the most attractive, but honestly, I think I got to say, as much as everyone else will say it, JFK was probably the hottest president. I think that's the only reason why he won. That's the reason I would have voted for him but you know what? Stuff happens, We go on to the next one. Why does Kenzie love Boss Baby so much? Well, it seems that Kenzie, so to bring a story back into an originality from what I've gathered, Kenzie was given a sort of Boss Baby DVD and sort of, I guess I want to say it was an espionage, if that's the right word, against that, and then it started consuming her life. I currently believe that she is hallucinating every Boss Baby thing around, and I just think she loves it so much because maybe it's a great way to sort of form a connection with residents, and maybe it's a way to sort of have fun. I would never know, though. Can you describe the entire plot of Scream S? So, that's a 5. That's a 5. So basically in Scream, there's this person who is a murderer, and what they really like doing is murdering. And so essentially what happens is that since they like murdering, they find a bunch of people who are like teenagers. I think they're all high schoolers. And the high schoolers know they're in a murder plot because someone died. And so the idea is that now they have to sort of survive this person, but a lot of them don't. And so in Scream 5, they survive, they make cliches. And in the end, they find this murderer. And you know what? It is what it is. But he does, in fact, unfortunately lose. I don't remember who it was. I think it was a guy and a girl But just remember, folks, if you are ever in a horror movie, never die. It is extremely bad for the general health of you, and it will also show you how much of a coward you are in a horror movie, and it's just not the greatest thing in the world. And personally, I just wouldn't recommend it for a lot of people. Let's see. Another thing I want to talk about just in the filibuster in general, I might mispronounce things, and I apologize that in future reference. This will be the only time I mention it because I'm not good with pronunciation, and this is a single warning. None of you are getting anything better. Oh, my mom is in the chat. Hey, Mom.
We love supportive parents.
We do. Thank you, Mom. Oh, and my grandpa. Are you going to sing a song? No. Next question. Kiss, marry, kill. Mr. Krabs, SpongeBob, and Squidward. So, obviously, I'm going to marry Mr. Krabs. It's in it for the money. I think most people understand that, is that, you know what? If you're going to marry a rich person, they might as well be old and like whatever. And Mr. Krabs is too obsessed with his money to understand that I'm poisoning him. And so I would say about 2 to 3 months is that when he will die, I'll get his inheritance. And you know what? If, Pearl tries to go after me, I'll just hire a really good lawyer because I've already convinced Mr. Krabs that he needs a lawyer for all his money laundering. And that's sort of the whole plan with that area with that. I would then kiss SpongeBob. I feel like sponges are less weird to kiss than a squid and like tentacles and stuff. I'd probably kill Squidward. You know what? It is what it is. He's a bit of a, it's Squidward. I just feel like I couldn't really understand him. His art kind of sucks. SpongeBob is also a better artist regardless. And overall, I just don't think that it's the correct little area to kind of mess with that area. And you know what? I think Squidward just kind of, I don't even think he wants anything. So I can't deal with that. Oh, my sister's also here. Huh. It's a whole family reunion. How fun. Good to see you all here. We're going to go on to the next question. Would you rather have unlimited bacon and no more games, or unlimited games, but no games? This is a tough question to say. Personally, I think I would rather have no games and no games and no games. I think it's a difficult choice to put in within, is that because the unlimited bacon, although it could be used to solve world hunger and I could have no more games, I think it wouldn't be worth it, because then if I had to, I would have had to been the one to sort of explore that whole bacon. And also bacon, it depends what kind of bacon we're talking about. Are we talking about greasy bacon? Are we talking about burnt bacon? Are we talking about crisp bacon? And it's not really defined within the list of this bacon era. And so we're sort of going to need a more identification and more identifying layer of this. But I'd rather just have no unlimited games. And, because even if I have unlimited games, but I don't have games, there's no games to play, even if it's unlimited. However, if I had unlimited games, but no games, I could potentially give the games with no unlimited games to other gamers. And thus, this would sort of create a huge, sort of turmoil of a good, positive relationship with a lot of people around the world, rather than bacon, which will just kind of set the world in turmoil, which, granted, the bacon could be used to get grease. But that's really all we're talking about in here. And I really think that's the only reason why bacon would be not a good choice. We're going to go on to the next question here. What is the nature of the relationship between frog and toad? So frogs and toads are a little bit different because they're different amphibians. I believe, if I'm correct, you can eat a frog's leg, but you cannot eat a toad leg, because no one's ever said they wanted a toad leg. They've only said they wanted a frog leg. However, I have been told that the frog and toad clans have been at peace for about 3,000 years now. They're just coming up on their anniversary. However, they have not always been at peace, because frogs and toads are currently an enemy of sorts. They were an enemy of sorts, but tensions have been rising recently because the frogs keep eating the flies when the toads want to eat the flies, but they're not letting them. So it's sort of a territory type thing. And it's also just like, it's sort of just a weird thing. They were thinking about merging about a century ago. They did not merge, it seems, but sometimes they will. But it just seems that they're not having a good relationship right now. My dad is in here. He asks, "What about the JFK conspiracy?" Thank you, Dad. So JFK, the hottest president of all time. There's a few things that I think could have happened. If anyone's watched Umbrella Academy, there's a lot of things that go into it. Personally, I think it was a random person. I don't actually think it was the hugest conspiracy. Sure, you can say that JFK was going to cut the CIA's budget by about 40%, but really, I think everyone just was going to do that. Yeah. I think some random person just accidentally threw a rock really hard, and it just so happened to hit JFK twice. And that's sort of an area where it is what it is, and it just happens. And honestly, I think JFK planned it. I think he might be still alive. This could be a situation where it's like Elvis Presley and he's just gone, but he actually is not gone. But I think JFK is probably a very proud, surfboard, shop owner, probably South Carolina, North Carolina, and say he probably died in 2008, though, if I had to guess. Just so when Michael Jackson died as well, they had to get rid of everyone. It was a whole thing. But that's a great thing. A friend, Jenna Willis, asked, "How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Top?" 8. I've tested it out. We're going to the next question here. Is it possible to accidentally do something on purpose? Yes.
Is that possible?
I think it is possible.
Oh my God. That's good. That's good.
My brain does not have the capacity for high-level questions.
Same. Retweet.
This comment just says, pronounce this word. Metacognitive quintorsium gif essentiated stankunnen. You're welcome. What was your most embarrassing moment? This question asks. This one time, we were going to me and my best friend, we were going to a sort of, we were cleaning out this little area in our high school because we kind of worked in technical theater department. And so we were cleaning out this area that was going to get demolished. And so what we did then was we found a bunch of costumes, and there just happened to be maid outfits. And so as someone does, I put on the maid outfit. And, that's not that embarrassing. That's pretty tame, at least. It looked cool. It looked good on me. And it was awesome. But what was bad was that we really needed to go to Quick Trip because we were hungry and wanted food and drinks. And so what we did is instead of being rational humans and getting out of the costume and being, good-natured people, we went to Quick Trip in the maid outfits. Surprisingly enough, more people looked at me because apparently it's weirder for me to wear a maid outfit to a Quick Trip. But it was a great experience. I still got served. But honestly, it was a great time, and I really enjoyed it. I'm going to go on to the next thing. There's a lot of them. Apologies if I don't get to yours by the end of this. Can you please sing us a song? It's funny you say that because my grandpa just asked that as well.
What?
Anyway, I will not sing a song. My vocals are terrible, and I do not know any good songs. Can you ooh. Another time. What has been your most impactful childhood memory? This one time I had a dream where I was getting chased by a monster, but it was a cool monster because it was a monster that didn't really want to get me, but it did get my childhood best friends at the time. But the idea was that the monster, it was by my stairway. And the idea is that I said to it, "Wow, you're so big." And then it shrunk. And then I said, "Wow, you're so small." So then it grew. And so it was an interesting thing where I had to be I had to deny, I had to lie to it that it grew back. And then I hid behind a door. And that was probably one of my most impactful things ever that currently happened to me. We're currently coming up on 40 minutes now. I'd like to thank everyone that's currently here for this. truly an amazing event for all to see. I'm not sponsored by anything, but if I was, I'd be sponsored by water. So I'd like to thank water for making sure I don't die during this period. I think this is going to be a great thing. I got everything prepared. I had 11 hours of sleep before this, so this is going to be sort of a great little topic to talk on. Is that don't forget everyone that you need your sleep. Please do not lose sleep over this. This will all be either recorded or uploaded afterward, so you can always find your timeline of when you want to watch certain events and whatnot. I'm really prepared for all this. I'm excited. It's a good thing that here, if you're here for the long time, we're going to be able to see the sun grow and watch with us. We're going to be able to see people walk in. You're going to see me slowly deteriorate throughout the night. So I think that's going to be a fun little experience for everyone. So I'm glad onto that. Are we filling Buster or busting Phil? My sister says we are filibusting, I believe. I don't know anyone named Phil. How much money would it take for you to add on another 24 hours, this comment says? Nothing. I will not go for more than 24 hours. However, if we were talking numeral money, I would say about $13,000 is a realistic number for me to keep going because that pays a lot of my bills and I really like that kind of money. So if anyone is willing to pay me $13,000, be my guest and I will be here for another very, very long time. We have another question from the crowd that says, who was the real bad guy, Malfoy or Dumbledore in Harry Potter? I like to say the argument that Malfoy was just a child. He didn't know what he was doing. You know, he grew up with a father who was a little bit, whatever the word is. Who are the bad Slytherins? You know, they grew up with that sort of mentality that they had to be the best. He was just a guy. They were like, 15 when he first started out? I don't think Malfoy is that bad of a person. Dumbledore, however, he's like 130 years old. You know, he could have done more. I think, he died like a total wimp. Like, I think he got cornered by Voldemort. That was on him, if I have to be honest, because that's sort of just something that we shouldn't tolerate here. And Dumbledore, just honestly, who would you rather trust? Actually, I'll give you this point more of that. When I had to look up Harry Potter fan fictions, I found more fan fictions about Malfoy than Dumbledore. So theoretically speaking, if we're going like that, that's who is like the good guy. Granted, that would also make Tom Riddle a good guy. But I think Tom Riddle is Voldemort because there were a lot of fan fiction about Tom Riddle. And some of them were very weird, but, it's something you just had to look at and be like, wow, this was really weird. I guess people really thought Tom Riddle was hot or something in the movies, which I didn't see it because I thought he was just a weird character because he just showed up like once and then, he did all these things. Then it was like, okay, he's never brought up again. And now he's some dude with like a flat nose and now it's not really cool anymore. And I think he's a total loser. But back on Malfoy, he's just a guy. I think he just needs to be appreciated more within the context of all of this. And Dumbledore just needs to, die again. I think he's just never really been the one that I think is good. Like maybe in his old self, like in the new Harry Potter series, the training dragons or training pets or whatever, that one was better because he looked younger and he didn't have a gray beard. But other than that, I can't get into him. Ashton says Dumbledore has the most heroic death. Yeah, death. He died. I think that says a lot about him. You know who's not dead? Malfoy. I don't think so, at least. This is a weird question. I'm going to ignore it. So this question asks, what's the strongest rodent? On the other hand, what is the weakest, most helpless, most absolute pitiful rodent? I think mouses are pretty cool. Or I guess they're mice. I think mice are pretty cool. I think they're pretty strong. They're, you can see their intelligence. They're used as people who, for experimentations and scientists to like the mouse trap and like different areas. And they don't always fall for the mouse trap, except that one time they did. But like they're used for like brain experiments and ways to see within that. So I think mouses are pretty cool. I really don't like rats. I think rats are weird. We'll get more into that, but I've learned a bit more about rats based on my torture research. But they're very important within the research, and so they're helpless. They just eat through anything. They're not cute at all. I've never had a person I know that's had a rat as sort of a gift or like sort of as a thing, and so we're just not. That stuff is gross, and rats are just meh. Next question we got here is from someone. Do you believe the moon landing was staged? I wish it was. I think that the government should be lying a little bit more. I think it would be a lot funnier if the government lied about things that like didn't really matter. I wish they lied about. I can't say that. I wish they just lied about other things. The moon landing, it was probably real, but I wish we faked it because it would have been really funny because it would have been really obvious. But to the people in 1960, they wouldn't have known anything was wrong. They believed anything. And that's sort of just how it went. And so I wish the moon landing was fake, but unfortunately, I cannot say it was. Rachel says, explain Oak Ridge bathtub lore. I don't think we have a bathtub, and so
We do.
oh, you're right. We do have a bathtub. I
There's
completely
several
forgot.
bathtubs, by the way.
So basically, what happened was in 1974, the invention of the bathtub first arrived in America. It was commonly used from France, which it was kind of like a Statue of Liberty, where they how the French gave us the Statue of Liberty as sort of like a friendship thing. The French also gave us bathtubs as sort of a new camaraderie and sort of something to sign a treaty. It was like a well thought out plan. And so after the bathtub arrived in America, it expanded, and 3 bathtubs were specifically given to Oak Ridge here at this giant place. And it was such an interesting invention. And so by 1994, the bathtubs were in full use. They were probably at their prime around 1997 to 1998. And in terms of how they were used in racing, they were used in flight tests, and I think they were used in 3 games of checkers, all won by a simple bathtub Connecticut. And it was a really cool event that I think only can really happen because of the bathtubs that happened. Unfortunately, though, they did get decommissioned in 2004 because there was one bathtub scandal, which kind of brought it down for everyone, and it was just a huge event. And unfortunately, what happened is that it had to take 3 years of PR work and sort of reworking a bunch of the bathtubs that made it more kind of brought back to public happiness and public awareness. And it was this huge thing that was very interesting. And then back in 2012, they actually got a promotion by the President of the United States, where bathtubs were more accepted, and we actually got a pardon by the French minister. And so it was really cool, and we currently still use the bathtubs nowadays. I actually took one for a spin the other Tuesday. No one knows about it, though, because I lied and said I had a headache. And it was an awesome event, and I'm really glad I did it. We got another question. Are we in a simulation? Probably. Although the real question is, do you want to know? I never understood the Matrix because in my mind, I always went, well, who cares? If we're in a simulation, I'm kind of having an all right time. Might as well live. I don't really want to be out of the Matrix. Call me a I don't know, a sheep with the crowd. But personally, I don't want to think more than I already have to. So I think simulation is pretty cool. The next question we're going to have is, what is Big Lots? I have no idea what that is. I'm going to assume it is a giant parking lot, formerly seen at probably a Walmart Supercenter or seen at probably a Costco is what I think a Big Lots is. It's either that or it is a specific word for a lottery, which is like a big lottery ticket, which is $1 million if I had to assume. That's what it is. If it's anything else, I don't believe you. I'm gonna drink some water. I'm your favorite influencer. You should get other favorites. How would you rank all the Lil Debbie snacks? If I remember what Lil Debbie is, it's that girl down the street who gives people unwarranted food. And I think I've only ever had one of her things. I've had two. There were the like brownie cupcakes with cream inside of them. And then I've had the the donuts, like the powdered donuts. Powdered donuts on top, always every day. I don't think I could live a day without them. They are the best thing in the world. The other stuff, they suck. Lil Debbie personally kicked my ass one time, and I couldn't eat any of her food afterward. You would think for someone being like 5'2" that they wouldn't be very strong. They can do a roundhouse kick with at least 720 different degrees, and it was just like a whirlwind tornado. And it was the most brutal beatdown I've ever had in my entire life. And it was terrible. And honestly, all she did then was stuffed food in your mouth. And she went, "How did it taste?" And I was like, because I couldn't speak because there were a bunch of food in my mouth. And at that rate, it was just such a defeat that I couldn't eat her stuff anymore. I still eat her brownie donuts nowadays, but honestly, I just can't do it anymore because it truly sucks. We're gonna go on to the next question. Do you drink Starbucks or Caribou? No. I've had Starbucks maybe 3 times in my entire life, and I'm just not a fan of coffee. Unfortunately, I went down the addiction path of caffeine, but coffee just isn't my thing. I remember the first time I had coffee, I spit it out because I didn't know it was going to be hot, and it was just a learning experience. And then it kind of just tastes like dryness, and it sucks. And I'd rather have some sort of like juice berry caffeine rather than some like, I don't want to say edgy, but people who drink coffee, they know they drink coffee because they understand coffee. I don't understand coffee. I probably never will. I think the only reason people truly drink coffee is for the aesthetic. I think everyone thinks it sucks, and they just kind of like power through it because they think they'll like be like, "Oh yeah, I look cool" to that random dude that they have a crush on down the street. And it's just, I gotta say, I just don't think it is. My favorite librarian. Oh, hey, it's my aunt. Hey, Barb. My whole family's here. This is so fun. Do you believe Jake Swanson's theory that Harry Potter was the bad guy is true? Yeah, probably. I didn't really like Harry Potter. I thought he was a jerk throughout most of the film. He was just writing that I lived, both of my parents died, and I was the chosen one. And I just say, dude, chill out. Like, your parents are dead and whatever, but, everyone else survives a traumatic event like that. I bet Malfoy did something like that. Tom Riddle did something like that. I'm sure Hermione did that. Who's that other dude? Who's the Ron? He has like 8 siblings. That's pretty bad. I have one, and that's a lot to deal with. And I don't even know who Jake Swanson is, but Harry Potter he's just dude, and it's like he gets so much treatment. Like Hagrid is his friend, and like he gets a broom, he gets an owl. Why does he have to get an owl? Like he's already like extremely rich because Harry Potter was the one who got all that stuff from his like parents' vault. So he's already a rich kid, and then he goes spend it on candy, and it's like, yeah, whatever. I can see why Malfoy hates him because he's a pompous dude, and I just don't think he's that great of a person. And honestly, I would have believed him too. I think he's just not that great of a person. My sister says, "Hey," as I accused her. Sorry. What caffeine do you consume? I consume any caffeine. If I had a caffeine pouch that I could put on my arm, I totally would because that sounds really fun. But for the most part, it's just normal caffeine. You get from energy drinks, you get from hot chocolate, you get from staring at the sun too long. There's a lot of different things that sort of combine your caffeine into this sort of huge area that helps you a lot in the whole caffeine area. And yeah, we'll talk about that. All the questions are currently answered as of right now. So we're just going to talk about life for the next few 24 hours. I'm going to talk about some personal things that I think. I'm a little bit nervous about these next few hours, I say. Like many times, I think I'll last until, I want to say 3 a.m. and then I'm going to drink something so that I don't crash. And then I think it's going to be a fine ride until that thing. I think we got about 4 minutes till the next topic. So if you want to stay until the Muppets, that's sort of going to be what we're talking about next. I'm excited about the Muppets topic. It took a lot of researching, and I'm pretty excited about it. There's a lot of people that I bet you didn't know were Muppets and who are Muppets nowadays. But it's going to be a fun little time for all of us. I'm going to hope I don't run out of breath. I'm not going to yell or anything like that because I don't want to lose my voice too much yet. So we're going to see how this goes. If anyone's still in the crowd, I have those chocolate pretzels free to give. I didn't really want them. So if anyone wants any chocolate pretzels, be my guest. For anyone who's currently in the stream, you get nothing. That's on you. Should have been here. I'm so sorry that all you had to hear this. But other than that, don't forget to keep comments appropriate, questions pretty on statement. As we all know, we have an on topic and off topic questionnaire, and so it's going to be a whole interesting little segment. But since we are going to be getting on topic soon, we're going to finally be able to do on topic comments now. You can put in your favorite Muppets if I haven't already said them, because there's a lot of them. However, the only issue is that I probably won't know your favorite Muppet, mostly because I don't know Muppets. I didn't memorize the list because there were 1,000 of them. However, I am going to just say what I think based on their name because the name says a lot. We'll get into one, but one of these that I have on my list is named Pickles. That sounds like a pretty easy name. You wouldn't expect them to be an alligator, but they are, and that's sort of the name that we have to go with. And I kind of have to explore this whole situation with. We'll get another comment in the chat, and by chat I mean this. What is your favorite lore? I would say my favorite lore is within the. I look at the most lore within the. I would say the Pathfinder world. It is sort of a not D&D, but Pathfinder is its own tabletop role-playing game, and they have this very expansive lore in which you sort of just want to look at characters and see what they do. Because a lot of times I'll look up stuff where I'm like, well, who is the most powerful mage of that time, or who's the most powerful dude of that time, and it'll sort of just get into a rabbit hole of this is so cool. And a lot of times in this game called Lost Omens, you can look up a lot of different situations because they have a lot of maps. They have a lot of lore within people and land and different factions, cultures, gods, demons, deities, and it's a whole wonderful place to look up lore if you're ever interested in that. We'll go into the next thing here. Okay, let me be more specific. Linda wants to know what caffeine to get you. That might be okay. Linda, as much as I appreciate your absolute honor, I was not kidding when I did say I do have 600 milligrams of caffeine. I will be consuming all of this. I specifically got the big ones. I specifically told the person at the tea store, I swear I don't have an addiction. Because this is a lot. But I'll do it all responsibility. However, if you were getting me something, I really like Pipeline Punch is a flavor. However, don't get me anything. As I keep up my good guy status. If you were a chip, what kind would you be and why? Well, let me describe this. I'd be a Dorito because I really like Doritos. Anyway, it is now 7 o'clock. If I go and check my time, it's 7 o'clock. We're going to be getting into the information about Muppets. Now, the Muppets, as you all know, are a very interesting source of people. They are sort of like puppets, if I might say myself. Now, unfortunately, I'm not going to be talking about Sesame Street because Sesame Street is a whole nother thing. Although they are produced similarly by Jim Henson, or was Jim Henson produced, Sesame Street, they're just a bunch of kid shows. And honestly, I don't want to really attack that sort of thing because a lot of times people like Elmo and Big Bird, they're all sort of connected to childhood and that kind of stuff. And so it's not really nice to go do that sort of thing. That being said, I think I would win against every Sesame Street character in the entire population. I would take out Count Dracula's teeth and put it down his throat. I would snap Big Bird's neck by jumping on it. Elmo would be the easiest person to manipulate. I think Elmo doesn't realize that I could get him, and so he would be all friendly and stuff, and then I would probably just get him. And honestly, that's just sort of how life is going to be on Sesame Street. It's no longer going to be a street anymore. Once I destroy it, it'll be a flat block of land that no one will be alive from. But yeah, I think Sesame Street is sort of just a self-centered area. Okay, but will Fraggle Rock be mentioned? I don't think I have that person, but it's a rock, so I think I would skip it across the lake. So I think that's a pretty solid answer to winning that fight. However, we should probably get into the real deal of why people are here. Let's talk about the Muppets I could be in the fight. So we're going to start with Beaker. Now, everyone knows Beaker. He's that little guy. He has a mouth that goes like this. He has a nose, roughy hair, and he's the Bunsen Honeydew's person assistant. He's easy. We'll take him out right away. We can put stuff like he can open up. He does all these experiments. He's been electrocuted. He's been blown up hundreds of times. We'll just throw him off the cliff. I think that's a pretty good statement for how do we get that done. And by we, I mean I. I will take him down single-handedly. I don't even think he can speak any sort of thing. I think he just, I think that's all he does. So no one will be worried. No one will hear him. And I could just take him out just like that. And it's a pretty simple fight. I think, if anything, his eyes are pretty going forward. We could gouge his eyes out, make sure he can't see. But it'll be sort of did and done. And then it'll be pretty easy. The next one we go is to a guy named Beauregard. He seems to be the janitor of the whole Muppets. From the picture that I have of him, he is carrying an anvil. I'm not going to doubt myself. I could not beat this man or Muppet in a fight. If you can carry an anvil, which weighs around 120 to 140 pounds with one hand, I don't even want to mess with you. I think he would just drop the anvil on me and I would perish instantly. I think he could eat my head off. And honestly, that's just how life is going to be there. So I don't really have any major concerns about this. For anyone who's currently walking in, if you want any chocolate pretzels, those are free. You can take however many you want. And then we're going to go on to the duo. Now, I just killed Beaker. Now, who's going to be a little bit upset that I just killed their assistant? Dr. Bunsen Honeydew. Now, he's an all right guy. I think he does some weird stuff with his experiments on Beaker. However, he's done. All right? He's a little weak guy. I can take him on. I don't think he has any mobility. What does he have? Brains. You know what he doesn't have? Muscles. I could snap him not like a twig, but I could snap him normally. And I think that's what needs to be happening in these sort of things. Now, I'm going to make this ironic. So his name is Bunsen, right? I'll get a Bunsen burner. He's done. He's done. Half of his face is burnt off. And you know what? That's okay. That's what I'll do. And then I'll stab him. And that's sort of just how we'll get done with that sort of duo assistant. We got Camilla the chicken next. I don't mess with chickens. I love eating chickens. Chicken strips, popcorn chickens, my favorite meal of all time. However, I feel like because of that, I'm almost a mortal enemy with this Camilla the chicken. I think that she would kill me by pecking me out and sort of just breaking me until I'm belittled and I'm no longer a person. And that's sort of something I don't want to mess with. She even has her eyelashes done, which heavens no one wants to get their eyelashes ruined. And so I'm not going to mess with that. But if I did, I cannot say that I will live for a guaranteed part in my life. The next Muppet we have here is David Hasselhoff. I didn't really know he was a Muppet. I think he's an actor, I'm pretty sure. But David Hasselhoff, I don't know if he's a strong person in real life. I think he might be weak. I think. I'm not sure how cool he is, but he's a Muppet. And so theoretically speaking, anyone who turns into a Muppet loses like 90% of their muscles and 90% of their potential in a real fight. So theoretically, I could take David Hasselhoff and throw him into like a brick wall or something. Now, of course, this being Muppets, it'd be comedic. He'd be like, whatever. Muppets get thrown into the wall at the time. I take my 2012 Mazda. I ram it into the car with David Hasselhoff on it. Boom, I win. David Hasselhoff is no longer alive as a Muppet. And then that's how I'm going to win that fight, I think. And that's going to be a fun time. Next, we're going to go on to a fan favorite, Fozzie the Bear. Listen, he's big, he's fluffy, he's Fozzie. He doesn't know anything about real life. I think that if he was getting mugged on the street, he would make a joke and then get stabbed. And quite frankly, I'm the mugger. And that's sort of just how it will go. Now, I know a thing or two about jokes, all right? I'd be able to say some things, and you know what? That would get Fozzie the Bear. That would get him up. That would make him go like, oh, or something, whatever his catchphrase is. And I would be able to get him. And then we would form a friendship. I would say our friendship would last about 4 to 8 months. I'm not sure how long I want to play the long game on this because I need to get him interested in being friends with me. So then, after I already am on the Muppet Show and I'm a reoccurring guest for about 4 to 8 months, I go backstage. It's after the show. Everyone went home. I asked Fozzie the Bear. I said, hey, can you help me with work after the show? And he says, yes, of course, because we've been friends for 4 to 8 months. That, when I take him in the back, boom, I pull a lever into a dungeon, and then he starts. Because Muppets also have intestines, and they need to eat something. I don't know if it's fuzz or if it's something, but then Fozzie will never be heard about, his puns will be forgotten, and I replace him on the Muppet Show. Next, we're going to go to a thing called French bread. French bread was a Muppet used in the 1990s for one skit. It is literally just French bread with a smiling face. Personally, I can devour bread like no man before me. French bread, however, is a little bit more scary. I'm not sure what French bread does to a person. I could be allergic. I've never tried French bread before. And so that process would take about a week or two when I go to the doctor to test for allergies. After I learn that I'm not allergic to French bread, then that's where we go. I go to Culver's. I get a knife and plastic fork from Culver's in order to make it seem like I'm not even having any murderous intent. Then I go and I stab him, but not stab, I slice, but only in a professional way. My mistake? No. I pretend I thought he was just normal French bread so that the detectives won't be like, whoa, you killed this dude. And I'll be like, I plead innocent because I thought he was just a normal piece of bread. And then in that instance of him just being a normal piece of bread, I eat him. Now, the side effects of eating a Muppet bread, I'm not 100% sure. This could be under the fact that it might talk in my stomach, it might eat me from the inside out, but I'm willing to take that risk and say that I can beat up and eat this French bread. Now, the next person we have is Granny the Gouger. As that name presumes, I think she gouges people, and I'm really scared of her. I saw a few clips of what Granny was able to do. Apparently, she is a world weight champion in the WWE and is able to bench 340 pounds. I don't know about you. I don't weigh 340 pounds, and so she could lift 2 of me up with ease. So, and especially a lot of the game, if any of you watch something like Hoodwinked, is that you don't mess with grandmas. And I think that type of grandma, especially if her name is Granny, could absolutely decimate me in a fight. If I had to guess my estimate alive period, I would say 2 to 3 minutes. I think 1 minute to introduce myself and say that I'm a harmless person, 2 minutes to try to betray her, 3 minutes to get absolutely slammed into the ground and chokehold until I die. And honestly, it is what it is. You know, I'm okay dying to a grandma because that sort of situation, you know, might as well. And it's a granny, you know, you might as well be nice to them and whatever. Next person is Gonzo. I have beef with Gonzo. I think he's a dumb character. I've never liked Gonzo. I don't know why he got the main attention in that Muppet movie. And it's a controversial opinion, but I could grab his long nose and break it like a twig in front of him. And I will, and I would. Gonzo is about yay high and actually poses no threat toward any person possible. The only feat he has is that sometimes he explodes and he's shot out of a cannon most of his life. I know what I'm going to do now. I'm shot out of a cannon. I have a cannon. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go onto set and I'm going to replace the cannon but not like real cannon, but with my cannon. And then what's going to happen is while he's in there, shoved in there, and they're about to light it, I'm going to put a hole over the cannon. Now, boom, or like a cover over the cannon. Now, boom, he's in complete darkness. He doesn't know where he's going. And then once the cannon finally shoots out, he's lost his sense of direction. And as he's flying through the air, he's going to miss and hit something that will like impale him. And boom, there we go. Gonzo is done. I don't like Gonzo. I just don't think he could beat anyone in a fight. I don't even think he could beat French bread in a fight. And quite frankly, I think anyone that supports Gonzo, you're already gone. So the next person we have is the giant man eating chicken. Now, based on my other earlier assumptions about chicken, I granted like chicken, and so I'm going to try to do it. However, the fact that his literal name is Giant Man Eating Chicken, and I am a man, I think there's a few contraceptions and sort of areas where I have to think to myself, I think he's going to eat me. And unfortunately, this dude is about 9'8", I believe, and he's about much more. He's like the Godzilla of the Muppet world. And he has sharp teeth, he has a huge head, and he personally already ate a Muppet once, canonically speaking. I don't think I could win. I'll have to give myself, like, even if I had prep time, I don't think I would win. And, you know, I feel like I'm underwhelming myself, but it's true. I don't think I can win against a giant man eating chicken. So we're going to go on to the next person. We're going to go on to Gary Muppet. Now, if any of you remember from the Muppet movie, the new one where they sing man or Muppet, I think they both like turn into a human or a Muppet. And this guy named Gary, I think he's the main character, and he turned into a puppet halfway through. Now, I probably couldn't beat Gary in his human form because he's a human, and humans are a lot more difficult to fight than Muppets. But personally, I just think I could beat up his Muppet. His Muppet looks a little bit weird. He looks nothing like Gary, and all his skills are is playing the piano and singing a sad song that people somehow relate to. And I think that it's just not good enough. And so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to trick Gary into singing a song, and he's going to be singing this song for a long while. And as he's singing this song, he's going to turn into his Muppet form. And now I'm breaking two birds with one stone, because not only am I technically getting a human, but I'm technically getting the Muppet version, which I really only care about. And so with the Muppet version, I'm going to stuff him in the piano. Now you might be wondering, why stuff him in the piano? You can just get out. No, I'm going to stuff him in the piano, and then I'm going to glue it. And then after I glue it, I'm going to play the piano, and so he keeps getting hit by the piano keys, therefore rendering him completely like loose, and he'll probably die within 3 to 4 days. Why 3 to 4 days? I don't know how to play the piano, but you know who does? Mozart. I'll get Mozart back from the dead. He will play the piano, and then I'll tell him, play the most intensive concert you can, and boom, Gary the Muppet is done. Next, we got a guy named Jimmy Shue. He kind of looks like he has a bucket hat. He has shades on. He's a little bit of a guy. I think he's on that band, that like intensive band that a lot of people are in, the like big one that they always talk about. He's done. I think he's going to be sitting in the corner. He'll be chillaxing. And you know what I call this? A good old strangling fit, where I'm going to strangle him because he's distracted and he's chillaxing, and it's going to be totally fine. Because you know what? He's not even going to care because he's just been chillaxing. And I'm going to beat him in a fight straight up. And he's going to fight back because you know what? I think Jimmy Choo actually works out, and I think he might be on steroids. So I think he's a little bit tougher than other people. And so he's going to hit me with a 1-2, and it's going to be interesting. And I'm going to get knocked out. But here's the thing. Because he's chill, he's going to let me, chill, and he's going to let me, recover for a while. That's when I get him. I fake being knocked out. I hit him, he's knocked out, and I win. Next, we're going to go on to Kermit and Miss Piggy's offspring. These are two different versions of babies. Personally, I'm against hitting human babies. Muppets, I don't think I would beat them up. However, if we're talking about theoreticals here, I think I could beat two babies in a fight. Especially if they're Miss Piggy's and Kermit's babies. I think, realistically speaking, all of us in here could potentially beat them up. I'm not saying we should or we would. However, if it was a choice that you had to do, I feel like most of us would win. And if you didn't win, I wouldn't make fun of you, but I would definitely look at you differently if you couldn't beat two babies in a fight. We're then going to talk about this guy named New Zealand. I thought it was interesting since he was named after a country, but he's that dude who kind of looks like Shakespeare and has a fish. Now, I don't mess with theater majors. What do they know? They know a lot of stuff, and they just Shakespeare is someone I don't mess with because I don't understand Shakespearean. I think it is a completely different language than what anyone else speaks in theater. But I think he might be a little bit more of a difficult battle to fight with because he has a fish. Now, if anyone knows anything in pop culture, is that if you have a fish and you're bringing a fish to a fight, you're probably going to win. Because, yeah, you could bring a sword, you could bring a staff to a fight, but if your opponent is bringing a fish, you're going to get slapped by that fish. And not only do you have to deal with that fish, you have to deal with the smell of the fish, you have to deal with how hard the fish is. And I've been slapped with, weird things before, but fish, I don't want to do that. And it's ham. I've been slapped with ham. Regular ham. Nothing weird. Thank you. But fish off the table. I don't want to do that. Fish are also really weird when they're not like food. Like the eyes might pop out and it's like the tail might hit you. And sometimes the gills are strong. So we don't want to mess with that. And this dude, since he's no Shakespearean, he's a theater major, he knows how to move. He probably knows how to dance. He's probably going to spin circles around me. And I don't really want that happening. So what do? I invite him to a theater. I place landmines everywhere. Now, it might be an overkill in just a regular fight, but that's it. It's overkill, but it's going to make me win. But here's the thing: he's going to dodge it all because he knows how to do stuff. He knows how to dance around, and so I'm going to trick him. I'm going to just say, "Hey, look at this script," and he's going to look at the script, and the script is going to specifically say how he loses, and then he loses, and then I'm going to follow that script, and then he loses. I'm going to hit him with a good old bash over the head, and boom, I win the fight because he is a good person, a good theater major. We're then going to go on to Zeus. I'm not sure how Greek mythology plays into the Muppets universe. I don't think I can fight a deity, especially in a Muppet form. For some reason, I feel like the Muppets have comedic value, which will make them more powerful if they are a god. And so I unfortunately think that I would try to fight Zeus. And, I would try to, be simple, like, hey, we should have a one-on-one fist fight, good old fashioned dootsie down. And he would just lightning bolt me and I'd be obliterated. So I can't really say for the most part of my life that I can fight Zeus. But you know what? It's just how life is. Now we're going to talk about Kermit. Now, Kermit the Frog, I think he's the face of the Muppets. Now, Kermit is a beautiful person. He makes amazing songs. He has such a kind soul, and he cares about all his other Muppets and people, and he's such a great person. That being said, I think he sucks at fighting, and I would kick his ass 100 times over each other because Kermit, I don't think understands what peace is. He doesn't know what violence is. However, he has done a few things. There is canonically a point where he did fight Nazis at one point, which, credit to him, but that was 80 years ago. And so I think he's kind of washed out. I think that Kermit doesn't understand how to actually fight people. He's lived in a swamp all his life. What does he know about anything besides riding on a log and playing a banjo? Nothing. I can play a banjo too. I could beat him in a banjo fight. I'll hit him with my banjo. And stuff like that is exactly how I'll win. I'll do a Kermit impression so good that he'll get confused. He'll think that it's him. I'll put him into a hallucinatory situation that he won't understand what's going on. And because of that, it's going to be a huge battle. I'm going to win. And I'm going to win because I'm smarter than Kermit the Frog. Because Kermit doesn't understand how to win. He's going to be singing. He's going to be talking about his friends. And what am I going to do? I'm going to sneak up on him. I'm going to hit him with a banjo. But what happens? He dodges. Now, this isn't what I wanted. How does Kermit have telepathical powers? Well, obviously, he's always had them since he was born due to his father's abilities. Now, I need to think of a new action. I'm going to drink water first. So Kermit dodges my banjo hit, okay? And then what do I do next? Well, obviously, I have to pretend I have to play it off. And I go, well, that was just a new music move. That was a swing and a miss, ding. And so now Kermit's confused. Now he's thinking. However, now that he's under in my head, he heard the thought that I was going to hit him. But now I need to start thinking of other things. So I start thinking of, I think it was Singing Over the Rainbow or something like that. So now I'm thinking of a Kermit song. So now it's Kermit's oh, he's a fan. No, I'm not. So now I trick him. We then have a long debate. He takes me on his log, and then we start swimming down to his home in the swamp. He takes me, and he goes, here, do you want some fresh soup? And I go, no. And then he goes, that kind of sucks. And I go, yeah, I know. And then he gives me water, but it's swamp water. And it's really gross, and it's green, and it has moss in it. And I'm kind of hesitant about doing it, but I have to drink it in order to prove to him that I might be an okay guest. And so I drink it, but I only drink halfway. I'm more of a half full kind of guy. And so I go, I'm going to save the rest for later. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. And so I save the rest for later, but Kermit doesn't know that. He still thinks I'm thinking about the song in his head over the rainbow. And so he doesn't know what's going on. I then spend a nice night with Kermit the Frog. We have a great dinner, we have a great lunch, and we go fishing together. We have some fish. Not the fish that New Zealand had, because he already hit me with his fish. This was a new fish, a bass, and it was good. It was decent. I only ate half of it, though, because I only need half of it, half full, half empty kind of guy. And so that happens. We then go to bed. I'm sleeping on the couch because I chose to. He gave me a sweater blanket because he thought I was cool. Then, as Kermit is sleeping, I wake him up. I go, hey, Kermit, guess what? He goes, what? I'm still thinking of the rainbow song, so he still doesn't understand what I'm thinking. I then hit him. Boom. I caught him by surprise because he doesn't understand what I'm thinking. Then we fight. He gets all emotional because he thought we had a great night last night. And he was like, I made you lunch. I made you water. I made you fish. And I go, okay. And then I hit him again. Now he's on the ground. His nose is bleeding. This doesn't happen for Muppets because Muppets' nose don't bleed. Now, why is he bleeding? Is he going to turn into a human? Who knows? Maybe this is some external power. In any case, though, I then beat him. And then we fist fight even more. However, Kermit only has he's a frog, so he only has flippers. That doesn't do anything. He can only slap. He can't hit. So then I hit him, and then it's about 38 minutes of back and forth slapping and hitting. But in the end, I am able to finally hit him, and then he gets knocked off. He then falls into his fire pit. Boom. Now I have to watch as I'm burning the evidence, and then boom, I win against Kermit the Frog.
That's deep. Good shit.
So against his Russian twin, Constantine, and listen, Kermit, he was all right. He didn't know what he was doing. However, Constantine came from a maximum prison in Russia. He had mentioned he was, and I quote, number one, and that sort of places him above other people. I do not think, with a reasonable doubt and a reasonable explanation, that I could beat up Constantine. Mostly because I think he is better than me, and I think he would charm me. Because as you all know in the movie, Constantine was known to charm Miss Piggy. And that was sort of a huge thing where it was like Kermit and Piggy was about to get divorced, but then, he came in, he was like, oh, moi, and then like made a cool dinner. And I feel like that's what he would do on me. I think he wouldn't even need telepathy. He would understand that I want to fight him. And so he would charm me. He takes me out to dinner, but not some lazy dinner. He takes me out to a nice dinner. He takes me out to a dinner that's like $300 worth of like an appetizer. And I'm like, whoa. And then I'm like, I can't afford this. And then he puts his hand on mine and goes, I'll get the bill. And now I'm like, whoa, he's getting the bill? That's pretty cool. That's pretty, that's pretty good of him. And then he understands what happens. And then he shoots me under the table because he understands what I was doing. And then it's this whole thing where I look like I'm having stomach issues. And then he goes, I'll leave. And then he leaves me there at the table at like 9:04 a.m. or p.m. And it's like 30 minutes till they close. And it's going to be really awkward because I'm trying to ask for help. And then, but I don't want to be like guy where I'm like, help, because I don't want the servers to get nervous, or like, I don't want this, like, I have to leave a tip as well. But then I recover. I'm at the hospital. I plan my revenge. Little do I know who walks in? It's Constantine. He is my nurse. He understands what he's going to do, and he gets the gun on me first. He then pushes me, takes my little like cart that I'm on, pushes me out, and then just like pushes me into an elevator. What does he do next? He cuts the elevator line. He knows he wants me dead. However, what do? I have a grappling hook on me at all times. And what do I do with the grappling hook? I live. The wound already healed because I'm just like that because I wore a bulletproof vest before this. And that's how good I am at this because I knew what he was doing. Then I'm walking out of the building. I'm okay now because I'm the best person ever. Constantine, he looks from the window. He's mad. We wait 8 to 10 years. We keep fighting back. We're rivals now. Or are we lovers? We'll never know. This will never be a confrontation. It's sort of a conflict. It's like the worst fan fiction you have ever read. And then, finally, after we are both 80 and 90 years old, he hasn't grown in age because apparently Muppets don't grow in age. And then he finally pushes me off a cliff and looks at me, has one single tear, and then he wins. So that's how Constantine would beat me up in a fight. We're then going to be going on to a guy named Zoot. He is the saxophone player in their little Muppet band. Miss Piggy is later. We'll see that later. Zoot, he plays the saxophone. He looks cool. He's sort of the same guy as Jimmy Shoo, I could say. They're sort of similar in a sense. I'll be honest, I don't really know if I could. I could probably take him in a fight, but he does play the saxophone, which I kind of like jazz. And so at that sort of rate, I don't really want him out because I think what I'm going to do. Actually, never mind. This is perfect. I'm going to wait for him to play a saxophone. I'm going to pretend I'm like a jazz person. And then after I do that, I'm going to like sneak up on him. What's going to happen? He's playing the saxophone. He's busy. Saxophone players don't care about anything going around them. They just want a sax. And so what do I do next? I take the saxophone and I shove it down his throat. That's right. And because he's a Muppet, I can take it. It's comedically allowed that it's the entire thing just down. And that's sort of just how it's going to go. And then he's going to do this entire thing. Boom. On topic questions there. Now we're going to go next to the Swedish chef. Now, fun fact, he actually doesn't speak Swedish. It is canonically a thing that he just speaks. Now, the Swedish chef is someone that a lot of people kind of think of like an easy guy. He's easygoing. He, in my mind, is a serial killer that no one else knows about. He doesn't speak any language. He just rambles. He jabs. He yaps. And it's sort of terrifying in my mind. Yeah. And the Swedish chef is someone who I think I could not beat into a fight. I think he knows. Here's the thing. I never trust cooks when fighting someone because they know 103 ways how to like cut you. And the Swedish chef, I think he knows 3,000 ways. You know, I think he understands how to fillet me. He understands how to cook me. He understands how to fry me. Any word that describes cooking, he knows how to do to me. And that, quite frankly, would be the worst battle ever. Because I would go to him and he'd do that thing, I think, where it's kind of like he'd get me on a wheel, like a circus wheel, spin me around and throw like a butcher knife at me. And if he missed, it'd be like, oh, well, but if he hit, he'd be like, all right, we're cooking that first.
he's like the Hannibal Lecter of the Muppets in my mind, because I think he just has a basement full of other Muppets and he kind of like experiments with it. Now I know it's far-fetched, but it's true. I can't like say it's true, but in my mind, I think it's true. And so fighting the Swedish Chef, he also has a mustache like 3 times like his face, and I don't trust that at all. I think it would be definitely it would kill me almost. He also, I think, just is naturally strong. As everyone knows, to be a good butcher, you need to be able to hold really heavy like pounds of meat. I bet he could do that like twice my body weight. And quite frankly, I'm not messing with that. I would rather knock myself out before he even gets to me. But going off of that, we're going to start with 2 of my favorite characters from the Muppets. We got Statler and Waldorf. Waldorf.
Yeah.
The 2 old people who are very angry at life and kind of like always hate on the Muppets from the upper corners. Now, if I needed 2 old dudes who are extremely rich to die, it would be those 2. Now, listen, I am not a man who has many insecurities or have been viable to insults. However, I think those 2 are able to generate insults on such an intense level that I would not be able to comprehend and be able to understand them. I think it would not only fuel me, but I think it would cause me to make anger decisions that might ruin me. Also, this is a side note. Anyone who's here, don't forget to sign into Blue Gold Connect. I'm looking at you guys in the back.
Hashtag nonstop.
Sign into the Blue Gold Connect.
Do it. Yes, I did. I did. Very off topic, Camden. It felt very off topic. No, this is hashtag nonstop.
Oh well, I want you to do it.
That was a full-on sponsorship.
Oh well, yeah, it's my event. I am going to sponsor
You get it.
Anyway, back to Statler and Waldorf. Listen, those 2, I think they're mean, and I don't really like them. They look like grumpy old men. They have white hair. They have gray bushes, and quite frankly, I don't really want to fight that. However, in the sense that they will insult me, they'll probably say something I'm not too fond of. I will probably get angry. And you know what? For 2 old rich guys, I think I could beat 2 old rich guys in a fight. The issue being, could I do a 1-on-2? And the idea, though, is that I got to trick them. The idea is that I'm going to trick them into hating each other. Because, they're best friends. They've been best friends for their entire lives, as I can see. They were probably 2, like, bank mergers or something, and they just found a friendship and giving people debt. And that's the sort of thing that I want to take down from the inside. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to place blackmail. I'm going to place a false email under one of them. And I'm going to have an email about one of them telling another PR team that they hate them, that they're going to betray them in the near future. Then they're going to start having weird tensions. Even if it's not true, it's going to start sort of a little tiny length between them that's going to just kind of ruin them. And it's going to make them want to hate each other. And because of them hating each other, it's going to get me ahead. I'm going to sneak in, and I'm going to wait. I'm not going to make friends with them, because then I'd have to associate with them, and that might get them suspicious. But I'd sort of get into there, and I would make them hate each other from the inside. I'll place false documents. I'll place false evidence. I'll place anything I need. I'll place photoshopped photos of stuff that I don't want them to think they want to see. I'll look up all the evidence. I'll hire lawyers for this, and I'll get them to hate each other. And once they fully hate each other, then I wait for one of them to get the other. See, that's why you got to make other people fight each other. Because once they fight each other, then it's all simple. Once they fight each other, I think, personally, Statler is going to win against Waldorf. And once he does, he's going to push him off the thing. It's going to be over. And then I go in and I finish up the job and I beat them both up. Either one on the ground or one in the sky. And honestly, I think that's going to be awesome. Speaking of twins, we got the next 2 who are going to be the Snopes. They are sort of they look like, I'm trying to think, pea shooters from Plants vs. Zombies. There's the 2 that have that song where it's like, ba-na-na-ma, ba-ba-na-ba-na-ba.
They're the ones that can do.
Yeah, so there's those 2. They're twins. The issue is that I don't think they can hate each other. I think they're genetically, alike in a sense that they can never hate each other. I don't know. Maybe it's biological. However, the thing though is that they have like really round mouths, which I could do a lot with that. In the sense, in the sense of nothing inappropriate. Mind out of the gutter, children. But on that topic, you could do a lot. Poison, you could put glass, there could be fire, there could be a lot of stuff. If you just put water in it, that's just automatic. I know a thing or two about waterboarding as well. It doesn't take a lot to get waterboarded efficiently. I would know that. But anyway, the issue with these two is that they're so knitly together that I think it'd be hard to separate them. And so what would I do? I'd try my best to try to like kind of get them separated. Maybe there's a treat they both like a lot. Maybe only one of them likes, and then I would get them separated. I split them up. I put a cookie in two, throw it 2 ways, see what happens. Then the first one, I'm gonna obviously just like kick them. All right. Put one down, you kick them in the stomach. That's all that you really needed in life. And honestly, that's all they need. Then, after that one's down, I kick the other one. This was the most simplest fight I've ever had. Because, to be honest, these people don't have arms. They are extremely easy to fight. And I'm being fair kicking them. Because I'm a fair person in these battles. We're then going to go on to the next person. Scooter. He is the character that is sort of like the stage manager or the stagehand. He's the dude who always has a clipboard. He's kind of like on the wings of a theater or their thing. And he's sort of just chilling and he's doing all the things. As much as I want to say he is a great fighter, he's not. He seems extremely weak. However, understanding the fact that stage culture and stagehands culture, I understand that he has a lot of aces up his sleeve. To know a theater is an extremely important thing. To be able to know where to hide, to be able to know what buttons do a light, to be able to know what cues go ahead, to be able to know where they hide the explosives is a huge benefit that I don't have. Because he, as most stagehands do, never leave a theater and they stay there forever. And so what I would probably do is I'd have to go into his territory, which I'm not too fond of, to be honest. But I go into his territory. It's pitch dark. What happens? He turns on the lights. I'm blinded now, and this is the worst thing. However, I know he's in the booth because only from the booth can you turn on the lights. I then try to go up to the lights. He's gone. Where is he? He's hiding. Where is he hiding? I don't know. I then go around. He trips me. I fall down the stairs. 13 flights. I get a brain damage. It's okay. I'll live. Then I go. Only one. That's all I needed.
Okay.
Then I go to the stage. I say, fight me like a man or like a Muppet. And I say, fight me like a Muppet. That gets him okay. Then not only did I not see it coming, he unleashed one of those like sandbags from like the rafts and it just falls on me. I'm done. I'm out of there. Broken back. I'm done for. I'm not winning this ever. And then I kind of accept my fate in that. We then have Sam the Eagle. He's the most probably stoic. He's the detective in the Muppets, that one movie, International, I think it was, or I don't remember what it was. Oh, Most Wanted. He was detective in Most Wanted, so I do have some respect for that. However, he is probably the meanest Muppet right next to Constantine. And there's good reason behind it. He's an extremely big dude. He's about yay height, taller than me. He's also a bird, which has beaks, which I'm not too fan of. As you all know, chickens are not my thing. And honestly, eagles are so close to chickens that I think I would still not do well. Not only could he fly and kick my ass, I think he would just beat me in a general sense that I wouldn't be able to come back from. Even if I tried to, I think because he's, as many people see, the voice of justice, and in that sense. But I don't like that justice because he would send me to the court and still give me the death penalty, I believe. And that's just sort of the Sam the Eagle way. But I could not beat Sam the Eagle in a fist-to-fist fight normally. He is too strong for me. And his just sort of eagle wings and his size, I'd be done for. There's nothing I can do. We then have an easier candidate. Ralph the dog. He's a cute little dog. I think he might be a fan favorite. He's just a dog. The way I look at him, I look at the same way I look at Fozzie the bear, is that you might be a cute little creature. You don't know what these hands can do. And because of these hands, Ralph would not be able to take the amount of punches I give in. Granted, he might be able to bring back a few. I think he knows how to fight. but he would not be able to withstand the amount of ability that I have at him. We're then going to go on to Rizzo the Rat. Now, Rizzo, that is correct. What? Rizzo the Rat. He's a little rat creature. He has a Leatherman jacket. He's a rat. Now, like a previous question I said before, I do not like rats. Rats are my least favorite rodent of all time. And quite personally, rats are really easy to fight one-on-one. Granted, if there were 3,000 of them, I might have a little bit of trouble. But one, that's an easy kick. And in the Muppets, they're like this big. So that's basically like a toddler. I'm not saying I'd fight a toddler and win. I would. But Rizzo the Rat is about the same length of that sort of thing. And I just think a simple kick. Because what all you'd have to do is motivate. It's kind of like a New York rat. You just have to motivate them with pizza, get them in a corner, boom. I bet I could trap Rizzo the Rat with a straight up mouse trap, just because I do not think he is that bright. And even so, one kick, swift, that's all it's done. We're then going to go on to the Queen. This was a weird character. The Queen, I think it's from a Muppet Tale. It's sort of like a like an old film starting the Muppets where they made stories up. So it's a fantasy story of sorts. The Muppet looks to be an overgrown chicken. Now,
What?
but it's like a big chicken, yay high and whatnot. Issue being, she's weak and she looks old. And I'm not saying you should beat up old people, but if they are a chicken Muppet, and unlike the other Muppets, unlike the other chickens, where a lot of them were huge, a lot of them were absolutely like just would demolish me. That kind of chicken, I think, doesn't understand what I could do. And I think that I could fight it easily. Sure, it could try pecking me. However, I could try hitting it very, very easily. You know, like most queens, I think I just have to wait out until they died. But honestly, one trip down the stairs, I think it was all it takes to beat this queen in a fight. We're then going on to a character called Pickles. Pickles is an alligator. Now, I don't know much about alligators versus crocodiles. However, I know one thing, is that I don't mess with animals that are larger than me. And alligator is an actual alligator named Pickles. And quite frankly, I'm not good with alligators. I've had a nightmare once about alligators, and I promised myself to never again touch them or be even near them. And so I would not fight alligator. I would surrender quickly. And if it did fight me, it would definitely win. Now, we're going to go on to the Newsman. He's a pretty stiff-looking guy. His face kind of looks like a diamond, and he looks professional because he's a newsman. News reporters have to be very professional. They have to be aggressive in their source standpoint. However, I think that is the most fair fight I will ever have in my entire life. Because as much as he is professional, I think he knows how to box, which scares me a little bit, which means that I'm pretty sure that I can beat him. I'll take him in a boxing ring, and you know what? I'm going to put weights under my boxing gloves. I'm going to cheat. You know why? Because I have to, because they're Muppets, and they already have increased powers that I have to deal with. And quite frankly, I just don't want to do it at all, because he is scary, and I don't want to fight him, but I will, and I will win. We're then going to go on to a guy named Walter. The main character of the not the most recent, but the Muppet movie. He's sort of the one, his backstory involves a lot of, bringing the Muppets back together, I believe. I believe he was the one who's like, guys, I got to get the band back together and, bringing everyone back to save from these oil barons. He is like 3 feet tall. His bones look brittle, and I could snap him like a twig. Walter has no strength. His human form is Sheldon. And I quite frankly think that Walter, although he makes a strong point in his story and his lore, and it's very courageous, if he ever had to fight me, I would put him down like a dog. Because just like Ralph, exactly, I put him down like Ralph. Because Walter doesn't understand how much I'm able to pound and just get him down. Because he is a scrawny dude. No, I shouldn't say that. He's just a tiny guy, and I just don't think he'll get far in life if he doesn't realize that he's not everything. We're then going to go on to Sweetums. Sweetums is one of the few Muppet characters who can walk on their hind legs. He's like a giant Yeti creature. His eyebrows are as big as his eyes, and his mouth is like as big as my head. I think just for theoretical standpoint, I think we could technically agree that Sweetums could probably, I don't even want to say beat me, I want to say eat me, because I don't think I could even withstand, like, I don't even think he punches. I think he just devours whatever his opponent is, and I wouldn't live through that, and that's okay. I'll accept my fate. A second one similar to that is Uncle Deadly. I'm going to let the name just say it. I'm not going to win. If your name is Uncle Deadly, I can only assume there's stories to why you're named Uncle Deadly. I'll accept my defeat, and I'll accept that he's just actually going to kill me. There's Pepe the King Prawn. I don't know much about prawns. I think they're microscopic or like this big maybe. I think you're supposed to eat prawns. And so, quite frankly, I just don't think he's that tough. He might be a little bit out of his mind, but that's okay for a lot of people. And that is just something that I think that is not going to be hard to defeat and to take down like that. A difficult fight, though, would be this person named Dr. Strange Pork. Now, he's from a common, he's not really from like a normal, like not from a lot of canon Muppet situations. However, something he's good at is technological advances. Now, if I'm not playing fair, I can only assume the Muppets aren't playing fair. He's going to bring some sort of alien-like electro-like gun thing, I think, and that's going to be the worst news for me because he's going to zap me and I'm going to evaporate. And so, but if he had to fight on a normal one-on-one, here's the thing. Some nerds are really smart, like some intelligent people just, like if you ever play chess boxing, you know what you're getting into. And so for this person, I think Dr. Strangeport has a good right hook. And quite frankly, I don't have a good right face. And so I think he could take me out instantly like that. Now we're going to get into, there's a few others, but I want to get into the popular one right now, is that we're going to talk about Miss Piggy. Now, Miss Piggy is a fan favorite for a lot of people, and I can obviously tell why. She's a very popular character. She's a good voice for a lot of people, and she's very confident, independent, and an overall okay person. That being said, I can confidently say with my entire gut that I could beat Miss Piggy in a fight. Miss Piggy has some abilities. She can roundhouse kick. In fact, she can roundhouse kick, as far as I've seen, only really kicks Kermit, for doing nothing. And so now, coming into that information, I understand that Miss Piggy can only round kick. I don't think she knows how to throw a punch. I don't think she knows how to headbutt. I don't think she knows how to 1-2. I think she can only roundhouse kick. So what do? I learn how to counter a roundhouse kick. Easy. I duck. Or I go away. And just like that, I'm going to be the one winning. So what happens is this. In 2009, I went up to Miss Piggy's room. And I decided this was enough. I decided I needed to do something about Miss Piggy. Because Kermit, after I got Kermit, he told me about how Miss Piggy kept hitting him. And so I went, all right, I'll deal with it. And so I went to Miss Piggy, and I went to her little like little area, her little van or whatever it's called, the trailer truck, as people have, celebrities have. So I knocked on her door. No response. Well, this is weird. Normally she responds to everything. She very much likes attention because she's Miss Piggy, right? She has to be in the spotlight. So she doesn't answer. So then I instantly think, something's wrong. She knows I'm here. And then I look to my right. I see her face in the window. She knows who I am. I'm known in the Muppet community. They know who I am. And so I go up, and I'm like, okay, she knows I'm here. It's time to get serious. I bust down her door. One left kick, and that's all it takes. Because she didn't lock her door. Because she was trying to look who was going through the door. So then I'm there. I'm in her dorm. And surprisingly, her trailer is a lot bigger than it looks. I think she has like some magic within it, but it's very impressive. So I go to Miss Piggy and I try to find her, all right? She's hiding though. She knows I'm there. And then what do? I go, I know what to do. I'll trick her. I'll make her think she doesn't know I'm here. And so I start saying careless whispers and I start saying, well, man, I wonder where Miss Piggy is. Or, man, There's no one here for me to do anything and to beat up. And just like that, I sit down on a chair. It's a swivel chair. I know it's a swivel chair. I chose the swivel chair over the wooden chair because I know it's a swivel chair. What do I do in the swivel chair? I sit down. After I sit down, it's this whole thing. I listen. I close my eyes and I'm only listening. I'm like Daredevil, or I'm like other people who can't see. And then after that, I do what no one said. I listen. And so I'm echolocating throughout the entire trailer. And then I find her. She's walking up to me. And not only that, she put on her boots. What kind of boots? Metal boots. Metal boot with spikes. She's going to kill me. I know this now. I'm prepared. I know what I need to do. Then, out of nowhere, I hear her step. She made a mistake. Now I know where she is, like extra now. Then, obviously, I'm looking ahead, but she doesn't realize that. But also, what was weird is that I was sitting at a chair with a mirror right in front of me, so I would have seen her anyway if I didn't close my eyes, but I still heard her through the thing. What does she do? Roundhouse kicks right through my dome, or to my dome, not through. Then, what do? Now that I have the swivel chair, I swivel, dodge, I duck. Now, her leg's over me. What do? Bam! I go upwards. She now has a sore place in her leg, because that kind of hurts when you go too far up. Now she's on the floor. Now I'm also there, and I'm like, okay, let's do this. And then she's like, says something that only Miss Piggy would say. I don't remember. I was just getting ready to beat her up. And so Miss Piggy is there, and she gets up. She's ready. What does she do? Another roundhouse kick. What do? I dodge. Easy. This is the simplest fight I've ever had. Even the Kermit and Miss Piggy offspring had more of a challenge. At least that had like an emotional debate within it. But no, Miss Piggy, that was easy. She keeps roundhouse kicking. I keep dodging. And you know what? She keeps making up her trailer. It keeps getting broken. You know why? Because it's a bad place. Because all that like spiked boots, it's ruining everything. And it's never going to work. And then what do? I kick her leg. Now, she's on the ground. So what do? I step on her leg. Now, normally, that wouldn't be that big of a deal. But since she's a Muppet, it obviously broke her entire leg. Now, I don't think Muppets have bones. And so I knew this. So what I did was I grabbed a sewing machine. I sewed her leg to the floor. Boom.
Whoa.
That's right. Now what happens? She had to get up because obviously you can't do anything. So then leg rips off. Now there's fluff on the floor. I think that's like a form of bleeding. I'm not sure. Then after that happens, she's then on one leg and she's like, all right, I got this. What does she do? She takes off her left arm, puts it on her leg. So now she has two legs still, which was out of the mind because she's not going to use her hands. Why would she use her hands? So then what happens next? She roundhouse kicks again. What am I supposed to do? I do the same exact thing. I take and I just rip off her right leg. Now, what's going on? Now she doesn't have any of her normal leg. What does she do? She rips off her other arm, puts it on her leg. She has no arms now, and she has only hands on her legs. And it's like weird leg hands. And now she's like she can. It was so strange. And I'm like, come on, you're making this harder than it has to be. And then she says, ah, or something that Miss Piggy would say. And it was something. It was so stressful. And it was so, and then she started like running away. And I was like, well, I got to finish this. I got to fight her. I got to finish this off. And then we go to her costume department. There's so much glamour. There's so much like sparkling things everywhere. It's terrible. I can't see because it's really bright. And I don't like that kind of stuff. And then what does she do? She slaps me, which is really weird because it's technically her leg now. And it feels weird, but she slaps me. I'm now hurt. It kind of hurt me a little bit. Not that much though, because I'm tough. Now, after she did that, I'm then fighting for my life. Because apparently, when you have hands for legs, you're really good at fighting normally. Because now, not only did she combine her leg style, she now can fight normally. So now she's roundhouse kicking with a fist. Now it might hurt a little bit. She gets 1-2 hits off. Then what do? I fight like a normal person. And I do what I got to do best. I fight with my legs. So now it's a combat between two exploded pros. And what do? I finish it all off with, guess what? A roundhouse kick straight to her dome. She's knocked over. And I go, this was first Kermit. And I spit.
Whoa, wow.
Oh.
Snap.
Thank you. Another person, the only other person I have left on this list is this guy named Nigel, and he's the composer for the Muppets. He's a composer. I'll be honest, band majors. What?
There's a bug.
Gross. I just think composers and band majors. I could take them all. I could beat up Nigel with no issue at all. Now, there's some questions regarding Muppets, it seems. Let's get right to them. When the last Muppet breathes, would it sound like a saxophone? I can only assume you're talking about Zoot, who is the Muppet who I shoved a saxophone down his throat. Yes. Short answer is yes. Second answer is that it would just normally sound like choking, because I don't think that actually happens like in the movies. I think if you had a saxophone down your throat, you would just gurgle instead of like a good saxophone would. Next question from the above. Do you think you could beat up the Muppet version of yourself? Yes. I think my Muppet version is even scrawnier and tinier than me. That feels like an excellent win, and I would add it to my long list of Muppets that hold absolutely no threat to me. In fact, this might be the easiest Muppet, even easier than Miss Piggy, I might say. And hard disagree on beating Miss Piggy. Oh well. I think you misunderstand how insane Miss Piggy is. She wins for that alone. Miss Piggy might be out of her mind, but that's her downfall, I might say. Miss Piggy, and I will say it again, thinks too much of herself. I think that is her downfall, and that's what'll get her in the end when I beat her up. Please do your Kermit impression. So the last time I tried to do a Kermit impression, I thought the idea was I needed someone to punch me in the stomach for it to sound good. So I had someone hit me in the stomach, and it did not sound good. The best I can do is Kermit the Frog here, which is not that good.
No, that was good.
Which is really all I can do.
Cookie. No.
You can take the food if you want. One more for on top question. No, that is not appropriate. Pass.
I think you need to burn it.
We have about 3 minutes left of this section. That's with my Kermit impression or my Kermits. So let's get into some off question topics. See if we got anything tragic. Someone said a tragic impression. That is. You wouldn't guess it's from my best friend.
Wow. Disrespectful.
Yeah, that's rude.
Whoa!
Camden.
This is something I've done. How much mercy would you show Statler and Waldorf? I think they deserve a little bit of mercy. I only say that because I think they're kind of funny when they insult the entire theater community from above. I think that's sort of an interesting aspect of this whole scenario, and I actually really like it. I think it's a funny little area. I'd show Statler a little more mercy than Waldorf. I think he's a little bit kinder, and in that aspect, I'm kind of give him something to work off of. But other than that, there's not really much to go off of. But that's what I think overall. How do all these fights affect the Muppet economy? Drastically, I might say. They will, as we all know, granted, this is only in the arts department, as all these Muppets are really just centered around the Muppets Theater and the Muppet Entertainment Corporation, in which, besides them, it's not going to really affect anything regarding the police department. It's not going to affect the hospitals. It's not going to affect, the taxpayers. It's really just going to affect the theater and the arts, which, granted, are already are already being underpaid. So really, I'm just taking out the competition, for my entertainment, which will get paid more. I'd like to say, in a sense, Weird comments. Anyway. There's 30 seconds left. I'll just wait till later. So, thank you all so much for coming. Don't forget to hit that like button. And don't forget to also hit that blue gold comment thing or the blue gold thing. It's all on the paper or on that. Log in, do whatever. I'll be here all day. Don't make me make this a sad excuse to do nothing. Alrighty. It is now 8 o'clock. Let's go to our next topic. So we're going to go a little bit more, less intense from the Muppets beating in a fight. So we're going to talk about which medieval torture I can survive. As we all know, torture has like death and blood in it, so I'd be aware about that for everyone who's a little bit nauseous-y or gets a little about it, which is all right. I'm only going to be explaining most of it in intense detail, but that's sort of just how this is going to go. If you have any furthering opinions on how I actually would survive, if you disagree with me on a comment, or if you have your own torture method from the medieval eras or ancient eras that you'd like to submit, I'll personally review it and I'll see what I can do about it. Luckily for us, the medieval times was a great time to come up with torture inventions. They didn't really care about people back then, and so morals didn't exist for the most part regarding these type of things, and so they kind of just did whatever. And it was sort of like some people were sort of like the Leonardo da Vinci of inventions of torture. Some people just really thought they were cool. Some of them are cool. They're not good, but some of them are interesting. So we're just going to talk about if I think I would live or not in them. It's a pretty interesting topic. I'd say the research was definitely interesting. I didn't really like it because I had to like sit next to people while looking up medieval torture. I definitely got weird looks from many different places because obviously if you're looking up torture in world history, you're going to get a weird look. Anyway, let's get on to medieval torture. So we're going to start off with a classic one. We're going to talk about the Iron Maiden. Now, the Iron Maiden was a fantastic tool used in like a lot of time. It might even got brought up kind of like recently. Basically, if you want remember, it's from a lot of like stories, a lot of horror cultures have it, where it's basically a giant door that closes itself, but it has spikes on the inside. It was mainly used as an intimidation factor in terms of they would place someone near it, and then because they wanted information, and then they would put someone else in it, close it, and be like, "That's going to be you if you don't tell us where your captain is." And then it was a whole scary event, and then it is what it is. So speaking of overall, I don't think I could survive the Iron Maiden. It's sort of an unfortunate tale. I am not that used to getting impaled by spikes, but even if I was, I just don't think a bunch of spikes within my body, and it's like it wouldn't even they would open it, then all the like wounds are open, and so because of that, I just can't say that I'm effectively good at Iron Maiding because it absolutely kills you right away, and it's a bad thing to do. The next medieval torture is the head crusher. I'm not sure how specific I need to get with this to describe what a head crusher is. So essentially, it crushes your head. And that's sort of the whole point of it. There's not really much to it. An interesting thing about these tortures back in the day is that I don't really think they intended to like want people to live. I think they were just trying to find out funny ways to like kill people, but either way, I could not probably survive the head crusher. It's sort of like the jigsaw trap from the Saw series, where it would just crush your head, and that was the bear trap. It was a bear trap, yes. So that one like more killed your jaw, like opened it up, I believe, or like crushed it. This one just crushed your head. I don't think I'll survive it. But then we go to a classic, the rack. Now, this was created in early ancient Greece. Now, this is also really popular in a lot of shows. I believe that one show, you see it like common, like Frankenstein. You see it in like I think it's like The Princess's Bride. You see it sometimes in the very end where it's some person on a wooden thing and then they kind of like crank strings and then it kind of pulls them. So essentially what it does is it just literally pulls you. It's induced to create a lot of pain within someone. It's used to just wreck someone's body, honestly. But here's the thing, is that I'm double jointed. Now, I don't really know what this implies normally because I've never broken a bone before, and I can my pinkies are crooked and I can crack my body a lot. So with that knowledge being presented in front of me, I can confidently say I could probably survive the rack. I think they would get me and they would pull it. You're right, Mom. That wasn't the Matilda movie. And stuff like that. And stuff like this is where the rack, I just think it's stretching. I think I'd just get a good crack out of my back. And honestly, I think it would be a pretty simple. I think, honestly, I think it would be fun. I think I would have a great time. I'd even be like, hey, can you pull harder? Because it's on the machine. Who knows? But yes, I could effectively survive the rack. The next one is a little bit more tough. It's sort of getting brought out in a lot of cool artifacts. The brazen bull. Now, if anyone knows what the brazen bull is, it was basically a giant metal bull in which there would be sort of a little area in the stomach, and they would open it up, they'd put you inside, close the door, and then cook you alive. Now, I'm not really good with heat, I think. I get sunburned easily, and quite frankly, I've accidentally burned myself on a bunch of kitchen appliances over the years, and I don't like it. It sucks. So if I theoretically had to been cooked at about 3,000 Fahrenheit for, however long it takes, because the idea of it is that technically talking, they're going to want you to scream. And so you're going to be screaming so you can hear it out of the bull, because then it'll sound like a bull, kind of. I don't know really the statistics. I've never seen one before. But, I feel like there'd be an attempt. I could try to scream at first and then stop screaming so that they think I'm already dead. And then I would jump out and become a cool hero like they did it like a Spartan horse kind of deal, except torture. But I don't actually think I would, because then I'd be like, oh, because you can't touch anything. And it would just suck a lot for me. So no, I would not survive a brazen bull. Getting cooked alive isn't my favorite thing to do, but if it had to be that, I guess that's what it is. We're now going to be talking about dunking. Now, this sounds good because when you hear dunking, you think of Dunkin' Donuts or some sort of pool trick. So they used it for witches back in the day. And, people really did not like witches, or I guess any woman back in the day. And so what they did was, it was just it was very common. You might see it in a few things where they tied you to a chair and then they dunked you. They tied all around and they dunked you into a lake or a river. And then the idea of it was, they said, all right, if you survive, then you're a witch. And then it's well, what if I don't survive? You weren't a witch. And then it's sort of oh, well, they didn't live. But that, I can hold my breath for a decently long time. Now, I might have asthma, but that doesn't determine how much I can drink and expel water out of my lungs. Now, I think that if it's 30 seconds, it depends if it's a river or a lake. Because if it's a river, I might get flowed and it might hurt a little more. But if it's a lake, I can, I'll see fishes. I'll be okay. It'll be nice. But getting dipped into water, that's refreshing. I can do that anyway. And on that topic, I know waterboarding, that's easy. And then this is just a kind of extra form of waterboarding, except it's like a bunch of water and your entire body gets submerged. So personally, I think I could survive dunking. I feel like it's a pretty easy mode of torture. I think it's unoriginal. I think it needs to be more unique. But other than that, I think I could probably do that. The next one is a little bit more hurtful. It's called hanged, drawn, and quartered. So this process was essentially this. You would get hanged until you were barely conscious. You would then get, I can't remember it, drawn and quartered. There's essentially a part where I think I know what it is. I think they cut open your guts and they like kind of go like, here's your intestines. And then they chop off your limbs. And so I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I can't really like, the asthma, getting hanged is a little bit more difficult getting with that because I'll lose my breath easily. And then after I lose my breath, then they cut out my intestines. And like that's a little bit more difficult in general because I could live with my intestines without my intestines. All right. Like I think like my stomach will be good. But then the fact that they cut off your like limbs, I think that's a little bit more difficult to survive. And so I'd have to say that I do not think I can survive being hanged, drawn, and quartered. I could survive being hanged and drawn, but not the quartered. That's where they get you every time. So if any of you are about to be tortured, look in the contract. If it says hanged and drawn, you're good. Hanged, drawn, and quartered, no good. You need to look for that in all of your contracts. Now we're going to go to the next one. This is a popular one, especially with a lot of people. Crucifixion. It was technically medieval because it was in an ancient time, ancient and medieval. I think everyone knows what it is. It's a common, they put you on a T and then they would sort of nail your like wrist and your like legs down and like, yeah. Now, the thing here is that what's fun about it, I shouldn't say that. What's interesting about it is technically you could survive it. If you looked at stuff like Monty Python, if you looked at Jesus, you could see that technically, like, actually I shouldn't say that. Historically speaking, people did survive crucifixion. They didn't survive for long because the idea that the Romans had was that crucifixion was supposed to be sort of a long and painful process. However, I have spies on the inside. I have a friend named John. Now I think that's an accurate name for back in the day. But I have this friend named John. I'm gonna do something that like the Romans hated. I'm gonna like not pay my taxes or something. And so because I didn't pay my taxes, they're gonna crucify me. All right, you know what? It happens. Boom, I'm on there. Potato, and I'm chilling. You know what? It's a nice July day, and I'm taking in the wind. I'm having a good time. And then the Romans are gone. The guards are gone. They're like, all right, man, you learn your lesson up there. And I go, okay. And then they leave. And then John comes by. John's my man. He comes by and he lays down. It's like a soft bed. He lays me the cross down or the crucifix down. And then he undoes my nails. And then boom, I'm out. And I live. That's it. That's all it is. It's going to be a sufficient thing for everyone. Make sure I don't. Big shout out to John. For real. Now, here's another one. These ones were the ones that I had to look up in a very weirdly specific list. This one's called foot roasting. The description said, in ancient Rome, red-hot iron plates were sold to the feet. So, all that is that all I'm doing in Rome is I'm not paying taxes again. They caught me running away after they crucified me. What's next? We're going to stick something on your foot. So they get like a really hot iron plate and they, boom, put that on my foot. So what? It's my foot. I can live without it. And as it's on my foot, it might merge. It might like stick to it. You know what will happen? You know what is right next to Rome? A river, and it's kind of cold. I have a perfectly good foot now. And not only that, I have a plate rod that is an iron plate that is connected to my foot. You know what that sounds like? Free sandals. It's only for one of my feet, but like, you could go ice skating on that. You could be cool. People will know when you're arriving because it's like, oh, dude, look, it's Metal Foot Cam coming in, and I'll be like, hey guys, it's me, Metal Foot Cam, and it's a huge good process, and I think it is an amazing way to live. This one is, I believe it's called Ling Chu, and it is formerly known, it was created in about 900 CE, and it's also known by death by 1,000 cuts. Now, that one is a little bit more popular. You see it a lot of times where it's like people will, cut you 1,000 times. And honestly, that's not that bad. I got a paper cut once and I lived. And so I think that if I just had to get 1,000 paper cuts, that's not the worst thing that can happen in the world. I think that it might be a little bit harder after like the first, because here's the issue is that the issue that I would have is that if they made me count, because if they made me count, I would lose track over time. And then I'd be on like 900. I'd be like, shit, did we go to 500 yet? And then they'd restart and then it would just be a whole thing. So I think with the combination of the fact that I don't understand numbers, I think I would accidentally give them like 10,000 cuts, in which I probably wouldn't survive. So I'll say death by 1,000 cuts. That's a no-no for me. That's a non-living agreement. The next one we got. Ooh, this one is a fun one. I like this one a lot. Mankaruda is a tight cord is placed around one's arms, and then the executioner would then throw their entire weight backwards. So this one is essentially this isn't like an alone process. I got a friend. I got an executioner. Let's name him John. So John is next to me, and he is like, so like a bunch of like cords. So like they're around my arms or whatever. It happens. And then John gets to have fun, and he throws his entire weight backwards from my arms. So like he's basically just instantly breaking my arms, which sounds like a bad thing, but like if you really think about it, it's just my arms. Like it's like, here's the issue though. The issue is that would my arms break off or would they just break? Because if they broke off, I might bleed out a little bit and then I'd have to probably get help back then. But if he just broke my arms, I can live with that. I'll just have like little flabby arms. They can heal by themselves. And it's just, I think it's going to be an easy thing. And not only that, me and John get to have a good hangout session afterward. Because now he did his job, I did mine, and now we can like go to the movies or we could go play like kickball or something. And I'm pretty happy with that. The next torture method we got is scapism. Sorry. Oh, this is a great one. A lot of people like this one, actually, I've been told. So this was created in ancient Persia. And what it was basically is if you were looking at me on a theoretical level, you would make me drink a bunch of honey and milk, shove it down my throat basically until I was gargling it. And then you would put me on a boat, with no oars, no nothing. And I feel like you would probably like tape me to the boat, so you couldn't move, you couldn't do anything. And then you would just wait for the flies. That's literally it, because flies are attracted to honey and milk. Now let's see the thing. I already love milk. If you told me to drink a bunch of milk, I'd probably say yes already. It's just the honey you would have to shove down my throat. But besides that, I would be pretty happy with my soup. But then the flies, they would all be coming for you. Now I don't really like flies, but I'll tell you one thing is that I am an excellent fly killer. Before we came here, before any of you guys were here, we were here a week early because I'm an RA. I killed so many flies during my time. It was a massacre because I don't like flies and they're not going to annoy me anymore than they have to. And then the thing though is that if the flies didn't kill you, they would take you back. And then the Persians, they would do the same thing. So then they would make you drink milk again and honey, and then they would set you out on the same trip again to get eaten more by flies. So it was this huge long process until you finally. So obviously I'd live. The issue is that I'd probably want me to keep doing it, but then they'd probably realize by a certain time that, the milk doesn't affect the flies because I've already drinking all the milk because I love drinking milk. And actually, well, it always depends on the type of milk. It depends what type of milk they had back in ancient Persia. But I don't think they had the worst. I can't say they did. But other than that, I think I could live because they would keep sending me back. They would realize that they're doing something wrong, and they'd probably put me on another torture method, which fine by me. I just hope I get to drink more milk. Thank you, Smart Potter. Not an advertisement, of course. All right. We're going to Germany. The Germans are great. Germany is great for inventions, I'll say. And one of the greatest inventions they've ever made is something called the instep borer, which is an external iron boot where a lever is turned into a crank blade into the foot. So basically, it was like if my Skechers had like a turnable blade, essentially. Now, I don't know if you can tell. I'm pretty okay giving away my, that's going to sound weird. I'm pretty okay sacrificing my feet for the greater good if it's not like anything else. And so what? My foot is in a boot and they slightly turn it and it stabs me. I've had worse, right? There's been worse things in my life that I've done. And also, that's it. It's one single blade that just goes up into your foot. You know what all that does? That just makes it a slight minor wound. I can heal that. The bone will grow back, and I can put a bandage around it. That's like the weakest thing. Although I did just compliment the Germans on this invention. It's just I wish they brought more to the table. That maybe if the blade were to go through my body, if the blade were to do anything else like that, but it didn't. But we'll see how it goes. I don't know. Someone said something about their hair short. We then get the Apega anabis. Now, this is an interesting one because they always had cool names. Now, this was actually in ancient Sparta. This says, for unwilling paying Spartans, it's an expensive shirt in which would trap huggers and nails and wouldn't let go until they paid or died. This is the coolest torture method I have ever found in my entire life. So basically, what this is if you didn't pay your taxes back in Sparta, they would get someone else to wear this shirt, right? Now, I love wearing shirts, and the shirt would be cool. It would look non-suspicious. And then you'd be like, oh, John, give me a hug. And you would go in for a hug. Boom, you're trapped. What are you trapped in? Nails. Nails are going to hurt. You're basically squeezing someone to death. And it's slowly killing them. And in this thing, they're like, whoa, why did you hug me? Why did you betray me? And in that tiny moment, you have to go, hey, man, should have paid your taxes. And if you don't pay your taxes, they're going to kill you. And so then they had to they had to make a decision. They had to go, all right, am I willing to die on not paying, taxes? Or am I willing to go, all right, I promise to pay taxes? And it was just this huge thing. Now, the question is if I can survive this or not. The question is this: am I the hugger or am I the one being hugged? If I was the hugger, in fact, I'd live because that's what you're supposed to do. I'm a good tax-paying citizen, I think. I'd hug someone and make them pay. I'd be like, funny. And if they because that's a song, "Died in Your Arms Tonight." That would be literal. I could play that while someone's dying in my arms, and it'd be a whole funny event. But here's the issue: is that if I was on the other side, would I be paying taxes? I don't really like taxes. Don't tell the government this, but if I had to die or pay taxes, we might see what happens. Because what if I'm having a bad mood that day? What if I tripped and I just really didn't want to do anything? And then they were like, we're going to kill you if you don't pay your taxes. I'm like, oh my God, whatever. But if I was having a good day, I'd be like, fine. It's this whole area. But overall, I think on average, because 2 out of 3 I'd live. I think I would live during that event because I think it's a fun little area. We're all going to have a great time getting tortured. I say that rhetorically. The next one we got here, we got Scotland, all right? And we know Scotland is good for some things. And Scold's Bridle, which is a very interesting thing. This is my second favorite thing because this is something that would probably be used on me. So first recorded in 1567, used as a mask with spikes near the tongue to keep silent, mostly used for humiliation. So let's say I was talking too much, like I'm doing now. What you would probably go is you go to the mayor and you'd be like, God, this guy's so fucking annoying. Someone needs to shut him up. And the mayor would be like, all right, get John, give him the mask. And then this guy would give me a mask. And then what would they do? They'd be like, dude, you need to be quiet. You've been talking too much. And they put a mask on me. And I'd be like, what? And the second I start speaking, there's a spike through my tongue. Boom. I'm hurting now. What do I do? And it's just hurting. And I'm like, well, now I can't speak. And now it's this whole awkward situation where I'm trying to tell the like medicine dude or the doctor that I'm bleeding, but I can't tell him or else I'll bleed more. Funny event, this whole thing. But then it's just for humiliation. Because then anyone that would see me would be like, yeah, he talks too much. He's that kind of guy. And I'd be like, but the great thing here is that I know how to not talk. All right. I get upset. I know how to go nonverbal. All right. Doesn't happen often, but I know I'm pretty good at nonverbally. And because I'm good at that type of stuff, I don't care if it's humiliation. I'll be nonverbal for as long as I want. Because first of all, I can make this shit look cool. I could wear a hat. I could wear flowers on it. I can do everything. I could live. I'll say that first. So Scotland, 0. Me, 1. And that's how it goes. Now the next one is a wooden horse. Now, this is a popular one. A lot of times you'll see this in a lot of torture sort of videos or torture, like just in general, looking at like if you go to museums, this is probably what you'll see. It's surprisingly or not a wooden horse, which, you know, made me a little bit upset, but it's something that happens and that's sort of to do. But it was actually used in America during the Civil War against the Confederates, but it was first used in the 17th century. Basically what it is it's that like little wooden or that kind of big wooden triangle that people like are forced to sit on. And so it like hurts their groin area because it's like, you know, it's this huge thing and it's like, you know, I'm hoping I don't want to, I hope I like visualize it enough for all of you, but it's, you know, it's like this huge, and it's like sit on it. It's because it's a wooden horse and you like ride in and they like tie your hands so you can't like push up. Then it just hurts. I can move. Thing that I don't realize that people don't like. You can move your hips like slightly away from it. Like, you know, I can like I don't know how to describe it without weird details, but like you can move around a sharp point. I don't think it's that hard. I think it's quite easy. So I think anyone who's ever had this kind of torture, I think they just didn't try hard enough. And honestly, I can do it. I could get by it. You know, put me in 1497 and I could do every type of torture in medieval Europe. And no one could really stop me. And I don't know when we outlawed them, but we probably outlawed them a while ago. I bet the CIA still uses them, honestly. But that's that. Now we got a popular one with Britain, and it is the whirligig. It is a suspended cage-like device used to spin to cause sickness. Now, it's sort of similar to how a lot of torture devices, you know how a lot of time in England and Britain, back in the day when they had like a traitor or like pirates, for example, they put them in a cage and kind of just leave them up there for fun. That's sort of what it is, except they would do that, but then they would like spin it like it was funny, like a little tiny disco ball, and they would just do it to just cause sickness with the people. And I think that's, you know, that's not that bad. Granted, I'm not too good on my stomach, I will say. Like, I'd probably throw up a little bit, but overall, that's not going to kill me because it's an open cage. It's going to go outward. I'm not going to be affected by it. Maybe I'll even like accidentally vomit on my torturers, and then it might be a little bit funny because I'll be like, gotcha, and it's this whole thing with it. Someone asked, why are you doing this? Who knows? But I think it's just an easy device to get by. Honestly, I just don't think it's that hard to do that sort of thing. We got a fun one in the 17th century. I start to think that the 17th century is a really good point for making torture devices. I don't know kind of what happened in the 1600s that sort of made people like, oh yeah, I love this sort of thing. But I guess torture was sort of on like that list of like needs and not even wants. So then we go on to the thumb screw. Now, this is a funny one, just because the name is basically very self-explanatory, is that it's a device to puncture nails on toes and hands. And so all it would be is like a little device you'd put on something, they kind of like crank it, it would just go through your fingers or it would go through your toes. And you know what? You know what they say is that like, you know, it's just your fingers. And I'm okay living without my fingers. I'm okay living without my toes because it's not even like they're chopping it off. They're just puncturing it. It's just going through it. And you know, it's like if I had a hole through my like big toe, so what? I could do like stuff where I could like look through it. I could like create mini binoculars within my toes or my hands for that matter. Like I could give someone a thumbs up and see them right through. And that's sort of the whole experience that I think not many people are realizing that needs to be addressed, that it's just so cool. It's kind of like what are those called? What do people do when they like, I don't know the word. What are people when they like put stuff in their ears? What's that word?
Piercing.
Piercing. It's like a piercing, basically, is that this torture is like, because what are you doing? You're putting a hole in your body to then put maybe something else in it. Could you imagine if you had some cool ring on your like pinky, like little drip? I think it would be I think it's a market we're not tapping into, to be 100% honest with all of you. I think I'm going to go to Claire's and I'm going to tell them what we need, because this is something that a lot of people don't bring up, and it's something that I think we're all passionate about personally. The next one we're going to talk about is strappado, hands tied behind back and suspended by rope attached to wrist, which will dislocate your shoulders and weight added to the body. Now, this is one just is going to suck, because this is kind of like the one where John throws you over your like things and breaks your arms. Like that one's a little bit cooler than that. But personally, it's just, I don't think it's fun, because that one's just being in the air and it's just your hand on your bag. Like you could kick, you could do like tricks, because like a lot of times like you can do tricks with your hands. You know, you could do like a little hand show. You can't really do that with your feet unless you're like really talented and like can do finger people with that. But other than that, it's a weird thing. Dislocating your shoulder doesn't really sound that cool in my opinion, I want to say, but it's something we'll have to live through. Nothing that is too fun about. Personally though, I'd live. This is just weight. This is just dislocating me. I've been dislocated before metaphorically. I could live. And honestly, it's just sad that this even thinks that this could do that to me. But then I'm going to go on to a few more we got here. Stocks. We got feet restraining device. That's literally it. Oh, no, stocks. That's what this is. So technically it is considered torture, but it's one of those things that, you know, when like you find in like a lot of medieval and like old timey Victorian movies where someone like a person, like if you were too drunk at night, they would put you in like a little like wooden thing, like your hands and your neck were out here, they close it and people would throw tomatoes at you. That's what a stock is basically. Easiest torture ever. I will say this, that doesn't even sound that bad. I know like 3,000 people who would still throw tomatoes at me. But hey, you know what? So what? Because you know what I could do right back? I could insult them right back. Because where am I going? Nowhere. I'm just staying in there because I have to. Because the town guard put me in there for 38 hours because I accidentally pooped on a lawn. And it's one of those things that it's just a really intense area, but it's such a simple torture and it's fun. And a lot of the times it's just around your feet, but like sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's just your hands. But it's this great place to be. I personally enjoy it. I think it's funny, and it's definitely in a lot of pop culture nowadays, and it's awesome. This other one that I have is just called boot. That's what it said on Wikipedia, which is an iron casing, which wood or iron wedges hammered in between casing and flesh. Shin crusher, squeeze the calf. Now, in my family and among some of my friends, I do this thing called shin kicker, where I kick people's shins. You don't really need to think more about that. But the idea is that because I do that, my shins have to get kicked back alive, and most likely in a more hurtful fashion. And so I know a thing or two about keeping a strong shin. I currently do shin workouts in order to keep my shins up to date and make sure that nothing can penetrate them like a torturing device or someone's metal boots. Now, this whole boot thing, it's in iron, whatever. And a wooden thing is wedged in between the casting and my flesh. So what? I can regrow flesh. And you know what I'm going to do after I regrow my flesh? I'm going to shin kick John, because he's the one who put me in this shin crusher. And I don't even know where the calf is. Or the calf, I think is the word. I don't even know where that is. It's probably somewhere in my foot. What? Back up. That's the back?
That's your calf.
Oh.
Camden.
Okay, so I found out where the calf is. So I don't care about that. I could lose my calf. It's just another thing, it's not important. But other than that, I could survive this. It's that. There's one that's called rat torture. I didn't write anything about this, but I know enough about it. Essentially, this is what it is. You are put and you're kind of like placed down on a wooden board. You're placed on whatever, like a flat surface. You then a bunch of rats are placed on your stomach with a wooden or like a metal bowl over you. So all the rats are stuck. Then they heat up the bowl so that the rats try to like find a way to escape. And so the only way they can escape is through your stomach and then through your body and then through your intestines. And then you don't really have a way to escape. And so you kind of have to feel the like rats in your body, which kind of sucks in general. To be honest, I do not think I could survive this. I think I don't like rats, bad rodent. I think if rats were going through my stomach, I don't think I could survive naturally. I think it would be a little bit more difficult, but you know what? It's maybe I think the only way I could live is if I learned the rats' names, and then if I was able to like sing in a tune high enough that they'd listen to me and they'd eat like through the metal. But there's nothing really I can do about that, so I don't think I'd live. The other one that I have is it's like bamboo torture. So something that it's very popular. So bamboo is very strong. Bamboo grows really quick. So what would happen essentially is I'd be placed, bamboo would grow under me, and it would it would quickly go through me. And it's like, it depends where the executioner or the person is placing the thing. Because if they had it like right near my heart, I'd probably die. But if they had it like right here, I'd be all right. It's just bamboo. And also, you can eat bamboo. So I could just live off of bamboo while it's going through my stomach. It's sort of like a repeating process. It's a cycle. It's mitosis. It's this whole thing coming together that just is amazing. Now, that's all I got for torture as it currently be. So now we can go on to some of the fan-made questions from the On Topic, which is only one. If you don't ever cover it, you should talk about the blood eagle torture from Norse mythology. So I don't actually know what that is. So I'm going to describe what I think it is. So the blood eagle torture is essentially this really, if it's from, it's from North. What do they do in
Norse? Like Vikings.
What do they do in Norse mythology? So basically, there's this giant eagle, but it's not a real eagle. It's a giant, I want to say totem or something, like a giant built eagle. And so what happens is that there's this giant eagle, and they put you in it. Now, what's inside the eagle is a bunch of different circus games, all right? But they're all saw traps. And so it's you have to pass each door, and it's what do I do to pass this door? You have to give up a finger. Oh, what do you have to do to this door? Oh, you have to give up your tongue. And so it's this huge process where you're just giving up a lot of things. It's called blood eagle because you're bleeding all the time, and that's what you do. And then for the final test, they need to there's a little sign that says you need to give enough blood for the door to open, but it's it's a scale weight contraption. The issue with it being is that the blood that they need is a scientifically amount of blood that a human needs to survive. And so you'll give enough blood, but then you won't make it out. But then the door opens, and then it's just you, and then you die, and everyone's clapping outside. It's kind of from it's not from anything. It's from Norse mythology, but yeah, it's that. It's either that's all it is, or it's theoretically it could just be an eagle that eats you. Both options I think are viable. No, that's not true. I should have studied. This sucks. Well, Norse mythology. It's a great place to learn about blood eagle torture. Someone do that for me later, please. Would you survive stoning or lapdation? All right, okay. So when I think of stoning, I think of the lottery. If anyone remembers that short work that we all read in high school about that. Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, the lottery. Yep.
Yeah, that's what I said. So the lottery but stoning. Now let's talk about stoning. Now there's a lot of different interpretations of how it worked. Most likely, realistically thinking, there's two ways this would work. It's either they put me in the ground where only my head was showing, and then they would like throw stones at me. Realistically, I could not survive that one. I feel like I would just get unlucky. And I feel like what they would do is they'd get like a giant boulder and play it like bowling, and they just go through and it like take off my head. However, if I was more realistically standing and open and they surrounded me and they just started throwing stuff, I could dodge all of it. I've been playing dodgeball for a very long time, and they always say if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a stone. And I think that effectively speaking, if someone were to try, it depends always the group. If there's like 3,000 people, my chances are a little bit dimmer. But if it's like a solid 5 people just throwing stones, it'd be simple. Because what they would do is I'd trick them. I'd go, hey, hit me with your biggest rock. And then they would try hitting me with their biggest rock. Now, this obviously is a trick. Because once they get rid of their biggest rock, guess who has the biggest rock? Me. Now, the stoner is the stoning. Now, I throw the rocks at them. Now, I'm stoning everyone. Now, because I realize, because you have to have a stoner to stone. And so now, I'm effectively the one getting the rocks and being able to stone other people. And boom, I just survived a stoning. Thank you. Is there any more on-topic questions? You can put them in the thing. We're going to go up to some off-topic questions, ladies and gentlemen. When you're drawn and quartered, the last step is worse than just cutting off. So often tied to horses. Oh, that's so right. That is right. I completely forgot about that. That's a good point. The point in this thing that when you're drawn, hanged, and cornered, that instead of just chopping off their limbs, they tie you to a bunch of horses and go in different directions. Now, it depends if I'm able to pet the horses or not, but other than that, I don't think that they would really let me live. I think they really just live for carrots and war. So that is a good point, though. Thank you for pointing it out, whoever wrote that, is that it is a good fact that your limbs would not be cut off, which just means it's a little bit less painful because now it's like instant and you don't have to worry about it. And you get to see horses. I think it's cool. What is labidation? I don't know what lapidation is.
It's stoning.
Is it just stoning? It's another word for stoning. I see. I could survive both. Thank you. Is there enough digits in the clock to reach 24 hours? Oh, there is not. I did not know that. Oh, shit.
We're gonna get to 9.
We're getting to 9 hours, that's for sure. That's well, who knows? That sucks. That's an alright though. That's an alright statement. Thoughts on Iron Maiden the band? I've actually never listened to Iron Maiden the band. I don't really listen to rock or heavy metal music, so I can't really say. I think the most rock I've ever listened to is Bon Jovi, which is a great person, but not the best example I want to say because I don't know. Not the greatest, but it is what it is in that sense. You just say, I'll take it. What would your strategy be to survive a Lord of the Flies situation? What about the most?
Have you read those? There's the back too. Have you read that one too? Lord of the Flies.
Is that like Lord of the Rings? I've never read Lord of the Flies.
What about Most Dangerous Game?
I'm afraid not.
Damn it, dude.
I'm very uncultured in these swines area. I'm a bad person. I apologize for those in chat. Yeah.
Kids like run an airplane, get like stranded on an island, and it's basically they have to figure out how to survive without any rescue, and they like turn on each other and stuff.
You're a child and you have to fight a bunch of children in the Hunger Games type situation.
Yeah.
Oh. Huh. So if I have to fight, so are you asking how I would survive that?
Yeah.
So surviving with a bunch of children, are they all children or are they my age?
Well, no, you're also a child.
I'm also a child. Well, obviously, I'm better than all of them. So first, I would start out by making a plan. Obviously, I can't be the leader because everyone knows the leader eventually dies. I'd have to be maybe third or because it's every TV series ever in the world, but I have to kind of remain low. But in the same sense, I'd have to do things. I'd have to give favors to people. Tiffany wants a coconut from the tallest tree. I might as well grab it. Or John wants a wooden knife. I might as well give him it. But other than that, I think that's just how that's going to go. Personally, I don't think I could survive easily. As many of you will learn at, if I can look at the time, at 3 p.m. tomorrow, which is in many, many hours, I have a thought about foods I don't like. The issue is that being on an island that I'm not aware with, I don't know how much food I could eat. I hope I don't resort to cannibalism, I think is my main goal overall. I think you can drink coconut. I'm not sure. I'd probably eat grass. I think that would be a new tactic that not many people see coming, because I think grass is a new way to sort of get into this cool area that I really enjoy. I think that if anything, if I can guess what Lord of the Flies is, I'm just going to guess it's one really big fly who is a Lord of the Flies. How would I survive him? Well, first of all, I'd wear earmuffs because, as we all know, flies are loud and annoying. Therefore, as long as you wear earmuffs, you don't have to listen to them. I also own, and I mean my mother owns one of those nets that are tasers, where it's they'll instantly kill flies. I'll use that. That's easy. I can take down the. How big is the Lord of the Fly? Yay high? I'll take it down. So what? He can fly. You know what also can fly? Something else. Water. I can shoot him with a water gun and get him. Because here's the thing: is that if you get them wet, they can't fly. Therefore, you just get them with some water and they're done for. Also, I'd trick them. I'd put peanut butter on something and all the flies would be attracted. Boom. Instant. Done. Yes, I'll refer to the chat. Oh, how fun. Oh, 2 other questions from on topic. I'm stuck on how you casually said torture videos you watch. Everyone says that. What are you watching? Well, I don't really watch torture videos. It was just looking up on Wikipedia torture methods, but medieval torture methods, so that the admins of Google didn't think I was I was in trouble and deserved to be on a list. I don't actually watch torture videos. I'm going to state that. Not necessary. No one should do that. That's weird. Please never. Next question. Would you use any of these torture methods on any of the Muppets? If so, who and which one? So going back to the list of Muppets. Now, there's a lot of good ones. I think it would be interesting to get Beaker crucified. I think we definitely need to put, actually, fun fact, I think Gonzo was actually put in the rack. He was actually canonically stretched out in a torture method. And therefore, that wouldn't really do anything because we know Muppets are very elastic and they're not able to fully utilize that power. However, if we take some of the stuff that is more like stabbing and going puncturing through, I think some torture methods might work better on the Muppets. Personally, I think we would just need to take out the big ones like Kermit and Miss Piggy. I think Sam the Eagle is someone that we just need to get out right away. That we could probably use, honestly, the head crusher. We might as well give Miss Piggy the head crusher. And we might as well give Kermit, honestly, I completely forgot one. I forgot a torture method. Tarring and feathering is a fun one. Yeah, it's a classic. It's a classic from the group. Yeah, it's a fun one. It's basically you get put in tar and they put you in feathers. And the idea of that is that it's really a one-way sort of area where it's like, well, yeah, you could just live and be in the tar and feathers, but you're going to overheat yourself and then die of exhaustion. However, if you also were to just take it off, you might have to take off the feathers and it might get a little bit hurt. It will hurt actually for a fact. So it's really a two-way coin. It's not really the best decision overall. Would you survive the end of Midsummer in the burning building? I think it depends which person I am. If I'm looking at this at a scale, if I'm any of the people that are already dead, I would say no. I think I don't have a good chance of doing that. However, if I was that one dude who was drugged up and couldn't move and kind of just sat in that bear outfit, I'd feel really cool. Okay. And I'd feel really cool. But personally, I think if I could not move and there was a fire surrounding me, I would not be able to live. I don't even think he screamed because I don't think he could have. But overall, I think I would not survive in Midsummer. If I was the girl, I might survive because I would have became like the queen or the winner of Midsummer. So that would have been more fun, I think, at least. Which of the oak staff would you kiss? Rank them.
I wonder who wrote that.
I have no idea.
That's completely inappropriate.
Personally, no. I love you all like my brothers and sisters and siblings. I would not kiss any of you. I apologize for the I apologize for the ribbon.
Remember RA training.
It's what it is. Would you survive a falling piano? So it depends if I have prep time or not. I feel like if I was able to have about 20 minutes of prep time in order to see the piano and be able to sort of like understand, because I assume in a theoretical matter that I had to see the piano and I knew I was going to be crushed by it, I would assume I had to do something. Granted, my flexibility is on par with the greatest flexible person in the world. And because of that, I think it would be so easy to just flex and get it over with. Because here's the thing. Everyone knows a piano has like it has legs, right? And so the legs would fall first on me. And because of the legs falling first, I'd be like, okay, cool. And then I go to the ground. I'm really good at falling to the ground. And because I'm good at falling to the ground, it would be instant. And I'm like, okay, it's not there. But then where's the issue? Is that the legs are going to break. I want to point out, if I throw up during this whole thing, none of you say anything. I want it to just keep going. I want no one to notice it. I'll put a towel down, nothing.
Got it. I think I commented on the Instagram post like as a vocal major, please drink water.
I bought $30 worth of water.
Nice.
Do you need any
I was like,
monster?
your voice is
No, I already got
so tired.
I got 6.
Yes,
I got a
lot.
lot. What was the question? Oh yeah. So as I'm already flexed on the ground, the piano is then going to possibly break. All right. Now there's the big issue, is that it's about to break. So what do we do now? I push up. See, I have so much strength in my bones that while I'm on the ground, as the legs are collapsing on the piano, I'm going to push up, and then the piano is going to stay up. And then I kind of push it off to the side. Bam, bam, boom. I live, and I'm awesome.
John as well. I hope he's doing it.
An apocalyptic universe, perhaps this one, if you live long enough, would you resort to cannibalism? Or do you think it is selfless act to allow, or do you think it is a selfless act to follow friends and family to eat you? Here's the thing. I do not have much meat on my bones, so eating me literally is useless. I think you might get 3 grams of protein if you eat my entire body. And so, personally, even if I did decide to make the selfless act of other people eating me, I personally just don't think it would work at all, and it would, quite frankly, be useless. Would I resort to cannibalism? Maybe, if it's in the moment, I might. If it's like, if they really want me to, like, if they want me to eat a finger and I'm like drooling, I'll be like, fine, but only because you asked me to. And so I think it's more of a nice thing that I would do, but I don't think any of my friends and family would want that. Who's in charge of refilling your water bottle? Me. Thanks, Mace. So yeah, I don't think any of my. Actually, wait, that's my sister. Macy, would you let me? Would you? Never mind. I'm not asking my sister that. So next question. Would you survive falling through care shelves? Now, if you don't know what care shelves is, it's basically a prop area in which it's a lot of different shelves stacked on top of each other. Yeah, I'm good at taking falls. I'm really good at falling down stuff. This one time, I did an assignment for when I student taught back in high school, and I thought it was hilarious because I was meeting a bunch of new 7th graders. So I went, God, I got to create a video for them. And so the video it was an introduction video. And what it consisted was of 30 seconds of me falling down the stairs. And all it really was, though, is that it was like an hour of me recording myself falling down the stairs. Because when you fall down the stairs, you have to do it organically or else it doesn't look good. And so I had to keep redoing it. And it was fun. Great video. None of the 7th graders really liked me, but that's just where we're at. So personally, yes, I think I would do very, very well for falling down the stairs. Oh, what's this? So many notes. Quicksand. How are you surviving it? So this is the on topic. I'm not sure how this is related to torture, but quicksand is a great thing. Now, quicksand actually isn't as dangerous as people normally think, as long as I am aware. Oh, they said I could eat a bot person. Cool. Quicksand isn't that bad. Quicksand is very easy to get around. You just have to kind of swoon it and talk to it. Now, quicksand it's a little bit insecure nowadays, and sometimes you kind of just have to, I don't want to say, you have to warm up to it. It has to warm up to you. Because right now, as it's eating you and swallowing you, you're feeling insecure about it. It's feeling insecure about eating you because it doesn't really know how to feel about you because it doesn't know you. You need to talk to it. Let it consume you a little bit, and then you just have to kind of, swoon your way around it and, bring out its emotions. And then once you finally are able to bring out its emotion, that's when you really talk about it, and then you guilt trip them. You guilt trip the quicksand into saying, wow, this is really nice. It sucks that you're kind of eating me, though. And then the quicksand's going to be like, oh, I'm sorry. And then it's going to spit you out. And that's how you survive quicksand. It's the easiest method ever. Also, you can just beat it up. Like, violence goes a long way. That was a joke. Don't do violence. Well, we're almost reaching up on 3 hours now. This has been a great time. I just want to preview this because I hope to be talking about this for a while. The next one is Talking Like a Wizard. This is going to be my favorite one. I've prepared several bits for it. People hate me because of it, so I'm really excited. I'm going to be talking about a lot of weird stuff. If you want to get into it, you could also talk about really weird stuff. If you literally write the most randomest things for the wizard one, I'll probably respond to it in a wizarding way, as in this is fantasy. Anything exists in fantasy. I will say also, if anyone hasn't logged in, a simple plug, don't forget to sign in to Blue Gold Connect. I'm only here for another 21 hours. But I'm really excited about this one. This is gonna be weird as hell. We're talking about a lot of weird things, so hope you all appreciate it at least a little bit. Gonna stretch. Don't forget to stretch, everyone. There is one more question before we go on, though. Would you recite the lyrics to a song if asked? If you write down the entire lyrics and print them out, I will read them out. I will not sing it, however. I need to keep my vocal cords intact by the end of tonight, or today, tomorrow. I need to keep it intact by tomorrow. But if you write a funny song, I might just read it. And then I will analyze it because I think it's funny. Alrighty. We got another minute to go to the next event. Not much else in the coordination right now. It's on topic, so we will get this on right away. Do you see the... Oh, wait, hello. I'll read this later. That's on topic. I'm an idiot. So, I'm glad you could all be here for this amazing event. I don't think I need the torture stuff anymore. Remember kids, everyone and all, do not torture people. It is a little bit frowned upon within public days, a little bit frowned. Personally, I cannot recommend it. So that's sort of where we're going to be going from here. If I look at my time, it is 9 o'clock. So, let's talk about some magic. So, I have a few things I do want to talk about. They're all in this giant campus. So, welcome apprentices, welcome augmenters, welcome witches, hags, they're always welcome here, and other profound wizards. I'm glad you could all be here. We have a lot of topics to talk about within the wizarding world. There's a lot of things that I want to talk about, a lot of things that are personal to me, and honestly, this is just going to be a great day for all of us. We're just going to get right into it. I gotta talk about a few things I've been kind of interested about. As you can tell, this scroll is a little bit longer than normal scrolls as they are. And honestly, that's only because a lot of this scroll has a bunch of forbidden knowledge in it. This forbidden knowledge, I personally was talking to the elders of the whole council and the high council of the wizarding world. And they apparently just don't like forbidden knowledge, which I personally think is completely unjust and screwable thing. Because what makes something forbidden? It's something that they don't like, because I made a spell like 3 years ago that could turn like cats into dogs, and they didn't like that because apparently it was like going against human nature, and I was so bull. And it was completely idiocracy within those guys. That's another thing to say. I know with the elders, listen, when they say like listen to like a bunch of old people, I doubt it. Old people do not know what they're talking about within the wizarding world. They've been alive for what, 1,200, 2,000 years? I've been alive for like 340, and I kind of know more about those dumb elders. They don't even know anything. The last time forbidden knowledge was used when dark magic was used several centuries ago, and since then the dark magic hasn't even cared that much because it's just dark magic. What else is there? There's light magic. So what's the big deal with dark magic? It just doesn't make any sense. It's kind of like how it's like frowned upon, like necromancy. It's like frowned upon as a school to get into, and it doesn't make sense because necromancy has just enough skills to do most things that armies cannot do, and it's such an interesting little tidbit that I just don't understand. And quite frankly, the elders just do not know what they're talking about at all times. They are one of the least fun people I have ever seen in my entire life. About 3 years ago, I tried pranking the elders by putting a simple buzzle bomb in their seats. And so what would happen is there'd be a bunch of like smoke bombs and like a bunch of smoke, there'd be fireworks everywhere when they all sat down. And then they like kind of like casted me away for a few like years just because of one simple prank. And I didn't even know how they found out it was me, other than like some spellcasting trait. And it was quite idiotic. I just couldn't believe it. The elders are completely out of line, and honestly, it's whatever. And there's just some things that are just terrible about them. Something that I've always learned from masters or wizards a lot of times that no one really treats their apprentices right nowadays. Currently, I hear people talking about, oh man, my apprentice doesn't know how to do a potion of healing. My apprentice doesn't know how to cast a simple fireball. And I'm like, my wizard in Christ, like you cannot do that type of stuff. Like your apprentices need training. My apprentices, I have one. His name's John, and he's good at his job. All right. You know what he did? You know what I started him doing? I made him get herbs. I made him get plants on his first day. You know what? And you know what he did? He grew from that. Because you know what those herbs did? They found potions. And not only did he learn potion of healing, he learned other potions. He knows how to do slight flight. He knows how to do slight other things. And he can look in not like dark vision now because of the things that he's done. And it's an absolutely, it's such a weird world that people aren't treating their apprentices right. Because apprentices, I was talking to my other buddy, Tom, and Tom is like kind of higher up on there. Like he's doing all right, like in the wizarding world, but he's been through 4 apprentices so far in the past 4 years. That's one for every year. And you know what? He doesn't teach them right. He never told them anything because we had this huge day. There's this huge day called, there's like the scribe making day. And all he did, my apprentice, bless his heart, he carefully crafted a scribe that was so perfect. He won 3rd place out of like 200 apprentices, and I was proud of him. What did Tom do? His apprentices used Scribe GBT to help him make a scribe, and guess what it did? It blew up in his mind because he was like, give me a scroll that does this, and then it did what it thought it did. It doesn't know how to make scrolls, and then it blew up instantly, and that's how you lose another apprentice. At the apprentice competition, I absolutely just bollocks, and I just wasn't happy with him. But also Tom is sort of more powerful than me, but so he's a little bit only more powerful than me only because I let him, because like here's the thing about wizards is that I don't know why they always think these spells are so great. Sure, you can cast power word kill, or you can cast this gigantic lightning bolt, but none of them know how to fight, right? You know what I've been doing? I've been teaching my apprentice staff combat, right? Every Tuesday and Wednesday at 4 p.m. to 8:30 a.m., we go out and we combat staff for a while. So he's not going to be some weak wizard on the field. I don't want to see some barbarian come up to him and call him a puny little scrub and then just like beat him up completely. My apprentice knows how to kick ass. He knows how to hit someone with a staff, and he's good at it. He's hit me several times, and I went unconscious for 3 days. He's good at his job. And that's why my apprentice is just better than all the other ones. And it's not that I'm trying to diss the other wizards. I am, of course, because the other wizards don't understand the basics of just anything because they just aren't good at their job. Like, for example, we were all tasked with a huge mission. It was like the whole wizarding world. We were tasked with going to this like ocean like labyrinth, right? This huge ocean labyrinth. And this was when Tom got another apprentice, and I was like, all right, man, don't fuck this up. You have an apprentice. You need to because it was the apprentice. It was like their 3rd month being an apprentice, and they needed to get into this. And so they brought them to this labyrinth, and it was this huge dungeon, but it was under the ocean. And so we were kind of all thinking like, okay, we got water breathing, we got all this like stuff, we got better swimming potion so that we all knew how to do this stuff. And it turns out Tom never taught his apprentice how to make spells on the top of their head. Dude drowned. It was less than 30 seconds into the dungeon and he drowned. What do we do with the dead weight body? It was so weird. We kind of just like put a string on it and like swam with it because we had to take it back to their family. And then he lied. Tom lied. Tom said it was some sort of like incident involving like a giant like fish or something. It was like that never happened. And it was terrible. It was I hated it. But the apprentices they just keep getting worse, and I don't even blame the apprentices themselves. It's not about their work ethic or anything like that. It's about the wizards at work. It's about the mentors. It's about the masters. And I don't think people understand that enough. And God, I hate Tom. Tom is so weird. Dude, he carries around a staff all the time. He has a staff with a giant orb in it, and he goes, yes, the bigger the staff, the better the ability. And I'm like, dude, like, I literally have like a tiny wand, and you know what? I could wizard better than you. So I don't think it's the size. I just think it's how you use it, and it's just that sort of thing where it's just. I think he's gonna break his staff one day because it's just not that good. Because wizarding isn't about how you like all this stuff. It's about how you use it. You got strategy. Casting a firebolt within an oiled place. You shouldn't do that. Cast, other stuff that's so better. And God, speaking of bad, fireball, I think the council might ban fireballs. They were talking about it at the recent last meeting because they invite a bunch of people to all these staff meetings because they're like, oh yeah, we're the elder wizards. We want you to know what we're doing. But then they don't let you have an opinion because they're centuries old and they think that that just makes them better. And so because they think they're better, they always do these dumb things. And they're like, yeah, we're going to make fireball sort of a like forbidden like shit. And it's so annoying because they don't understand. They're old. They don't, all they do is they work on elder stuff. They make contracts with druids. They do they fight dragons. You know what? Fighting dragons doesn't help fireballs. They never have to use fireballs. They've never been in a basement with 20 different rats. They never saw some random dude that looked bad. They never saw a town guard. They don't know what it's like to do a fireball. And it is so annoying that they keep taking stuff when they haven't used it in centuries or years themselves. Yeah. It is something that I just can't do. And then not only that, it's like focusing is so, and I can't even take Tom anymore because on the topic of because he always his stuff with this staff and all that, it's it doesn't even need to be a staff. I don't think Tom realizes how many different types of casting there are because I've seen people use orbs. There's so many bards nowadays who are getting into this sort of magic area who are using their instruments. I saw some guy with a lute cast fucking ice bolt, and I was like, I don't even know how you do that. He plays a string of music that shoots magic, which is absolutely bizarre to me because that shouldn't happen when you play a lute. All right, it is an amazing feat that I just can't say I'm too proud about, and it's truly a terrible thing. And God, you don't even talk those elders. You know what's on the elder team or the elder council or whatever there are? You know what's on them? Fucking bird. There's a bird. There's a magic bird who's been alive for 400 years on their team. They denied me. I tried to get on the team because I went, well, I have experience. I have an alive apprentice. I have all these things. I know how to do stuff. And then they went, no, we're going to put a bird on there because apparently a bird has better opinions than I do. And that was the most, I couldn't stand it because when all a bird can do is talk. They have to listen to animals on it. They have to cast a spell to understand the bird instead of me, who can actually talk to these elders. And these elders are they're messing up everything. And I cannot deal with them anymore. And it's something that we need to get. I can't say it because I'm pretty sure it's blasphemy and heresy, but listen, man, if these elders went away, I wouldn't be too ashamed. I wouldn't be too bad at it, And it's just, they do so much stuff and they get away with it. This one time they hit me with a curse of memory loss, and I just didn't realize it for a while. And it just happens. And they just got away with it. I tried to report it, but then I forgot it. And then they just got away with it. It was the most frustrating thing of all time. And I tell you, man, this Wizard Council, they're gonna take us by storm or something. Let's get a question in from the Kiss, Marry, Kill. Wand, wizard robe, or magic orb? Honestly, I gotta say, I would rather. I'm gonna marry my magic orb. I think pondering is an extremely exclusive and intimate thing you can do because you're feeling it all over and you're really getting into the orb. And I think it's such a thing that I gotta marry into. I'd kiss my wand. I think this is something that I use every day. I think it's unlike a staff. A staff is big and whatever. A wand, a great little tool. Get in and out easy. I'd kill a wizard robe. They look cool, but honestly, I just can't deal with them. They just feel a little bit off the ordinary, and I just don't like them. I like being free. We'll go another one. Hi, Camden. Tom here. Just got to do apprentice. I hope this one lasts a week. Tom. You got to give these guys a break. You're going to kill someone again. And I know I don't know how your new apprentice is going to die. Please give someone a break. And God, because God. It's oh, that's a good one. Hi, Camden. Tom here. I hope you didn't slander me. I meet with the elders in 5 days. Whatever, Tom. I do not like you at all. You are, honestly, Tom, you are worse than the elders, I might say. You're someone I can't even, I don't even like, and listen, I don't take criticism, like, I say I don't take criticism well. I don't. You see this hat on top of my head? Someone was really mean to me. They insulted my hat. And so what did I do? I turned that fool into a rat. That's right. They are no longer alive. I think a hawk got them. But at that rate, you know what? It was worth it because this hat is one of a kind. I got this off the floor at a bar that I stole. And it's one of those things that it's just got to do. And I'm not a person you mess with, all right? I'm not a wizard you mess with. I understand my consequences. You know who doesn't understand their consequences? Illusionists. They are the scariest, magic people I have ever seen in my life. I once met an illusionist, and I did not meet them. They were just illusionarying the entire thing. I just thought I saw them. And it was the worst thing ever. And I went to their house. I had dinner with them, and I was thinking to myself, I'm like, wow, this dinner is a little bit dry, and I don't really taste it. It turns out house wasn't there. I was just in a field, and I just sat on a log. And then a farmer was yelling at me, like, why are you in my field? And I'm like, what? Where's my friend? And he went, there's no one here. And I'll kill that illusionist if I ever see him again. And yeah, it's some people I just can't take. Some are good casters. A common stereotype amongst a lot of wizarding communities is that ogres and orcs are not that good of wizards. It's completely false. I think ogres and orcs are some of the kindest wizards you will ever meet. Very sophisticated. They're very knowledgeable about because there's not many of them in the world, because a lot of them choose to be barbarians or fighters, but they're really nice, and they are really good at casting spells. They kind of scare you, but also I appreciate them because they are also really good with staff combat. They are very good at attacking people fist to fist, and that's something it's sort of just a thing that I love that goes with that. I don't love, however, sorcerers. I think they are people who have daddy's money and they don't actually deserve anything that they get, because every sorcerer, all they do is that they go to frats. So you get all these sorcerer frats, and it's the most annoying thing ever. Because I was talking to one sorcerer, and I'm like, hey man, could we talk about some grimoires and books and stuff? And he said, sure, just go to my house at this time. And I'm like, oh, this is a weird time. I go to his house, and there's a bunch of sorcerers. They're having a frat party, and it's wild because everything's flying everywhere. Everything's on fire because sorcerers, they think they don't have to study because they're born with magic. And it's this whole situation. I just can't take it because it's something that I think it's just a complete waste of time. I think if you don't train, you just shouldn't do it. Yeah. Let's go on to another question. I hope it's not Tom. Yeah, F the elders. I agree.
Real.
That's not. Thoughts on goblin music? Listen, it's underground. All right. Goblins, you might think they're just some wacky people who don't understand what they're saying. They make bangers. All right. I've never heard a goblin not entirely make a banger because they use so many different instruments that I didn't even know existed. A flintlock, a shotgun, a hulk, those exist, and they create the most insane sounds I've ever heard anyone say. They are one of the greats. I will say that. They are one of the greats, I will say. Did you see the head witch fighting the head druid at last month's wizard meeting? I did not. I did not see them fighting. That is really interesting. I didn't think witches and druids had that much difficulties with each other, especially if they're the heads. Because if they're the heads, they're supposed to be a little bit more rational and not so like rude and mean to that stuff. That's a pretty interesting like barbarian. However, I feel like the druids would win that fight because sure, witches are also great at casting spells. They're great people and like doing hexes and curses. But I can't. I don't mess with druids. I think druids are sort of an off the key thing. This one time I was talking to a druid and I think I said something to offend them, or I think I stepped on a flower or something, and that just pissed them off. And then they turned me into a rabbit for a month. I had to survive as a rabbit, and I was a carnivore rabbit, and so it looked like I was evil and like they were gonna eat me. And it was this huge battle I had with another dude, and I won essentially. But druids, man, I don't mess with them. Witches, maybe I can maybe mess with witches because they do weird curses. A lot of their curses don't really have meaning. I once saw a witch curse a guy that was sort of like she said like, you will only be awake if it's by a true love kiss. And I kind of was like, well, why'd you do that? It's like, oh, it's romantical. And I'm like, well, that's not the point of a curse. Don't you want a curse to be bad? And they're like, well, yeah, but she's asleep. It's like, well, yeah, but she's all right. And it was this huge thing. It's like, well, what makes true love kiss? Like, you can't really love someone if you don't know them. She's like, oh yeah, I guess you'll. Yeah. Either way, it was a terrible curse, and I think that person just like kind of hungered out, starved to death. But it's what it is. But that's really all witches can do. But my side's definitely on the druids, I'd say. Elven Moongrass, edible pipes. I don't think I can answer that. Hi, Cam. It's me, Shemebullock. Oh, Shemebullock! Your apprentice beat me up. Good job. I want gold about it. Sucks, Shemebullock. You, honestly, I don't care. If my apprentice beat you up, he probably had a good reason for it. My apprentice is one of the greatest of all time. Because he was taught by Noir, and quite frankly, I don't think that. I don't think that you can really do anything. I hope to learn more about. I can't wait to talk to my apprentice about kicking your ass, because I can't wait to learn about how you lost to someone who kept doing staff combat. Maybe if you kept up your spells and you kept up your fighting, you wouldn't have lost to my apprentice of like 5 months. So Shemebigal, his shit on. Quite frankly, getting beat up. It kind of reminds me of this one time I lost a prank with another high wizard, and it was this interesting time because he dared me after I lost like a bet. He dared me to go into this place and like join them, and I didn't really know what he was. I thought it was more of like a fun little area, like I don't even know how to describe it. Like I thought it was this like little like club, like a masonry club or something like that. And so I was like, sure, I'll join it, because I was like, I lost a bet. Maybe this is his club. Turns out it was this like fish cult that I accidentally joined. It was a bunch of like live, like living fish, and they weren't like small, like they were huge fish. And they had a cult, and they prayed to it like a fish god, but the fish, it was just a fish. They prayed to just a regular fish, and so they were like thinking that the fish would give them more fish powers. And I actually joined it, and as like the only non-fish person there, I was a little bit confused, because I'm like, well, I'm not a fish. What am I supposed to do here? I almost turned into a fish. I have gills on my back now that I can't get rid of, because they did fishy stuff to me, and it was just. It was weird. However, the good news now is that I can effectively swim in water without needing to breathe. It comes out of my back, so it feels weird, but I think it's a pretty good feat, if I must say. Yeah. What do you think of the plane walkers? I think they're a little bit overrated. I think they're a cool little aspect in terms of walking on the planes. I feel like if you're on an astral level, you don't really there's not much opinions you can really have about you. You can do all you want walking and doing whatever, but there's nothing really interesting about walking on a plane. And by plane, I mean obviously the astral planes of the world. But I would never do it. I think when they walk, they just, why don't they run? Trot, playing trotters, I think it could be a really good basketball band or something. And they just don't do it at all. And it's sort of a weird thing. And then the second question is, could you beat up the Wizards of the Coast? Yeah, Wizards of the Coast, weak. I think they're entirely weak. They're nothing compared to me. They might have hundreds, if not thousands of years combined more than me, but personally, they're just kind of sad. I think they're all gloomy. I think they focus too much on life. I think one fireball, if that doesn't get banned, it's just, once I do that fireball, they're all gone of Wizards of the Coast. Yeah, it's fireball just keeps getting reminded me of the Elder Council. Yeah, they hit me once with the curse of memory loss, and it was just the worst thing ever because I couldn't remember what I was thinking of, and it was the worst because I thought it was just funny, and I couldn't remember anything the next time I tried talking about it. It was terrible. But other than that, though, can you sing a sample of a Goblin song? I would. But a lot of it isn't, like, there's no words into a lot of their music. I think it's just gargling and random noises that they think sound good, which it does sound good, but it's noises that I can't say back because I don't want to offend their culture, and also I have no idea how to speak Goblin. I'm thinking about taking Goblinoid courses later in the next century. I think it's not really on the top of my list. I think I'd rather more learn Orcish or learn Abyssal. I think those are sort of more languages that might help me. I might even learn a little bit of Gnomish. I know a little bit already, but I want to finish at that to become fluent in talking gnomes. I think that's going to be a great little thing that I'm really excited about. Yeah. I'm also excited. Did you know, and I'm sure all of you know, there's gonna water break. Coming up, we got a really fun event. There's a local wizard fashion thing going on recently. It's going to be a great thing. That last a few questions ago about the wizard robes, I think I might have to put on a wizard robe and maybe a cape for this event. It's going to be a little bit of an interesting one because there's a lot of fashion. And I'm not really one with fashion, I want to say, not in the wizarding world at least, because with the wizarding world, a lot of wizards do their sort of fashion in a way that they add magic to it. And that's a lot of effort that I don't really want to put into because you don't even win anything at the end of it. It's sort of just boring. And then once you do win, nothing fun happens. And it's just a whole little fashion site. But it's local now. It's not global. So it's a local fashion site. So just within this area, I think I have a spot at least third chance. I think if I put on my best outfit, I'll wear my best silk. And I think it's just going to be a really great time, mostly for me and all of that. Just because I think I'll probably win. Not really, but it's going to be great. I think it's going to be fun. We got another one question. Favorite? I can't read this. Favorite Fell fans item? This is my favorite spell item, I think. Let's see. There's a lot of good items within having spells. I want to say there's a lot of good items that will help you specifically and personally, but there's also a lot of good items that will help you overall. Personally, I'm a really big fan. This one's a newer one. So instead of like hitching a ride with a horse and a track and kind of a cart, there's this new one where it's like a brick of wood, but it flies. And so I'm not really sure how it works. I've been testing it out a little bit. I'm not sure if you're supposed to sit on it or you're supposed to stand on it, but it's an amazing tool for getting to a lot of places very quickly. The issue is that due to the influx of wizards, there's a lot of people that's been doing it. So now there's air traffic. They introduced the air police. And so now I got pulled over for doing 300 and a 270 on the international air wing, and it was they gave me a ticket for 300 gold, and I'm I don't have that, and so now I have to go to court to say that it wasn't my fault and that it was just magic or it was just the wind, and it's such a huge thing, but it's a really nice item and I love using it. There's also this one item that it refills my water bottle whenever I want. It's sort of just I blow on it and then it goes right up. New water. I don't know where the water comes from, but as long as I can drink it and I haven't died or got food poisoning or water poisoning yet, then I'm decently satisfied with what I got. Should the council ban mend butt crack? A weird response. I can only really say that they're only one of the spells that I really think people are using in dark magic. I think they banned it already, actually, from the last meeting. It was sort of an interesting one. I feel like it's going to get, it won't ever get unbanned from it. The council is very strict about things that might just be an overall inconvenience, even though it's pretty easy to do that. And it's sort of just this huge thing. And the council doesn't really like that sort of stuff, especially one of the council members, I think his name's like Santa. He's one of the elders on the council. I'll say he's probably the nicest elder. I don't really like the elders, but he's probably one of the nicest elders on that entire staff. Santa always does this weird thing where he goes and like gives presents to people and then cold to others. It's this huge narcissistic problem, but he just has to be the center of attention every single year. So they let him do whatever though, because he's thousands of years old and he's just that guy. You know who's better? There's better people every single day. I once met 3 orcs in a trench coat. And now normally you'd be thinking, well, that's weird. Normally you would see like kobolds in a trench coat trying to get into like a bar because they're not tall enough or whatever. But no, it was 3 orcs. It was like 20 feet tall. And what did they do? They just walked around. How did they get that big of a trench coat? I don't know. It was huge though. And they were trying to mug me. And I was like, well, what am I supposed to do to 3 giant orcs in a trench coat except give them my money? I couldn't do anything about it. And so obviously I gave them my money. But it was an interesting event. It's terrible. Another thing I was thinking about the other times, that's something on the pondering more, is that it's something that I realized that not a lot of people do. It's more of I don't know if it's more of a cultural thing or if it's more of a trend thing, but a lot of people have been not doing orbs as they're pondering. A lot of people have been doing triangles. I've seen a square once pondering, and I just don't see the theme of it, because you can ponder an orb. I can never see someone pondering a square. That feels strange and it feels unnatural. And God, don't even get me pondering on a triangle. I don't even know how that works. If you pondered a diamond, maybe it could look cool. An oval, I'll accept it. But really, pondering a circle is the only way I think is going to be the correct way to do these sort of things. And that, it's a whole trend, and I think it's very, very disgusting. Hi, Camden. Head Druid here. I don't regret anything, especially after you turned my cousin into a rat. It happens. That sucks for your cousin, I guess. Head Druid, please don't come after me. You're already turned me into a rabbit, so it is what it is. I apologize for your rat, but you know what? If a druid wanted to become a rat, it's becoming one with the nature, and I think that's a druid's very well way of life, and I think it's a good thing for them to do that sort of thing. I'm very glad they were turned into a rat then. I don't think it's any dark magic or anything like that. I've been accused of using dark magic once or twice. It was true, but I denied it because dark magic is apparently not allowed on the floor of the council, and they wouldn't let me in, and then I had to use storm to do whatever. But whole scenario, it went away. It was so funny. No one else liked it. I almost got banned and killed. But that's just what life being a wizard is. That's how we got to do stuff around here. That's how we do stuff. Not speaking of anything, you know what I also just noticed? And another thing I want to talk about is that, sure, illusionists, they're bad. They're scary. You know what's even worse? Shapeshifters. I have never once met a fun shapeshifter that didn't almost scare me for life. Shapeshifters are the possibly scariest creatures in this entire world because they just shapeshift. All right. I have met a 300-foot dragon as a shapeshifter. There is no bounds to their imagination, and I do not understand why they are allowed. Because here's the thing, there is a shapeshifter on the Elder Council. Why is there a shapeshifter on the Elder Council? So not only did they add a bird on the council, but they also added a shapeshifter, which it just doesn't make any sense. Listen, it's just, they're powerful, sure, whatever. You know who's more powerful? Me. I could probably beat a shapeshifter in a battle if they were like severely disadvantaged, but it's just such a weird thing. And also, shapeshifters always use counter spells, which is like the one magic trick they use because they can shapeshift, and then they counterspell everything, which personally is one of the worst things I've ever seen. Counter spells are a coward's move because even so what you're gonna counterspell a fireball because you don't think you can take a fireball. That's on you. And I think it should be banned. I think the council should ban it. I think they should ban it because counterspell is it's a terrible place to be. It's one of the worst I've ever seen in this entire place. And especially getting powerful now because apprentices keep using it, and apprentices they're just abusing that power that was given to them with no repercussion at all. And it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. Robes, cloaks, or tunics. Favorite outfit to wizard in? I think a cloak. I think cloaks are sort of the shit. I want to say cloaks. You can wear tunics. You can wear robes. They're all nice, but cloaks are really what make you mysterious. You don't want to be, being a well-known wizard is okay, cool. But if you're a mysterious wizard, I think that's a little bit cooler than most people realize. And I kind of want to be that instead. In my dearest set opinion, I'd say. I think there's some questions here. What magical creatures would you fight one-on-one? There's a lot of magical creatures. There's this one magical creature I think I could beat in a fight. It's a griffin. Griffins aren't really tough, I don't think. I think I could give myself one probably strength spell, and I probably could take a griffin. They could fly. That's all they have on me, though. There's nothing else that a griffin has that I couldn't possibly have already. Because a griffin is just a bird in reality, and I could probably just eat it. Honestly, throw its beak at it, boom, I win, done. One v one a sorcerer. Who wins? I win. Sorcerers are sad, pathetic, and they don't deserve anything. They were given their rights at birth. So what? I worked for my spells. I did what I needed to do to get my spells correct. All right. I wrote the articles. I wrote the scribes. I was an apprentice for 3 years, which is a really short time for a lot of apprentices. And I didn't even die during that time. There was no resurrection. There was no immediate bringing back from life or from immediate danger. I was good at my job. I learned how to make a potion on my first try. My potion of healing was excellent. My potion of healing was so good, it turned into a greater potion of healing. That's how good I was at my job. And you know what? My wizard just died because he wasn't good enough for me. And so I had to train on my own. And that's how I am. Sorcerers, they don't try anything. They haven't gotten good enough. They haven't done what they need to do to get ahead. Quite frankly, it's a little disappointing, if I might say myself. Oh, oops. What are your following opinions on these wizards? I'm going to start with Harry Potter. Like before, I think Harry Potter is a scam. I don't think he's good at all. I think personally, he just doesn't have what it takes to be a true wizard. He has a wand, sure, like me. That's all I'll give him. Other than that, he did no training. He got all his money from his parents dying. That's it. And quite frankly, I won't even approve of him. The Wizard of Oz, he's not a wizard. I'm sure we all watched. He was a fake. He was a fraud. And all he was good at is technical stuff. He was good at making a face. That is it. He was not a good wizard. Doctor Strange, he's an all right wizard. He saves his world. I'll give him that. However, he's way too powerful. I think he uses power that he doesn't need. And I think sometimes he sucks a lot more than he is. The Wizards of the Wizarding Place, they will have my regards because they actually did train. They were people who did train for their position. They did combat stuff, and they effectively were able to do a lot of stuff. They trained battled, and they even were able to just like practice. They practiced. They studied a lot of Wizards of Oz, and it was good. The Washington Wizards, the basketball team, I don't even know who that is, but it's basketball, so I can't imagine that they're good at that. We're good at Wizards. Merlin. Oh, everyone loves Merlin. Merlin is one of the greatest wizards of all time, I think. Personally, I've never met him because he was alive when King Arthur was around, and they sort of had a really cool, I'm not sure if it was lovership or brothership, so it was sort of an interesting area for that. But Merlin, great dude. He paved the way for a lot of new different spells. He paved the way for scribe advancement. He paved the way for just so much in life, and it was true. Gandalf, he was better in his younger years. I think he was more fun until he started getting all involved with this ring. There's always a ring that gives you invisibility. I don't think that this one ring was that important, but he'll do what he got to do. I just didn't really think he could have done better. Jafar from Aladdin, he got his powers from a genie. That's not that good of a magician. That's not that good of a wizard. He could have done better, and I think he kind of deserves to know that he could have done better. Another question. Do you have beef with Harry Potter or Dumbledore? Probably. I think they're dumb. I think both of them are bad people. I think Harry Potter, I've said this about 3,000 times already, he just isn't it. There are better people for the job, and he just wasn't it. Dumbledore, like before, was better in his younger years when he was more adventurous and actually wanted to do stuff. Then later became obsessed with Harry Potter, and it was just really weird and awkward. He didn't even come to any wizard meetings after Harry Potter came to Hogwarts because he thought it was like all this important stuff. And the movies do not portray what actually happened. It was cynical, to say the least. It was terrible. And it was, actually Dumbledore actually did use a lot of dark magic back when he was a kid. Not a kid, but like, boarding school. He did a lot of bad stuff. And then he sort of had to have someone like hit it out of him, all this like weird stuff, but it was bad. It was not good. Hey Camden, Santa here. I need to give a gift to an orc warlord. Any suggestions? Well, it depends if we're talking about wizards, because obviously we only give coal to other people, but honest only gifts to wizards and sorcerers alike. Orcs really like meat, I want to say. So a lot of times, wizarding thing you could do is give an orc sort of a meat stick that always regrows, or some sort of tool that helps grow meat a lot quicker. Even though meat doesn't grow, you can make it grow, because Santa, obviously, you're you, and you always do yourself or whatever. But that's what I would suggest in that sort of area of Lost. How many ankle-biting fairy menaces could you take on if they were on many steroids? Well, so if we're talking about a lot of these things, these fairies, ankle-biting fairies are extremely tough nowadays. They kind of have evolution and genetics kind of help them out in this time. And it's kind of an interesting segment. The issue is that if they were on steroids, which means you're giving them like a magic spell to help them out on something, I think they would be too tough to sort of get into. And personally, I just don't think it would be the greatest thing for me to actually want to try to get these guys, because there's so many ankle-biting people. It would just be too much, especially if they were on steroids. I could probably say if I needed to take, I think I could probably take on 4 max. I could take on 12 if they were not on steroids or a magic spell, but 4 if they were. Because if they are, that means they're faster. That means they can think faster, and they just want to take and they just want to eat. And it's sort of that thing where it's like, well, I can't control. I'm good at my magic. I'll say, I understand how to do this stuff. I got the spells of days on this list, but overall, I just don't think I could take that many. Because the thing with these sort of like animals is that they're really tough to fight, especially if they're fairies. Because fairies in general are just absolutely bizarre in terms of that area. And like you'd have to think, for example, like, do I have any help? Like if I had a strength pool in my shelf, if I had my familiar with me, then like that would be almost all over. Because the issue is that my familiar, it's sort of like a lot of like pets where it's like they're easy to take on the stuff. My familiar is a cat. All right. Now you might be thinking, okay, it's just a cat. Boom, it's a manticore. Boom. It's like it's little bee. It's now a big bee. And the cat, they can do that stuff. It's like how a cat eats a fly. All right. They want to eat those fairies. They want to get into that. And if I had my familiar with me, then those, even if those fairies were on steroids, that would be over quickly. I could take, and it wouldn't be a question of what I could take, it'd be a question of what it could take. How could I help it? I would say maybe 20 plus with steroids. Fairies is something that is just totally, it's out of the world, but I think it would work. And, you know, familiars are their own thing. You know, you talk, like, I feel like a lot of wizards talk about their familiar. No one actually, like, focuses on taking care of their familiar. Now, I've seen wizards have just this totally weird, like Tom, for example, he's bad with his familiars. Not only is he bad with his apprentices, but he's bad with his familiar. Although his familiars do not die as often, or because his apprentices are always the one dying, his first apprentice died to his familiar because he didn't know what his familiar could do. And so he took this familiar and he was like, oh yeah, man, this is a great familiar. You do whatever the hell you want. Like, look at my apprentice. And it ate him. It ate that damn apprentice. And Tom did nothing because you know what happened? The body was in the familiar and there was nothing Tom did about it. They didn't have a body to give back to the family. And so it was just like a familiar. Like I don't even know what he did. I think he sent like the illusionist wizard to I think he called in a favor and he told the illusionist like, hey, can you make it seem like there's this wizard and he's going to go away from home for a really long time? And that's exactly what happened, is that the dude went away from home for a really long time and it ruined everything. Worst family dynamic ever. And it was terrible. But God, I hate Tom. Hi, Camden. Elder Bird here. I can't wait to meet with Tom in 5 days. Know that you will be mentioned. Shit. So the Elder Bird, I don't really care. If you meet with Tom, I hate Tom anyway. I still don't believe you believe on the Elder Council. I think you're just a bird. Honestly, you are as much as a familiar to me as you are to you. I don't even know how you wrote me this letter because you are just a bird, and I don't like you. I don't think you belong on the Hall Council, not only because you are a bird, but because I believe you have terrible opinions about everything. I don't like your thoughts on Fireball, and I do not like your thoughts on worms. I think you are a disgusting person, or I shouldn't even say person. I think you are a disgusting bird, and I kind of hope a bigger bird eats you. But that's all it is. You can meet with Tom and tell him anything. I don't care because I don't like bird.
Real. So real.
Yeah.
Speak your truth, Dave.
20 of the people, I remind that the Wizard Council does recognize that you must sign into the Blue Gold Connect account. I'm not forcing anyone, but you will be cursed. Thank you much. Birds have feet. Thank you. No, they don't. They have claws. Do they have feet? Do birds have feet?
Yes.
Damn. Birds. God, I hate this bird. Like, especially on the council and everything. God, did I ever tell you about what the council did to me? They once hit me with a curse of memory loss, and it was just the worst thing ever because I can never remember what happened afterwards. It was just, it just made me hate them so much more because it was terrible. And you know what? They didn't even apologize for it after. It was terrible. Hi, Camden. Shapeshifter Elder here. Did you know I can shapeshift into objects as well as people?
No way.
Once I spent 2 weeks as one of the Elder's bird feathers. Smiley face. You're weird. Shapeshifter Elder. I hope you're not anything I'm currently with. If you are this podium, my wand, or the scroll, I will burn you alive. But
It's your hat.
Or
Oh.
I hope not. I'm afraid this is. The elders. I just cannot deal with you right now. The only elder I'm going to even talk to is Santa because he's the only one who's ever nice. But all of you guys the elders they're just not good. Their whole thing. They just don't understand anything that we do here in a true wizarding world. Us wizards need to stand together. We've been demolished for way too long, and it's honestly, it all just comes back to the apprentices. I've been trying to get my apprentice John on that elder board. That's my main goal. That's all that I'm gonna really do. If I can't make the elder board, you know who is John? John's gonna make it because he has ideas. My apprentice, he's awesome because my apprentice is able to do stuff that no one else is able to do. All right, and that's just how we'll do it here, right? My apprentice, you know what he can do? Not only did he learn, he can do a flip. And you might think that's not a thing. A lot of apprentices don't know how to do that. A lot of apprentices don't understand the complexity of how to do this type of stuff. And it truly shows at an immaculate level that just how good my apprentice is. Tom, I hope your apprentice dies. Actually, I don't even hope. They will. I hope they leave you instead. Let's get on to an off-topic question as we see. How long did it take to make that scroll? It's really cool. Well, the scroll took me about a millennium, which is about, it was a long list. It takes about a lot of words. You can see. It took me about, I want to say, 3 to 4 hours to fully complete it. It was an alright. It was an alright thing. It was I could have done better, but it is what it is. I like it though. I think it's an interesting little tidbit into the thing. Yeah. Anyway, though, yeah, this whole wizarding world is hell though. Because last time I'm gonna take that note right now. Actually. Hi, Camden. John here. The elders say they're stopping by tomorrow to finish business. Can't wait. John, you need to run. Although you couldn't. I don't know what finished business means. I can only assume you will be perishing. And so I'm really glad to have you as my apprentice, John. I think you were a wonderful person. I hope you don't die. That would suck. The elders are not that nice. You know, there's a lot of elders, actually, to be fair. There are 11 elders. Some of them are nicer. Some of them are not nicer. I don't even remember when the last elder was invited onto the thing. I think around, you know what they did? I do remember what they did. It made me upset. About 100 to 120 years ago, they added this guy to the elder called like this I think he was a fly. They called him like the Lord of the Flies. And he's just this giant bug who knows magic, which is really weird because it feels like they're just adding people who know magic that aren't like they're just strange to the elder council thing. And so obviously I'm upset that they added this bug, but I'm not gonna mess with the bug though. Like I can mess with a bird. A bird's small and that like the shapeshifter, like I can mess with that. I'm not messing with a bird or not messing with a whatever it's called, a fly. Because a fly is huge. And it's like it could probably just hit me or something. But then I could use a water spell and I would like disable it for life. So, but I feel like the elders might kill me if I do that. I feel like there's a rule with that sort of thing and whatnot. But it's whole situation and whatnot. It's a really it's a dumb situation in my opinion. However, I don't even remember who was the first elder. Oh, his name was Elder. That's right, his name is Elder. They kind of named it like it's not really because they're all old. It's kind of just because the dude is named Elder. He's like 3,000 years old, so he is old, but it's just his name's Elder. So there's a reason why he's doing it, of course. But Nothing really that important though from that standpoint. Yeah, it was fun. A lot of times, my favorite spells. I've been doing a lot of spell casting lately. Because here's the thing: is that when you have an apprentice, you not only need to learn more for yourself, but you need to learn more for your apprentice. And my apprentice, he's been working so hard. Dear John, I hope the elders don't get him, but he's been working so hard, and I want to learn some new spells for him. So I'm learning poison spray. It's this giant gas cloud of poison I'm learning for him. There's this one called Sleep Better. It's like melatonin, but it's for like a spell, and I think it's really going to help out John in the future. And there's a few other spells. There's one that instantly creates a couch. I think John is going to love that one. I think John is he's a really good apprentice. And honestly, I don't think anyone else has done better than me, except Jim. Jim has a few other people. Jim is the only one in history who's had 3 apprentices that all lived. Mostly because he had them all at the same time. Because he was dangerous and courageous. And he was like, because his idea was essentially, if we have multiple apprentices, they can help each other. And so they did. And everyone was like, nah, this will never work. This isn't going to work. And then it did work. And everyone was like, well, shit, this is so awkward. Because what do we do now that it worked? And it was a huge blow to every other wizard who thought he was wrong. And it's like, so maybe I should get John a friend, I think. We'll have to see how that goes. Maybe I'll get him a friend someday. But not today, because that costs a lot of food, water, and resources, and I don't have enough scrolls or scribes to be able to fully utilize how I want John to continue to do things. Worst injury go. I once accidentally threw a lightning bolt at my leg. It exploded. I was limbless for about 2 months because I was kind of in the forest. And the idea, I saw a squirrel and I thought it was a beast. So I lightning bolted and then it hit my leg and then it exploded. And then it was just I don't have a leg. And then I had to crawl or 1 foot hop a lot of places, and it was just really awkward. I met this guy, and it was just awkward because I was still bleeding from the leg a month later, but it was whatever. And then I had to go get a cleric to help and get my leg back up to normal. It was the worst situation ever. I hated it. It was terrible. But yeah, that was probably the worst injury I've ever had. Favorite spell? Let's see. There's a few spells I really like. There's one spell I really like called Dominate Dance. It's this really cool spell I use on the disco floor whenever people aren't being active on the disco floor, and it just gets everybody moving. Everyone wants to dance, and I think it's an amazing spell for me and everyone else. So I'd say that's probably one of the favorite spells of the time. Hi, Camden. How's your semester going? Good, bad? Any funny stories? Well, in the wizarding world, I've been having a good time. Nothing really much in this wizarding semester. I'd say there's not really been a lot needed to be done. I don't really have any funny stories. John has done so many fun things. We went to ice skating because we were able to create ice, and then we kind of had an ice shootout where it's dodgeball, where it was just with ice, and it was this huge fun event. Bad news, I think John broke his ankle once, and then we had to fix it, but it was really easy, but it was kind of painful. So I didn't have any healing potions next to me, and it was this whole event that it was just transpired for way too long, and it was terrible. Favorite utensil? I have this wand that kind of acts as a spork, and the idea is that it helps the flavor goes, as in when I use it to eat something, it brings the flavor in, and it really just it oops it up. It's really good. It's awesome. It's amazing. It's wonderful. Wonderful. Well, it keeps here. I don't notice. Hi, Camden. J key on Camden's computer here. Totally not elder shapeshifter. Oh, I also can't talk. That's very suspicious from it coming from my J key. I'll kill you, elder shapeshifter, because you shouldn't even be here. You should be at the next meeting of the Wizard Elder Council, not here. Shame on you for you being you. We'll go to an off-topic question. It's a horse. That's it. It's a beautiful picture. I'm so glad you could share this with me. All right, that's magic.
Jesus.
It's not that loud.
Damn it, so aggressive.
It wasn't.
What was that for? What did it do to you?
Made me do a long bit. All right. Well, we're reaching on. It's about the 4th hour. That means we are the 6th of the way there. I'm scared for when that gets to 10.
Good evening, Oak Ridge. These are your RAs of duty, Ryan.
And Kenzie?
Here to let you know that it is not officially quiet hours yet, but it is 10 o'clock. At midnight, quiet hours will begin, and as of right now, we will be alarming the side doors. So please do not go out the side doors. I repeat, do not go out the side doors. And as a little plug, just in case you weren't aware when you walked in or out of the building, there is in fact a filibuster happening currently in the lobby for the next until 6 o'clock tomorrow, however long that is. 20 hours. All right. Have a good night.
Wonderful.
Look out the window.
Thank you. Thank you, Ryan, for the plug. All right. This is going to be this next little bit for this hour is we're going to be talking about something I think is kind of fun. Is could I graduate every major? Now, I went through a bunch of majors, every major in fact, and I've gotten to most of them. I've looked through them, and I'm going to have my general opinions on what I think I can and cannot graduate on them. If there's a major you think I'm not going to say in here, please write it down, and I will do it based purely off of what I think I could graduate it or not. Or if there's a major that we don't even have at UWEC, that's sort of the whole thing, is that I just looked it up at our UWEC catalog, and that's sort of what I'm going to be going off of. Drink water.
Already?
They're locking it. They're just saying. So let's get in. Could I graduate every major here at UWEC? Now we're going to be starting with the College of Arts and Sciences. Now, the first one that I have is biochemistry or molecular biology. Now, I am not a biologist at all, and so I do not understand anything biology. I think the hardest class that I took in middle school was 6th grade biology, and I will stand by that. That is harder than literally all of high school, in my opinion. I had to make a tree once that explained everything, and I did not like it at all. The thing, though, with biochemistry and molecular biology is that it also adds chemistry in it, which means bio and chem just means that there's going to be a lot of labs, and I do not like labs. I've never taken a lab yet because I haven't gotten the chance to, but I don't want to. And the way this says here is that there's 6 hours of labs every week. I hate that. I don't want to do that. And the worst part is that it's combined with OChem, which, as many people know, is one of the, if not the hardest classes of all time. And the fact of the matter is that there's 2 OChem classes. There's OChem 1 and 2. And the fact that the lab is considered with the OChem lab, I don't want to take that. And not only that, it's that there's calculus. I suck at math. I will not understand calculus for the life of me. But not only that, it also has biology, which is obviously biochem, biology, makes sense. So that's going to get an easy. I wrote hell no as an option for biochemistry. So that's just that. We're then going to go into bioinformatics, which I think is just biology and information combined with each other, which is an interesting thing. Which, maybe I could do it. We'll see with, information. I know that type of thing. However, the issue is that it includes calculus, not only one, but two. Two different types of calculus. That's too many. That's too many, right? One was already enough. Two is just not in my area. There's also a class that you need that's discrete mathematics. What the hell is discrete? Why can't I know the mathematics? Why does it have to be discrete mathematics? Which is, if I don't understand about the mathematics, that's just not that doesn't feel cool. It feels like they're trying to hurt me by being discrete. Then they have a class called linear regression analysis. I don't know what that means. That means in my mind, that means like a line being regressed. I don't know how that even works. They also have something called with time series, which I think that means that they're going to be doing time travel in this, which is already complicated enough for me. And they have several computer science courses. Now, I'm just a guy that doesn't know anything. That being said, I don't think I can take bioinformatics. I think it's too much of a complicated thing to really get into. Now let's say, there's criminal justice next. That's a pretty fun thing, right? Now, criminal justice, it has a lot of psychology, politics, and crime courses. Now, I come from a family who watched a lot of crime things growing up. That it was like an average of like, I would be watching the crime. And in that case, I know a thing or two about crime. And because of that, I'd be slightly motivated, which is a good thing. So overall, I think I could graduate a criminal justice major. I think it would take some time and effort, but overall, I think it would go by extremely well. The next one is just called liberal studies. It just has 3 required courses, a research seminar, and a capstone. I think if I was just graduating from a regular liberal justice, I could get done with it easy peasy, done and easy. We then go on from liberal studies to neuroscience. Neuroscience combines all of these different activities: biology, math, chemistry, philosophy, psychology, music, computer science, physics, and something called psychopharmacology. Neuroscience is one of those things that I think only people who actually are motivated in making money want to do. I don't think I could do any of that, because although I do care about making money, I don't think I care enough about brains in order to fully understand them. And to understand them, I would need to understand my own brain. And that also is too much effort.
That's true.
So neuroscience would probably be a hard no. I could not graduate from neuroscience. We go to American Indian Studies next. They got a lot of history and political courses regarding a lot of that. I think that's pretty easy. As I'm already a history major, I think I can get that in and out, quick and easy, done. And you know what? I think it works just fine for me. And it's honestly pretty easy. It's actually, as long as I look at it, a lot of similar courses were in this thing as long as I had it. So I'm pretty happy about that, in my opinion. We then go a lot to the arts. I don't know if you've noticed, I'm not an artist. I do not do art, and I will never draw if it had the life of me on the line. So for a regular studio art emphasis, you need to do art history, printmaking, painting, sculpture, and that's a different thing. Let me do that. Let me start with a different art one. Integrated visual arts. That sounds kind of easy, right? Well, to begin your sculpture, and I mean this, a beginning sculpture class, you need to have 6 hours worth of lab every single day. Everything has a course fee, and there is an art review thing at the end of the whole thing. Because in art, what you need to do is that you get approved, because people are like, they need to approve your art, I believe, enough in order for it to kind of go through, and you have to do like a senior portfolio art in which people criticize it. I hate criticism. I will never allow someone to judge my art because art is subjective, but then they'll put a grade on it and then I'll cry. And so I'm not a fan of it at all. And also, I hate course fees and I don't want to do sculpturing for 6 hours a day. So unfortunately, I gotta say, I do not think I can graduate a sculpturing lab. The next one is graphics communications. I think I'm good at graphics communication, I would say. It's not the hardest thing to ever do in the world, but honestly, I use Google Slides to make I make Google Slides to make my stuff. So any poster you've ever seen, I made that all on a pretty simple platform. The classes are kind of similar, but they're more graphic designing. I think I can do it. I think it fits in well. I think it's probably easy in that term. They then have studio art emphasis as a major. That one takes art history, which always is fun, apparently. A lot of people like taking art history in this term and that thing. However, it also takes printmaking, painting, sculpture, and schematics. Although similar things to other art majors, it has a lot lesser scale on a lot of the art things. I think I can do it. As long as I put my mind to it and I pass with a C, I think I could pretty much get through any of this stuff. The next one, we're going to go back. This one is about biology, yet again. This one is ecology and environmental biology. So a lot about the environment. Now, I care about the environment much more than the next person. However, enough to put my entire career on the line for it? Maybe not. I'd rather do something more fun. So when I was looking into this major, however, there's a few things that caught my mind. Biostatistics, general anatomy, and a lot of labs. There are so many labs within this major, and I don't even know the words for half of them because there's so many different topics that you need to understand in biology. There's also a class called the biology of fishes, which is a completely out of left field class that I don't think I can learn about fishes enough for a while to fully be utilized into this, and I don't think I would do well in the biology field. I gotta say, I don't think I would graduate this class. Now we're going to talk about microbiology. Now, microbiology, it's intense because you got to look at everything small. And basically, not only, you have to do OChem with labs. So yet again, it is one of the most stressful labs I can ever say. And also in microbiology, you have medical stuff for some reason. So there's a lot of medical stuff, but there's also math, which I don't deal well with medical. I know nothing, and I don't think I could do good with math. I gotta say that's a hard no for what I think I can teach. There's another thing with biology is that in science, we need science teachers, right? I can be a teacher, but can I be a science teacher? I don't think so. Because apparently with the science teaching, you have to know everything. You have to know physics, you have to know chemistry, you have to know calculus, and you have to be nice to children. I think that's a hard no for me. I'm not sure if it's just the children part that makes me want to say no, but learning calculus and actually having to understand children after that, I can't do it. So then I'm going to go on. Next one is chemistry. That one's just no. It's a similar way in biology where there's a lot of different labs, but there's a map. There's also something called polymer chemistry, which normally I like knowing words and what they mean. I have no idea what that word means. And if it's in chemistry, I can only imagine it's quite possibly the hardest thing in the world. And so I just don't think it's going to be good for me and my future to how to do that. So I could not graduate with a chemistry or biology major. I'm ruining the STEM list that many people try looking forward to in this very big world. Now let's go to a bit of a more easier thing. Communication. We all love communication. Communication is a great major. It's a way that you can talk to people. It's a way that you can learn how to talk to people. When I looked at the class list for communications, it is literally all just talking to people. It's a bunch. It's a lot of little bitty, but it's a lot of talking. And honestly, I think that's I can talk for a long time, and I can understand these type of things. I think if I can talk to someone, I think I can get a communication major pretty decently easy. I should probably do a major, honestly, at this rate. I just have to show this, and then boom, evidence. This other one is integrated strategy communication, advertising emphasis. This is all about design and advertising. This is something I do on the down low, programming, making visuals. I think it's overall an easy major, not an easy major. I think it's a good major to have going into like marketing, social marketing and stuff like that. I'm quite pumped about that. And if I were to do that, I think it would be because you have to learn strategies. What is a good PR team? What is a bad PR team? What is a good marketing decision? I think that has so much basis behind it that I think I could probably do it in the sense that I think it would be funny to do this sort of whole major where it's just advertising and learning about stuff like that. That's what I think. The next major is journalism. Now, journalism is so much. Although it seems like an amazing thing where you're just reading and you're sort of writing about all this stuff all the time, there is so much reading within it because you have to read so much stuff to understand stuff about journalism that I just do not think I could. And also, the idea that behind journalism in a lot of English classes, I take a lot of constructive criticism. I don't want people bashing my journalism. And honestly, at that rate, I'd drop out. So I cannot see myself doing journalism as a full major. I think it would just hurt me in the end. The next one is we got computer science. Now, computer science is an interesting major. It is one of the, it's a great major in order to get into like a pretty high market nowadays where people need computer software engineers. They need all this stuff for people nowadays. The issue being, I cannot comprehend any languages at all. Python, C++, Java, I have no idea what any of it means. Therefore, learning it is possibly the hardest thing I think I would ever do. And it's also a lot of work because you also need to learn math, you need to take calc, you need to do software engineering, and on top of that, you need to do a capstone and you have to have an internship, which finding internships suck. Like being an apprentice, it's terrible. And I just don't think I could do that. And also, you'd have to sit at a computer for like 8 hours every day, and I just don't think that would be the best choice for me in terms of the computer science major. I just don't think it would be up to the challenge, I'd say. I wrote in a note here that I'd probably cry every day, which makes sense. It's a very difficult major. I would probably drop out as well.
Why is he coming to the room?
So now we're going to go on to economics. Economics is a great place. We have a great building for economics. We are good at economics, I'd say. So there's two different majors with economics that I looked at mostly. One of them is for business, and economics and business, it's a good major, I want to say, because there's lots of business and there are some math courses, but they're lower math courses. You don't really do a lot in that. They're like microeconomics or macroeconomics. And I've already taken those, so I understand how those sort of things go on. And I think it's a great, great opportunity for a lot of this stuff. And also, econ, you make money. You're going to learn about money through all of this. And that's what I think is really important, is learning money throughout this entire process and making that money that you need. And not only that, even if I didn't get a good economic job, still learn money from it, you get the money from it. I think it's an overall decent choice. I think I could graduate with a major in economics business emphasis. I think the next one is just economics as general as a major. It's basically the same thing, but it's just more based around just the general, not a business model, more based around just general economics. So I think that's pretty nice. It's honestly just making money, and that's how this entire world works, and that's really nice about that.
Yeah, no, I use
Next one we got English. Now, English is such a broad topic to talk about because within English you got creative writing, you got literature, cultures, and film, we got linguistics, we got rhetoric of science, technology, and culture, and there's so many other emphases within English that it's just so much. The issue being that I hate reading. For the few English majors that I know, I see their homework and it's terrible because they have so much reading to do and writing to do, and I sit there and I'm like, I cannot do that because I understand my own boundaries in terms of not wanting to do that. I'll say it's an easy job just to make other people, English teachers, mad, but it is just, I could not write my life story in a single day, and I will not. But English majors have to do that pretty often every day, and I just don't think I would be able to do that. It feels way too tough on the soul, I guess. And that just ain't my thing, in my opinion. The next one is geography. Geography is another form of social studies, which is a huge thing in my mind. I've taken my own geography classes. I need to take a few other geography classes in the future. I think it's a great place. I think that it looks intimidating almost as for a geography major because a lot of times the GEOJ is sort of like out there, and I feel like it feels deadly in a way. And there's so many different systems within geography that people don't realize that, because geography is not just about maps and all this stuff, but it's about a lot more just information in general. And so, hit 420, I guess. But geography, it's a lot more about information instead of maps. And so it gets really people into this sort of thing. And they have a lot of the classes that you have to take with geography kind of interlopes with history as well. Because to understand geography to a good level, you have to understand history as well. But the issue that I have with it is that if that was all that sunshine and rainbows, I'd probably say yes. However, it comes with an analysis and technology that has computer science programs, which computer science is probably just a straight up no for me. I just can't do that. And at that rate, I'd have to say I cannot probably do a geography major. It feels a little bit too tough for my soul, and I don't think I'd be able to want to do it.
Yeah, I almost shot myself.
Next to geography, we have geology. Now, geology is sort of like a big major, but it has a lot of emphasis within it. It has a few of them that I'll go over. The first emphasis is dual degree geological engineering. The fact that it has the word engineering in it already is a bad sign. That means it's going to be a lot of work, a lot of stuff that I'm not going to be able to do. And in that sense, it has calculus and physics, and that's just an automatic no, is that I don't think I can do that. There's environmental science, however, in which they have a lot of different programs. We even have a course on mining, which I think mining is cool as hell. And I think I could totally do an environmental science and geology major. General geology is more math and science, and in that area, I'm not strong with it. I could probably not do it. I'd have to say a solid no for that one. Hydrology and water chemistry, I leave a thing where I'm a very strict person about water. I don't mess with water. I think it's an intense area that I'm not really going to be with because water is like the killer of the world, and so I'm not going to mess with water. I don't want to work with water, so that's more of a personal issue or a personal thing. Science teaching in earth and space science, it'd be cool, and I'd do it, but the only reason I would do it is because I think it's cool, and that's the literal only reason. So for a majority of the time, I think I could take most of the geology classes, but not all of them. I feel like a lot of them are more difficult, but some of them are definitely more for the motivation and entertainment of this sort of area of weights. We then go on to the history portion of this thing. There's a lot of good history courses in this whole area. One of the big ones is public history. Personally, I say this as a history major, is that I could probably graduate any and all history courses in this entire world. Public history is one of the things where it's like museum working or working, that sort of thing. I could probably do that. It seems a little bit easier in this area. And then obviously there's the teaching of history, in which that is my genuine major. And so I will probably have to teach that at some point. And so that I could definitely graduate both those majors, I'd We're gonna go on. Languages. There are a bunch of courses. We only have majors in French teaching, French, Spanish teaching, and Spanish. I personally do not understand how to speak a different language. The last time I tried was in 8th grade. It was Spanish. It was the worst time I've ever had. And I will never probably be able to do that again. So anyone who is able to effectively learn the major of French or Spanish, I give kudos to, but in the sense that I could not teach it because I feel like I would accidentally butcher it and I would ruin it for everyone. Now, there's a one that might seem easy just by the name, but it's not really certain. Biomedical engineering seems like a really easy course. It's not. I don't think I've ever seen someone extremely happy after going into that major because there is so much work that needs to be done within being a biomedical engineer, because not only you're basically combining three of the hardest things in this campus, which is biology, medicine, and engineering, which I don't know why they added all three of them together. It was sort of just a weird thing to do at first, but not only, there are some cool things within it. You do get to do 3D printing, which is an interesting aspect. But there's 2 capstones instead of 1, which is a whole new experience. And there's a few classes. One's called Living in a Material World, and I didn't know what that meant. I thought that was a song, and it was just a really weird experience. They also have to take OChem. I wrote computers down. I think there's too many computers with all. There's also a class called Intro to Complex Variables, and I wrote down intro as in why is complex variables an intro and not like an actual, like a later course? But if it's complex, why does it have to be an intro to a complex course? Because it really should be a later course instead of an intro. And then there's also a class called numerical analysis. I can analyze numbers. I don't know why there's a class on it, but if you need to analyze numbers, I feel like it's going to be harder than it actually is. And I don't want to do that. Material science apparently is this whole thing that you need to do. There's something called phase transformations and kinetics. I don't know what phase means, and it's terrible. Soft materials is another thing where I think you should learn about materials that are soft. That doesn't sound that hard, right? But then they have a class called nanomaterials, and that sounds like something that a villain would use from a villain movie. And I don't know what they're doing with nano stuff, because nano is just, it's out of the way. Macro processing is just, I don't even know what macro processing materials mean. It's just biomedical engineering has so many different aspects within it that it doesn't make sense, that it's just too complicated. And I realistically do not think I can graduate that type of class. We then go on to any math major. Now, I'm not a math guy, and I'm willing to admit to myself that I'm not going to be good at math for a while. And so that's why I kind of put in every math major together to say, I don't think I could do any math major. And because of that, that's life, and it sucked. But I wrote some of the words in classes that math majors have to do. Not only is there 1 and 2, but there's 3 different levels of calculus, which I don't know how you have that many numbers of calculus. I think we should stop at 1. Linear regression analysis with time series, those are too many words to be in a correct sentence. Abstract algebra, What does abstract algebra mean? I thought algebra was a one thing. How is it abstract? Not only that, there's 1 and 2. There's 2 courses worth of an abstract algebra. It's algebra. Why is it abstract? There's also something called contingent payment analysis, which sounds economic, but it isn't, which I don't know what that means. And then there's basis of data analysis with R, and I'm not kidding. It just says with R. It's a class about R. What is R? And it's this terrible, terrible, I don't even know how to describe it. Oh my God. Anyway, so I could not graduate any math majors if I had to give my accurate opinion, just because whatever they do, there was a trend. There was a thing I heard where it's like only math majors understand math, other majors, where it's like, in a way, if you're a math major, you're able to understand math to like a fun level, but it's just not. It's difficult for a lot of people to understand that stuff. It's funny though. Music teaching and music. The last instrument I played was in elementary school on the recorder. I only got up to an orange belt, so I wasn't even the best in my class of 7. But if I had to music teach, they also have a lot of stuff I don't despise, but it sucks looking at other people's music teachers' math homework because it's really complicated and it's like written theory. And I think you have to talk. And I have asthma, so I can't actually play music. I think, like, especially wind instruments, which is something you gotta do for a lot of these classes. And I just can't. I don't think, like, I still have my inhaler. Like, I cannot breathe enough to blow out a saxophone. We're going to the next one. Theater arts. Probably. I'm not saying it's like the easiest major, but I do know how to do some things like act and whatnot. I've been involved for a few years. I think theater arts is an interesting course to take or a major to take. Although I think it takes a lot of effort because there's a lot of classes that are not the majors. And then you also have to get casted onto a lot of stuff. The issue is that I'm bad at remembering things. I work better on improv, and so honestly, I just couldn't fully. I don't think I could fully integrate that stuff. However, if I really wanted to, I could try. I could probably do theater arts if I really needed to. We got philosophy next. I love talking. If any of you noticed. So philosophy is an interesting little thing because they have a lot of classes where you talk about like moral dilemmas. There's some history courses involved as well. I think I could do philosophy pretty good. I'm basically the next, I don't know any other name, Socrates. I'm basically the next version of him. I think my points get he is wonderful. And honestly, I don't think anyone would probably take down. Religious studies is the next major. That's a similar one to history, as religious studies has a lot of history within it and a lot of studying within that area and researching. I could probably do that. History majors, I got to do that religious stuff anyway, studying at least, and that's what it is. We then get going on to physics. Now, I don't normally know physics, but I don't really trust anything that has quantum in it. So when you have a class called quantum physics, I kind of think you're about to like solve something like on a worldwide scale, invent time travel, speed railway trains, or I don't know, blow up an atom. And whenever I think of quantum, I think that that's too much work for me. And so if I had to deal with not only physics, but on a quantum level, I do not think I could. I think I would fall under the pressure of whatever. They also have computer programming in there for some reason. So overall, not the greatest course that I don't think I could live in physics. Political science. Now, as much as I want to say I love history and I love political science, I hate the Constitution. I think it's too long. I think we should I think like a solid paragraph is what we should do, but like 3 to 5 sentences max. And
question: are we doing an analytical study?
no, and it's just political science is just so much work, and I have to talk to people, and I have to debate them, and that sounds so time-consuming and numbing that it's like, I don't really want to do it. And because of that, I'm going to say I don't want to graduate. I don't think I could graduate a political science course. Granted, I could do a history. I have to still take political classes, but they're not on the same level as they would that. Psychology. Here at UWC, we have a lot of psychology majors. I can bet at least 4 of you are psychology majors if I ask you all to raise your hands. 1, 2, 3. Interesting. I was almost right. But psychology, it's a fun little thing. We have a lot of resources on campus for doing that sort of thing. And honestly, I don't want to say it's easy because it is a lot of work. But it's a lot of interesting things. You have to think about the brain. You have to think about why people do things. And quite frankly, I think it's a pretty fun little major to get into. I think I could graduate it based on the fact that there's a lot of stuff to go into it. I also really like experimenting. So I think that idea of being able to like create an experiment and then do it on people, I think would be funny. So that's my idea. Sociology, it's not the same thing as psychology, but it's similar. And so in a way, it's more social it's more intra instead of interpersonal. And because of that, I think it would be pretty easy to also get into. Now, the next one is nursing. Now, there's one thing I know how to do, and it's how to birth a baby. And hey. I know how to do C-sections. I know how to get it out. And honestly, that's all I'm good for. And in a nursing department, that's really all I'm able to do. You can put me in a robe, you can put me in a cloak, and you can say, get this baby out of this person. And I'd be like, I got it, bam, and it's out. And however, the issue is that I don't know what to do afterward. I don't know how to reattach the C-section. I don't know how to, make her not in pain. I'll give her morphine, maybe. I don't know. But other than that, I'm not really sure what. And looking at the nursing program, my mouth was kind of ajar because it was just a lot that you needed to do. And I really would only do the nursing for to say that I know how to give birth. And because of that, I would have to go through 6 years of residency. And I do not know autonomy. I don't know what bodies are. And it's names of things, and there's so many names and slides I would need to memorize. I'm not good at memorization, so I wouldn't do any of that, and I'd probably fail. But I couldn't graduate nursing. If you ever see someone who's pregnant, tell me. I got it. My dad said, "What about your banjo?" I don't know what that means. Anyway, I think this word is kinesiology. Just like I said before, I know nothing of the human body. I think I need to learn muscle joints and how those work. I could not. I could maybe if I wanted to become a PE coach, I would do something because I always throwing telling kids to play dodgeball and run. I could do that maybe. In the business section of the world, marketing, I know how to sell. All right, I know how to sell a good thing. And marketing, it's just a lot of business classes, and I could get into that. So I could graduate marketing. Healthcare administration. Now, I understand what it's like to join a career that's not going to make a lot of money. But what about joining a career that's going to make a lot of money? A healthcare administration does a lot of the stuff that you would think that nursing and medical people do, but they don't. They do a lot of more business side of healthcare, and they make a lot of money. And so not only would I get to skip residency, I would also not have to learn a lot of stuff. I would have to learn computer programs, maybe systems within healthcare, but that's it. And honestly, I'm inspired by that amount of money, which is like starting 6 figures, that I'd probably be able to graduate in. And the last one that I have right here, business communication is one that's just, I can do that. Business majors, I know how to sell, I know how to get the business, I know how to do all that kind of stuff. And quite frankly, I think a lot of people could as well. And I'm really excited to be a business. If I was a business major, I'd get it done quick and easy, just like that. Now we're going to answer some questions on topic that I see here. What is the worst major? I think all majors have an important role in each other, and they're all really great, and they benefit each other. If I had to choose, probably English teaching. Cybersecurity engineering. Oh, I guess I did not get that one. So cybersecurity engineering, if I believe correctly, also has a lot of the same computer programming classes. Engineering, you're making these things and you're securing them. I am not a secure person. At least 4 people know my social security number. I used to never just have a password on my phone for a very long time until someone told me to. I'm not good at security. Sometimes my door gets left open and I just forget to close it, and then no one steals anything. But it's one of those things where I think I lack motivation in, and people would definitely not like me as their cybersecurity engineer of their company. So I can't say ultimately for the goal is that it would work out entirely. So I would not graduate it. What is the best major that isn't yours? Damn.
Oh, now we have to think. Oh, God.
Definitely.
I don't.
Anthropology. I think that one's funny, and I think it's fun. It's only a certification, but I'm going to count it as a major anyway, because it's like one of the things that no one does, and so I think it's a funny little tool that I think people should start really getting into. All right, well that's all I got for majors. We now got 20 minutes left. Let's get into some comments. Jeff asks, is there a degree that studies sunsets? Unfortunately, there is not. Possibly you could go into a degree that has photography, but if there was a degree that did sunsets, I'd be at the head of them, and I would do them often. Now we're going to go to some questions. If you had to fire an Oak Ridge staff member, who would it be? Rank them.
I wonder who asked this question.
Stay right. I don't want
I'd fire all of them. We'll start fresh, me included.
I'll fire myself.
What's your favorite water brand? Let's see. I really like the ones that are cold. There was this one time I drank from like a fountain that was natural, like in the wild. And it was like this well, but it was like in the ground, but it tasted really good. It was like pure water. That's probably my favorite brand. I think Nature, not Nature brand, but like the Nature, like the head of Nature. Yeah, anyway, I think that's who I would probably say is the best. Podium tour, ? What silly things do you have up there? Well, I guess if it's an interview for anything, I got 12 cases of water. I have 3 monsters. I have a trench coat. I have books. I have a radio. Nothing too serious. I have 41 pages of fan fiction. If you have any suggestions, I'd rather take others than mine. This is currently about if you ever show up at 4 p.m. tomorrow, I have Luigi and Bowser and One Direction.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm really excited. What is the silliest instrument you would invent? So it's just basically like it's like a harpoon gun, but it has like a fire axe at the end of it, and basically it's just a harpoon gun with a fire axe or like a fire axe at the end of it. And so when you shoot it, it like you could do like a cool move where you like spin it and it does like chops down a tree faster, or you could do it as someone like blunt hit them with like the tip of the top of the like fire axe. I'm not sure if that's what you meant by instrument. If we're talking music instrument, it would probably be like a horn that goes into itself, and so it makes no noise. You just have to blow really hard and see what happens.
Suffocate.
Exactly. Have you gone to the bathroom yet? I have not. It's been a long journey. I've only had one thing of water, so it's not like that. I won't worry about or anything. I spent the last 3 months preparing my bladder for this event. I'm very well skilled. I made sure that it understood what the event we were doing at, and I'm afraid I won't probably have to go to the bathroom for a decent while, I might say. Yeah, only masters can really train their bladders this well.
Yes, ignoring.
It happens. Will you ever consider create your own major? Why and why not? I think it's would I ever consider doing it? No, because I like people to have plans for me. And since the university sort of has this entire plan set out for me and all the classes I need to take, I'd rather it do that than otherwise that I'd have to. I don't like thinking about what I have to do. And if I don't have to think, I might as well not do it. It's this whole weird thing. But it's something I'd just rather do and not do. Whatever. It is what it is. Oh, anyone in the audience, those Fritz chocolate pretzels are on me. You can have any if you want. Take as you will. Ooh, this one's wrapped up very neatly. Camden, you are doing great. So proud, Billy. Thank you, Billy. Rest in peace. This one says, what is the most embarrassing prop you have ever made? I've never really made an embarrassing prop. I haven't made many props, so nothing has been that embarrassing. I apologize for the lack of excitement around that question. What would you name this sweet little guy? It's this creature. I would name it Disgusting. Are you a material girl? That's a question I've been searching for myself for a very long time. I had to explore the Himalayas in order to get that question. I had to expand. I had to fly a plane. I became an air pilot back in '94 for this exact material girl type question. I spoke to several high wisdom people, and they all said that I think I have the qualities for material girl. I think it'll take a few more years until I fully get to the end of that material girl time, but as of now, we're kind of just seeing where we're going with this, and we're hoping to get to the end by a good time, I'd say.
Material girl in training.
Do you have to pee yet? No. Like I said before, I trained my bladder. It's going to go very well in the oncoming days. At oncoming day, I mean, I may be expecting once every 8 hours if I try my hardest, but we'll have to see how it goes. I'm not really sure what's going to happen. We'll try my best. We'll see what happens. We'll go with the flow. Thank you. $8,677 cars for kids. Donate your car today. I don't know if this is a threat or not.
9877 cars for kids. Donate your cars today.
I'm afraid I don't understand the reference. This is terrible. I will not be donating my car. Unfortunately, the children can suffer for my adolescence. Look on the QR codes. Look on the ceiling. Are you secretly a wizard? Yes. I personally have my own bandana. I have a lot of wizard outfits, a lot of wizard stuff. Personally, I think being a wizard is an absolutely great defense toward everything. I don't really think I think of myself secretly as a wizard. I think I feel it pretty openly. My wing theme is Wizard Tower. I felt as if that was a little bit self-explanatory for a lot of people, but if it wasn't, that's okay. I don't blame you. It is what it is. But yes, don't be afraid to become wizards like everyone else. It's just a little sorcery. It doesn't hurt. Hi, Camden. Smart Water here. I appreciate helping your filibuster. Stay hydrated. Thanks. Smart Water.
He did the thing.
It feels weird drinking out of a sentient creature now.
It's fine. It doesn't have feelings.
Let's see. Do you like my bangs? Sure, they look fantastic. Would you create a bullfighting major, and how good would you be at it? So a bullfighting major would have, I assume it would be a comprehensive major. It would include a lot of little things involved. Not only would you have to do your gen ed, but it would do introduction to bullfighting. It would have master classes in bullfighting. You'd also have to take ethic courses on, because a lot of times people would put down their bulls after bullfighting, and then you kind of have to write a paper on that sort of stuff. There would definitely be a capstone and possibly internship in direct bullfighting, which might be a huge thing, and maybe it won't be, but I personally don't think I'd be good at bullfighting. I kind of suck at dodging things when it comes to bulls. I think they kind of like have a charm on me because I think they look cool, and they would probably just instantly get me down, and I don't think I'd be able to be that good at that. Although it would be a really cool major, I feel like it would be my end, and I would probably perish at this wonderful school within the major, of course. How do you feel about the new dungeon found in the Ixoria Canyon at the implications of the new artifact? I think it's personally a really good thing that we have the new dungeon coming up. I think it's sort of weird that it's going to be found in Ixoria because it's sort of an unknown continent. We're going to see where it goes from here. The implications of a new artifact, though, is really interesting because since we are getting a new artifact within these times, it's something that we all can kind of look forward to. We can try copying, making new advancements on it, but it's going to be sort of a new system. Unfortunately, even no matter who wins or who gets it through the dungeon, it's probably going to be going straight to the elders, which, lo and behold, I don't really think it's fair. I think whoever gets it first should get it first. But the elders are the elders, and they're going to be pissy about it, and that's sort of just what we can do. Read if you need a time killer. I don't need a time killer yet. I'll save that. I got time. I got 8 minutes. Would you rather punch a blind kid or a deaf kid?
Why not both?
Stole my joke.
Neither.
I'd rather have a good. Yeah, neither.
Why not both?
Thank you. I don't punch children. Thank you.
Camden 2024.
That's my president.
You did not mean it. I will get back at you. Just you wait. Oh well, another threat to add to the pile. Can we feed you an onion? No. And we will talk about this more if any of you show up at our 3 p.m. topic, every food I have not eaten, where we talk about the difference between onions and onion rings and how I
They
do
are the
not
same
think
thing, but different.
they are not the
They
same
are,
thing.
but they are though.
But we will talk about how I've not had onions and how I do not plan on having onions and the reasons between them and on them. Boss baby. Hey Cam, Jackie here. Your shirt is inside out. Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, you're totally right.
Tell you to go take that back. It's fine.
I wasn't
I wish you
expecting
didn't
to
tell
read
me.
that out loud.
Do you have an undershirt?
Nope. Well,
No.
this is what you're all getting for the day, and
Oh,
nothing else. I want to say it gives personality, but I'm not sure if it does. What a wonderful world we live in. What's the most dangerous restaurant chain? I'd probably say there's a lot of good chains. Metal Iron is a good chain. I think that's pretty dangerous within that. If we're talking about restaurants, I think Taco Bell has been hiding something from us. I think Taco Bell purposely puts stuff in their food so that people crap themselves because I think they think it's funny. And it's personally just an interesting little segment into that.
I think Waffle House can do anything.
I think Waffle House is a good little it's a neutral area where they fight, but I think they fight for the common good. I think McDonald's or no, not even McDonald's. I think Burger King just hates everyone, and I think they hate their customers, and so they don't make good food. And that's sort of just a Burger King sort of thing. I think McDonald's is good at suing people. So I think they're more dangerous in terms of bashing them. And so I have to legally say they're a good, McDonald's is all right. They're an all right place. I'm going to accept it.
I mean, their Sprite's pretty.
The Sprite is good.
Their Sprite is pretty good.
But would you survive Jurassic Park? No. I would get eaten very quickly. I am very good with being the one in the movies who probably dies first. So I'll probably be like, oh, look, cool, a door, and it's open. Oh, I love velociraptors. And then it'll eat me. And that's really it. I don't really think I can survive well. I also think it would be scary. And I don't do good with scary situations. I'd rather be eaten right away than to deal with these situations at a later time. I feel like it's a lot of effort that I don't really want to put in. So that's how that's going to be. We have a folded up, very small piece of paper. Can you sing Happy Birthday? No. No singing. I will not. Would you try a Baja Pie trademark? That sounds disgusting, and I'm afraid not many people understand is when a Baja what? You think bingo? On me?
What?
Oh, what? Come on. Damn. You gotta give me a copy of that afterward. I'd probably not try Baja Pie. I think it's a little bit of a off. It's a weird thing. I feel like it just wouldn't taste good. Granted, I've never had a pie before, so I'm not sure how that really mixes in with. You can all get this at my 3 o'clock topic, every food I have not eaten, where pie might be on that menu.
Let's throw things at it for that second. Start throwing paper.
I'm willing to. I'll do my stuff. I'll do my stuff.
4 hours.
Yeah, I know.
This is for how many?
This is the stand. This is the stand. I believe in you. Also, the smart water says hi. Hello, stand. It's actually a podium or a lectern if you want to be politically correct.
Smart sellers. Smart.
Yeah. There's about 2 minutes left. I guess we can talk about. We're going to talk about what the next topic's going to be.
No,
Alrighty. We're getting on to our would-be 6th topic so far, and we're going to be talking 11 p.m. is going to be about how to make good bits. Now, I'm not a professional, except I am, and I'm just going to be talking about some of the personal things I think that make a good bit and how to do it. This one might be a little bit quicker, so I might talk about other stuff. If it makes anything feel better, I did bring a random dictionary to read about, so we can all learn words as we can, like hallucinogenic or pillage. So we can all learn a lot of fun words around the area after that, but I don't think it should be taking too long. Yeah, bits is just going to be the right thing. If any of you are not good at bits or you still want to learn bits, be my friend and listen ahead. But we're making it up to 5 hours, which is a lot. It's too much, if I must say. I look at my clock. We're getting there. Oh.
How to please the masses. That point. Check a pocket
Check my watch. Yeah, sure. Glad we'll all be here. Five hours. Alrighty. Let's get into this. Okay. Man, are you serious? Hold up. We're taking a slight detour. 1 second. The timer just turned off. Alright, so we're restarting the 24-hour timer.
Whoa! Topic 1, let's do it!
It was just at 5 hours.
Just that, thank God it turned off at like, at least we know what the time limit is, like the battery level.
Yeah, it's literally 11 o'clock right now.
Oh wow, how fun.
So that's perfect.
Alright, well, that's a good timer. At least it restarts and I don't have to worry. So we're going to talk about something that I think I have a little bit of knowledge in. We're going to talk about bits. Now, bits are kind of funny. Bits sometimes aren't funny, but I think I know a thing or two about bits. So I'll try to talk about it so that it seems funny and at least knowledgeable. Now, I've had a history of doing okay bits and good bits, bits that I've been told that are good, bits that I've been told are bad, which in a sense, if you're being told a bit is bad, maybe it actually is good. Now, bits come from a lot of things. Bits aren't just some sort of, a lot of people might misconstrue bits and improv with each other. And although those are two of a similar coin, they come from a similar family, improv is more of a thing that you think of on the spot and you roll with once, maybe. And a bit is more of the chance that you do it, a well thought out plan that you keep doing over and over again to a potentially more recognized level. And bits can really range from anything, I think. They can be something small, they can be something big. And because of that, you kind of have to decide what you think is a good bit and a bad bit. I can't really say bits can also be funny. Bits are most likely funny and they kind of do something interesting. But for a lot of the times, bits just are random. Bits might happen because of a little inside joke. Bits might happen because of something that you thought you did, but you didn't do. And it's this whole really interesting area that you need to sort of plan within and create your own. Now, I want to talk about... Before we do that, though, I'm going to get one gust of air. That's right, asthma. All right, let's get right into it. So anyway, so bits are going to be something that you probably create on your own, and it's going to be something that you kind of have to decide whether you think it's a good idea or not. And a lot of times bits aren't funny, and you kind of have to understand that they aren't funny to sort of play along and get kind of rid of them. But a lot of times it works if they're funny and they're able to replay themselves. They don't always have to replay themselves. They could be just a simple thing to do. You'll see after this, I'm going to do something weird. I'm going to be talking like a Noir Detective at 12 a.m. for about an hour. Now, this seems like a weird thing to think, and it might be something. It's similar to the wizarding bit. I consider that a bit. This whole wizard event and everything involving that sort of area. That's technically a bit because it was something that doesn't normally happen. And so what one could say is that the bit was essentially talking like a wizard. And that whole, you could talk like, because everything that I said, like none of it technically existed, but it was an interesting aspect of, oh man, maybe that's what someone talked like if they were like into a wizarding world. That's a bit. It's an interesting thing, and it gets people wondering. And sometimes what bits are good to do is that they allow other people to join. Anyone could have joined in that conversation about wizards and all the weird things you can do. And because you could just say words and be like, yeah, Gorkle was a huge influence on the West Continent, and at that point, you could add to that bit, discuss a little bit more of it, and it becomes a little bit more interesting. Something like the thing that I'm going to be doing in the next hour is the Noir Detective thing. I've been doing this for a very long time. I'd say it's one of my more impressive things that I've done in terms of bits. In my mind, at least, that's why I think it's fun. Because what I've done for a lot of the stuff is that the idea is that it needs to start with something that people understand that it's going to start with. So what I do is I play jazz music or like noir music, which is noticeable, and it's like, oh my God, it's this. And so once you start doing that, you then go into a character. That's another thing that a lot of times is that a lot of times, in order to do a good bit, you need to get into character for a lot of these things. And your character, it always depends on what you really want to do. Because sometimes it's completely random, it doesn't make sense, but other times it's more sophisticated. You could do a bit about being a librarian. You talk about how, God, this place isn't like that quiet anymore. You need to start doing this stuff. And that kind of thing, like it's sort of like break from reality in a sense where it's like, oh, this isn't real, but it's kind of funny. And so it's like more of a joke, but it's more planned out. Because like a lot of the times, if I was doing a bit where I was like, let's say like something like Indiana Jones, like I was an explorer, an archaeologist, and I wanted to explore the area and I was trying to and I couldn't, then it would sort of be a thing where you might plan it out a little bit. You might jump over a like couch or something along those lines and then try to get into that by understanding how it will work. And because of doing that, you're creating yourself a bit. Now, a bit has different components within it. Is that there's a lot of things you can and cannot do. A lot of the times when bits are trying to be sort of like funny in a way, you sort of need to like have a good audience reaction to it. Because if you do something because if there's something you do that's just like a repeated joke that's just not funny, it's just not worth it in the end to do the bit or just to do anything in general. And then you just stop doing it because it's not fun for anyone. However, if you have a bit that like is kind of funny and it might annoy them, that's like slightly okay in my eyes because at least they recognize that it might be an interesting thing and it's kind of something you talk to yourself. Because a lot of times the bits are something that sort of goes to the person instead of the actions, and it sort of creates like a self of your personality. They're also just straight up good in general for being able to have more creativity. Is that something I'll plug again? Is that if any of you are here at 4 a.m. on the topic of how to be creative, I'm going to talk more about that in the fact that sometimes you need to be a little bit more creative in order to do good bits. Because there's a lot of different things you can do. You could be a different person. You could do something crazy. You could do something that you've never really wanted to do. But like for example, that the wizarding bit, it was funny because you never expected it to happen. Because it could pop out of nowhere. Because you could be talking about something and then you randomly talk about the preceding familiars, manticores in the area, and then boom, you're in a bit, and then it's interesting when something new is happening within it. This thing that I do, the Noir bit, which is something interesting I must say, is that it happens randomly and without really much cause. What I normally do is I start playing jazz, like I said before, Noir jazz music. And because I play Noir jazz music, people understand what's about to happen, and then you have to get into a character. And the character is probably an old-timey detective, is what I do. And because I get into that character, it's sort of just strange from there. And it's not really anything important, but it just gets interesting and then people get annoyed, but then you have to commit to the bit. I think it's something that a lot of people do or don't do, is that if you're unable to commit to the bit, it just never will be funny. It's sort of like the best example I give, like it's not really a bit, but if you're like about to high five someone and they like totally like skimp under you, I just stand there and wait for the high five, because now it forces them in a position where they're like, I'm not going to move until you do give a high five. And it's that sort of a similar way of thinking. Like you have to commit to that sort of bit, where it's like if you're not committing to it, then why even do it at all? So you have to be sort of confident in your ability to create a bit of this power and to sort of do this ability without either hating yourself or wanting it to be gone. Delicious. I love water. Random plug. Anyone else in here who hasn't connected to the Blue Gold Connect, please do that. Thank you. Being good bits is also a lot to have to do with not only your own creativity, but your also confidence in your ability to do it. To do a bit and you it's like the same thing with committing, where if you just give up or you don't really understand what you're saying within the bit, it doesn't really help you in the end, and it ultimately doesn't make sense. And so you need this sort of support in yourself to be able to fully utilize what you want to do. Now, a bit can really come from anything, like I said before. It's really up to you to make that decision, I guess, in a way, because there's a lot of things you could do. There's something, if you think of an occupation that you want to do and then you just randomly do it, that could be a bit. Or if you had a real inside joke that you thought, oh, this would be funny if we kept going, that'd be a bit as well. You could pretend to be anyone. In a matter, you could pretend to be a person, like an actual real person that you kind of, I don't want to say make fun of, but if you a lot of people on TikTok do the Jennifer Coolidge voice, like that sort of thing. That's technically a bit, I want to say, in a way, because you're doing a voice for someone who's not you, and you're creating a character within yourself. And so doing these bits is sort of just like a huge thing. And I think the thing that makes them best is, but the bit that I do a lot is the Noir Detective one. That one just goes on randomly. I think the best time that I did it is that one time at a conference. It was early in the morning, and it was at a conference at a school thing. And what happened was that I was like, oh, I should do this bit right now because I think it would be hilarious. And so what I did was I grabbed a chair and I put it on my friend's bed. And then I started doing this really annoying Noir bit where I talked like a detective while they were still sleeping. And it was amazingly funny to me, but it was terribly annoying to them. And it was an incredible experience, I say. And that sort of level is where I think you have to commit to the bit, where you have to just go out of your way to do these certain things. And that's sort of a huge landmark, I think, for bit creating. And I think it's very nice to be able to do that sort of thing. to be fair, this entire thing could be considered a bit, I'd say. It's just being up here on a podium doing whatever this is this. It's something random. It's something thought out and planned, though. So it's going to be an interesting little segment into your life. The overall thing, though, is to understand is that bits are meant to create sort of an entertainment of sorts, to create something that's interesting and to sort of, make people laugh, have fun together. You shouldn't really create your bits off of something that kind of demoralizes people, dehumanizes people, and makes sort of a general unwell being amongst the crowd. Because if it does, it just won't be funny. And if it's not funny, then why do it, really? And it's not one of my favorite things in the world. But in terms of bits, they gotta do what they gotta do. They also happen on random other moments. You're never gonna know when they happen. Because a lot of times it really is just random. Because you think of an improv joke, you think of something your friend said that maybe was funny, and then you use that as a complete guide to continue to use this joke. And then that's sort of just how we get the bit going. And then the bit needs to obviously first hit, and then it needs to keep hitting, which takes an extremely long time. And that is what I honestly think is one of the greatest things that we can do in this little area of things. We got a question on this. Quick question. Do you do character analysis for bits? I think that's a good thing to look into. Because you need to understand, not only is it better to understand your character than you're playing it, it's just like how acting does it, is that when you start acting, you don't just act for a character, but you try to understand them, you do your research into them, and you try to act and understand why their character is doing this. Because if you're playing an anger character, a character with anger, why do they have anger? And then that sort of affects your emotions sort of thing. So you need to start thinking the bit needs to go within that. So for example, if I'm being a wizard and I'm doing a bit about how much I hate the Elder Council, I need to have an analysis of the anger I have between the wizard, and the Elder Council. So I need to make up a story. That's another thing that a lot of times is that stories goes a long way if you're trying to do really interesting type bits, is that if you have a story, it kind of creates your character better or your bits better because it's granted it's more interesting. And also, if you create lore behind certain characters, it becomes a pretty cool aspect because then people are like, oh, wait, I know this character from your other bit. And then it gets more interesting and funny. And then, you know what? At times, you can even do a lot of things. But characters aren't just all about it. Bits can be tiny things that you just think of in the moment. A lot of times, they're just not ordinary. Doing stuff, I don't want to say at random again, but just doing things that don't seem normal. If you were to put, for example, a lot of times at the front desk, whenever I worked the front desk, I used to do a lot of random bits in terms of putting stuff. I put Harold, the skeleton, at the front desk, which was a whole different thing. And at that time, you would have to expand upon it. And that's another thing, is you have to expand upon your bits, because if they're not unique, well, because they can be unique, but if they don't keeping that uniqueness, they kind of die down. So what do you do with a skeleton? You give it clothes, you do stuff with it, you give it a name, you tell it to do stuff, you can put its hand out so it shakes hands. And that sort of thing becomes interesting. Something that I really like doing when I was up there is being I pretended to be a podcaster, and that basically all intended was having a sort of microphone at the top and then talking about all this stuff for no reason. And it didn't make any sense. None of this stuff made sense at the end of the day, because why would it? It's their bits. They don't need to make sense. That's another thing. They don't need to make sense. Bits are personal. If you don't think it should make sense, it doesn't need to make sense. It could be random. You could also just be gargling. Sometimes I pretend to do a bit at work when I go back home, to pretend to talk a different language, but not a different language, a language that doesn't exist. So me and my coworker would be like, and so that kind of thing doesn't exist. But it's an interesting bit because it's just creating it on the spot and then just thinking about these kind of things, which they don't make sense and people probably find them stupid. But in another sense, they're only really funny to me and my coworker, which creates I think a good bit between the two of us. And that's sort of the analysis that I think you need to start doing on a lot of your bits of why they think they're funny, who are they for, who's your audience. Because like some things work with another and some things don't. Like I could tell I could do a lot of these weird things to like my older bosses or my grandpa, and they would not understand. And at that rate, it's just not a good bit anymore because you need to know your audience and who you're going to be laughing at it about. How do you know if a bit has gone too far? I think when people, a lot of the times people won't say when your bit has gone too far. They'll sort of just like, they'll give like a weird sigh and be like, okay, like that sort of thing. I think a bit only goes too far as you allow it to go, because you can keep adding on to a bit. If it's tame at first, that's good. But as long as it doesn't get too strange and whatnot, then it shouldn't be too bad. People are probably going to tell you if they get extremely uncomfortable, they'll probably tell you stuff and tell you, hey, you're going too far. A lot of times bit that has to do with, I think something that's a pretty harsh bit to do is that if like touching people and like getting in people's personal space is sort of a bit that's like, bits that involve those are a little bit too, I think, on the line and treachery. So I would not recommend trying to go for that. A lot of bits should mostly be just personal within yourself and not going really at other people unless they are also in that said bit itself. If you like bits so much, why don't you become a theater major? That's because I like history more. I think history is a great thing. I also think theater is a very, very brutal place to be in terms of learning and working in. There's a lot of things to learn. History is a lot more laid back, and teaching is a more work style that I'd rather do, and I think it's just fun as well. But both are still great, don't get me wrong. Worst bit you've seen? I don't know. I haven't been around people who really had the worst bit. I can definitely say they think my bits are the worst, which I don't disagree with. I've had not the greatest one sometimes. Some things just don't hit. That's another thing. You just need to know bits, they're not always going to hit. You should just accept your fate and just stop doing them if they're like, well, that made someone uncomfortable, or that just sucked in general. Because the only thing worse than, death is someone not laughing at your bit. And I don't think I could be able to go through that sort of scenario, but I can't think of the worst bit I've ever seen in my entire life, in my opinion. Can you do a Shrek impression? No. I will not. That is not on topic.
I mean, it kind of is. You're talking about bits.
That's a voiceover. That's not a bit. That could be a bit. You know what? I'm right. I stand corrected. That could potentially be a bit in this form. I will agree. What is Maya's funniest bit? What is Maya's funniest bit?
I don't know, but the way that dude just came in with Heelys, that was pretty great.
I'll save this one for another time. Yeah. You just kind of have to find within your bits. You have to find it kind of within yourself. You're going to have to search, and you're going to have to workshop a lot of them. You might as well just start saying random stuff at random times at all times. They say this is a strategy for everything, but talking to yourself is a legitimate good strategy. Because if you talk to yourself, you can see what sounds right and what kind of sounds wrong. And when you do that, you can kind of voice out what you think is actually a good bit and a bad bit. And overall, the bits just come by themselves. I've been saying bit a lot, so I don't know. I don't got really much just for bits, honestly. So that's whatever. We'll go on to some other questions about non-bits stuff. We offer the gummy bears as a sacrifice to the mighty Camden. You don't have to. I don't like gummy bears, so it is what it is. You don't need to sacrifice anything anymore. Do you want to build a snowman? Quotation, the smart water. Thankfully, the snow has melted from outside. I have never been more happy that there is no more snow. Because if there was snow, that means it's going to harder for me to drive the ice, and I really don't want that. I think it's an absolute blessing that there is no snow. Someone asked, what is your favorite bit you've ever done? Honestly, this Noir bit that I'm about to do in an hour is probably my favorite bit I've ever done. I've been doing it for so many years that I think it just, I don't want to say it comes naturally, it's just funny. I think it's an interesting way to just get some points across, and I actually really enjoy it. It even lets me listen to some jazz music, some Noir music, which should be load up in a second on the radio. Hopefully royalty-free music. I don't know what YouTube will do to me if I get a copyright claim. But we'll have to see. It'll be an interesting experience for all to enjoy. Hey Cam, Chancey Jim here. You're doing great work. Who on campus should I feed to Blue?
I got dark real quick.
I don't know. Probably Chancellor Jim. I wouldn't mind seeing him get eaten. Not biased at all.
Right.
What's the best bit you've fallen victim to? Oh, this one time, my mom did this thing for a really long time. So we had these. I wonder if even it's considered called a bit. But my mom did this thing for a really long time where we had these like cereal bowl, like Kellogg cereal bowls, and they were like kind of like getting old, and so they looked different. Like they were all different. And then one day they all were like pure white. They were like clean and like new. And I asked my mom, I said, hey, what's like, did we get new ones? She went, no, we didn't get new ones. These been the same Kellogg bowls that we've had since a child. And I said, are you sure? And she said, yeah. And so I believed for like 5 years that she was like not lying to me. Until one day I looked under my bed and I saw that we had an old Kellogg's bag, or like I had one of the old Kellogg's cereal bowls, and it was I went up there and I yelled. I knew it. I knew we had another Kellogg bowl, and at that rate, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I forgot." And it was the I don't know if it was more of a lie or a bit, but it was the longest I've ever fallen victim to, because it was a very long time, and I hated it. And I knew I was right. I don't know why she lied, but it was something I had to live through. Traumatic, if I might say so. Please do a Shrek impression. Please. No. Do you want some popcorn? I'm good. I will pass, however. I have a sufficient life force, as I had a pizza before this. I will be satisfied for the next 24 hours. What?
That's
What kind of pizza did you have?
Cheese.
Legs.
Plain?
What?
You like plain cheese pizza?
Well, there was pepperonis and cheese.
But it's not cheese pizza.
It was cheese and pepperoni. I split it down the middle.
Why?
Why not?
I mean, fair.
If you could tar and feather a staff member, who would it be? Rank them? Like top to bottom, or?
That was the
It's my
Wizard
scroll.
Scrolls. The Wizard Scrolls. You missed the talking like a wizard bit like 2 hours ago.
I don't care how
Yeah,
big
this
the
wizard
wizard
was
is.
dropping a
I
different
cast
kind of
fireball.
Exactly.
I would personally not tar and feather anyone on the staff team.
We got like what
My
you
choice
to do at level 4.
Fine, you're first.
Really gonna hurt, right?
We get some tar and feather on these people.
I'm really fucked up on that. Bloody.
This one just says and then no Shrek impression. So sad. Sucks. Oh, hey, lightsabers. Always love seeing those at these time of days. Last time you cried and why? I think I stubbed my toe like 2 weeks ago, and it wasn't like the worst thing in the world, but it was one of those things where I like hit it really hard, and it was one of those like not actual. I don't know if it was like it wasn't an actual cry, but it was one of those like I had like a tear came out. It had to, so I didn't really have an option after all. But I think it was an all right. I think it was an all right reason for crying. I want to say, but I can't really produce anything out of it. But that's all I got to say for crying. I don't cry often.
Ideally, we should give him a history lesson.
This is the smart water. I'm your father. Interesting. The smart water can talk a lot. Apparently, you hate the Muppets. Yes. My mom adores them. Sucks. If you had to face her Pokemon trainer style, which Muppets would you choose to fight? She would probably pick Miss Piggy and Pepe the Prawn.
I don't know.
So
You
looking
choose.
at my list, I'm going to go with the giant man eating chicken and Uncle Deadly. I think I win.
Nah, Gonzo.
Like my previous discussion, Gonzo is a wimp, and anyone can beat him up. It's a true statement. Gonzo just isn't what I don't think people
But
think.
he has the power of the narrator.
He sucks.
He has the power of the narrator.
Are we talking about this again?
Yeah, we're talking about Gonzo and how he's like the most OP Muppet.
It
His power
says,
of narration.
read this. And I was like, baby. Oh, very inspirational piece from someone.
My Justin Bieber.
Yeah, Justin Bieber.
Funny whatever.
Are those like are those names for someone specific?
Those are on topic. These are off topic.
No, I mean.
Oh, what? Oh, yeah, you can have those. Yeah,
Don't ask
they're
them
mine.
comparisons both.
They're mine. You can have them. You can have a. This one says, and I quote, "The Fitnessgram Pacer test is a multi-stage aerobic capacity test that progressively gets more difficult as it continues. The 20-meter pacer test will begin at 30 seconds. Lined up at the start, the running speed starts slowly but gets faster each minute after you hear this signal beep. A single lap should be completed every time you hear this sound ding. Remember to run in a straight line and run as long as possible. The second time you fail to complete a lap before the sound, your test is over. Your test will begin on the word start. On your mark, get ready, start. Good luck, everybody. I hope you all do well. If you can beat my score of 41, I wish you the best of luck. Vroom, vroom, it says.
This is more important.
This looks like a poem. The Lusty Ergonian Maid, Volume 2. Act 7, Scene 2. Oh, wait. No, yeah, wait. Act Scene 2 continued. My goodness. Wait, lifts her tail. My goodness, that's quite a loaf. However, what? I'm not sure I can read this.
It was Rachel approved.
It was?
So you can read it.
Lifts her tail. My goodness, that's quite a loaf. But however shall it fit my oven? Cratius Colto. This loaf isn't ready for baking, my sweet. It has yet to rise. Lifts her tail. Oh, wait, that's her name. If only we could hurry that along. How would I accomplish such a task? Cratius Colto. Oh, my foolish little Ergonian maid. You must use your hands. Lifts her tail says, you wish for me to knead the loaf here? Cratius says, of course. Lifts her tail says, but what if the mistress catches me? Your loaf was meant to satisfy her appetite. Cratius Colto. Don't fret. My delicate flower. I'll satisfy the mistress' cravings later. Lifts her tail says, very well, but I'm afraid my oven isn't hot enough. It could take hours. Cratius says, plenty of time, my sweet, plenty of time. And that was the end of Act 7, Scene 2. And then it goes into Act 4. Wait. Oh, wait, I read this wrong. Wait, did I? Anyway. Ah, well. Lizard Hill. Certainly not, kind sir, but I am here to clean your chambers. Cranius then says, is that all you've come for, little one? My chambers? Lizard Tail says, I have no idea what is that you imply, master, but I am a poor Argonian maid. Cranius says, so you are, my dumpling, and a good one at that. Such strong legs and shapely tail. Lizard Tail, you embarrass me, sir. Cranius says, fear not, you are safe with me here. Lizard Tail says, I must finish my cleaning, sir. The mistress will have my head if I do not. Cranius, cleaning, eh? I have something for you. Here, polish my sword spear. Lizard Tail says, but it is huge. It could take me all night. Cranius then says, plenty of time, my sweet. Plenty of time. This feels like a bunch of innuendos, and I'm not sure how one is supposed to feel about this. It's an incredible piece of a poem, I think. Granted, it is weird. I will not argue with the fact that this is probably someone's weird fan fiction. It was also written in Comic Sans, so I can't say I particularly approve of it. It is an alright. It is an alright piece.
Is it better than the fan fiction that you have?
Probably not. I think my fan fiction's a little bit better. You know, fun fact, I did write a fan fiction once back in middle school. It did not go well. I could not find it, unfortunately. It is what it is, though.
What was it about?
Here, Brian.
And who?
Just here, right.
Hey, that's valid.
I don't really have anything else much for bits, so we're all going to take a little learning section. We're going to read the dictionary.
No! I hate work.
Except Fletcher.
We're going to start with a random one. Advocate, a verb. Support or urge. No one who supports another or a cause. Aegis, a sponsorship. Aeon, yawn. Aerate, exposed to air. Aerial, of like air, of flying. Aerobic, an exercise
I left for 2
that
minutes.
conditions heart and lungs. It's a great resource for those who doesn't understand a lot of stuff.
At the same time, words are scary.
Oh,
You said it
well.
yourself, teaching English is the worst major.
I never said that. I would never say that. We got aft, which means near the stern, which is an interesting thing. After tax, which is after taxes are deducted. We got agency, an action or means, or it is a firm acting for another.
Hold on.
Airbag, inflatable bag to protect passengers in auto accident. We got airfield, a field where aircraft can take off and land.
Whoa.
Anthropomorphism, an attributing of human qualities to animals or things. Anti-aircraft, used against anti-aircrafts.
Ain't no way, bro.
Anti-knock, substance added to fuel of internal combustion engines to do away with noise and too rapid combustion.
Whoa, really?
Actually, that's a cool one. It used to be lead until they outlawed it.
Appear, to come into sight. Award, give after judging, a decision as by judges, or a prize. Ebb, average, Australian, of a continent or country of Australia. Battle royale, a brawl, or a heated dispute.
You're going to...
Billy goat, a male goat. Biodiversity, variety of living things in an arena or area. Bib, cloth tied under a children's chin at meals. To bicker is to quarrel.
What does quarrel mean?
To quarrel, well, I'd have to go to the queue. If I had to guess, it might mean to bicker as well.
No way.
If I
Do the
had
M words for us?
the what?
Learn more words that start with M.
I am.
That's okay. God.
We got metric system, which is a decimal system of weights and measures.
Oh.
Mew. To mew is to meow. Meow as cats meow. Mill is a place for grinding. Grain. Naturalism, an art of writing about people and things that they really are. Mercenary, thinking mainly of money, a soldier paid to serve in a foreign army. It seems I have to make my first bathroom break of the day. I know I said I wouldn't take the late hours, but so how this all works is what we do is in a political statement, you say you yield to a floor, and then someone else will take out that. Isabel will be my current person while I go to the bathroom. I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen,
Hey, Isabel,
and folks in between. So in that case, I yield the floor to Isabel.
I do like gummy bears.
Just checking the in on topic.
Oh, wow. Thank you. I'm actually currently not hungry, as I did have a lot of those chocolate pretzels. Camden brought these for all of you, so feel free to have some. I was cutting confetti earlier and accidentally cut my finger. So I have a taco band-aid that I currently cannot get open. So
Do you need help?
no, because I'm going to narrate myself trying to open this. I have very short fingernails and I've been ripping up painter's tape all day. Let me tell you about
That taco bandit?
Let me tell you about this taco band-aid.
Where'd you get it from?
I actually got it off Amazon.
Okay.
I think
How much?
probably like $10 for like 3 packs of them. Let me tell you some lore about myself. In the span of a year, I was a pirate, I was an adventurer, and I was a clown. And I also did karate. As a pirate, I learned how to sword fight. And I sword fought everyone across the land. And I won. I sailed on a ship, and now I'm here in Eau Claire. There is no ship around here, but I wish there was. Arguably, I could say I'm still a clown. Just without the makeup. I love you too. Oh, wow.
Isabella, I like your sweatshirt.
Oh, thank you. I got it up in the UP.
I've been there.
You've been to the UP? Where in the UP?
Mystique.
Mystique.
Mystique. It's like near Nudising. My family, we go there sometimes.
Nice, nice. I really love the UP. It's full of like trees and lakes. I'm mostly from like the Crystal Falls area. Yeah. My family goes there every year, and we do a lot of like lake things. We stay there for a week over the 4th of July, and we go to this small town called Alpha, where my family has been from since like the 1800s. It's quite weird being in the same place that like my great grandparents lived as children. But yeah, I would have to say that the UP is one of my top 10 places I've ever been. I'd also say New Orleans is a great place to be. I went during Mardi Gras, and that was very fun. I got to see all like the parade floats like get built in the workshop, and so that was awesome. There was a giant Big Bird one, and it was just so creepy, but I loved it. Yeah. Well, okay. Do you want to hear about a movie?
Yes.
What movie?
Death Toilet. Has anyone seen this classic movie? Both of you have seen Death Toilet. Yes. Well,
Passionately, apparently.
passionately have seen Death Toilet. Death Toilet, I would argue, is the best movie to have come out in the last 10 years. It has such great like acting. The actors totally don't say the same thing over and over again, like 4 times in a row, just in different ways. And the camera work is just stellar. Yeah. It's also just an amazing. It just has amazing humor that will just like get you laughing, cackling, rolling on the floor. There are 6 of these movies in the Death Toilet franchise. Death Toilet is about a possessed toilet that kills people, but it actually only has like a body count of 2, which I find hilarious. Yeah, there's only 2 people, and one of them comes back to life. Spoiler alert.
No, I can't
Wait, what?
Sorry, it's a very minor spoiler.
When he just pushed out today. Yeah. Is it good? I'm excited.
Yeah, I've seen Death Toilet 1, arguably the best Death Toilet. Death Toilet 2.
Oh, actually, those are the
It's all right. It had its own song that they wrote especially for the movie. And Death Toilet 3 just embraces its ridiculousness and just goes off the walls. So I highly recommend. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Where can you watch this series?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked. Death Toilet can be watched on this amazing streaming service called Tubi. It's free, and it just has ads every so often. And I really love it. It's where I've been watching all my movies recently. It has like the really weird movies like That Toilet, and then it has like other more well-known movies on it. And it's where I find like all the hidden gems of movies. Has anyone heard of Troll 2? You've heard of Troll 2. A fun fact about Troll 2, there's not actually trolls. They're actually all goblins. The word troll is never mentioned once. Yeah. How many of you play Mario Kart? Quite a few of you. Someone.
Do Smash Bros. Ultimate.
Super Smash Bros. Ultimate?
Yeah.
What about it?
Who's your go-to character today?
My go-to character for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate would probably have to be it'd probably have to be Cloud.
That is the correct answer.
I don't know. I really like Final Fantasy VII, and Cloud is just like, he's so cool with his giant Buster Sword, and he's just like, cha, cha. Yeah. You know, Cloud's just like an anime sword fighter, but, you know, I stand by the anime sword fighters of Super Smash Ultimate. Honestly, any of them, I'm pretty okay at. I also really like playing as Ridley, just because I really like the one move where you just like smash someone into the ground and then like drag them. Yeah. Also, I just think it's funny to play as a giant dragon thing. Update, I put on the taco band-aid. I am no longer bleeding out onto this podium like Thank you. So, my favorite hat. Like favorite kind of hat or favorite hat I own? My favorite kind of hat would have to be like a nice brimmed hat. It like with a flat brim, you know, and I like to wear it backwards, but it's kind of too cold out to wear those sorts of hats, so I'm wearing beanies, specifically this beanie like all the time. I'd say my favorite hat that I own is this like green and white hat that just says Uper on the back that I got from Upper Michigan. Full circle, back to Upper Michigan.
Have you been to Pictured Rocks?
To what?
Pictured Rocks?
I might have, but a long time ago.
I don't have yours.
I don't know. I really like driving up in the UP. It's just like all country road, and low key you can go as fast as you want. Oh, hello, Camden. Oh, so. Would you like to take back your throne? All right, I yield my time back to Camden.
I'd like to thank Isabel for being an amazing sport, just so that I could pee. It's an incredible journey around the brain. I had to go downstairs because that bathroom over there was already taken. An amazing journey through all enough. It seems there might be more questions, comments, or concerns. This one is at heart. It says Shrek is equal to Pookie. I'm not sure what this entirely understands. It must be that they believe Shrek is in fact Pookie, which, you know, on a scale of love or not, I just cannot see Shrek at the same level as being a Pookie. Because quite frankly, how do you even diminish Pookie? It's too much of a thought process and I can't get behind it. Just read this, don't sing. We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. Commitments, what? I'm thinking of, and you wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never going to run you around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. Get rickrolled. An excellent feature. A lot of run-on sentences. I fear that it just isn't the greatest thing I've ever read. Unfortunately, we'll have to see till next time to see what kind of other obstructions we will see throughout that. This is a giant thing that just says meow in very giant letters. I completely agree. Cats are better than dogs. This is what it kind of explains throughout this entire process. Meow is the best thing I can give in that area. It says death toilet. If you don't know, this is a severe reference to something, and that's it. We don't need to mention death toilet anymore. It says blink twice if you need help. Don't worry. I am here under my own convention, and there is nothing holding me hostage here. And I'm totally fine. Nothing is bad if there, whatever. I'm completely okay. This is another thing that says meow. Meow is another interesting segment into it. We're going to talk about that. This is another one that says meow. A lot of comments, a lot of cats in the crowd today. I'm glad you could all make it with us today. Cool cats. We got other cats from the musical. It's really an all cool area around here. This is an important list. This is interesting. Kiss, Marry, Kill, another one of these for rock, papers, and scissors. This has been a tough choice. Rock, paper, and scissors have been around for a long time. I've known them all for a very long time personally. Each of them have technically been my right-hand man for a while, and I've been impressed with, quite frankly, all of their work and everything that they've done for me. It's going to be a hard decision to say which one I think I would kill because honestly, they're all so great in terms of just absolute helpfulness. Each of them made me. However, I gotta say, for Rock, I just can't see it. Everyone expects Rock. It's a common one you go with, but he is reliable, and so I might just have to say I think I will marry the Rock. Just because the Rock it's old, reliable, and nobody expects the Rock on a first time hit. All right, if you're gonna do rock, paper, scissors, no one expects the Rock, so I gotta say I gotta marry the Rock. In terms of Kiss, quite frankly, I'm not sure which one's worse or which one's better. Would I rather get a paper cut on my lip, or would I rather it get cut? And because of that, I sort of think that as long as I'm kissing a paper at the front value, I think I won't be able to get cut. And so I have to say I'm going to marry the Rock, I'm going to kiss the paper, I'm going to kill the scissors. Now, I know that's a controversial opinion because scissors has been a very important part of a lot of people's lives. It's been used to cut paper. However, if I marry Rock, I'll be able to be protected and not have to get killed by the scissors. It's sort of a huge thing. That's why I'm marrying the Rock and kissing the paper. I'm giving it a tiny loaf of what it could have in my life, but it's not really getting that anymore. And that's just sort of how life is going to go. I hope this answers any questions about my thoughts on rock, paper, scissors. Favorite cat in the world? It's my cat. His name is Jar Jar. He's been alive for about 12, 14 years now, still kicking it. And he's honestly the best cat. I don't really take second opinions, I might say, because, you know, why rep any other cat if I have my own? So I might as well rep my own. I think he's a cool cat. There's nothing else I got to add to it. Is that it's just that he's the best. And my cat does this really cool thing sometimes where he pukes on the floor, and I think that's a unique personality that not many cats have. And then I have to clean it up, and it's like that's not really the greatest thing, but it's a personality issue I think that happens, and I think that's really important within this whole ability in the world. This says woof with a question mark. Personally, not as strong as the meows because the mouse had a lot more confidence. The question mark just kind of takes the wolf down the alleyway. And the wolf to the question, I do not think bones should be buried in the backyard. I believe they should be buried in a graveyard. And I personally believe every dog is a grave digger. And that's sort of just how life is going to go. And there's nothing else I can really say to convince me otherwise. Meow! And this is another meow. But with an actual cat on the line. Wonderful picture. This is what we like to see here in this day of economy, is that when we get these type of meow pictures, we want them to be full. This is going to be great for the economy. I don't think this is ever going to go wrong in the entirety of life, as far as I'm aware. We're going to have a great time. Are you Knuff? I've been told I've been Knuff. I've been told I'm Cam Nuff, and that's pretty cool. I think I'm good with that. I've seen the Barbie movie 3 or 4 times now, so I think that's enough levels to get me up on that scale of being Knuff. I can never truly say because it's a lot of other people's opinions, but I think I got it down pretty tightly in terms of what people are looking for and how I can help them out with this Knuff issue. Seems that the time is going on. It's almost midnight. It's going to be a fun time for all of us here. Glad you all could make it to midnight. We finally made it to the tomorrow morning in technicalities. I'm sure many of you want to still be awake. I'm genuinely surprised there's this many of you even here. You all must really not have anything to do, which is really great for me. Glad you all be here. Next little intimate's going to be a little bit interesting. If you don't like jazz music, I apologize. That's all we're going to be listening to for the next hour, because that's sort of what goes on in this little area of life. And so I'm going to be loading up a jazz noir playlist, because you can't have a 1920s detective without noir music. That's sort of the whole gimmick. And we're going to all be detectives here. We're going to ask questions. If you're going to ask a question, you could all, just like the Wizarding plays, it's an also great place to ask as if this was the 1920s. I know a little bit about the Great Depression, the New Great Deal, so I know a little bit about the 1920s. But if you want to ask cases, the cold cases of my life, I'm going to be I've been on the job for 34 years, so we're going to see how this goes a little bit. How's that? Give me 1 second, apologize. Don't listen to the ads. Alrighty. Seems the time is 12. We're going to get into a little bit more serious of a tone.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, did you fix your shirt when you were in the bathroom?
Yeah. The year was 19. 28, to be exact. I've been on the case for 28 years. 32 if you count when I was a little tiny baby as well. You see, my mother, she worked me on the case. She knew I was going to be a great detective one day. Why she knew I was going to be a great detective? Because when I came out of the womb, I solved the coldest case of my life. Who killed my father? Luckily for me, I knew who it was right away. It was, in fact, my mother. You see, being a detective on the job for a little bit while, it's a little bit tough. I've had many cases in my life, and honestly, all of them have been wonderful. And by wonderful, I mean absolutely horrific. They were all murder cases. When I first started the job as a beat cop, they didn't even put me on the street. They put me right into the crime scene. They wanted me to get as much experience. I don't know why. I was only 12. But because of this, I had experience. I had what I needed right away. And they did exactly what I needed to do. I solved my first real murder when I was 13 years old. It was really easy. I stumbled across a dead body. Her name was Janet McPhee. Janet McPhee, her body was everywhere. New Jersey, Connecticut, Michigan, and 3 of her fingers was in Australia. How did I know this? Well, obviously we tracked it down. DNA didn't exist back then, but I tried my best. I personally looked at every fingerprint I could. I went to Australia. I told them it was just a daily thing. It was really just a vacation, but I knew what I wanted, and I got what I wanted. That murder only took me 3 months to find out. How did I find it out so soon, you might be asking? Well, you see, something that I noticed, that on every single one of those body parts, the murderer wrote his initials, TP. I knew who I had to follow. I looked up all the names in the yellow book in the surrounding areas. Luckily for me, there was really only one name, and his name was TP. It was like TEEPHEH, and he was the only guy in the yellow book, and it was easy. We tracked him down to a small place in Chicago. I personally arrested him. He was 3 times my weight, yet I still got him on the ground, mostly because I shot him in the leg. For future reference, this is non-addictive pipe. Do not smoke, children. It causes cancer. Just so you all know. But you don't need cancer when you're a detective. Because life is a cancer when you're a detective. See, being on the case for 34 years, you see a lot of things. I once saw a car blow up. Nothing really cool about it. It was really funny, and I did it myself. Turns out, when you put a dynamite in a car, it might have some explosive attitudes with it. I've had an interesting life, you see. I remember this one case that I had. Her name was Gertrude McLean. An interesting person. I didn't know why anyone was named Gertrude back in that day, but what can I say? I was born in the 1800s, I think. I'm not sure my own lore, and it never will be accurate. Anyway, but Gertrude, she was a cool person. She worked at the corner store down by the corner. It was an interesting place. It was like really on the corner though, and it was about 3 square miles long, and that's about it. And it really sucked because no one understood why she bought a corner store on the corner when she could have bought it on like State Street. And I was like, I just didn't understand it. But that's okay. Because as a detective, you don't need to understand things. You just need to live things. Because I lived these things, I understood what I needed to do. Now, Gertrude, you see, she was a good waitress. She did everything right at the corner street or the corner store. You know, I don't know why they had a waitress at the corner store. It was sort of weird. I even tipped her a few times because I felt bad. I don't know why, but let's just say she made my pockets empty with pennies. It's actually really hot in here. I'm going to take this off a little bit. Too many. But she was a good person until I found her dead. It was July 4th, 1914, in the midst of World War I. I wasn't in World War I. I actually was able to get out. I dodged the draft. Not because I wanted to, because I really wanted to. War is not my thing. But that's all okay. Because when I found Gertrude dead, I went, this is my case. This is the cold case I knew I would have gotten. This is this is how it's going to get me out of here. So I told the draft person, I said, I can't, I got a dead person I need to work with. And they said, okay. And then I got out. And so finally I got to work. As I hired that jazz band right behind me, as they walked in, I walked very smoothly throughout the apartment that she was murdered in. And I thought it was really interesting. She had a really nice leather couch. And I thought to myself, how could you afford a leather couch? You're a waitress. In the 1920s. The Great Depression is in like 8 years. There's no way you should be able to afford this. And then I thought to myself, well, what if she had a partner? What if she had someone who was there with her? Maybe a husband, maybe a wife. We'll never know because she's dead. And that's something I had to figure out myself. And so I looked through the records, and little did I know, I found out. I went into her room, and there was her partner, sleeping, all there by himself. And so I did the only thing I know I could have done. I snuggled up to him, pretending to be Gertrude.
Oh, yeah!
It was nothing intimate. I just needed more information. I put on my best Gertrude voice, as I thought she would have been talking like. And boy, did it work. That man was so tired, he didn't understand what I was asking him. I asked him for his ID. I asked him for his name, where he was at the time of the murder. He gave me it all. But it sucked. He had an alibi. He was sleeping when the murder occurred. I checked the alibi. It was true. He was sleeping. I know I was because I was there. It was the worst thing I've ever seen. It wasn't even like the coolest murder I've ever seen either. It was like very mediocre. It was like an okay stab. It was maybe like a little strangulation. It was all right. I've seen better. But that's not the point. Because at that point, I was only on the case for about 18 years. And I've seen, and I wish I'd seen better. But Gertrude was a nice person. Because they always put pancakes on my pancakes. That's an ad. Apologies. TurboTax wants to get into this. But then I had to study everything. I studied the department. I studied the body. I understood where everything was going from and everything, where it came from. And I understood everything. So then I had to go, Gertrude, what could I do next? How could I solve your murder? So then I went to her workplace. Because they always say if you're about to be killed, it's about the people who know you that do it first. And so what did I do? I went to the corner store. Oh, I hated that place. But after I went to the corner store, I talked to their boss. And I went, hey, you know Gertrude? And he went, who? And I went, your employee? And he goes, the waitress? And I go, yeah. And he goes, no, she just does that. You've been getting scammed for weeks. And I go, damn. And so I put a note in my pocket to steal back the money that I gave her after I go back to her apartment. It was huge. It was bad. But I gave her like $20, which back in the 1920s is like $300, I think. It was an intense time. But I knew what I had to do. I understood exactly who murdered her. I could sense it from the beginning. And so what I did is that I went back up. I went back to the apartment. I understood. I knew exactly what was happening. There was someone stuck there. Someone who didn't leave. Someone who was still in the compartments. And so what did I do first? I opened the fridge. There was an apple, 3 bananas, and a case of milk, but not a human. I was slightly disappointed. But then what did I need to find? I then went to the cupboard. I went to the cabinet. I went to places where only a might-like person could stand. But then I thought to myself, no person would be standing where they murdered someone. So I went exactly where no one would have expected. I went to the bathroom pill compartment. And just as I opened that mirror, a man fell out. I knew I caught him. His name was Ron. I knew Ron from a long time ago. We used to serve in the Air Force together back when I was a child. The government put me on some steps to become a very well-trained pilot. I didn't want to be, though. It was a huge, messy divorce. But I looked at Ron and I said, I know what you did, Ron. You murdered Gertrude. He went, yes, I did. And I went, oh, really? You're going to admit that? He went, yeah. And I went, oh, I was just guessing. And I was guessing. Because Ron could have been in there for any reason. I've hidden cabinets before. I wasn't going to blame him. But you know what Ron did? He admitted it. He got 48 years. He's still in there to this day. I visit him sometimes with cake. Sometimes I put files in them because I think it's funny. Will he ever escape? We'll find out. Ron reminds me of another case. A case of water. It was a serial killer under the name of John McFawn. Now, John McFawn was historical. This is when I moved to Connecticut for some reason. They had me placed under judicial review because I wasn't allowed back in the state of Illinois, which was totally controversial and a wrong opinion, if I got to say so myself. But because of this person, John McGon, I had to understand exactly what his motives were. I didn't know what he was doing or why he would do it. He did 3 murders over the course of 10 years. Were they related? I'm not really sure, but I could have sworn it was him. Because this one time, I saw a shadow that I thought looked like him, and then I went to go to the crime scene and he wasn't there. And I could have sworn that it was him, but it was not. But it's something I had to keep a note of, and I think it was. So anyway, I spent 23 years tracking down John McGon. John McGon. We met one day at a fine dinner in Paris. How did we get there? It's a long story. I lied. It's a short story. I bought us plane tickets. I wanted to meet him firsthand at a place of my choosing. I said France, because I didn't really know where else to go. Because also, I wanted a vacation to France. Because I already got that Australian trip, and so that was sort of like my big thing for my captain to enjoy. And so I went to this place, and I went, this is amazing. So I said, John McGon, I said, hey, be straight with me. Why did you murder those people? And he went, Detective Cam, I have no idea what you're talking about. So I said, cut the crap, John. The streets ain't like they used to be anymore. You need to get out of this whole dynamic of not telling me the truth. And he went, all right, fine, you got me. I did do those murders. And I'll be honest with you, you'll never prove it in court. And then I laughed at his face. And then we went back home. He was right. I couldn't prove it in court because France has different murder policies than we do here in America. And they don't care. But then, it reminds me a lot about, John McGon reminds me a lot about how I had to kind of build myself up from the bootstraps. You know, not everyone has a typewriter these days. It takes great skill to work a typewriter. I was a typewriting god, I want to say. No one can typewrite faster than me in my typewriting skills. I was a typewriter, to say. And it was truly an amazing piece. I could type at least 3,000 words per second. That's right. No one on the force could type faster than me. I used to type so fast that people said they didn't even recognize what I was typing. That's just how good I was and how bad they were. I could write a report in 38 seconds about anything, and then I would throw it away because it didn't matter. Because back in the day, we were corrupt. We might still be corrupt. I think we're still corrupt. But that's just the business, baby. Being a detective isn't all blood and gore, though. We have some good moments. I once gave a balloon to a child. I once gave candy to a baby. I once tripped an old man. All the joys in life can be experienced by a detective. And this is what I do. I do to protect. I do it to preserve and to help the future of America. However, not many of that is very often. You see, in the year 1921, it reminds me of something that happened. Her name was Ruby Rose. She was the love of my life, I might say. I recently just got over another person dying. My last partner, Rose Ruby. She died in a car crash that I may or may not have planned. But Ruby Rose, she brought something new to the table. She knew how to play checkers, which is something I was looking forward to for a very long time. Because most people only know how to play chess, and I didn't know how to play chess. But checkers, I could do checkers. And with these checkers, me and Ruby Rose took over the town. We knew how to do. I took her on my patrols. I let her into the crime scenes. She knew how to do everything regarding a correct murder. It wasn't until 1924 that I found out the worst news possible. Ruby Rose had died. It seemed like a murder. They were attacking me. They knew I was a detective. They were going after me. They specifically wrote a note. It was this very, very long note. I didn't actually read it because it was really long, and I had to go get brunch that morning. But if I did read it, it probably said, "We are bad guys. Come get us. Loser." And I took offense to that, to be fair. And so I did exactly what I think any man should have done after their fiancée and future wife died. I went to go get brunch. And I decided it was a good brunch. It was at the corner store, actually, as well. It was waffles with a little sprinkle on top. It was delicious. I loved it. However, I then had to go afterward. After the lunch, I had to realize that Ruby Rose did die. How did she die, you might be asking? Well, it was horrific. To describe it would have to be a sin amongst men. It was sensational. It was terrible. I'm pretty sure they decided to do that thing they only do in movies, where they write blood on the walls. It was really weird, and I'm pretty sure half of it was jam and either their own blood. It's a shame we didn't have forensics. If we did, I would have done something about it. Good thing we only had the normal forensics back in that day, which is just a bunch of high schoolers talking and getting awards for talking. So as I had to go to the autopsy and the coronation, and with my jazz team behind me, we made sure we knew what we were doing. My jazz team is actually a hired list of professional forensic scientists and also junior detectives under my wing. I did what I did best. I told them, I'm too emotional for this. You got to go find the murderer of Ruby Rose. And if you don't bring them back to me, you're all fired. This was a great way to get rid of all of them, because I really did not care about any single one of them. Because my only Ruby Rose has died. It took me 12 years to catch down any last tricks. What I started to do is that I didn't realize is that I had a dog. I just bought the dog. And then he started sniffing the crime scene because after 12 years, we didn't clean it up. And so after those times, we took the dog, and the dog just started sniffing. And it's made its way all over to the crime scene.
It's gonna make me cry, okay?
But the dog, it scent carried. It was able to smell the perpetrator for 12 years ahead. It walked us straight to this random guy walking on the street. I told him you were arrested. He said no. And so I arrested him.
You're under arrest, Your Honor.
He's in jail for 28 years. It only would have been 5, but I bribed the judge. I wanted to have this criminal put away for a long time, and it needed to be long. And that's how I felt about it. The question states, who was your first love? $18.99 is when I had my first love. She didn't have a name. She was a mysterious person. She walked around the club like she owned it. I didn't know who she was or who she wore or anything. The who, what, where's, how, why, nothing. She walked around once and I said, hey, and then she walked by me and ignored me. My heart fluttered. I would never find someone like her ever again. I hope one day we'll be able to recollect. Did she see me as just a random person? I was 4 years old, so maybe she didn't see me as I saw her. But she was the coolest damn lady I've ever known in my entire life. Thoughts on Sherlock Holmes? A wonderful detective. A little bit past my time, I'd say. We've worked together a few times. He needed help on a case. And so I helped him because I knew it would create a name for me. It did not help when I figured out he was just a fictional character, however. That kind of hurt my whole self-esteem and reputation with that man. I was hoping he would help me out a little bit, but he was only in works of literature, and quite frankly, I was appalled by it. I wanted to talk to him. I wanted to tell him how happy I was because I read all his books. I thought they were just autobiographies. They were not. And it fills me with great remorse to say that I just can't approve of Sherlock Holmes anymore after what he did to me. It was truly a humbling moment. I think that if Sherlock Holmes was ever come true and he actually decides to become real, I'll take it in. I'll decide if I want to talk to him or not. It'll take a while though. That trust has been broken already. We'll have to see what happens. The most serious time to lean on your dorm frame. What? Oh. When leaning on your dorm frame, there's a lot of things you need to know. You gotta act serious. Some people don't understand that when you lean on a door frame, it's how it gets professional. Whenever I lean on a door frame, I've done it about 53 times. 28 of them, I've missed the door frame, and I fell on my face. It happens. That's all I can say. When you're going to be doing it, though, you got to be serious. You got to have strong joints in your arms, and you got to be ready to lean. But not everyone is ready to hear that conversation. It's going to be a long time before we effectively do this sort of thing. Please never. What is the most overrated country? I've been to a few countries, I'd say. A lot of my cases require me to go overseas. You see, I got to do a lot of stuff. I got to go to a lot of places. Because a lot of murders, no one else can solve them, except moi. And because of moi, I had to go to a lot of places. There was one place, Germany. was an interesting place. The Germans are great for a lot of things they're known for. Underage drinking and medieval torture. And personally, I thought both of them were interesting enough that I wanted to go there. I learned out they do not do medieval torture anymore in the 1920s. And Germany is currently in the middle of a world war. So that was sort of an offset. There's also new people that are rising to power, which I think are a little bit weird. But we'll see how that goes in the future. I hope nothing bad happens. Oh, I shouldn't. I guess I should say this differently. When I say World War I, of course, I mean the Great War, the war to end all wars. The only war that we've had in a world war. No twos. Which U.S. president would you be in an arm wrestling competition? Nah, there's been a lot. There's been too many. I think George Washington was a brittle man. His teeth were made out of wood. I bet his bones were too. Although I will say he was a founding father, I don't like the Constitution. And since he helped write it, I could beat him in an arm wrestling competition. Any president from 1776 up to 1900, I could beat. And that is a confident fact, I will say, for every version of my life. It's been interesting. The presidents nowadays, the president asked my job once. I've had multiple presidents ask me for my help. FDR asked me for my help. Yeah. We had a murder in the Oval Office once. I solved it. However, it turns out it was a higher ranking official, and they swept it under the rug. It was all right, though, because they still paid me a lot of hush money. They paid me 40 buckaroos to keep my mouth quiet. And back in the day, that was a lot of money just to keep your mouth quiet. Normally, they just take you out back, but not me. Thank you. I try to do the best background lore I can. Oh, this is a nice picture. This is a picture of the filibuster. Luckily, this is just like how it was in the 1920s, where we had to color and paint our memories instead of pictures. Although pictures did exist, we did not do them often. This one's a keeper. Looks like your folks are splitting up, kid. The game's up, and they're heading for a divorce. Yeah, I saw that coming from a long time away. My folks are going to be divorced for a while. Granted, I don't remember the lore I just said in the past 20 minutes. I think one of them is already dead. But if you're talking about my steps, then yes, my step-parents are also divorcing. It's been a tough game, but, sometimes you just got to divorce. And it's especially hard nowadays because it's the 1920s and you can't really divorce each other. That's sort of frowned upon.
I'm trying really hard to get you Reese's peanut butter cup.
That's unfortunate.
That's not historically accurate. How strange. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
How on topic.
Camden, darling. Meet me at the speakeasy tonight. Let's dance in the shadows and whisper secrets in the moonlight. One of my many secret admirers. I have currently too many of them. It's either I have too many or I have just one really dedicated one. I'll have to see about the speakeasy tonight. I think I have to be up here for a while. There's a case I have to ponder over. I have to look out the window as it rains and smoke a dim cigarette and cough on nicotine and think of bad life choices. Think of how I could have went better. Think about how I should have went into art. What if I went into theater instead of going into the academy? What about my best friend? My best friend John. John. He died during the academy.
No.
It was a disgraceful event. Someone said duck and he didn't duck. And then he was hit by a duck. which then accidentally gave him a brain concussion. He was dead on the spot, they say. But we'll have to see about the speakeasy. Maybe I won't be busy tonight. Maybe the moonlight and the warm lights may actually shine bright on me. We'll have to see. Hi, Camden. The government here. You've done a nice job. You're one of our best. Also, nice ass. What can I say? The government knows all. And the government knows who they hire. I can't say I was hired for just for my ass, but I'm not going to deny the compliment. I hope the government knows how much I'm worth. I hope the pretty penny that they put in my pockets could continue to be a pretty dime next time, if you know what I mean. Maybe if we're even lucky, a quarter. That Oval Office was pretty red, if I do say so myself. And it's all under the rug now. I also will not be doing my taxes. For future reference. Government.
Good for you.
Word on the street is Johnny the Sorcerer is taking his final blow. Looks like the magic deck's coming to a permanent close, pal. I agree. The magic on the street just ain't what it used to be. You know, people have been delving into this unknown magic, this dark powers, and nothing of this light anymore. And personally, I just don't approve. We'll have to see. Johnny's a sorcerer. He was a great source. He was a great friend, it seems. But he was going to be struck down one way or another. He made deals with the wrong people. He talked to the devils, and he made the rituals that no one else could understand. I don't think he knew what he was talking about. Johnny, this one time, I looked in a grimoire of his once. It was a book made of nothing but flesh and bones. It was very well articulated, and it was decently well made. I almost wanted to ask him how good he is at making leather books, but I knew my curiosity would have been the worst of me. But Johnny was our sole magic man. He was the one that helped us get information that no one else could. He was the one who helped us cross the street when no one was looking. He was the one who sang me bedtime stories. It was something that not many people are able to do nowadays. But now that Johnny's out, I just don't think this is a good case for all of us. The magic has to end always, though, which, to be frank, I'm kind of glad. I told Johnny he shouldn't mess with that kind of stuff. When he started contacting Cthulhu, I knew it was over. That's on him. But rest in peace, Johnny. May you live another day. When will Father come back from the Great War? I'm not sure. The war has already been over for a very long time. 14 years to be exact. It is now 1932, I think. So Father will never come back, I must say. Father's dead. Just like his father and his father before him. Every war will spark something great. The Great American-Spanish War. The War of 1812. My great-great-grandfather died in the American War. All of them. He was very good at dying. Father will never come back from the Great War, however. It's a punishment that he knows why he did. I don't know why he went into it, though. He knew he was a losing battle. Hi, Camden. Ruby Rose here. How about we slip away into a secluded, not jazz joint tonight, where we'll lose ourselves in the music and forget about the world outside. Ruby, you're supposed to be dead. I don't know how you're alive. If you're not alive, this could be a trap. One of my enemies. I don't know who. I have many enemies. That's something you do as a detective. You create enemies. And I don't even create them for a proper cause. I just like to create them. Sometimes I steal from babies so that they'll grow into a force that will want to destroy me for all eternity. But Ruby Rose, if you are real, no. Wait. Actually, wait. Ah, never mind. I forgot you're my partner. Baby. But I don't believe you're alive. Unless Johnny the Sorcerer, he's been doing some of that magic. And that magic, well, that would just be that diabolical. You wouldn't be the same person you would be now. You'd be a fraction, you'd be atoms, you'd be a skull of what you currently are now. I couldn't. I wouldn't believe it. I've come with rest in you, Ruby Rose. I've come with rest with who you are now. What is the USD equivalent of one buckaroo? It's about $1. Hey, Candy. The government here. Did you say you don't pay your taxes? Forget about it. No one does in this damn country. Thank God. This country, we need less taxes. This is something we need to do now. And to be quite frank, I'm glad. Working for the government has never been easier to not do my taxes.
Who is Frank and why are you stealing his identity like this?
Huh?
To be frank, why are you being Frank? Why
I
are
beat
you-
a lot of people.
Why are you stealing his identity like
As a detective,
this?
you need to do some things that some people aren't proud of. I've had 3 identities under my belt for this entire time. Is my name Cam? Is my name Frank? Is my name John? We'll actually never know. I steal the identities of everyone I meet because I know I can use them. Because that's what makes a difference between a good detective and a great detective, and then me as a detective, is that I do what people aren't willing to do. I put forward the notion that I'm going to steal your identity. I tell people, and then I steal their social securities. I steal their insecurities. I become them. And that's a journey that only I can do. No one else has the capacity for this level of my level. And it's something I take great appreciation on. It reminds me of a case. That case, it was it was very sad. It was in 1914. His name was, I think, like the Archduke Francis or something. He was a guy who wore a lot of colors. It was all the way in Austria, I think. And it was a sort of an overseas case study. And they went, hey, you need to tell us who did this whole murder. And I went, I don't really feel like it. Turns out a war happened because of me, but it is what it is. I actually never even liked that guy anyway. He called me a turkey head once, which I don't know what that means, but it was kind of funny. Oh, we're not that far at all. Would you say the lead in your pipes has affected you in any way? Yes. Here in the 1920s, we have a lot of lead pipes. And quite frankly, I consume a lot of things off my lead pipes. One time I tried licking my lead pipe because I thought it'd be funnier and it would get liquid off of it since it was freezing and there was an icicle. It was just something we had to do back in the day. We didn't really have a choice much. But it was funny and I thought it was cool. My brain damage has not affected my 32 years of service though. Because in my 32 years of service, I have solved every case I have ever done. And if I didn't solve the case, I probably said I didn't want to do it and gave it to someone else. Now that's how you get an 100% detective rate. You can go on Rate My Detective, and I will be there. And I will be square, and I will be number 1. My bad ratings are from the criminals that I've injusticed and the criminals I've put away. Were some of them innocent? Maybe. This is the 1920s. You got to talk about work. Who are you going to believe? Some guy named Lauren? Or some guy named me? The difference is it's not. You know, speaking of Lauren, his was an interesting case. You see, there was this murder a while ago. It was the year 1924. I recently got this cold case, as they called it, from the radio. I was on the telephone, and they called me. They said, listen, detective, we got to get you up here. Your expertise are what's needed as this right now. And I went, God, fine. But did you have to call me at 11 in the morning? And they went, that's pretty late, don't you think? And I go, no. I was hungover. I had too much orange juice last night, and I needed to sleep in. It was an excruciating murder. It was well thought out, though. I almost thought it was the perfect murder. No murder weapon, no witnesses, no anything, no sign of burglaries. It was an in and out, swift, done did. I don't even remember the victim, unfortunately. But Lauren was a next door neighbor. And not even like next neighbor, like next door, like several places away. And I looked at him, I saw him in the hallway, and I went, you're the murderer. He looked at me confused. He was taking out trash. I knew what that trash was. Those were body parts. I knew he murdered someone. And so I grabbed him, arrested him, threw that trash away, didn't even look at it because I knew it was him. And so I did that. And you know what I did afterward? I put him in jail for 13 years. When he got out, he started a group advocating for less corrupt police officers. He'll never learn. So I arrested him again, put him in the slammer for 3 more years. What can I say? It's something a good cop does. If you saw the Archduke at a Subway sandwich shop, would you shoot him? So, personally, I'm not a fan of Subways, or sandwiches, I should say. They're not really my taste. I prefer cold hard cigarettes and pain as a morning breakfast. So, if I ever did see this Archduke man, I'd have to also be abroad and be in Europe at that time. And at that rate, I'd be like, I might as well enjoy while I last. Although he wore a lot of green, purple, and orange, and he had a fancy feather hat, I can't say for a guaranteed fact I would shoot him. I feel like he has to deal with that on his own consequence and not mine, because I wouldn't care about it. Could you tell us about the Penna-Rosa cat murders? Where are they now? The Penna cat murders were they were a pair of twins who were especially good at killing people. They were a group of 2 girls who were twins, and honestly, I think they just clawed their victims to death. That's why we called them the Cats. And these cats weren't cool at all. They were deadly. They were meow deadly in a way, and it was bad. I remember one victim, 13,000 scratches on their face alone. It was bad. You could see the skull. But you might be wondering how we caught them. It was a simple trick. Catnip. For some reason, these twins were really just like cats. We put some catnip in the middle of the town square. We got them right there where we wanted. They never survived a day in prison. And by that, I mean they really didn't. They weren't served cat food, and so they perished. It was a really sad story about them, to be honest, but cats gotta stay cats. Energy drinks. Don't forget to drink them. Right. Put this next to here. Ooh, I have to walk over. Hi, Camden. Cammy Whammy here. Your serial killer doppelganger here. Just stopping by to say hello. Cammy Whammy, I've been on your case for 3 years now. You might look like me, you might sound like me, and you might do perfect killing like I would do. But just know you will be caught. There is no place for you to hide. I will get you. Because that's just who I am. And you will never understand that just because you are my doppelganger doesn't mean you think like me. Doesn't mean you understand like me. Doesn't mean you'll ever get by like me. And because of that, I'll always be one step ahead. I'll always be the one you are most scared of. And that's exactly what I plan to do the rest of my life. Hey, Camden. The ghost of Franz Ferdinand here. Did you shoot me? Personally, no. I don't think it was me who shot you. I think it was another person. I'm so glad to have the ghost here of your body. I'm glad you can make it with us today. I feel like it's a great experience for you to be here. Sorry about your untimely passing, but you know what they say. It is what it is. And that's all they say. Sometimes a well-placed slap on the rump can liven up a dreary joint, adding a bit of spice to the evening activities. I agree. A well-placed slap, I don't really know what a well-placed slap on the rump means. I can only think it means something that I shouldn't be saying, and it's something that I feel people shouldn't be writing down in a theoretical place. But I agree. You should always liven up the place when you get a chance. It's how you make things fun. It's how we get along with things. And it's how we get this party started. Woo. Now that's good. Hi, Camden. Garrido Principe, killer of Franz Ferdinand here. Thanks for the help. I really appreciate it. I did not kill Archduke Franz Ferdinand. I just want to clarify this for other people. That was not me. I was not in the area at the time. I had an alibi, and I was in America, I think. Also, even if it was me, the statute of limitation totally up, and everything's different there in Austria than in America. So I really can't be blamed for anything bad going on. Please never message me again, Garrido Principe. I do not wish to be your accomplice in your murders. What a wonderful time to be a detective. Now we got 10 minutes. That's all I got for the detective bit. Time to have some normal, fun questions. Have you ever had a dream that you want to, you don't, yeah, you want, you have, and then, then you is, and then you, and then the thing, and then you, and then, yeah, and then, ha, 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 and then the dream where you don't, and you, and then he's on you, and then you have to, and then you, if you, and.
You know the one.
Oh, good question.
You want and you and wants and he you so much. You could do anything.
Bro.
Thank you. Another banger. Brought to you by Late Night Filibuster. The shit we do around here is we're all tired. Thank you, Hannah. I do not need anything though. Says, hey Cam, it's Hannah. Do you need anything? I might run to Taco Bell. I am good, but thank you for the offer. Taco Bell is evil once again.
No, it's not.
Right, we did that, wasn't it?
Hey Camden, Gerald Ford here. I'm so proud of you. I was also wondering if that's all it says. It just says if. Wasn't Gerald Ford a president?
Yes.
Yeah. What is he wondering?
If. He was wondering if, that's it.
I don't like this. What it says on the piece of paper.
Wow.
Me win, and then it's a creature of unspeakable horrors. I guess I should read this one now. It's an iPhone question. Her friend shared. Okay, so Linda has an iPhone question. Their friend shared his locator thing so she could see what time he would get here, and she doesn't know how to get that. Linda, I don't think you're still awake. I don't have an iPhone. I use Life 360 for the most part. That's all I can say. I don't really get the point of iPhones. I think they're a little bit overrated. I'm gonna be honest. I'm an Android user myself. I just think that's sort of what is better, and it's an honest thing I can say.
Oh God.
As we end this little bit, we can listen to the jazz music we've been listening to for so long. We can really appreciate the noirity in it. I hope, like many other people, also do a noir bit in the near future. Because talking like this isn't just a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And I hope people start doing it more often. Because this is the funniest thing you could do ever. In my dearest opinion, if I do say so myself. It's a great way to start controversy. It's a great way to build friendships. It's a great way altogether just to have fun, I think. Bless you from the corner. Thumbs up. I would also be careful. If you ever do get into a noir bit, you can always get a fresh pipe as a good noir bit prop. Cigarettes are a little bit more, they seem a little bit more dangerous and weirder to do, but a good pipe doesn't seem weird at all, and it is a perfectly good device to make it seem like you're a professional. Many people have a good night. This could seem like a great way to talk about, sort of like, in my mind right now, it's sort of getting to that point where it's like, we could talk like, I don't even know, I'm trying to think of the right word. It's like that Halloween, or not Halloween, it's like the Christmas thing where it's like, I think it was Dr. Seuss, where it's like, I can't even think of the right word. It's like all the houses were quiet before. It's that thing they always do, like the Christmas rhyming where they're like, and everyone's asleep now.
It was the night before Christmas.
Yeah.
Not a creature was staring, not even a mouse.
Yeah, I feel like that's what we're slowly going into, which after doing this for, God, what is it? It's going to be 7 hours now. Sucks because it's barely anything on the list. Like, I'm checking off how much I have left. There's so much more. This is going to be a fun night. That's for sure. I hope you all are. I don't know how long you all are actually going to be staying out here for. I do hope you all get sufficient nighttime sleep and whatnot. But that's just me talking about random stuff. But still, a great time to be out here, I'd say. Lots of fun. We even got these nice cushioned seats, great for resting on and whatnot. In my opinion, at least, I think they're a nice cushion. I think.
This Noir Detective stuff, though, I've been doing it. It's been doing it for many years. I think it's a wonderful experience. It's a tiring night. I wonder how long I'm actually going to be able to stay awake for this entire thing. We'll have to see and find out. I'm not sure how long my body will last for.
It's not that. Wait, this is
We got 2 minutes. We'll read some of this stuff. So we do have a nice list for when people are ready to go to bed. We have a great list. Thank you, Gavin, for giving this. It was the night before Christmas, waiting on St. Nicholas. We could use this. We could use this for something.
Are you still talking about Twas the Night Before Christmas?
Yes, I now have a whole sheet of paper. For
For
the next topic, I'm going to be talking about, in general, why funny can be a con, being funny can be a con. This is going to be sort of explained throughout the entire thing, sort of just as a kind of precursor of I want to say just like a. I want to say this is going to be an extremely personal thing, but it's going to be more of just like it's just thoughts that I have about funniness and comedy and people using that sort of stuff, but it's going to be more of an interesting thing. So it's almost 1 a.m. So we're getting there. Thank you all who showed up so far. Thank you. Lisa. So, it's almost time. We have about 15 seconds until we start again once again. So let's get right into this.
I'm getting Taco Bell and then coming back.
Alrighty. Alright, let's start. So, welcome everyone. It's 1 a.m. Congratulations on everyone being here. We've now made it to more in the night. Now we're going to be talking about a topic that I kind of think is an interesting segment as to why being funny can be a con. Now, a lot of times people will think to themselves, yeah, being funny is obviously a good thing, and it definitely is. And there's definitely ways you can utilize it in a good sense, in a way of going, well, it makes sense that it is a good thing because there is a lot of good you can do with it, make people laugh, build your relationships, and there's so much stuff. And to be honest, the good outweighs the bad. I'm not even going to deny that. But it also is to be said at some point that there's some forms of it that just aren't the greatest thing that someone can kind of produce off of. And it's sort of, it's how the life is going to have to happen, and the life is how it's going to go out. So I want to talk about a lot of times why people sometimes are funny. Funniness is sort of just brought within time. I don't really consider myself the funniest person alive, but I do consider humor and comedy part of a similar way of how my personality and how I interact with life. And it's an interesting limitation is how a lot of people get into that sort of thing, because a lot of people tend to find funny things at an early age
when they weren't able to utilize a lot of resources in their childhood. That's sort of how, at least I can speak for an example of way, is that in my childhood, is that the reason how I got across all this stuff is because I realized that being funny is how, you get relationships built and you do all this stuff to not kind of be left out. Because a lot of times you kind of had to put yourself forward if you didn't want to be, because especially in middle school is a little, people get left out during those type of things. And so you had to kind of make yourself unique in that area. And I can turn off the jazz actually. We don't need this anymore. I don't bet anyone enjoys jazz for a long while, but you put that bad boy away. But a lot of the times, people would use these sort of methods for funniness as sort of a I want to say repellent for other things like emotions and stuff. Because a lot of times, what people would do, and one example I would say is this, is that a lot of times people, especially at a young age, they would use funniness in a way to sort of, I want to say there's a type of language, it's self-deprecating. And so sometimes you would be funny, but kind of push it at yourself. And so a lot of times people did that because that was the only way to get a good laugh. Is you know yourself best. So who's the best person to make fun of is most realistically you. And because you're able to just make fun of yourself, you can do that effectively and you can do it efficiently and you can do it quickly. And because you can do that, other people notice it and they'll laugh at it. Now, the reason why this isn't the greatest thing ever is because you can kind of do it in a sense that it starts really simple and you can do it a few times. I've definitely done it a few times, because it's a simple process. I make fun you make fun of yourself for one or two things, but the issue is that when it happens on a consistent level and for years to come, because if it does that for years to come and it stays at a consistent level, it's not going to change, and then people are going to think to themselves, they're gonna think about how, if they're okay with making fun of themselves, then we should be too. And because of that, because people are making fun of you and you are making fun of yourself, they're going to start just making fun of you in a general sense. And that's normally not the worst thing ever. Friends make fun of each other all the time. But it sucks, especially in middle school and high school, because you'll probably get the friend groups for a while and they'll be sort of similar. The same group for a while, I want to say. And because of that, they're going to just think it's automatically okay to make fun of you in certain ways. And then that is sort of where that being funny area is kind of detrimental to one's own health or one's own mental health in that area. And so it's not really a simple thing, but the ways to combat this is to make easy boundaries quick. Granted, you can't tell a middle schooler to do this because they won't understand because they just want to fit in and all that. But you have to do these things because if you grow into them as an adult, it's going to be a little bit more tough to get out of it because it's harder to break habits than to make them. And because you're going to be trying to break these habits, you got to set these boundaries of all right, people, you cannot don't make fun and if people tell people if they say something that you're whoa, only I can really say that about myself, then that's when you kind of go in and you say that sort of thing. And that's sort of just that whole area. I wonder if I can. Oh.
How are your legs?
They're all right. I think it's more my back is the issue with this. I don't know if I can sit.
That's fair.
Although I don't think anyone would care.
Not really. Do you want a chair?
Probably. I'll take a chair. Oh well.
Yeah.
Cool.
Do you want me to print out some songs?
What?
Do you want me to print out some songs?
No.
Not sing, but recite.
I'm good for now. Finally. I can sit. Why? Because I do the rules of this buster. And so where was I just at? But essentially, the making fun of yourself sort of just hurts yourself in the end of this entire situation, because if you're not able to grow old enough and grow into it, you're going to be growing the same habits as you were for the past years of your high school and middle school life, and that can just be a con, because you need to start creating. If you're going to be known as like comedy, known for your humor, you should probably change it, and so that it's not detrimental to yourself. Because if the only thing you're good at is making fun of yourself, then what happens when you don't want to anymore, and then you kind of have nothing, and then you kind of have to move away from it, and it's this whole process that never really ends up well, and it affects a lot of people, because really, like, I want to say the only reason that students make fun of themselves is to be accepted, and that's like primarily because they're only accepted if they're able to, because if you make fun of yourself and then other people in the group think it's funny, then you're technically accepted, or as seen as accepted in said group. I think it hurts more because I talk.
Well, I did finally get another mark off on the bingo sheet.
Congratulations. They're playing bingo with my life.
Yeah, I made this at hour 3.
Yeah.
And Rachel is now putting hers on her fridge, so.
Do you mind if I have a copy of that?
Yeah, there's 2 versions, but I accidentally printed 30 of them instead of just 15.
Funny.
But both versions have the same things, just different order.
God. I'll be so honest, this chair is so much better than I thought it was. I'll use this in a minute. Being funny also, it's a lot of the times the issue with a lot of things is that a lot of times you might say something because if you think about like today's history in terms of a word that I like talking about is ick, because I think I don't really like the word, but it's it's an interesting thing. But something that it kind of points out is that sometimes there might be just a joke or a word that someone says, and it's just like you kind of get because like obviously there's topics you don't joke about, but if they do, and it's like, oh shoot, like they just said that, they shouldn't have said that. And so what happens a lot of times is that if you kind of put your personality around being funny, you kind of have to understand that like some things are comedically valuable and some things you shouldn't be saying. Like, you also have to know your audience, I think, is a more important matter. Because you could think something's really funny, and if you said it, no one would like it. And if you were to do that, it sort of sets up a notion that it's like, wow, I'm about to just have like the worst time of my life. And if you continue to be this like funny person all the time, the issue with it is that you try to come up with a lot of new stuff, because you try not to be stale, you try to say something interesting, and the issue with doing that is the fact that even if you are interested in those things and you say one thing that's sort of out of the blue, out of the like okay to say because you thought it was funny because you were on like a roll, and even though you were on a roll, you keep going, and then you mess it up, and it's like, wow, you kind of screwed up an entire thing. And at that rate, it's like, this isn't funny anymore. You need to stop doing that. And it's sort of, a lot of that comes down to that. And then it's like, in ways like, if it's like, well, now they don't want to hang out with you really much anymore. And it kind of sucks. And that's all you can really do about it. And the most you can do is try to learn and progress from it. On the topic of trying to fit in, a lot of the times, people who are kind of like seen are more funny. It's a big issue with it that it kind of like, I want to say, it kind of skewers down a lot of. There's 2 points I really want to make. is that it points down a lot of insecurities, and it also points down a lot of mental health disorders and sort of like actual feelings of stuff. So in the first case, like in feeling of the insecurities, it's the same case as the first point, to where if you talk about yourself and you like specifically point out your insecurities in a joke, and then other people feel the need or feel the like okayness of like, oh, you made that joke, so I can make that joke. And if people are able to do that, they then feed off of your insecurity, and it could ruin something that you never knew you didn't want people to talk about, which is a huge blow to everything. The other point I come across is that a lot of the times, people who I want to say are naturally funny or naturally just have that whatever attitude, they can't. It's a little bit harder to want to stop doing it, in terms of the fact that they don't want to really have any other emotion regardless of that, because if they were seen in public without being a happy-go person, it kind of ruins their self-image of being this, that's the person that, always has a smile, always has a joke. And so it's an interesting point to be, looked at, is how I think sometimes people just don't realize. It's like that thing you always see where it's like the happiest people are the most depressed, where it's really just they don't want to. It's almost like they don't want to ruin the vibe, or they don't want to ruin the mood. Whereas it doesn't really matter regardless. But it's like, well, shit, now I got to be funny, and you see it a lot in like situations where people laugh about like bad traumatic things, and it's sort of just how life goes on. And it's just a huge kick in the stomach for a lot of people. And although it's just, you could do so many great things being funny, it's, helps you out a lot, but it also it's important, I think, to be aware of how these things will affect you and they'll affect people, because, to be frank, it's just, you got to look out for yourself more than the other, because if you don't be careful, you're going to accidentally be putting yourself down much more than other people would realize. And it's a tough time. Oh, those are this was sort of a short conversation. These are more, I'll think of points regardless. This is kind of my timer area. Test. Oh, that's funny. I like the clock hits 9:59:59. That was an interesting one.
Yeah. Isabel helped me come up with a couple of them.
Did you said you came up with two of them? This is one version of them?
Yeah, so both versions have the exact same things on them, just in different order.
I see.
Yeah, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 uncleared spaces. Or like 5 clear spaces so far.
Throws up instant win.
Yeah. Isabel said that.
I don't think I'll throw up. Not at least not now.
We were saying it might come if you go like 2.5 monsters in and you're towards like the last couple hours. That might really shake you a little bit.
I don't know. I think, because here's the thing with Filibuster and all that stuff. I think I was walking into this being a little more strict, but also I'm like, I don't think I could fully last, which I'm totally content with. I'm not a politician that actually did it. I'm going to take a few shortcuts. This chair is technically not allowed. I really don't care. My back was killing me. I technically stood for 6 hours. That's going to be whatever. But I'll be honest, that bathroom break was godly. That was the greatest thing I've ever done. And like normally, when I was talking about this, I was decently strict about my mind talking to audience. Like, you have to submit something. Now I'm like, I don't care. I can talk. There's 2 of you here. I didn't expect this many people to show up. I'll give it that. I was a little bit scared. I didn't know. Whoever those three guys were in the front, they looked cool as hell. And I knew one of them was Chris, who's my resident. But the other 2, they looked like It reminded me of Tyler the Creator for some reason.
Yeah, they're from the Rainbow Pilot.
They are?
Yeah.
No wonder they dress like fucking like cool people. Yeah.
He came in on Heelys.
He did. It was cool as hell.
We do have one person asleep in the lobby right now.
Do?
The pillar might be in the way. They're in a chair over there. But honestly,
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't get to see a lot of questions. I wonder if I can't chat. I don't know if I can see if anyone's actually still in the chat, but if anyone still is. I don't think anyone is. It's 1 a.m. I think the person who will. I think my best friend is going to be in here for a while if they're here. Oh, there's 5 people in here. I didn't even expect
I
that.
was gonna say you can check them.
It's 1 a.m. Oh well, we can continue talking about some stuff now that I didn't expect that many people in here, to be honest. But no, we can still talk. We can still talk about this. Let's see. There's another point I wanted to add on top of that. I think but besides boundary setting and being funny and whatnot, because here's the thing. I was talking to someone about it, and it was an interesting conversation because it was more like this is going to be sort of a weird topic. It's like, oh, boo hoo, like you're funny. That's a con. And it's sort of a meh thing where I'm like, yeah, but you just have to be careful with it because some people just genuinely don't I don't want to say don't understand, but I've been like, I consider myself more of a funny person, and I've definitely put myself on the line more than I wish I have about that sort of thing because I've done a lot of stuff that I kind of I pretended I didn't know something, or I pretended didn't know how to do something in the act of being funny, because it's sort of like a mindset to a lot of people is that, a lot of people who look for humor is, because I don't you have so much stuff, it's crowd controlled, you have tiny improv moments, you have predetermined jokes, and you have a lot of the stuff that people could do. And the thing is that with that whole area of whatever is that you forget that people had to get there and people had to do something for a reason. It's the case of what I talked about earlier is that a lot of times, because they say a lot that in order to do something great, you have to give up something. And so you say to be a good worker, you have to give up your time and stuff like that. I want to say if you started in middle school, to be, have an idea of what being funny is, you had to give up, sort of I don't want to say yourself, but you had to give up a portion where a little bit of self-respect, I think, because that's sort of how you progressed in a weird way. And it was especially, in middle school, that's not, there weren't really any other jokes you could think of back then. And I know a lot of people who feel that way as well. And, and a lot of people use humor as I don't know the word, but it's what?
Coping mechanism.
Yeah, a coping mechanism. I haven't had any serious coping mechanisms, I think, yet. But I can honestly say that I'm not sure how I'll react, because I think it might, I might just be like, oh well, life is a joke, and it doesn't very validate your opinions or your feelings. Granted, it might. Maybe that's exactly how you feel, because it's a lot easier to make a joke about something than to think about it. I hate thinking about things, but I'm good at making jokes about them, and so, because that's where all my time went. For a solid, my freshman year of high school, for a solid time, I could only think of puns. It was bad. I don't know if anyone could say anything of it, but it was one of those things where I thought of puns every day, and I just didn't really think about other things. Sounds weird as hell, though. Not just every day, but it was one of those things where, especially in high school, I want to say I was more this is a little bit personal, but I wasn't the biggest fan of my what's the word? I wasn't the biggest fan of my, I guess, body, I guess. But the issue was because of that, I kind of made fun of it. And when you make fun of those things, it's really easy because if it's you doing it and it's whatever, but then the issue is that when other people say it, you have to think to yourself and you go, wow, why are people saying that? And it's like, well, shit, I said that. And it's like, how do you, it's difficult to sort of get to a point where you're like, hey, I know I said that, but I don't want you to say it anymore. And it's like, well, shit, I can't do anything about it. And that's life. And that's, it's something you have to grow for. It's something you have to gain boundaries from. But it's a complicated experience in order to sort of get there. It takes a while. And it takes a lot of like self-growing. And you have to find the right people because
Sorry, we're looking at who's in board, and it says you're in.
I am.
Yeah.
Awesome.
No way.
I wouldn't believe it. But
Lies.
it's one of those things that it's just you have to get used to it. And it also depends on your group of friends because that's the thing is that a lot of the times if you were to have this sort of relationship in life where you had to sort of make fun of yourself in a way that you had to like that's how you had to make friends, you probably didn't have the best friend group. I didn't have the best friend group. We there was like because a lot of friend groups have like I want to say like a punching dummy, and you don't really get that in college. I don't like it. Sometimes, yeah, but like if you have like some friend groups don't have that kind of stuff, and it's like I've noticed it every so often. But I think in college, at least from my experience, it's a lot less brutal in a way because in high school it was a lot more, I shouldn't say intense, but it was a lot more like open, and it was like like oh you like idiot or something, and it's like you think about like it doesn't affect you in the moment, but then if you like think about it later and you're like, God, I wish I didn't do that one thing that made everyone think that I don't think this way, and that's sort of just a whole scenario with people who think that way, and it just takes a while to grow out of because it's you're basically stemming up and down from this totally like new experience, and it's not the greatest. It's good though to get these boundaries and get out of it because once you do, you're able to form better friendships and better bonds that sort of complement each other and are really simple in terms of like making good friends that understand each other in a way that I at least that I've seen is it grows, and I think it's a really nice little area about and it's overall I can say that it seems that when I say like being funny can be a con, it's not really a con. It is like it is never going to be like something terrible, a negative. Like if someone says they're funny, I'm going to assume that's a good thing. But it's just also a note to add is that all right? Well, like how it's more of a personal thing. It's sort of like it's like a psychoanalysis thing where it's like I understand why I'm the way I am. I'm not going to change anything about it. This is just who I am, how it had to be, and this is how I got here. These were the steps. It was interesting though. It was weird. I understood my role. I understood what I needed to do. It was a lot of time. It was just because and a lot of times here's a big issue is that a lot of times, which I think I'm glad I grew out of, is that there is one thing that some people who are like considered funny or claim they're good at humor that need to get over a lot as a kid is anything involving self-injury, but not in like a weird way, but like in a way where it's like I remember this time I think about it a lot. I did forensics with this other person and I could not remember the lines for my life of me. And so what I did was I jumped into the jumped back into the whiteboard, and it was like a scene, I guess. And so that was sort of my and people laughed. I was like, God, that's it. Like that's what I needed. And it was one of those things where because I started doing it, that it's sort of like got into an area where then I was like, oh crap. Because then if I kept doing it once or twice, then the friends that I was with started doing it as well because they saw it as an okay behavior, which is this whole like psychoanalysis thing. And it's like you can't even blame them. They were all middle schoolers. So I'm not even going to be too mad about that. But it was those type of things that I got out of that behavior early, which people need to get out of that behavior early because if they don't, then it's kind of like how things amp up in a way, like especially if you're within the same friend group for a really long time, is that at least when you try to make new jokes, you try to keep a uniqueness among it. And so what happens with is that when you do the thing with like your own insecurities or your own faults, you keep getting progressively more and more like worse. And so like first you may target something that you don't really care about, but at some point you're like, all right, I care about this, I'll say something about that. And that might be a similar point when you are arguing about something along, or it might be something if you I don't know, if you trip and fall on purpose, and then it might get more and more serious throughout time. And especially in college, when you have a lot of open will, it might get weird. Like, oh, I'm going to skateboard down the hill or something, which is extremely dangerous, but you'd only do it because you think other people think it's funny. And that's sort of just the whole guide with it, I think, is that's how people are seeing it. And it's sort of just it's a whole camaraderie with that sort of stuff. Yeah, no, it's a fascinating drinking water and Monster. Probably the worst combination ever.
Actually, that's probably a way better combination than just Monster.
Tastes terrible though, I will admit. Yeah. But because, but since it's easy to get out of these type of things, these kind of weird boundaries, or not even boundaries, just starting boundaries. Because it's not even you need to start boundaries. You just need to stop doing them, because I think something that's really good at stopping a reaction is not doing anything. And in some senses are not. But especially if they're good friends, they'll understand things, but a lot of times, if you don't react to something, people will probably stop it. I could count numerous times in which someone probably said something I wasn't too fond of, and it was just sort of roll eye situation. At that rate, that was sort of the clearest sign of do not do this ever again. And then it was sort of because friends, if they're genuine friends, they try not to make each other mad. So I don't really see anything as a problem of any sort. That's so good. Oh, jeez. That was a good rant. That was a good talk.
That was good. We got real, very real.
30 minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
I'm actively drawing you pictures right now. The first one, that one was kind of tough, actually.
I thought it was good. Was it you that drew it? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I thought it looked good. I don't know why I guess those are just regular glasses.
Mm-hmm. I couldn't draw the glasses small enough with my pen, so I made them into sunglasses. And I was like, yeah, that works. It worked.
Looks cool. Looks just like me. Yeah, I'll keep that one. Yeah. Someone gave me some cough drops. I don't really drink. I don't think I need cough drops, unfortunately, though. I'm not coughing yet, so
probably help in the next 3 or 4 hours.
Are they more for sore throats, or they?
They help when you're talking a lot, it's causing air to go through and dry your throat out. That just helps. It helps in the same way that hot tea would before a vocal performance and stuff like that.
I see. All right, I'll probably have those in the morning, which I'll be excited about. It's a great morning. It's currently 1:30 in the morning. For anyone still up, thank you all to those who's up, who's still here. It's a wonderful night to be alive, and a wonderful night to be talking. If you ever wonder, I know on the stream there's a red thing. That's just a timer going on. We currently have a 24-hour timer, which only really goes to 9 hours and 59 minutes and 59 seconds, and I did not know that before this out. So it really is just life. I would sing you all sweet lullabies, but actually, I totally could. I hope if any of you are actually, I don't have any lullabies. I take that back. That's something else. If any of you are sleeping, I hope you have a great night. I hope you have a great night and all. I think I see. Oh wow, you can do emojis. That's kind of funny. But a great night to sleep and wonder. A great night to not do anything. A great night to sleep until 10:30 in the morning, I'd say. And all that. I'm just going to talk about a few things about the current filibuster. I got some time to spare. I've talked a lot about the cons of being funny, I'd say. Unless another point comes up in my mind, I just want to talk about how well this filibuster is going. I've been doing this for about 6. So about 7 hours, 7.5 hours. I'm pretty proud of it. We have 2 people currently in the broader audience, and I'm pretty proud of that. I'm not sure how many people have been here total. Have logged in, essentially. A lot?
A decent amount, yeah. We've been catching people when they come in.
Oh.
And passing with them.
I did not know that. I wonder, I don't know if it's too...
You can check.
I can check. I tried not being on the phone during this event, but if we have to check, I am curious just so that people can get to know this. But this is I think this is a great event. There was a point where a lot of people were just hi Caleb, it's good to see you again. I forget that it's a very low time. And I don't know. Sandy, come in. Either way. Oh, Sandy. Oh, I know who you are. But it's great to see you guys. We've been doing this filibuster for about 7 hours now. I just got done talking about why I remember you. Don't worry. We just got done talking about why I think being funny can be a con, and some instances of sort of that whole activity. Oh shit, we got 43 people attending so far. That's actually, I think that beats so far. Yeah, I think that beats my current record of the mystery milk. I woke up at 9 o'clock today. I went to bed early last night, and I got about 11 hours of sleep, and then I tried to I tried to go to bed today, and then I didn't. And so by the end of this, I'll be awake for about 30 hours total, I think, which is the worst. But it's something that I have to do. I have 2 more of these things. So I'm getting excited for that.
Did you see my mom in the chat?
Did your mom? Yes, actually, I did see your mom in the chat.
Isabel's mom was also in the chat.
I've had a lot. I think I saw a decent amount of my family in the chat. I saw my uncle. I saw my aunts. I saw my mom, my sister, my stepbrother, my stepdad, and my dad. My whole family was here, I guess. I'm not sure if any of them will show up later at night. Maybe it's an interesting little time to show up.
They're playing a game with that.
That sucks that you're stuck at Taco Bell. I'm sure you're having a great time.
Oh, Isabel?
Yes, they're stuck at Taco Bell, as they do say.
Yeah.
I'll talk about some events that I guess we might as well stay on topic. We got 20 extra minutes to do some stuff. I'm sure no one's going to be awake. I cannot help you, unfortunately. We're going to be talking about Arkham Horror next, which is a card game I like to play. That involves a bunch of cards that I have. I got all of the cards that I need to talk. Shit, actually, you know what? Oh, shoot. I just realized I don't think I have the cards I was ready for. That sucks. I need to. No, I'll talk. Oh well. Huh?
Can you print out a picture of it?
Picture of what?
The card?
No. I have the cards right here.
Oh, like a specific card you want to talk about?
Well, it's a lot of them.
Oh.
Yeah, it's sort of one of those nerd out topics. I'm just going to talk for a
I
moment.
love Arkham Horror.
Yeah.
It's so good.
3 a.m. we're going to be talking about FNAF lore. 4 a.m. how to be creative, and 5 a.m. the best video game of all time. I'm not sure how long I'll last. We'll see how it goes. I think I'm feeling a little bit tired, but that sucks for me, I guess. Nothing I can do about that. I'm trying to do my best out here. I have a good time, Sammy. Goodbye. This is a great time. I got a bunch of books. A lot of books on Call of Cthulhu, stuff like that. So it's going to be a great time.
We see them do that.
You know, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I might have to. I think I really want to grab that extra piece of paper.
If you give me a monologue, I can stand here and talk for you.
I have a suggestion for an early drink. What is it, Caleb? In 1 second.
I'll just talk whatever amount of time.
Everclear. I'm not 21. Everclear, hot sauce, and monster. He says.
Everclear's a nightmare. That's basically pure.
That's alcohol poisoning. Oh, sorry. And finally.
I definitely do not recommend it if you have asthma because it makes your chest burn so badly.
He said Sprilk.
Huh?
Sprilk. It's a combination of Sprite and milk. It doesn't taste good. I know.
So there's like milk. Do you think there's cherry milk?
There could be, because you just mix it. It could be. Honestly, it's all up to choice. It's interesting.
It's supposed to be like root beer float.
He says I made someone throw up with Sprilk. That wasn't my fault.
That's a nightmare.
I drank it first. I knew what I was going into. I had every right.
Talk about the bingo sheet while you go grab it.
I could. Do you want to talk about the bingo sheet?
Sure.
Okay. Everyone, my voice is going to be gone for a little bit as I grab cards for our next topic, and also I might pee again. Here's going to be someone with a very special list. So much I yield my time.
Okay. Thanks, Cam. Oh boy. Oh, that's what's back here. Holy cow. He has it decked out.
Oh. Props.
Okay. So, for the time that I'm here, I'll be talking about the bingo sheet that I made at hour 3 of the filibuster. If you want a bingo sheet, they're up at the table over there. So, out of all of the things that we've marked off so far since hour 3, we have says he can beat somebody up, Muppet slander, violence, gets asked to sing something, pulls out a prop, Baldur's Gate references and mentions, plugs smart water, talks about milk, which he definitely has several times. Bystander concern, which just indicates that as somebody walking into the doors or through the halls sees this, they kind of get a quick look of concern about what's occurring here. John mentioned
No one knows who John is, but he started talking about John in, I think, the Muppets segment, which was literally the first segment. And then after that, he just kept bringing John up as his generic dude name. So John mention is on the bingo sheet. Then you have a free space. Death mentions, that's any reference to somebody dying, just in general, which there have been a lot. Talks to his stream chat, which has comprised of a lot of his family members. Drops any kind of lore or tea. Checks his pocket watch, which we haven't seen in a while. Makes himself laugh. Skips reading a fan submission, which are those little cards. Takes a drink of water, lots of those. Finally sits down, that was very recent, and then pushes his glasses up or down. And with that, I yield my time back to Camden.
I guess I'm
Hey gang, it's me. I'm back. I got my cards, and I'm ready. Granted, we're not ready yet. Still waiting for time to be timed, but let's play the hell out of this game. For all of you, of course, this is what I do. For the greater good of everyone here. It's a very tiring night. Nothing much going on else tonight. We didn't say much. We're gonna have a great night tonight. Hello.
Hello. How's it going?
It's going great. Currently waiting until 2 a.m. so I can start on my next topic about Arkham Horror, the card game. It's going to be a great time. Nothing much. We just finished the topic about why funny can be a con. Fortunately, you missed it on my bad. Yeah, nothing going on much right now, I'd say.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
I'm working on 21 hours myself, so.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so joyful and full of mercy.
A smile of sunshine. Yeah. Nothing much going on here, though. I had an itch.
Where's the dictionary?
That is true. Gallstone. Abnormal stony mass in the gallbladder. Gallbladder. This was a great pick, I think, from the selection of where I got. We're going to go with gangster. A member of a gang of criminals.
I had the first thing go.
Good talk.
Hey, there's a lot of words.
The words.
Too bad.
Have fun on duty. As many people know, RAs go on duty every so often and once in a while. It's a little bit funny. Thank God I'm not on duty. I'm doing more important things. By doing this filibuster, I am effectively filibustering for a while. And that's it. That's all I get to do. This is my life. We're going to read a dictionary while we go into bed. There's a few words I want to talk about with you specifically and anyone in the audience. There's a word called improbable. It's unlikely. Oh yeah, it is unlikely. You've been filibustering for at least 3 years? Yeah, that's how good I am. Except I've slept during some of it. I can't sleep now. We'll be awake for a while, Caleb. Enjoy the stay. Ooh, we got jab, which is to punch or poke.
I'm personally a big fan of jabbing in my do dare offense. Jaywalk, to cross the street heedlessly. Doesn't say legally though, just says heedlessly. So jaywalking isn't technically a crime that is itself. Jaywalking is just the name of something that someone else would consider a crime. We got some other words. We're gonna go to the L's. Less is not as so much. Oh, hey, lesbian. That's in here. A female homosexual. We got luau, Lou. I think it's Lou, which is used chiefly. Oh, my liege. They got liege, which is a feudal lord or vassal. If I knew what those words meant, I would have been very impressed. We got a mechanical engineering, which is engineering dealing with machinery. That's right. I didn't expect that. No one expects that nowadays. It's new. Where new? This is gonna be a long night for all of us. This is gonna be. Do they got asinine? I can check. AS. Weird word they want, but.
To be honest, this is the latest I've stayed up in like a month.
Congratulations.
No.
Even on the weekends?
Asinine.
My problem is I've been falling asleep at like 7 to 8 p.m. and then waking up at 4. Like 3 or 4 in the morning. So now we're shifting it.
That's not bad though.
No, that's a good amount of sleep. It's just that.
I'm looking for this word.
Never been in any situation.
I don't think so. I don't think they have that word asinine. I can't really find it, so it probably doesn't exist, and I think that's just a made-up word. Asinine. Oh well, words happen for a reason, and I don't think it exists.
Yeah, I was about to ask how's Isabel doing.
I have no idea.
Hannah's on the screen.
I knew one of them were in the chat. I just didn't know which one.
Ooh, we have asthma in here. A chronic disorder characterized by coughing and hard breathing.
Oh my god, no way.
Asthmatic.
Also, my guy who was noticed it.
That's not true.
Oh, yeah.
I'm excited because tomorrow, or I guess today, I'm a couple people's sober plus one for Pickle Fest. It's just another thing that Pickle does.
Oh.
Yeah. So they have just like prizes and a bunch of stuff.
Sound made by gliding
It
from
is.
one vowel to
It's
another. That's interesting.
I worked there my freshman year, and I hated it so much.
Isn't that where people like underage?
Yeah, it's usually there's a lot of fakes that make it in. But now everybody does UV. When you look at your official ID and you shine a
Discourage,
black light on
deprive of hope.
it's supposed to have some restrictions on it.
Wow, it's truly nice here.
Yeah,
no
it's
good
just a
weather
valid
reports,
ID.
not that I'm aware of.
That's what it's checking for, is to see if it's a valid ID.
Long time. It's gonna be long.
From 21, it's trying to turn 21 in
Lights are
December,
on.
and it's just like, it's a time.
That's just what we're gonna talk about tonight.
Trust me, you get tired of being 21 really fast.
Water. Don't forget to stay hydrated, kids.
That's the last important age until 25 when your brain fully develops. And then 50. And then 100.
65 I unlocked.
65 is retirement.
I
Hello
unlocked
from Europe.
retirement.
Hello, Box from
Well,
Europe.
actually, that
I'm glad you could make it to the
retirement
stream.
age, I'm sure, is getting
It's currently
raised
2 in the
to
morning here for us.
So,
It's just a
I don't know what
24-hour
to-
stream that I'm doing.
Yeah, but that's the thing, unlock it.
Enjoy it while you can.
Well, they'll just be stuff, they'll just be stuff that I want to think about.
definitely. Oh. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm excited to talk about this Arkham Horror stuff. It's sort of a topic that I'm very interested in, and I think I'm really excited for. So, nobody ruined it for me, please.
I will say when you get
All right,
to
have a
that
good night,
point,
Caleb.
the joint is
Well,
a really good spot.
peace out.
That's what my uncle said.
Yeah.
Come back tomorrow.
It's
I'll
not
still be
bad.
here.
It's not bad.
No, it's the least dive like
Goddamn.
anywhere else. The pickle
Damn,
isn't
dude,
dive.
I don't even know.
Kind of like
16 more hours.
kind of like a really gross, like shitty bar. Like where scummy people go sometimes.
Well, that's what the joint, it's like all the decorations kind of make it look like, right?
It's more old timey than scummy.
Maybe it used to be that.
Probably. More than likely. But
Sounds like relics.
it's really cool.
Yeah,
So,
man.
like, yeah, it's super chill. It's probably the only bar on Water Street I've been to that you can hear yourself think.
Oh.
Like consistently, it never gets way too loud or anything, and they're not like blaring music either. It's a very good like starting spot to like.
A lot of things is that it kind of sucks. I'm sorry that this isn't that well of a. I think I made my points in the very beginning. A lot of the times with this sort of stuff, I made my points in the beginning for
Like,
stuff that I went and talked about. I also have a lot of different
I was gonna
cards.
say,
I
I
think
thought-
that's really cool. I can't wait to show at the end of this, the amount of cards you do. Because this is probably the night.
like at a club.
I have a lot of topics we're going to be talking
Oh
about.
yeah, yeah,
over the
yeah.
course of a
I've
few
been
hours.
to. If you go to the gay nights in Minneapolis, they have drag shows, and those are pretty cool.
It's a lot. It's not that
Yeah,
much.
there was one tonight tomorrow.
The finally just got
Yeah.
done with 8, which means we're a
Yeah,
third
I'm
of the
going
way
tomorrow
there.
night. Or tonight. I don't know.
So,
Tomorrow.
yeah.
Tonight? I don't know.
Is it still going on?
No. No, it's just Saturday right now.
I gotta make sure I don't throw up. That'd be awkwardly and embarrassing, and I do not want that happens.
Well, no, it's only 3 times that
How you doing, Cam?
I'm doing wonderful.
Yeah?
Yeah, we're a third of the way there.
Yeah?
This is a lot longer than I thought it would be. Yeah, this. I don't want to say that. I don't want to say this sucks. This is an experience. I can't believe I'm experiencing. I don't know why I'm experiencing it, to be honest, for that matter. A lot of people behind the desk.
Yeah.
I did. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
They're playing a game. I don't know what it is.
Tell Jackie I said hi.
Who?
A box
Someone said hi.
from Europe.
Hi.
Oh, Connor.
Oh. Hi, Connor. He just texted me too.
Well, that kind of ruins the mysterious vibe from a box from Europe, I might add. But who am I to say? Oh well. We appreciate anyone.
He's in Scotland right now.
Ah, Scotland. We were just talking about you. So there's this really cool medieval torture that happened in Scotland. It happened in 1567. It was called the Scold's Bridle. Basically, what it would be used is it would be a giant mask with a spike in it, basically to stop people from talking. So Scotland did that. Scotland didn't really like when people talked. Oh, we have two people who are asleep here, which is an interesting thing. That is the
It
most.
is currently 8 a.m. for Connor.
I see. Good for him. Wow, they are dead. We have two lovebirds who are just knocked out on the couch over here. It's quite romantic, I might say. And if it was Valentine's Day, I might be a little bit pissed. It's funny.
I was about to say
Whatever. I don't care. I've never cared in my life. I'm so chill about this. Yeah. Anyway,
I just want my Baja Blast.
did you ask them to get you a Baja Blast?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Well, they asked me if I wanted anything. They're like, you should get something. I was like,
How many people are at Taco Bell? Jesus.
Taco Bell's busy on weekends.
Yeah.
It's awful. And it's a Friday night, and Pickle Fest starts in the morning, so everybody's at Taco Bell before they go to get in line at the pickle. Oh my god. People get in line for Pickle Fest at like 5 to 6 in the morning sometimes. Because it opens at 9. And it's
Strange.
yeah.
We're almost here on our next topic. We're going to be talking about Arkham Horror.
Oh yeah, aren't we moving into like the stuff no, Arkham Horror.
And we're moving into stuff that's like, nah,
Is Isabel staying the whole time?
no. They shouldn't.
No, Isabel has call at what, 9:30?
Yeah. So they're probably going to try to get to sleep. They'll probably go to bed right after they come back. Which I'm surprised you haven't gone to bed either.
Honestly, they might finish their confetti first.
Alex's stuff is still here.
Mm-hmm. Did he go to sleep?
He hasn't been here in a while.
Yeah.
Like an hour.
He probably fell asleep.
Well, luckily, someone here at least. I'm heading out, but I'll watch the stream.
Okay. Have fun. Have a good night.
Thanks.
Alrighty. It is now 2 a.m. and we are going to be talking a little bit calmer. It's a little bit nicer. It's a little bit quieter, so we don't need to yell or anything. But we're going to be talking about a card game that I play. We're not playing the card game because it's not really a play card game. It's a living card game. It's called Arkham Horror, the card game. Basically, it's not. As much as I want to say it is a card game, it's not really a card game. It kind of excels at a lot of different things. Something that really interested me is that it has a lot of deck building aspects, and so what'll happen is that you'll sort of just be you'll sort of just be doing this thing where you're gonna try to you'll get your own cards, you'll try to deck build your own deck, and then because of that, then you can like progress. And we'll talk about progression in a little bit, but you can really progress from there. There's a lot of stuff to do. There's a lot of strategies, and there's a lot of different characters you can choose upon. But at basis, Arkham Horror is sort of based off Lovecraftian sort of culture, and it's this really interesting piece that I really enjoy. in terms of just straight like entertainment. I don't get the option to play it many. I don't get the option to play it often, which sucks because I don't, because the group of people that I do normally play with it, they're sort of like across the country. But whatever, it happens. I'm okay with it. The thing, however, is that I still like collecting it because I like collecting nerd stuff, and Arkham Horror is pretty good because they recently switched their sort of buying style. So what happened before is that they'd kind of have these scenarios, and in these scenarios, you would have sort of you would have some sort of like. I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it. You'd have these different sets of a campaign. So you'd get there are no mermaids, as long as I think it's, maybe, kind of. I think there might be sirens, but I think that is the most of it. And that has to a character I do not have yet. But essentially what this game is a bunch of different detectives not detectives, investigators are trying to solve a kind of thing that's going on. Base game it's not simple. I want to say because what they used to do was they released it so you'd have a campaign box. This would give you all the characters. And then after we got the characters, it would give you like one part of the scenario, and then you would have to buy these packs, which were like $17 a piece, which had different, had like a continuation of the scenario, like a part 2, part 3, until you got to the finale. The issue being that sometimes these things went out of order, and they just didn't have them, and it was super hard to get. And so what they did was they changed the system, where what they did instead was to sort of combine all of them together. Is that they put a campaign box and a investigator box. So one of them had all of the investigator stuff, like to deck build of characters, and the other one was all the campaign, everything story-wise needed. So you could really choose if you really just wanted a deck build or if you needed a campaign. It was I think it was a genius idea. I think it was really cool. Hold up. I'm getting tired. I need to do something.
This is the problem. You should have done a lot of problems, but just this one thing
Okay. So essentially, what this game does is you kind of there's all these different mysteries that you have to solve, and this one. This is what kind of they look like in the campaign. The thing is that there's a lot of different cards that look like thieves, and there's the cards that'll just tell you how to go through like the campaign and like you play the campaign. This is it's a thick pamphlet. These are half-full pamphlets, so they'll give you the instruction and a lot of the encounters, which we'll explain more of that. But it tells you so much information. And it will tell you all the knowledge you need and different ways to place your cards, and just to help fully. And it's like set up and it's really nice. There's a few things we can get right into it. There's a few things we should just know in general. That it's just in general about people. You start with your characters. And your characters are going to be what's going to be your sort of like main action into starting where you're at. I think there's dozens of characters. There's different everything, different abilities, and so you can really choose who you want to choose in the terms of that. So basically, if we want to start with investigators, there's technically 5, but technically 6 different types of investigators.
I'll do my best, but there's no promises. I might just like drop it in here or something.
So
we start with 5 of them have 5 different categories. There's the different investigators. So there is the I guess it's I can't remember what their names are. I think there's orange. There's sort of like orange cards. These cards. There's I think this is Rogue. This is this is Guardian. This is Mystic, and this is Survivor. So and this is neutral, which I'll get into that point later, which is interesting. So how this is basically working is these guys who are orange, these are going to be sort of your more smart people, like book smart, and people who are researchers and stuff like that, and people who like, because there's a lot of specific cards that have to do that kind of stuff. And smarts in this game have to do a lot with investigating, which I'll get a little bit more into. But the investigating is what sort of sets people on a path to do this sort of thing, and that's sort of what that Rogue is someone who's really good at evading. So, excuse me. If you have an enemy who's really tough and you just need to evade them, that's who you go. They're kind of like an all-around card, I think. I think so, at least. But that's just my thought. Guardian is someone who's a little more protective. They're the ones who are probably going to be fighting stuff because there's creatures in this game, and that's just how it is. Mystic is like magical people, like sorcerers or stuff like that, and in that sense, you're going to sort of use a lot of magic to do certain stuff, and like they're good. They're more good for game control. I'll explain more about it later, but there's some things that only those cards can do because they're magic specifically. And it's kind of, some of them are really cool. And the last one is Survivor. These are just people who survived. It's red. And it's just the people who've been through the most, just trying to survive another day. And those are more, in my mind, like they're kind of a jack of all trades for some of them. Yeah, some of them are really interesting and whatnot. I'll use neutral. She's neutral because she has a Lola Hayes. She has she's like a special character. So we're going to keep her in a neutral standpoint just because she is neutral. That means whatever, nothing really special. Well, there is things special. It's just interesting. But besides that, we'll talk about what things are in the cards. So a few things you can see in the cards is that there's like 4 little things on the upper and the top. Now, what this is basically is that there's 4 categories for how you play, or like what rules you do. And by rules, I mean this is that you, instead of rolling dice in this game, you check the bag, and checking the bag is essentially a bag of tokens. It's called the Chaos Bag, and it's a bunch of tokens that you pull out of, and sometimes the tokens are like +1, -2, but then a lot of more times there's like a symbol on it, and a symbol means something different, which it's, there's a guide that says for each thing what a token means on each thing. And that's sort of all right. I think that's fun. So those, and then the idea though is that you would, let's say you were doing like a evasion check of like 2, and you look at your character. This character has 3 for their evasion, and so they pull out a token that's a -1, 2 -2. You win. You're evaded. You evaded that person, and that's sort of how tokens work. So there's no dice. It's kind of just all luck by the draw. But this is interesting because it's going to be more important later. But the 4 things we got are there is willpower, intellect, fight, and evade. Willpower is sort of just something that you'll see a lot, especially like a Cthulhu type theme, is that you'll hear sanity a lot. And that's sort of in a sense what willpower is as well, is that because it'll try helping out the willpower as it goes. The next one is intellect. That's their book. That's how good they are at investigating something. I'll talk about later about learning, but investigating is a very important part of this game, if not the most important part of this entire game. Fighting, it's pretty self-explanatory. You're gonna fight someone. You're gonna do something. You're gonna hit damage. That's actually not even the damage. It's 2 hit, but 2 hits still pretty good. And then the last one is evading, which it's just evading and making sure they don't hit you and make sure they can't hit anyone else in their given turn. A lot of the times, everyone will have sort of a at the bottom of their card, they will have a health and sanity. This is represented by, and I quote, their health and sanity, because that's sort of just how this goes. This is how it's going to be, and there's nothing really much else to that because some things attack your health more. If you're like if it's a human attacking you, they're most likely going to attack your health more because it's physical damage, whereas sanity is more like seeing a horror beyond comprehension, and it's that. But like a lot of like a lot of Cthulhu type things in life, like a lot of Cthulhu type stuff in life. Like this is not going to be easy at all. This game is considered to be hard, I think. And that's sort of just how it is. That's sort of how life is going to go across to it because there's nothing you can really do about it because it's going to be hard. It's going to be difficult because it's sort of that theme of Cthulhu and you're fighting ultra gods. It shouldn't be easy. And so for not all of them, but for a decent amount of them, if you don't control your health and sanity at the correct level, one hit from someone could just turn you, insane or kill you straight out. And that's all right. It happens to the best of us. But that's just sort of something where, you deal with. I think all these characters are good with themselves. Some of them better than the others. But that's what we'll just have to go through here. But the thing though is that a lot of these characters, what's cool about them within their deck building, they all have unique cards within them. So a lot of cards will sort of have like a sort of specific thing that they'll have 2 things. They'll have a good card and a bad card. So this dude is an astronomer, which he's really good because he has a really good card that sort of lets him see stuff, but he also has a bad weakness card, which it might not be the greatest thing. And people like this dude named Rex Murphy, he's a great person for investigating and all that stuff, finding out bad. However, he's just not that good in general. There's a few people who I really enjoyed. There's kind of Vincent Lee, who's a doctor, and that's sort of his whole thing is that healing people. The issue is that his weakness is having someone who's a wounded bystander, and he's not able to help out as much as he thinks he can or wants. And I can go through most of them later if need be, but it's one of those things that you have to explore what type of person is your playstyle. Granted, I would like some people are definitely better than others. That's no lie. That's just that's how it goes because it sucks, but it's true. And a lot of times, I think people more now, like newer characters, are going to be better because they have more abilities than they would back in the day, like starting out. So I think it's good to talk about different characters and all that. I don't have all the characters yet. There's about 2 packs that I don't have from, so we'll be waiting to see how that goes. And I'm a little bit excited for that. To be fair. And I'm really I'm excited for this. But yeah, it's a whole deck building opportunity that you get, and every card explains it. Like behind it, you can flip the card over, and it'll explain its deck building abilities to you. And that's sort of how you get into it. That's how you understand it on a more concrete level. And it's so much fun. And also, there's different difficulties in the game. I chose to always do the easiest one because even the standard one, the second easiest one, is not that easy, and it kind of sucks. So I might as well have fun and not
How's the
have a pain in
filibuster
the
going?
ass. It's been going great. I'm currently talking about a card game.
How do you feel about the video game Granny?
Granny?
Yeah, have you played it? It's like a horror game where.
Oh,
like,
the mobile game.
Yeah, but you can buy it on the computer for $5, and it has like an opening cutscene.
I think the
Money
Granny.
well spent.
I think the Granny game was an excellent mobile game. I think it had a lot of different outcomes and sort of choices that you could have done while playing it. I think that it accidentally went into the wrong market of horror game mascot, and which it sort of created that whole into that section of like where like Bendy in the underworld or Poppy or other scenarios where they were placing like these weird animations, and I think it just got onto the wrong side. A lot of merchandise was sold, which I felt like maybe it was the right, maybe the wrong, because it was cool. To be honest, it was a really nice like game, and I really like watching speed runs of it because people know what they're doing, but it's just so much. It feels like a lot for such a tiny game, and then they made Granny 2, which was a little bit better, and then I just and Grandfather, yeah. I feel like it might have oversaturated the market a little bit, but other than that, I think it's an overall great game. I liked it.
Honestly, that was a very well balanced review.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, I got distracted. But anyway, a lot of this stuff is sort of a fun time. I don't know where anyone is right now. This currently going in the lobby. I'm kind of just waiting here all alone, but that's okay because we're going to talk anyway. Because that's what we do best is that we talk, and because no one can talk better than us, to be honest. Because that's just kind of who we are. It's a special connection. I'm actually really glad my computer hasn't broken or blown up yet. Knock on wood. But we'll get there. We'll see how it is. I think that's what keeps me awake is that people ask me things. It hasn't been. I'm doing better than I did on watching paint out dries at least, so that's good. I think it would. Yeah, this would have been 8 hours. Yeah, it's been 8 hours. So this is sort of where we've been. I wonder if I'm going to be awake for 25 hours by the end of this. I don't know. I'm going to be awake for a lot of hours after this, and that's okay because this is the type of sacrifice I put into something that I want, and I'm not going to give this up just so quickly as much as I think I am. We're welcoming back some people from the lobby. They just get back and talk about it, so that's going to be nice. But in terms of this game, anyway, back in the Arkham Horror discussion, a large part of it is going to be deck building. And because of deck building, it's an extremely interesting game mechanic because deck building allows you for a lot of different creativity points and a lot of different ways that you can sort of mix and match what you want. So we're going to talk about a few things involving the cards. We're going to talk about the cards in general, what they do, what does that mean for you, and how can we advance from it, and just like that kind of stuff in general. Now, a lot of the times these cards are going to be sort of placed within the other investigators' designated choices, although a lot of them are sometimes different. A lot of times, so for example, this person could have.
It's for a lot of people. Like when I go to lunch.
For example, Jenny Barnes allows up to 0 to level 5 like rogue cards. However, she also accepts level 0's basic cards from any other class. And that's a pretty good perk because level 0 cards aren't the worst, but they aren't the best. But I think they're used in a lot of pretty good situations that are able to fully utilize. And there's a lot of different ones. And we might as well just go ahead and talk about all the strategies of each one while we're at it. And I'll just talk, or you know what, actually, let me bring this up first.
We're just gonna allow the 24-hour.
Oh, that's great.
Oh.
And so
We're gonna see how this is going.
the whole thing with the cards is that basically there's going to be skills and different things within this area. And there's 3 different types of cards within this area. There are event cards, there are skill cards, and there are asset cards, in which this whole sort of familiar area is that you're going to be using all 3 of them in your deck building deck for a lot of different situations. Expected that you kind of use them diligency, because with asset cards, you don't really use them often in the sense that you're going to use it every so often, because it's going to be only one card over the other, whereas an event card you're going to use more often, whereas a skill card you're only going to be using during your skill checks, and it's not going to be as active as possibly possible. And because of that, you need to sort of play out your deck's diligency, because what happens a lot of the times is that your character, you only have about you only have like a certain amount of slots open for certain items. For example, you only have like I think you only have like 2 arcane slots. I think you only have 1 like item slot. You do have 2 hands, but you only have 1 necklace spot. You only have 1 ally spot. And so you sort of need a kind of place where you think things are going to be more important than the other. And then you're also going to have to sort of go through that. A card basically works in a similar manner of, you're going to be first, you look at the top left. This will tell you 2 important factors. It's going to tell you their item cost and what level they are. In terms of item cost, it's going to be the giant number, and it's going to be, either 1 or 0 through 10. 0 meaning it's not going to cost anything, and 10 mean it's going to earn. It just means that it's going to cost something. Right below it, however, is a bunch of bullet points. Not bullet points, there's a bunch of like white dots next to it. This describes an experience. So the more experience a card has, technically the better it is, I would say, theoretically, and which is a good aspect in general, because if you're able to have a better card, you're going to want that, you're going to want it. The only problem is that to get experience, you need to complete stuff. And so what happens is that during scenarios and during the campaign, you're going to complete a mission, you're going to get experience based off of that, and then you're going to sort of see where life goes from there, and that's how you sort of decide where you're going to be coming from, and that's sort of how you deck build your cards that you think you're going to want to choose more. Now, like I said before, the events are used sort of at a moment time, or whenever you have a control. You get about 3 actions every turn, so you kind of choose wherever in there. If it's an asset, it takes an action to place it down, but you also get it now, and so it becomes a little bit more interesting. And then a skill you're going to be using when you do a check. Now, a check is when you do the thing you pull from the deck, or not the deck. It's when you pull it from the chaos bag, and then it sort of will just help you, because it's called committing. Is that when you commit something, it sort of is like putting down extra points for your chosen activity, in which some of them have different icons, which it attributes to what you're doing. So if you're trying to fight something and you have a skill that does 2 fight or like fist, then you get +2 to that entire thing, and that's sometimes a huge make it or break it in these days. And it's just something to be a little bit more excited about. But other than that, a lot of different cards have different things. A lot of time, allies will have different health and sanity, which you can give them, which I think is an excellent choice. Some items will just give you health and sanity, and like whatever, and I think that's a great thing overall. Something that I think I approve of it at least. Oh, sorry, I got that away. So we're just going to talk. I just want to talk about. I don't want to explain it thoroughly, but I'm going to talk about some of the characters and I think why I think they're good. This dude, his name is Daryl Simmons. He's a reporter. I think it's more interesting a lot of times that also all these characters have like lore in their back of their card, and so he's just I think he's just a generally cool dude because he photographs a lot of horrors from whatever, and then he sort of has this thing where you try to get more of these like evidence, they say, and it's a pretty cool thing. And then there's another person, William Yorick. He's a simple dude. He's a grave digger, and but he understands what he needs to do. He has guardian cards. I think he has a really cool ability that just gives you an automatic victory point, which a victory point is just technically one experience in most cases, and it's sort of a cool little like free point in case you really need one. Ashcan Pete, he's a little bit of a drifter, it says. His stats are all right, but he does have a dog named Duke, which apparently is like pretty good, and it's like creates some parallel investigator cards. Calvin Wright is an interesting folk. He has his literal stats at the very top are 0000. Why? Because he gets a +1 to those stats for certain stats for each horror and each damage. And it sort of creates a dynamic where you're like, well, shoot, I got to get more damage on this person. Why do it? And then it's just, I don't want to do damage. I don't want to do damage. And at first I thought it was a terrible person, but then I was like, well, maybe I was thinking maybe sometime it's a little bit. I had someone play it and it was a little okay. It was all right. Patrice Hathaway, the violinist. I don't really understand her thing. She has a monster who will attack her for 3 health, which is not that good at all because that is like one of the most terrifying. Like that is a lot of damage considering most people, and she actually only has 7, so that's about 2 hits or 3 hits if nothing else attacked her. Bob Jenkins is a salesman. It's really just about charismatic stuff. It doesn't really get you anything, and yet all your playthrough is about getting a bunch of money, and it's just not really worth it in the end. Ida Rung is just a running ability. I think her main thing. Yeah, she has a 5 to invade, and so that's sort of just really her entire thing. And then Wendy Adams is one of the, if not the weakest characters, I think, in the entire game. And it's just because she was one of the first chosen. Because the issue a lot of the times is that, when they were first making this game, if they wanted to make an investigator this early on, they didn't really know what to do, gave basic things. And then it wasn't until they had to make characters later on who were better because they needed more uniqueness, and then it kind of like hit all the other ones out of the water, and there was nothing to do about that. And so those were survivors. They were all just kind of like, you could pick any of them. I have a favorite that's not in here that I play. I can't remember her name because I haven't played her in a while, but she's like a mailman, but her strategy to the game is winning by failing, and essentially what it is, yeah.
Did you say mailman?
Or sorry, mailwoman.
That's like the same thing. I just was curious if it was a male person.
Yeah, it was a male person.
That's so cool.
Yeah, it was cool. They had a lot of representation. I believe she was trans, and so I think that was sort of like, oh, that's kind of cool. But it's a cool thing because they don't really, I don't want to say they gloss over, but they're like, yep, that's the thing now, and then they kind of like go like, but that's not. What's more important? Cthulhu. Because it's like, well, shit, yeah, the world's gonna end. I guess this is more important. and then it kind of like brings everyone together in a funky way. And that's the fun thing I like about this game is that since there's a lot of characters with different personalities, you can have a lot of really weird combinations if you role play it correctly. Like the last game I played, we had it was me and two other guys, and we had like a very like group of like independent like women players, and like because we were playing all like women characters because we thought they were the best, and it was sort of like a let's go women, like as we were like killing like monsters and stuff. And so it was a fun experience. I think one person chose this person named Zoe, which is like a murderous chef who like is religious beyond all grounds, but it was like so funny. It was like a crusader for the modern times. That I think I chose the male person because her strategy was winning by losing. And so a lot of her strategy is like, if you lose this skill check by 3 points, you automatically succeed. And it's like, hey. And then I can't remember what the other person chose. I think just the librarian or maybe some old dude, like some old guy that's just like an investigator. And that was sort of the fun of it, I think. And as we go on to other things, we go on to survivors, or not survivors, to guardians next. So guardians are the ones who most likely fight people. Is that noise? Oh, that's right. Guardians will most likely fight people. I must say, some of them have really interesting abilities. Carolyn Fern is a psychologist. She doesn't really fight people, but it's sort of an interesting little area. Nathaniel Cho is one of the greatest people of all time. I think it's funny because he has some really good characters because he just beats up people. Danella Reyes is a mechanic, and that's sort of her whole thing. Carson Sinclair is a butler for a politician, which I just don't see good. Ronald Banks is a huge guy. He really gets popular because he starts with a special 38, and you'll see a lot of this time that a lot of the Guardians have like special weapons that come with them that are used for attacking, and it does help because a lot of good weapons that are used to sort of attack creatures and to win fights, they cost more experience, which you're not really going to be getting for the first few while because you need to get up to those like areas where you're able to spend that experience, and it's really good. But like other people who have like special guns is like from the rogue category, which you would think is mostly evade, but Jenna Barnes is pretty good with twin 45s. She's a character in which it's just very normal for her, but it's a lot of these characters are, I think the rogue characters are the most unique characters. Abe says, I'm surprised you're actually pulling it through. Ha, I'm not. I think this character, Safina Rose, is an interesting character because her whole idea is that she's an artist who can like bring things to life, which I think is a really cool play style. There's this guy who's a millionaire who I think actually has another interesting play style because you get a bunch of resources, which is another thing, is that resources is an important factor within a lot of this sort of way of thinking. And it's, honestly, you just gotta do it. And if you have someone who's extremely rich on the inside, you might as well keep them, if you know what I mean. Yeah. But the rogues are a great way to play if you plan on evading and sort of doing other tasks as well. It's sort of just a way to get around because a lot of the times you don't really know what you need. You kind of just go with it because it's not really, if you're playing with more than one person, it's not smart to all choose the same thing because you're all going to be good at a similar thing. But then what happens if you need someone to be smarter at something else and it just doesn't work out, and then you get it's a whole conversation that no one wants to have. And because of that, there's a lot of different things that are all with this. Mythical people are a little bit cooler, I think, or mythics. These are the people who like magic, and we have Nick Baker, who is and I understand, like I understand what it's like. I know someone who chose all of these characters based on how hot they were, and that's kind of how they chose who they wanted to play. And it was sort of a giant eye roll, but I was like, at least they wanted to play, and I accepted it.
because for some reason the hot characters in this game are good as well, and so I wasn't disappointed. It was just one of those things where it's like insane luck for guessing the hot person was good at the game, and it was like, oh, fine, we'll play that cool character, whatever. But it's a fun little thing, and it's all great. And so the idea, though, is during that, a lot of the times during the game, they'll sort of have an agenda and an act. The agenda is what you don't want because the agenda has something that calls doom on it that when it spreads, it kind of is the bad thing, where an act you want to do it, which most likely involves an activity of sorts. And it's this whole big thing, and it's very complicated, kind of sucks. But it's fun because I wonder, actually, no, I'm sorry, I'm just thinking about the people in our current audience. Where did Gavin go?
I don't know.
Gavin, he had the hat. Anyway, other than that, though, it's a game that sort of brings a lot of these type of things in, where you have to like think about what's the best way to play around. And a lot of times you don't know what the best way to play is. There's a lot of different play styles, and there's a lot of different things you can do. Just in this is just one campaign, in that there's so much to do in the campaign that there's not really there's no specific clear goal. But like stuff like this is where you get to a point where, because this is what a map will look like. This is a scenario, I guess. And so you'll set all these cards out, and you'll have to like explore. And then based on the choices that you've done in the game, is that they will sort of, it'll come back in the story. And then the campaigns have a lot of knowledge about these sort of things. And then it's all going to come together in a huge fun thing. And normally there's a cool conclusion. And then sometimes if your characters aren't dead or just mentally exhausted, you can reuse them with their expansive use of cards. But the unfortunate thing is that a lot of times you're going to be suffering mental trauma and permanent health issues, which start you at an automatic like 1 health or 1 mental health, which it's all right, but it's not the best thing that could happen. And there's so many different ways of deck buildings that you could work out. And it also it depends a lot on types of the things you do, so you can prepare better if you know about it. Like a flashlight is really good for minusing how much it takes to investigate, which makes it easier. While find clothes reduces the test of parlaying, which is really just talking to people by 2, which you would only really use if you knew you were parlaying with someone and whatnot. But it takes a while. It takes a while to just get into it in a way of because you need to get experience. I want actual experience within completing scenarios in order to get cards that you actually want, because some cards are really good. And the thing is that from what I've witnessed, a lot of times, a lot of these cards are sort of the greatest thing ever, but you have to work for it. And it's you have to build decks specifically surrounding it, which ultimately sucks in the end. And it's each different class has different set of good cards, because obviously neutral's neutral, there, do whatever. But when you get to the Guardian cards, their top level cards are going to be it's going to be something where it's a dynamite blast or a punch, or it's going to be a Tesla gun or a flamethrower, and it's they're high damage, high reward type thing, but they're going to cost a lot. Whereas Mythic, they're going to be something where sealing. Now, sealing is an important factor, I'd say, because sealing is a way of taking something out of the chaos bag and putting it on a card in which it's not a trouble. And some of the cards are really good at that, and it saves you, I want to say. It can save you from an unfortunate situation, and it's fun as hell, I think. And some cards just, they're normal. Some cards they're new, though. Some cards are customizable nowadays, where they have multiple options to customize how you want to do it. But Mystic is more about controlling the map and everything or controlling the game and everything like that. Whereas for, if I can remember what Orange is the research people really. Their cards more focus on trying to get stuff. So like trying to get clues, trying to get resources, trying to do all this stuff. Because I think of it as more of like what would a scientist do, or stuff like that. But they have really unique cards because some cards they have is a card that you would sort of put onto the floor or like put on into play, and then you'd have to do something. For example, like this card called Strange Solution. You have to test for intelligence. So you have to place it first as an asset, which takes an action, and then you have to test the solution. And the only thing is that if you succeed, discard this card and record in your campaign log that you found the solution, which then allows you to do some different type of card, but only if you identify the solution. So it becomes really unique and whatnot. Survivor cards, they're just everywhere. I really like the rogue cards because they actually have a lot to do with gambling, it seems. There's one that I thought was funny that I laughed at. There was one called Double or Nothing, where double the difficulty of the skill test. If it's successful, resolve the effect of the successful test twice, which is pretty good considering if it's a good difficulty, if something's good that needs to happen and you're able to double it, then it's like, damn. And I just think it's good. There's also one that's just literally gain 10 resources. You do nothing, and it's a pretty good one. And there's just a lot of ones that are just really like 21 or bust. It literally you're gambling in the game, and it's interesting. There's also some cards that have multiple cards, so it could be 2 or more of these things. It's so fun. But of course, within every good card, you always have the bad stuff. You have weaknesses that happen a lot of the time. And that just happens because you have to have a weakness per your deck, which you can choose in general if it's not your main weakness. But you have to choose a regular weakness at times, and that's fun. It's okay. But the issue with that is that what I think you're supposed to do is choose a weakness at random, because a lot of weaknesses are really easy, where it's just like discard it or do something about it, and it's like, oh, that's it. And I didn't like any of them, but some of them are a lot more deadly. Like there's this really good one where it's only campaign mode, so you can only do it in the campaign. But the idea basically is that it's a card that says something, and then it then goes, you discard this one, progress to the other one, and if you get the same card 3 times, it instantly kills you. And that's sort of like kind of spooky moment. It's this whole thing. I never got into it because I don't like that kind of stuff, because I don't like dying. And so another time to be said, I think. But not for me. Never for me. Are there anything in the on-topic question, Alex?
I moved everything from on topic to off topic so it's closer.
Oh, thank you.
So some of them are actually on topic.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. But overall, Arkham Horror is a wonderful game. I think it's one of those games, and it's one of those games I play. I don't really play often. I just like researching about, and it's like about $100 whenever it like fully comes out with a new like rotation of cards. Because I think it's like 40 for the investigator stuff, 60 for the campaign, and I'm okay spending that money. I've saved enough, and I'm pretty proud of that. Matter of fact, I guess it's almost time. We can go into some questions. What kind of mermaids you got? If we're talking about my personal collection, not many. I can only say legally the ones that are in the pool, but the ones who are sort of like from Hydrate or H2O, I think was the show called. Those guys are also in there.
But this has been a great. I can't say much for this game though. However, definitely as much as the sirens go, many of them. I think I don't have that set yet because I need to wait for it to come out with an investigator handout or investigator thing, which might take at least another month or a few months or so. But we'll see how it is. Do you like the Little mermaids? I have no idea what that means. Crumpty Crumption Man. What? Mermaid, like babies?
Ariel. Disney.
What?
The Little Mermaid.
Oh, is that like a show? Oh, I've never seen it. The only mermaid show I've ever seen is Guppy Guppies.
The bubble guppies.
The Bubble Guppies, yeah. That's the only thing I've ever seen I can accurately say. Huh?
You weren't too old for that?
We were too old for bubble guppies.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. You were too old for me. I was too old
Hey,
for bubble guppies.
listen, sometimes you gotta watch stuff, and I watch that stuff.
No, I love kid shows, but like that's a young kid show.
Whatever. Be a hater. What's your favorite and least favorite mechanic of the game? There's I don't know how to describe it without major spoil. It's gonna sound so weird.
Yeah, it's.
It said bubble guppy guppies. Funny. I'd have to. It's something I have to think about. I think my favorite thing about. I think one of my favorite thing about this entire game. Oh wait, hold up. I should probably. Front desk. Could I possibly ask you guys of a favor?
What was that?
Could you sign into the blue gold thing?
Oh yeah. Do it.
Oh wait, is this looking at that?
Yeah.
Oh, that's sick. I'll sign it for it.
Yeah.
We're just here for fun.
Yeah.
It's the 24-hour filibuster.
Yeah, I wasn't sure that was like a thing you were doing for like.
No.
It's like an event.
Which I would also respect.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. I just wanted to plug that even more.
Can that count as like and subscribe?
I said I could subscribe earlier.
No.
He did?
At like hour 1 or 2.
That was prior to the
Yeah.
bingo sheet existing, unfortunately.
So it doesn't count.
No.
Oh wait, are you gonna do the FNAF floor soon?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
That's
gonna
the
stay
thing.
It's in like 12 minutes.
Don't worry. If you go to the YouTube channel, I'm uploading this all afterward.
Oh, sick.
So you can just time skip to 3 a.m.
Okay,
again.
never mind. I
How fun.
You can go listen to FNAF floor as you go to sleep.
Real. That's kind of what I already do sometimes.
Real.
Later, Mike. I'll be back around in a bit. I
Okay.
gotta.
Anyway, back to the least favorite. I think my most favorite mechanic of the game is probably just the chaos bang in general. It's a whole new system other than like rolling dice or rolling any sort of thing like D6. And there's a lot of things you can kind of go into that. My least favorite mechanic of the game is I don't like how health works in terms of enemies attacking you because they automatically hit you every time, even if it's just like a simple human or it's like a wolf, and it just automatically hits you, and it's so annoying. And it's like a lot of the times, FNAF lore ASMR, it's not going to be good, but it's going to be something. But
She's gonna
it's
be
just
sitting in here at like 5 a.m. alone, tapping on your monster can for ASMR.
if I'm not. But once I start seeing light out of those windows behind me, I think it's all over for myself. I think I'm gonna you're gonna wake up. I'm gonna be like clawing at my teeth. I think.
You have to make it to tomorrow at 4
You
p.m.
have to make it.
I think you're.
I need the relationship advice. From
I think
someone.
as much. I feel really scared. I don't think I have that good of advice. I'm gonna have to improv
but-
some of it.
That's what we're
That's what we're
expecting.
here for.
I was
Alright.
like going through the entire time, and I was like, okay, if Camden, like hypothetically, takes a nap within these segments, we can still get these segments because I'm really excited for them.
The cool ones are at the end.
Technically, if somebody asks you an hour to 2 hour long question, or you give your time to somebody for a couple hours and you can go like
nap for a few hours.
You know what? No, because all that would be
He's gone.
no, because you know what would
It's a
happen.
half
No,
hour.
I'd be careful about it. I pass out right here. So if I needed to be up,
Kick you.
wake you up, relationship. I don't know. I think a relationship. I don't want it to get overhyped. I'm just not too concerned about it. I think it's okay.
I don't think you have to like.
Yeah, no, that's
I
not.
think you can have good insights.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I believe in you.
Oh well.
I could use your insight. You know,
Yeah.
I'm a hot mess.
Gotcha. Anyway, I don't know. Least favorite commandment. I didn't think I ever said it. Yeah, but you just a lot of times like in it. Oh, you know what? Actually, I don't like. There's this thing in this game where they will. There's this item or this item that let's say a boss, like kind of the boss of the last place, has like 5 health. It'll instead of having 5 health, it'll write 5, and then it'll have like a little investigator icon, which means 5 times or blank times the amount of investigators. And so sometimes you'll like, you'd think someone would only have like 10 health, and then boom, they have 40, and you're like, well, shit, this is way too much because it adds on top of it. And it's just
Is this like magic?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Because this is the best way I can describe it is that it's you and your friends versus a story instead of versing each other. There is already a pre-made story. However, the story kind of always changes a little bit based on different roles, who you're playing, and how much you succeed by.
D&D?
It sounds
Ki-
better
it's-
than magic.
What?
It sounds better than magic.
I think it is.
better than magic.
It is similar to D&D. It's not really like we don't really make decisions based off of like you do. But I try to get people to more role play it so that it seems more inclusive and sort of more interesting. Favorite animal? I like cats.
Yeah, I didn't expect you to meow. It was really. I kept putting meow in there, and you could just go meow. And then I got you to woof.
But please don't.
I put a few things.
Can you clip things?
Yeah. YouTube lets you.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not.
Like 3.
I'm a little bit scared of that, to be honest.
We were watching you in the drive-thru, and it was so funny. I zoomed in on your face, and you were like, "So about the game?" You'd like rub your eyes and like touch your.
And then you drank so much Monster. And, like,
Yeah, you were like.
When I left initially, I had the stream open on my phone. I'm like, I hope nothing goes wrong in the maybe 10 minutes I'll be gone.
You're gonna see me with my head down.
Hugging
Just,
Monster. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
I think my worries are throwing up and falling asleep. That's the only 2 things I'm worried about.
Hey, I mean,
how likely is throwing up?
If you eat, you probably won't throw up.
Probably. There is pizza in that thing over
Do
there.
you want some pizza?
There is some over there.
No, but do you want like some?
Yeah.
No, not
You've
now.
been drinking a lot of Monster,
I have.
which.
Just make sure you like nuke it in the microwave.
Yeah.
Because it's been out for more than 2 hours.
Oh, I
so
like
that's
cold
like
pizza.
Yeah.
Cold
I do
pizza's
too.
alright. But it's been in the thing for a while. Like it's been like closed.
Do you
doesn't
want me to
matter.
put it outside for a bit?
Food is a room temperature thing. It doesn't matter if it's in a container.
Do you? Or I could put it in the chest freezer behind the desk.
Oh Jesus.
Extra cold.
Shall we make
Extra
you a French
cold.
cold pizza, but cold?
Yeah.
No, I'm good for right now. We are all J chillin'. Fave RA, not yourself. A lot of options around here. There's there's so many to choose from. There's really a lot. Lot of RAs I could really choose from. Yeah. I'd probably say myself.
You said not yourself.
Oh, that's what that said? Oh, I read that wrong.
Favorite RA must be yourself.
Yeah, I thought that's what it like.
Mhm.
Yeah, I thought it was fave not RA yourself. I thought it was this whole well, it
That
happens.
makes a lot of sense.
It does. This is really it's good for the humanity of every RA that
I'm here to deliver Laurel's coat. Is Laurel not here?
I have no idea
That's
who
a
that
great
is.
question. No? You're so good.
I'm gonna say 2016 Rachel. What is the oldest age you date right now? Oh dear Lord, we've gotten onto the dating questions. 89.
Camden.
I date old people for their rich money. I will not be denied of my residence.
No.
I'm not ashamed of who I am.
Damn right.
Let the man speak.
Speak your truth, King.
I shouldn't. God, that hurts. It's like spicy in a weird way.
Why are there gummy bears everywhere?
One of my residents put a bunch of gummy bears everywhere.
That's really interesting.
I don't really eat gummy bears, so his loss.
Oh, I'm just willing to meow. You should wait. Isabel, what section are we on? Sorry to scare you. Oh, we're coming up to Five Nights at Freddy's. Oh, right. After 3 I'm so scared. I know not anything about Five Nights at Freddy's by choice.
This is wonderful. If it makes anything better, this is all the notes I have for the Five Nights at Freddy's section.
Oh, are you gonna ad-lib?
I'm gonna try to remember what I can about that one Matt Pat theory I watched, and then I'm just gonna talk for an hour and hope I get something right.
Don't worry.
I'm an expert.
So sad.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm glad you could show up. Did you stay up for
I
this?
stayed up for this.
I'm so sorry for you.
You're here specifically
This is-
for 5 Nights at Freddy's. Honestly, there were a lot of people who were saying they were good at it. I think they lost.
Oh, FNAF floor. I love FNAF floor.
Really?
What time is it gonna be?
That's
3 a.m. Oh, I stay up late every night. I can do this.
You're like, it's not that big a deal.
It's not that big of a deal.
What's this calendar? Is this the clock?
This was the
is
clock.
how many hours.
So this isn't accurate because it accidentally shut off. We're currently on hour.
I'm noticing so it's
9.
plus-
Yeah,
okay. Plus 5.
So we're coming up on hour 9.
Okay.
Since you are here, you might as well log into the Blue Gold
Oh,
Connect.
absolutely. I'm on that.
Awesome.
100%. That's a worthy use of my project. Thank you so much.
I'm gonna steal it in just a second.
Are you in Doyen's biochemistry? I am. Yes, I recognize you. You sit right in front of me. It makes sense if you don't recognize me though, because I sit behind you. Recognize you. When you came in originally, I was like,
Pizza.
that's kind of familiar. It's because of the biochem.
Be right back.
It's because of the biochem.
Well,
Do you need me to talk?
my thing was to read up.
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
Take your time.
Did you want to tell?
I'm here for a
No.
long time though.
That was funny. I thought there was. I have pizza in my dorm. I can get it there.
Oh, this one, do you want me to talk?
No, it's totally. I'm okay now. This was just. I was just prepping for that. I went to go get it. Whoa. Can you say? What does it say? Can you say the words FNAF parody songs? Yes. Five Nights at Freddy's parody songs. My favorite. All right.
Cam, I'm really needing you to like pull in this bingo for me.
What did you say about? Did you think you could pass being an illustration major? You're
Illustration.
going through all the majors.
I do not think I could have passed illustration.
So fair.
I think in the art section I said I could have done graphic design, but that was probably the most. Yes.
Chemistry.
No.
Yeah, chem major.
What did you say about the fine major of theater arts?
I said I could probably pass on that.
I was like,
I could probably graduate that. I think.
how's chemistry going for you?
Well, they deleted their message. I still looked at it. All right. It is 3:01. Welcome everyone to the Five Nights at Freddy's lore time. I want you all to know beforehand that I do not really know the Five Nights at Freddy's lore. I decided to look at the wiki and I looked at the character's name and I'm going to hope I get some of it right. If I get anything wrong, please correct me.
because this will not be right. So the story starts. I'm gonna write down. We got a different amount of Five Nights at Freddy's. I'm gonna go with the guessing order, and I'm gonna say Five Nights at Freddy's 4 is first, and then we're gonna go to the second location, and then we go to the first location, and then I think we go to number 3, and then I think it's sister location, and then I think it's number 6. That is my order. Yes.
Did you remember FNAF 2?
Yes. 4213 SL6. No.
I think 3 is after. It's 42SL13. Yes.
Hold up. 42SL
1
3 6. Okay. With that start, we're gonna start off with Five Nights at Freddy's 4. We have a small child known as the missing child who so we have a different child named we have a different child known as the crying child. So the crying child is this child that basically is crying, and he has this really rough home life, and what happens a lot of times is that he gets bullied by his older brother who wears a Foxy match, because what happened was there's this attraction called Fazbear's Diner, and at this Fazbear Diner there's this person who and no one's really that bad, but what happened basically at Fazbear Diner was then there was the bite of 83, but we'll get into that more later. So let's talk about the crying child, I believe. So the crying child has a brother. He has a weird life. He talks to his plushie that looks like Freddy, or a type of Freddy, or maybe it's a whatever, Gold Bear or something. Yes.
I would just like to interject. The plushie's name is such a Fredbear.
Fredbear?
Isn't it like a camera?
Yeah.
Yeah, like so the dad can watch.
So that is right. I remember that. There is a camera within it. So the dad's a weird dude, and it's totally a messed up dysfunctional family as they happened in the 80s. This was sort of a common event. But the brother of this crying child used to really like tormenting this kid. You know, he would pop under his bed. He would do other things to scare him. And the bear that the crying child would talk to him and sort of create like a foundation of that sort of thing. Then what I think happened was they went to the, if I remember correctly, they went to this Fazbear's Diner place a lot, and a lot of things happened there. They, the older brother kept tormenting his brother there. They stuffed them in a closet, I believe, and like just left them in there, you know, to just whatever, because, you know, older brothers are, you know, being mean, and that's sort of what you got to do if you're an older brother. Then after the older brother did that, they went again. They either went again, or it was a similar day that the guys were like, guys, you know, it'd be the funniest shit right now. Let's put that child, like, and let's scare him a little bit by putting him in the mouth of Fredbear. And all the other dudes who were also wearing masks representing Chica, Foxy, probably Freddy, they're like, oh, dude, that's a genius. You're so cool. And so what they did is that they put him up in the child or the Fredbear, because it's an animatronic, because he's wearing suits, right? Because I guess it wasn't suits that day, and so it was a real animatronic. And so after they did that, they were like, God, this is so funny. But then something happened, and it like a spring lock activated. I don't know, something happened. And the Fredbear, bam, he not chopped off, but like ate the head.
The bite of 87?
I don't know.
It was the bite of 83, actually.
The bite of 83, actually?
Yeah.
But then it kind of like got snapped. So then that was the bite of 83, where the crying child then got eaten, or not eaten, but got bit pretty heavily by that person. I'm not sure if that killed the crying child or not. I'm getting one nod yes, so that is a dead child. That, you know, the first of many, I might say. Yeah, a few people died.
Not for long. Murderous animatronics. Also one.
You should do a death toilet celebrating.
I'd rather suffer the same fate.
What? Death toilet.
What is Death Toilet? It's the most favorite movie for me. What? Death Toilet.
It is.
I don't know if any of you guys know. If any of you want those chocolate pretzels, are free to take.
Have a good one.
From me personally, I bought them from Sam's Club.
Sam. It's my club.
It's your dude. Thank you so much for letting me shop there. Ooh.
He personally gives out the membership.
Onto the third water bottle.
Good job. Hydration. Massive.
Okay, so anyway, so then it was the bite of 83, then that all happened, and then that's what caused Fazbear's Diner to shut down, because they can't really go after that after having a child die because of one of their animatronics, even though it was clearly the other person's fault. Then after that, they start a new restaurant. I think it's either 4-2. It's going to be where number 2 takes place, I believe, and that's the another Five Nights at Freddy ones, because that's technically the prequel to the first one, and so that's all nice. And, you know, it's an all right place and whatever, but it still sucks, I think, because I still think people die, because that was the one that Mangle, that was the bite of 87, I believe, unless it was Foxy, but I believe there was something about Mangle chewing off the like forehead or cranium or like frontal lobe of another person, and I'm not sure if that was the bite of 87 or if that was just a bite. I think I was it the bite of 87, because I always thought Fox. Well, I guess the Fox. So then they go through this whole like FNAF 2 stuff, and they're trying to be good and stuff. But then the dude, Jeremy Fitzgerald, is the one currently working at FNAF 2, and he has to survive these nights, even though all these guys are clearly like whatever. And because of something, they have to shut down after FNAF 2 ends, I believe. And then after FNAF 2, it then becomes Sister Location, which I don't know how that makes sense. Sister Location seems more advanced. But then who's the main character of Sister Location? Michael Afton?
Wait, is that the purple?
No, William Afton is the purple guy. Michael Afton is the son of William Afton.
Oh, yeah, but the son
Because-
the son got
because and it's an interesting point to say that I think earlier in the story there is a point that Circus Baby was being used as an animatronic for different stuff, but there was an incident because Circus Baby was handing out a ice cream, like a scoop of something, and then Elizabeth Afton was the one who like went up to get the ice cream, and then she was like scooped and like killed and like brought, like her body was like crushed as it was taken within Circus Baby. Yes, question.
Was this scoop going to be on a cone, or was it going to be in a dish?
The really important questions.
I think it was a cone.
Sugar,
Waffle,
waffle,
for sure.
or like the little cup?
Definitely waffle. It was a waffle.
Thank you.
So that's what it was going to be, but then they scooped Elizabeth Afton, which then created her into Circus Baby. which yeah, she is Circus Baby. And so that's why there was some sort of connection between her and Michael Afton, because they were like, oh my God, we're into each other. The issue that I have is then after that happened, the mom died, I think, and then she became the like ballerina, and then so whoever Mom Afton is died, became the ballerina, and then I don't know who any of the other animatron or people are, but then it was this whole thing where it was like, well, I guess it's taking place, but different times to take that different place. Because then after sister location, I don't know if we technically go by the scooping. No, we do go by, because Michael Afton is then in one of the endings scooped, tricked by Baby Circus into scoop, in which then entered, which is a combination of a bunch of different animatronics, goes into each other, and they kind of like go. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Wouldn't that be William?
No.
Dude, it is
It's
Enter.
Michael.
It is Michael.
Like, he wears him as a meat suit. Yeah. Until.
He turns purple.
Yeah. That's why he turned purple, yeah.
But I thought William Afton was the one that turned purple.
No, William Afton is only purple because it's like, whoa, killer in the shadows.
Yeah,
it's not like,
because
it's not literally purple.
in like 8-bit mini games or like video games, like
He's purple. Guy.
there wasn't a way to represent like shadow other than using the color purple.
I see. Okay, so let me rephrase that. So then Ennard was taking over Michael Afton's body. I don't know if his soul is too, but he was basically using him as a flesh shield, which then kind of like, because soon after a while, the flesh started dying because nothing hygienic and nothing real was keeping it up. And so it would slowly turn purple, having more and more people notice throughout the day. And Ennard kind of just kept going in life with that. I'm not sure how much Ennard got out of that in life. Not enough, apparently. But then we go to FNAF 1, in which Mike, I believe, Fritz Smith was the current person in FNAF 1. Now, because he was the person in there wasn't a lot going on, except that's where we learned that William Afton was, it's a theory that William Afton was the phone guy, in which, because phone guy died in night 4 due to Freddy, so he might have not been William Afton. The issue being that during FNAF 1 is when those 5 children were murdered, who were Gabriel, Fritz, Susie, Jeremy, and Cassidy, who were the 5 children who were originally murdered in this whole scenario. And does that note is it going to explode or something?
You should just read it.
Which one was it?
The one closest to you. Yeah.
Do you like me? Yes, definitely, absolutely.
That's giving the same vibes of the questions Miles been putting in tonight.
I got
Is
it.
that what that's for? So for the on-topic stuff, whatever the topic of the hour is, if you have questions or comments pertaining
You
to
can
that,
give this
you put
back.
it in on-topic. Or if it's just something for general, like whatever, it goes in off-topic.
Okay.
We have loads of paper here.
That makes sense.
I don't know how to make thumbs.
And you can put stuff in at any time.
Yeah. It's a whole. We got a few. We've had a few comments throughout the entire night. Not too many.
Yeah.
I can't really say without a confident answer.
There have been some really interesting ones.
It was bad. Anyway, so basically, William Afton then murders these 5 children for really random reasons. But the idea is that he's dressed as, I think he's either dressed as Springtrap or he's dressed as one of the first original people from Fazbear Diner. And so Yay, nay.
It was one of the original suits, and then after he got spring locked, it became Springtrap.
Okay, so he was originally one of the other ones there, and so that's what he did at first, and it was a pretty common thing. You guys should log in, by the way.
I already did.
You guys are awesome. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Bye. But anyway, so then, William Afton does what most middle-aged people do in their time off and, murder 5 children in the 5 Nights at Freddy, or the 5, I think it's like Freddy Fazbear Entertainment, not Freddy Fazbear, like something like Pizzeria.
Charles Entertainment Cheese.
Charles Entertainment Cheese, sure. So let's go off of that. So at Charles Entertainment Cheese, he murdered 5 children. So we can add 5 to that count, which realistically, since the bite of 87 already happened, we can add our total count up to about 7. The issue is that I'm not sure if every person that currently is an animatronic is possessed, or if that's just a nature within them. Because if that's true, we could theoretically count every animatronic that there's been, but then we really shouldn't. It should only be the ones that we know are dead. Anyway, children died because William Afton's good at his job, and he understood what needed to be done. He then was able to, this gets more complicated, that he was able to reenact, I'm not sure if it was meant to or not, like I don't know if he meaned to do it or if he tried to like remnant into the animatronics or if that just happened naturally with the animatronics. I think he did stuff them in the animatronics. So So no?
The puppet stuff. The original kids got stuck in the animatronics.
You're so right. Oh, and then that's another thing. Because that's the thing. No, because in FNAF 2, Charlotte Emily was the first person. No, because it said Chica was the first one to die. But I think Charlotte Emily was the first one to get got because she was what?
It wasn't Emily, it was Susie.
Susie's the one who does. Well, but that doesn't make sense though. Because
I don't think there's ever been like a twin.
Yeah.
Because how did the puppet put like Susie and Chica?
That's one of the big questions of the franchise that people argue about.
Okay, so we're gonna make our own assumptions because we're better than everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
So
Go ahead and say.
what I'm gonna say is this. I'm gonna guess this is that William got Charlotte Emily, and then Emily, because in the lore I believe it was she was found outside because she was left out. And then the puppet came across her dying, and then her soul went into the puppet, and then the puppet was the one, because the puppet deactivated due to the weather outside because it was raining during that whole mini game, and then she was the one who got in and then became the puppet, and then sort of started mixing and matching this whole area with a bunch of different animatronics, and then started getting them life and whatnot. And I think that's what happened. And then we go on, because in FNAF 1 and FNAF 2, because in FNAF 2, Charlotte would have already been there, and then FNAF 1 that's already been there, this location would have already been there. Then we go on to FNAF 3, where Springtrap is now in his middle-aged time, where he no longer has a cool suit. He just has this, it's kind of deteriorated, and now he kind of wants to kill this one security guard, but then he fucks up or whatever. It doesn't matter. But then what? Yeah, exactly. But then from the mini games, it's saying that now William was being hunted, or basically bite of 87. He was being hunted or something by the he was getting hunted by the spirits of the children he's killed, and then because it was
Yeah! We're back at this point number. We're back at it again.
I hate it here. You're right. I'm
starting to think, what if you actually did unplug the timer just so you could see that number again?
No, that was just
Well, at
It
like
died.
5 hours, it died. And
Oh,
so we were like, damn.
Yeah, so whatever the time is on here, it's this plus 5 is how long we've been going.
Okay, and then it resets at like 9:59, right?
We don't know. We've never
We
been
don't know
there.
what it actually just blows up.
Oh man, it's like the Y2K thing where everyone thought like the internet was gonna implode because like the timers didn't go to like the year 2000 and whatever.
Yep. Back to the FNAF.
So 3 is that all the children that he killed are going in now, and they're like, oh my god, we're gonna like, now he's getting scared. So William Afton in the spring is like dancing around as it's like the puppet as Charlotte Emily as a spirit is sort of like ooh, ooh, and now Spirit William's all like ooh, like he's getting scared. And so because he's getting scared, he it's wet out, by the way, which, you know, if you look into the modules of something, it's like the spring trap will activate if they're wet. So now it's raining and it's wet, and now the spring trap activates while he's on the ground and he starts dying, and it's sort of just like and so he officially dies in the spring trap. Yeah, he dies in the spring trap. And then we go on to number 6, which is, I think, is the finale. I don't count the other. I don't count Security Breach or anything.
What about Help Wanted?
Help Wanted is, I want to say it's its own spin-off, because they in Help Wanted they introduce Vanessa and the Glitch Trap, which it's like, here's how I think of it. So you know how in Scream they make those movies and then people try copying those movies in like Scream 2 because they're like, oh, we want to do the same murders they did in those movies. That's how I think of this, where it's like Vanessa probably saw like Springtrap and was like, I can do that. I can recreate that.
Fair enough. Real.
Can't wait to crash without a warning. It'll be very funny. But then Security 6 comes in, and then I'm not sure who the security guard is. I think it's
also
Jeremy.
Michael Afton.
Yeah.
What?
It's
Michael Afton.
It's also Michael Afton.
He's everywhere.
Oh, you're right. It totally is
He's in the
Michael.
walls.
But I thought Michael Afton at this point was taken over by Ennard.
No, because
Ennard was ejected from his body.
Oh, because into the drain, but he lived.
He lives because of Remnant.
That's right. So Ennard's out of here. That's that. And so 6 is Michael Afton doing a bunch of stuff like taxes, which is it's funny we say this, is that I was listening to that earlier today, the like song that you do when you do taxes for like an hour loop.
What?
Yeah. It's good.
What the hell are you talking about?
What song?
It's like here, I'll load it up. It's this really good, it's the music from the part where you get sued. Here, hold up.
Oh, okay. No, that makes sense.
Oh!
Yep.
And it's music.
It all makes sense now.
And it was just music that listening to, I was like, damn, this is pretty good. And like, I was into it. And so you get sued, do a few things regardless of that. And then at the very end, connection terminated. You know, you go through one of the best monologues and speech of all time, in my opinion. And after that, everything burns. Circus Baby, Springtrap burns, Lefty, all the other Molten, Freddy, all the other animatronics, they all burned because they were the ones that, I think those were like the last ones. And then Michael Afton dies. I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember who is the dude making the speech.
That's
Henry.
Henry, I believe.
Henry, which is
Charlie's dad.
Charlie's dad.
Charlie's dad. That's what I was missing in terms of characters.
And William's like
Partner, yeah. Okay, that's who I was trying to look for. That I could have sworn they had a partner, but I couldn't write any of it down, and so I was like, I don't know who is who. But yeah, so that's his partner, and that's sort of like the best. So Henry gets to live in life now because now he's everything he's worked for is done. No, did he die?
Yeah, Henry dies.
When?
Wait, did he die in the building?
Yeah.
I thought he didn't die. I thought he was like.
He locked himself in with all the animatronics and William Afton as they all burned, just to like finish that chapter to.
I am here, but I do not remain. But I guess he's not far. Oh well, so everyone dies in the end.
Put it in there?
No, I have one in there already.
Can I keep this?
Yeah, it's for you. That's a little treat.
It is one little treat.
You good?
So
Okay.
then,
Yeah.
after everyone dies, then we go to custom night, which is William Afton's Hell, which I think is a theory. I don't know if it's a theory, but it's a well-made theory where it's just William Afton going to hell, and it's just an endless fight against every animatronic ever existing. It's also weird though because Springtrap is also in that thing, so he's fighting himself.
True.
So I guess that's some self-actualization that's needed on the court, but I don't really understand it. But I think that's a decent accusation of how I think Five Nights at Freddy's is. So overall, it was an all-right story. I think we got most of it correct.
Yeah.
I wish there were more. Bonnie, I don't know. I like Bonnie. I think he's a cool character. I wish there were more of him, but you know what? We can't all be complainers, except me. I will complain. The lore did not do that well. Yeah, this was great. So really, we had 7 dead children, and that's about it. So I think that was a great trip for most people. Going on to questions from the comments of the world. Banned from the residence halls. I can't be here anymore, it seems. I'm going to ignore that. Can you please explain Fazgoo? I'm not exactly sure what Fazgoo... Oh, wait. Like, is that like Fazbear? Faz? Is that like Freddy's like sweat or something? Not really.
Please, can it be? Can you make that canon?
I will never make that canon. I will personally go to Scott and tell him to not make that canon. That sounds terrible. Fazgoo. How do you come up with these things? Is this real?
Yeah, in the books.
Damn.
Your Honor, I plead no.
Hey, Honor, I want to go home. Here we have a picture of a boat. Yeah. Boat.
Can you explain how a boat fits into the FNAF lore?
So basically, so actually I can. So there's that one during the the FNAF world. There's actually a boat that they use to have the Mr. Fisherman that comes through, and that's sort of a huge thing. And so what you do is you get on the boat and you travel against the boat, and then you get to a better area by using the boat.
Right.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Ugh.
Good stuff.
Kiss, Marry, Kill. We got Freddy Fazbear, Springtrap, and Balloon Boy. So this is going to be a little bit of a more difficult question. Balloon Boy is a child, so
I thought they were all spirits.
Yeah, I was gonna say child.
well, now I'm put in an awkward situation. You know what? Actually, no, I'm not. I can make this work. So, you know how sometimes you give like a little sweet goodnight kiss to someone, you like put over their forehead. Mwah. You know what? I'd give that to Balloon Boy. I'll give him a little goodnight kiss, make him have good. I'll give him some batteries as he needs. Then I'd kill Freddy Fazbear. I'd marry Springtrap. Listen, that's all I need. He's a dude. At least he's like an adult. I can kind of see the appeal. It's Springtrap. He's kind of interesting. He's strong. He knows a lot about children. He he knows how to cut around stuff. He could be a good chef. He he's a committer. He knows how to commit to things. He's loyal.
Would you say he commits to the bit?
I think he does commit to the bit. Yeah. Next question. Why? I'm not sure to which one this question is. If we're talking about life in general, I gotta say for the fun of it, if we're talking about why Springtrap, listen, he kind of, I don't know, hot. We'll go to, how would you pull an 89-year-old? Very simple. You see, I have something a lot of people call grandchild charm. I'm very good at getting, I shouldn't say getting what I want, but I'm good at convincing grandparents. You know, I'm a good grandchild. I call my grandparents, you know, if they send me a gift, I'll do it because that's what a good grandchild does. And an 89-year-old, realistically speaking, they have at least one thing wrong with their brain. And I can do something about that.
No way.
It's a statistic. I'm not being mean to them. Old people are great. I'm just saying statistically speaking.
Isabel, there's one thing in the on top of it.
Oh, okay. I can.
There's also another card that says, how dare you? Listen.
How dare you?
Some people that are older in life, people that are old have a little bit more credit compared to them than a person of a younger age. So pulling an 80 or 9-year-old wouldn't be the worst decision financially for me. And I quite frankly think I would. I would be on the will. Would it create an awkward situation at their wedding, funeral, and like kind of like dispersory of their item? Yeah, but it's life. I don't think I used the right word for that, but we'll see how it goes.
You tried.
Who's the hottest animatronic? Now, it's interesting you asked this question. I once did a very long, I believe we did a very long sort of look through every animatronic to see which one was the hottest.
They're children.
Not all of them. So I'm going to say Springtrap, as he's currently my fiance, to be said, in this marry game, marry, kill, and kiss game. Also, he's not a child, so I take that as a huge advantage toward this sort of area place. How 20 you? What? How 20 you? How to you? I don't know what this means. I am 20 years old, if that's a question. He killed people because he was in a silly, goofy mood. I agree. Listen, sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. Maybe those kids were slightly annoying. You never know. I'm not really defending his actions, I want to say. You know, murder is wrong. However, in a sense that he was just being him. And if we didn't have him doing that, we wouldn't have that good of lore as we do now, you know? Now I'm a little bit afraid of Chuck E. Cheese. And if it wasn't for William Afton, I wouldn't be having that. You know, I threw my token, I threw a cheesy token, whatever they called those tokens at Chuck E. Cheese. I threw mine away because I realized that I wasn't going back ever again. Because if I did, I'd die. I'd be the next on their list. This next one, we have a drawing of a ghost. It's very nice.
How do ghosts fit into the FNAF lore?
So ghosts fit into the FNAF lore pretty well. If I'm looking at my notes here, they fit in well because a lot of the students, a lot of the children became ghosts after being brutally murdered. One could say they became spirits or revenant, but they did ultimately become ghosts, which then did later begin to haunt William Afton and then caused him to put into a spring lot trap, which then technically killed him, but then it didn't because the revenant helped his body grow, and then Springtrap became Springtrap. It's a great thing. Yeah, I'm really glad. FNAF is just such an interesting scope. I think we all understand. I don't know why we all got so interested into it. I blame Markiplier, but
I blame that class.
Yeah. Rest in peace.
No.
I still don't understand why did Mangle bite someone's head off or frontal lobe.
Did I ever confirm that it was Mangle?
It's not really.
I thought it was confirmed that it was Mangle.
Not really. It's a theory because Mangle's jump scare comes at you from above.
I swear there's more evidence. There's more hard evidence than just the above. I'm betting my life on the line.
Would you like to bet a duty shift?
No.
Oh, that's a risky one.
I'm already betting duty shifts for a NASCAR game, and I don't want to do that.
I've bet a duty shift or two before in my time.
I'm a professional gambler. It's in my blood.
So you're telling me your parents have gambling addictions?
No.
No, that's off the record. Say it's off the record. It can't be.
Off the record, of course.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
Who would win in a fight, Springtrap or 10 Helpies? Ooh. See, Helpy, Springtrap knows how to take down someone and whatever, but the thing is that Springtrap doesn't understand what a Helpy is, I don't think. In terms of how I think the fight would go out and in general react, I think Helpy understands what needs to be done. They've done their taxes, they've done their suing, they know the law. So they know how to justify this without getting breed up in court or understanding how to lose in court. And so it would be a very simple thing. I think 10 Helpies would dominate quickly. It's kind of like how those ballerinas do that thing where they go all over your face and you have to push them off or something.
Oh,
the Minnery, whatever they are. And because of that, I don't think Springtrap understands how to deal with that. And it's he got nothing on him, and they're big and they suck. The VR game has showed that a lot. It's a lot of tough to deal with. And honestly, Springtrap just couldn't win. I think a lot of people think he would. Straight facts. Straight facts, I gotta say. Straight facts. God. No. I like to now go against the normal code. I like to think what I think the correct order FNAF should go in. We're going to start with sister location because I don't like how it's not numbers. So we're going to start with sister location and get it out of the way. We're then going to start with 1 and then 2, only because I think it's funny and because that's how I see it in life. We then start with 3 and then 6 and then 4 at the end. The idea is that all of this was a dream. And the idea is that this was just some weird dream made up by this kid in FNAF 4 who's like, wow, that was a weird Five Nights at Freddy's. And then that's it. And then it cuts to the credits. And then I never want to hear Five Nights at Freddy's again, except for when the second movie comes out in a few years. Yeah. I'm excited.
Excited for what? Camden, has anyone told you that you have a voice that projects really well?
No.
Well, you do.
Thank you. I try my best.
That's my time.
What's your favorite Five Nights at Freddy's song?
Ooh, that actually is a great question.
Tombstone.
Asthma can wait. So I think there are a few certified bangers. If we're not talking By the Living Tombstone, there is Break My Mind by DA Games. I think that is an excellent one. There are, I listened to that in middle school a lot. And I used to listen to it on our like school Chromebooks, and it was a huge thing for me. There was a lot. It was weird. It was called by this guy named Mando Pony, I think. Although he has a controversial time now in life, but I'll admit he had bangers growing up. He had Just Gold, which was a huge one. There were Survive the Night was a huge one. That was when people started animating that in Minecraft for some reason. There was oh God, I'd have to go through a lot of them. There's a lot of good ones, I'd say. But honestly, Living Tombstone is the GOAT. I think they are the ones who they're the ones who popularized it. Yes.
Thoughts on Left Behind? What was the other DA games?
Left Behind. Oh, I feel like I've heard it, but I do not remember it. It was, what were the lyrics to it? Oh, wait a minute. I'm trying to think. Is that the one where it was like different characters also had different things where it's?
It was a sister location.
I know it was sister location, but it was like sometimes different characters talk to different like portions of the song. Like Funtime Freddy had a whole section about finding the person. No, a different one. That was a good song though. There was, you can run, you can hide. That one. Hide, I think it was, or something. You can always hide or run. That one was an absolute. That one was good. That was. Join us for a bite. That was. You know what? I'll say that was probably. That was one of the. God, people were so good at making FNAF songs back in the day that it just one after another. They were just so good. We don't really see this type of thing anymore. I don't think. I don't see it anymore. I want to say I don't see good video game music anymore nowadays. It's just it doesn't happen, and that's okay. It's just something that you notice, and especially I think it's because the FNAF games are slowly not coming out anymore. I don't even think there is going to be another FNAF game except maybe because they already did everything they could with VR Help Wanted, and it doesn't make sense to add another DLC because they ended on Ruin, which apparently was decently well. So I'll accept it. It doesn't matter. But as of right now, I think FNAF is sort of cut off.
I think the last game was Help Wanted too.
Yeah.
Because they released a second Help Wanted.
Yeah. But I think that's in terms of VR stuff, I think that was the it. I don't think they could. What else more can they add? There's no more mini games that have not already been placed in either of the two, and also I was just disappointed by FNAF 2 in a way that was more I thought it was a great game. I was just disappointed that it just wasn't widely received because, well, granted, I guess FNAF the first VR game was going to be obviously huge because it's FNAF, but it's there was no advertising for the second one, not that I saw, and it was sort of no one's really doing it, and so I can't really say I was too happy with it. By the end of it, though, we got what we got, and I was happy with what I got at the end of my FNAF experience. I think I grew up in FNAF in a good way, that I got exactly what I wanted. I heard what I needed to hear, and I saw what I needed to saw. I never even played a FNAF game in my entire life, and I don't need to.
Didn't you play a little bit of Ultimate Custom Night?
Okay, that's different because that was free. That was free. I didn't pay money. I gave no money to anyone.
Random side tangent. Did you know Xbox is not coming out with any new consoles? Xbox is stopping their production of any consoles. They're not coming out with any more.
Yeah, makes sense. They've been going downhill.
What else would there be? What other Xboxes would there be? You have Xbox One and 360, and Xbox. Where do you go?
I think there's an Xbox X right now.
What?
Yeah.
X?
Yeah.
Box. Holy shit, is that the new box console? Yeah. Only $500. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's a whole weird debate because I think PlayStation's making a PS6 now, which kind of sucks. Only because no one was able to get the PS5 for like a solid 2 to 3 years due to like drop shipping or like resellers and just automatic like bots like buying the stuff. So it was just a complete waste. But I think what killed Xbox was the fact that because everyone has their like major form of work. PlayStation had like God of Ragnarok, and like some other like Left 4 Dead The Last of Us. And what Xbox had was Halo, but then Halo was released to like the Steam store on PC, and then it kind of was like, well, now we don't need Xbox to play Halo. It was funny, but I don't think it matters. I think Xbox they lived out their time. I personally don't like controllers. I think they're hard to use, and I don't care for them. But to each their own. But PlayStations will probably still be alive for a while, and they'll just kind of make up that market of controllers. So it's really just going to be PC, PlayStation, and Nintendo. It seems.
What's your favorite horror game?
I don't really play horror games, but I really enjoyed the Outlast series. That was I played that game. It was bad. It scared me. It scared me good.
I like The Quarry. It's pretty fun.
That is good.
And so like Dead by Daylight and that like genre. Or like In Silence. Oh my goodness, we're almost to hour 10? Yeah.
Will it unplug the series?
Right. Let's see if it just like stops. Plug just fucking flies out of the outlet. That'd be wonderful.
Your outlet said, "You're down."
How interesting.
You're done. You're done.
You're done.
Camden, have you ever seen the show Dance Moms?
I have seen the show Dance Moms.
What are your thoughts on Dance Moms?
I think Dance Moms is a completely narcissistic TV drama reality TV show that sort of takes advantage of the emotions of small teenage girls. And I think it's stupid. However, it is fun to watch only because I hate Abby. And that is all I can look forward to is to completely not liking Abby. And that's really it. I cannot deal with her.
Would you say you dislike her the same amount that you dislike rats?
A similar amount. They're the same to me, I must say. I might say. Depending, unless her attitude changes in life, but I don't think so. Not anymore, at least. She's gotten pretty far up. Never be there.
Double bingo.
Bingo.
No. What a wonderful night. It's almost 4 a.m. I wonder if we can see the sun yet.
Not yet. It usually starts coming up around 5:30, 6 o'clock.
Oh, God, this is so sad. That'll be the 12-hour mark.
Yeah. 6 o'clock, yeah. There's only 4 more things. Almost there.
Oh yeah.
We don't want him to throw
I
up.
know, we don't want you to throw up.
I have pizza
That's-
in my room I can get. If I don't think I'll throw up. I'll be fine.
Right.
Can you sing the FNAF song? No singing.
Can you speak the FNAF song?
I don't remember any of them. Word for word, brand for brand.
Or.
Okay, so I remember some of it.
How's your pocket watch doing?
Please. It's doing good.
We haven't seen that in a while.
Oh well. Hannah says, I need a good night song. Here you go. Go to bed while listening to this. 'Twas the night before Christmas, waiting for St. Nicholas. On the night before Christmas, Christmas Eve? Christmas Eve. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the window with care, in the hope that St. Nicholas would soon be there. And the children were nestled, all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads. 'Twas the night before Christmas, waiting for St. Nicholas. On the night before Christmas, Christmas Eve, Christmas Eve. Away to the windows I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters, and threw up the sash. And then what to my wondering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and a tiny reindeer. Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer, now Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donner and Blitzen. Ho 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 ho! 'Twas the night before Christmas.
Woo! Yeah.
Waiting for St. Nicholas on the night before Christmas. Christmas Eve, as I drew in my head and was turning around, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound. He had a broad face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly. Ho ho, ho ho ho! He spoke not a word, but went straight to work, and filled all his stocking, and then turned with a jerk. I heard him explain as he drove out of sight, "A Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Ho ho ho, ho ho ho." 'Twas the night before Christmas, waiting for St. Nicholas. On the night before Christmas, Christmas Eve. 'Twas the night before Christmas, waiting for St. Nicholas. On the night before Christmas, Christmas Eve, Christmas Eve. Joan was whimsical, studied pataphysical, science in the home, late nights alone with a test tube. Oh. Maxwell Edison, majoring in medicine, calls on her phone. "Can I take you out to the pictures, Joan?" As she's getting ready to go, knock comes on the door. Bang, bang, Maxwell's silver's hammer came down upon her head. Bang, bang, Maxwell's silver hammer made sure she was dead. Back in school again, Maxwell plays the fool again. Teacher, get a... What am I reading? I thought this was a continuation of...
That sounds like the lyrics to the Beatles song Bang Bang Bang. Or not Bang Bang Bang. Maxwell's Silver Hammer or whatever.
This is not what I thought this was. I thought this was a continuation off of Christmas Eve.
No, but I have a question.
What?
How many times fast can you say the word Christmas?
Like 4?
Can you say it?
No, you just have to trust me.
Oh, okay. I'll trust you. Trust.
Thank you for the lovely story. You're welcome, Hannah. You have a great night. Yes.
I would like to comment, your oh ho ho's kind of sound like Frederick Madison, if you know who that is.
No, but thank you.
Yeah.
We're sitting? Yes. I am sitting. Turns out it isn't against the rules to sit. I just thought it was. Welcome to the world that we live in. I also stand because it gives me some more purpose in things. However, it's also 4 a.m. Also, you shouldn't be awake.
Who's up?
My sister.
Wait, it's Friday night. Yeah. Wait,
It's
is your
Saturday
sister
morning.
younger than
It's
you?
Saturday morning.
It's a weekend.
Yeah, don't you have better things to do rather than stay up?
Wait, how old is she?
Yeah.
Like 22.
Camden, she's older than me.
Her cat woke her up. That's funny.
Wait, can you
What a
meow
good
again?
one.
Ow!
Thank you. I hope your cat reacted to that.
Bird doesn't care. She went, I'm not 20. Oh, shit. Dude, why did I think you were 22? Shit, you're 23. Huh. Forgot about that. My bad.
Oops.
You're not. Sorry. She's debating me in the comments. It's not worth it.
So, Do you come here often?
I don't really.
Shut the fuck up.
I can't say I've been here much often throughout the day. This is my first time being here for more than 2 minutes.
Really?
I'm way past my limit, that's for sure. But we still got a lot of stuff.
Remember that one time we watched paint dry?
I do. Oh, you know what? You're totally right. But that was over there, not over here.
So that
Different.
was like right there.
It's a difference of like height almost.
I mean, I guess.
Your friends must really like you because I would not be in the lobby of a dorm building at 4 a.m. Fair. We were talking about topics. If you wouldn't believe me, some people woke up for some of these topics. Shout out.
Let's go.
I'm at Freddy's.
I came for the FNAF and I stayed for the giggles.
Real.
What is next hour?
How to be creative. These were one of those things that I expected no one to be at, so I would talk to myself. So, oh well, this is what it is. I'll talk about what I got to talk about.
We're going to just start loading the off topics.
Oh, you're so right.
Like, I really did not expect people to be here from this late. Like, I don't know what's.
Camden, I'll be here until like 9 in the morning, so.
Don't you have you eaten? No, but I probably should. Actually, that reminds me. I'll do that now.
9:45.
Oh my god, Isabel.
Okay,
you
maybe
gonna
I'll leave at 8:45, but.
So you're not sleeping before.
That reminds me. I should probably eat something. Isabel, can you take over for me for a second?
Yeah.
In rules of a filibuster, I yield my spot to Isabel. I'll be right back.
I can't wait for the 5 p.m.
Which one's 5 p.m.?
Fan fiction.
Hello again, world.
Oh,
It's me, Isabel, your favorite. Hello, Jackie.
Hi, Isabel.
Hello. So, y'all come here often?
What are you cutting out?
What am I cutting out? I'm cutting out a whole bunch of paper and making confetti out of it for the show that I'm currently doing props for called Ernest. Opening night is March 1st, and y'all should come.
My friend is in that.
Who's your friend?
Dan.
Nice. Dan.
What day is it?
Opening night is March 1st. It's in Pablo, and it goes. Oh, thank you. I assume you're Camden's sister. Thank you. But yeah, March 1st through 3rd, and then like the 6th through the 10th are when shows are.
My Circa abstract is due on the 1st. That's no bueno.
And then you can come another night, you know. Come see all this confetti.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of it. And I think I have to make a lot more, but my hand hurts. I accidentally cut my finger earlier. That's why I had the taco Band-Aid, but yeah. There was a whole thing. I couldn't open the taco Band-Aid the last time I spoke. I don't even remember how many hours ago that was. But yeah. Let's see. What is everyone's like favorite soda?
Does Ramen count?
Yeah, I'll say it counts.
Ramen's so fun.
Do you have a favorite flavor?
Ooh, I really like the grape and the lychee.
Hello, I'm just taking over until I yield my time to Camden, which is right now. Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm leaving.
What did she say?
I said nothing. They're like, new guy? I guess I'm the new guy, but not really.
It is.
Oh, hey, what up? I'm back.
4 in the morning, guys.
It's 4 in the morning. Welcome back,
Wait,
everyone.
It reached 5.
And it kept going.
Well, it's now 4 a.m. We're going to talk about a new topic now. Thank you all for joining us. You all know 4 a.m. is how to be creative.
Good night.
Have a good night.
I'll be back at 5 tomorrow.
Okay.
It's 2 where I am.
4 hours from now.
It's 2 where I am. Start talking, boy. Okay, we'll get right into it.
Wait,
Then.
who is that? Do you know?
No idea.
Start talking more.
Start talking, boy.
Wait.
I'll start talking. So, in the sense of, I am also, before that, I'm going to have one slice of pizza because I got to stay refreshed for you guys.
Yummy.
They'll allow it. Okay.
Monologue. Yeah.
Okay.
Man.
So, essentially, what this is going to mostly be about is topics on how to sort of improve your own creativities and tips that I have that you could try going to acting toward it to kind of boost your creativity. Now, it's really easy to tell yourself that you're good at a lot of positive traits and that, I can say like, I'm the funniest person ever, but I could also say I'm a very creative person, but I think it's easier to say creativity because there's actually something able to prove wording it rather than if you're just funny, it's harder to prove it to someone. But if you're creative, I think it's a lot easier to prove it to people. So I think I can actively say that I am a creative person. Creativity comes from a lot of years of doing a lot of different things and in some part being a little bit weirder in situations that didn't need it to be. I think creativity comes from sort of a mind of doing your own thing independently without the influence of much other people, but also being able to kind of just do anything with your mind. Come up with a concept. So this concept is basically that I'm thinking of, it's a harpoon gun, but it has a fire X at the end of it. And so when you shoot it, you can swing it and then it'll do a really cool wraparound and like hit a tree at a really fast speed. Or if you hit someone with it, it'll hit like on the blunt of the fire axe and then it won't do anything. Like that's a concept that's just randomly creative that one person could think of. And the idea that that's just something you can think about the top of your head is something that a lot of people who excel at creativity work with pretty effortlessly because there's just so much to do that it's just easy. I had a really good start with it by I was generally a weird kid. I mixed a lot of breakfast foods together. I think I mixed like Fruit Loops, bananas, and something else. Yes?
I was just gonna ask what foods, but then you
Yeah.
this down.
But that kind of stuff, and it wasn't good, but it was something that you took a while to, you took and went, oh, this is something new. This is something creative. It wasn't genius, but it was creative. And that sort of whole scenario sort of just keeps growing with you as you're young. So I got a really good early look on it because I understood what it meant to be creative in a way that I don't think many people were able to do. And applesauce, it is correct. I did creative with applesauce as well. And so creativity can sort of be brought together by a bunch of different things that all in all are helpful with each other. There's what?
Did you say you ate bananas?
Yeah.
So that is a fruit that you've eaten?
Yeah. We'll talk about that at our 3 p.m. topic, what foods I have not eaten. If I had to do that again one more time. Don't forget to look at the thing, everybody, in the description. But other than that, creativity is just something that I think everyone can learn from and everyone can do good at. I think what's important to a lot is that you need to put yourself in situations that sort of ask for creativity and you don't, there's 2 ways you can do this because a lot of times you might feel it's sometimes like social pressure or like a deadline will get someone to work faster or get something done quickly, or straight up if you think it's a personal interest, because there's nothing that I think actually what does better because the deadline or that kind of thing, well, yeah, it'll get you motivated in a sense, but ultimately it's just going to make you rush a project that you're working on. However, if you're doing something with passion and you want to do it, I would sort of just do that more because then you actually have motivation for wanting to get something done. If you were ever to build an actual desk, if you were doing it for another person and you didn't really want to do it, you wouldn't work as hard. But if this was your desk in your office, you'd be pretty happy about it. You'd want to make it extremely well done, which I think is an excellent choice, just as like a general motivator. Now, the way you can sort of put this in a lot of your life is to something that I've learned is the idea that I've had a lot is that creativity kind of stems from having your mind open to a lot of weird ideas, a lot of different concepts that don't really make sense. I think something that interests me is nerd culture. Nerd culture is a decently huge aspect behind a lot of this stuff, and I think a lot of people are involved in that sort of thing anyway. You could watch Supernatural, you could understand Magic the Gathering, you could watch Yu-Gi-Oh, and stuff like that is sort of stuff where it's not the greatest thing, but it's something where it's like, oh, it's different. It's not like from reality. And that's the thing, is that creativity, you have to stem from other resources. And so that the more you learn about other either like cultures, or the more you learn about from different mediums and stuff like that, means that it's going to be easier for you to be able to effectively become creative. Because when you just keep learning more and more information about other things, there's a lot more ideas that might clock in your head immediately. And the thing about creativity is that it's not always instant. There's always been times when you think of something and you have to think of something later to get that instant creativity. I think one of the easiest things in my personal, and I shouldn't say my personal, but a lot of people's personal steps, is to start a Pinterest board. That is sort of like where people start off their social media career, because you don't really do social media, it's just looking up pictures and stuff, but you create those boards that sort of give you all these different ideas. It's kind of like how people will have, like, with their wedding photos or their wedding ideas in their Pinterest board, and like that there's instead of not only is it a great way to remember this stuff for future use, but it's how you think you want stuff, and it's creativity. You see how your creativity moves around throughout the years, and it's something that you should do. I personally find a lot of love in creativity, and sort of creating my own world is something that I find interesting for a lot of things. For example, it's not like anything big, but like sometimes I will create like D&D characters, for example, but I'll create lore behind them, but only I know about them because they're only in my head. And because I'm thinking of this like lore behind them, it gives me different ideas. So like, oh, what if this person was because it makes you expand out, because you try to have to be unique with every character, because you don't want every character to be the same. So you try mixing it up. You make one person a martial artist, you make another person a librarian, and you make someone this. But now you take all the normal occupations. This person has to be some sort of lightning acrobatic, and it sort of gets into an area where there's so many options to choose from that you just got to keep going on. And when you explore different mediums and stuff like that, you only get expansive into different types of, I guess, adjectives or ways to be expansive about this sort of stuff. And it's fun. It's fun. I think it's extremely fun, and it's a great time. But I'd love to hear the philosophy behind this. I don't think there's a real big philosophy. It's just, I don't know what I was talking about that. But in terms of, different boards and stuff, there's so many different things to become creative with. In a very interesting way, video games and different software tools are excellent for creativity. They're a little bit more difficult to get into, but if you did something like a Lego software, like stud.io, which has every Lego brick, or if you go to Blender, which is like a free way to make shapes and to make stuff, I think it's an interesting form of how this all works. And I think it's a great use of time, because if you keep using it, you just keep getting more and more creative with this stuff. But what's important is that you have to kind of pick something that you're passionate about. Like, you have to mix in creativity and stuff. If you're interested in a video game, you might as well learn how to get into the video game and maybe animate. That's a little bit more creativity.
because then that's going to make you think of a new way for how certain things are going to be working within that game and also within your hobby and lifestyle. But those are all kind of on like I want to say a pop culture nerd factor. So we could talk about sort of a normal factor now, which is just like everyday persons. And besides the Pinterest board, because I feel like that's pretty much an everyday person sort of deal, what a lot of people can just do is mess around on easy websites that don't matter. I stem a lot of creativity from drawing first and doing that sort of thing. And the idea behind it is that what I do is that so I make my own posters before I do a lot of posters for my like events and whatnot. And so what you do is you have to brainstorm all this stuff. And so I don't normally create a poster off will. I normally draw something. I draw a rough sketch of something. And it's not even good. It's just what I kind of think. It's what you're thinking of at the moment. Because normally what you're thinking of at the moment is something you want to do. And so because of that, you sort of are just going to have to work on it. And it's a huge little trip into it because there's not really much to go off of there. But I think it's a great way to. I completely forgot what I was talking about. Oh, right. So for the posters, but you draw the stuff, you draw the posters and whatnot, and then you just try to make whatever, and it doesn't need to be good. I think that's an issue a lot of times with creativity is that people think that they need it needs to be good and whatnot. They don't. Creativity never really needs that much, because it's anything creative is better than the basic stuff, which is probably like 0, which it's easy enough to finish because I think of it as sort of a way to just get it out of the way. I do a lot of stuff that, you think of stuff that you wouldn't normally do. I do this thing where I take myself and I like put myself and I take like a background remover and I dress up in different clothing and I make it so that it seems like it's an interesting like event because it's it's me but it's different and it's like weird and and that's your style changes throughout the time. Because at first, what I used to do is when I student taught, I used to just like print my photo, like my face on like a person. When I student taught, like, oh, I was there on the Mayflower or something like that. And I would just put myself on the Mayflower, but I wouldn't actually like go into detail on like blocking and design and like background removing and making it seem like I just grabbed a random photo of me, whatever. But that's not what you should do. You should do that at the beginning, but then you grow into something that you're more comfortable with, which makes it easier to get more creative within that field. But you also need to hang out with other people who have completely random ideas, because random ideas are kind of, I think, the pinpoint of how creativity works. Because creativity, sometimes it comes naturally to people, and that's okay if it comes naturally to people. But sometimes it doesn't always. Ooh.
The next 4 hours are just going to be Camden giving solid reassurances to people. Sometimes they do, and sometimes they don't, and that's okay.
Could have became a therapist, I tell you.
We were the wizard's therapist earlier, so now you're our therapist.
What inspires you to be creative, Camden?
What inspires me to be creative is the ability to entertain other people with the art work that I make. I don't really specifically make a lot of creativity in order to. Sometimes I make it for myself, but that's not the majority. I do a lot of creativity in hopes of one day sharing it and talking about it with someone. So I'm like, hey, look how maybe cool this is. And a lot of times I make those posters, at least for my events, so that they jump out and so that people notice them. And it's going to be one of those things where in my mind, I'm like, well, uniqueness is better over, uniqueness is what's going to get people's attention. So you look at stuff like all my posters, like for the filibuster, I specifically like in creativity comes in small parts. If anyone noticed, so in the filibuster poster, it's me talking on a podium with two sort of transparent things on the side, sort of symbol like as you can see, like symbolizing people, I guess. I don't really know the people. But then what I wrote specifically on here is I wrote a little tiny piece of paper that said AO3, which is like really small. But it was something that I was like, well, no one's going to notice it. But if someone does, it'll be kind of an interesting conversation where it's like, why is there like a fan fiction thing in there? And it's like, well, that's kind of funny because it's I think.
And it's really good. Can I ask, do you use AO3?
I do not,
No.
unless I'm talking about today, in which I did have to use AO3 for a few pages of fan fiction. I don't use it often, but I've read I've read like one or two fan fictions that I've been told to read on AO3. I apparently that is the prime source for that type of thing.
Oh yeah, there's so many fandoms on AO3.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird ones.
There's some good ones, but there's some weird ones.
There's some
fucked up shit.
Fucked up
where you're like,
there.
you need help actually.
There's like I found like My Hero Academia. There's too many of that. Sherlock Holmes was a big one.
One of my favorite things to see on there is just when they're like, don't come at me for writing this. If you don't like it, don't read it. And it's like, you should not be on here.
It's like, you need help, professional.
I saw there was when I was looking up One Direction self-inserts. I saw one that had like a definition of like gore, and I'm like, how the hell do you have gore with One Direction? It is One Direction.
Sky's the limit with fan fiction.
It was just some people just go wild in their years, and it's, you know what, they do what they want. If you had to write a fanfic, what would the plot be and the characters be? So actually I did write a fan fiction once. So when I was in 5th grade, I wrote a fan fiction about Herobrine from Minecraft, and I was so upset because I could not find it. Because I tried finding it in my files today, it was not there. So the characters would be me, Herobrine, 3 other characters, and there's like a whole Mafia One Direction fanfic. Well, if you want to send me any that I should read, print it out.
I have a 300,000 word fan.
Jesus Christ, dude.
It's really good.
Is it like finished or is it
Oh,
continuing?
it's complete. It's a Game of Thrones fan fiction.
Damn.
Oh my god.
I could never. I feel like I
read it in under a month.
Damn, under a month.
What can I say? You put in the work sometimes.
Oh, hilarious.
I've been cooking.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Oh, that's
Oh,
damn.
I have another question, Camden.
Yes, go ahead.
What do you have to say to the viewers at home?
I want to say that I hope you're all having a great time. My sister, I hope you go to bed soon. But to all the other people, I'm so glad you could stay up with us tonight. And as we talk about creativity and sort of boost our ideas, and I'm so glad you all could be here for this wonderful event. I will say that's actually another point I want to come across is creativity comes across a lot about the point about randomness, but also sort of correctness, randomness. I'm not sure if there's a right word for this, but positive randomness, where the things that I do a lot of times, they're random, but they have a good positive outcome in my mind. Like when I go to do these things, my events are all very strange. I have Mystery Milk, Marble Olympics, watching paint dry, and inevitably this filibuster. They all don't really make sense. You know, in a standpoint, it would be easier to do a movie night, something that lasts a few hours. But it's the fact that I think this creativity that kind of expands my worth a little bit more is that I feel like I would be sort of underwhelmed if I did a movie night. And if I did a movie night, it would be sort of a like throwaway on my monthly plan that event that I need to do, and I wouldn't enjoy it at all. However, if I were to just be doing something like this, where it's out of pocket, it's something weird, and no one's probably ever going to do it again, it kind of makes me feel like a unique person in the sense that my creativity will not be matched unless someone with an equal amount of creativity and ability is going to do the same thing.
Do you enjoy suffering for your art? No. It's not the greatest experience, I might say. It's an okay experience. Watching paint dry sucked, but I think that was because I was really focused on the paint drying. But this is more of a top. These are more things I can talk about because it's already been past 8 hours and I'm not totally dead yet. And I'm feeling all right, knock on wood, but I'm pretty satisfied with how this is going. But I think for art to be good, you need to put sacrifice in it. I think if you are able to just make art without putting any challenge or suffering into it, it might not be the greatest thing in the world. And so even if it's like a small suffering, it's whatever. It's a time commitment. It's something that you just need to push yourself a little bit harder, maybe one sleepless night. And then, I think it's going to be a good art. Doesn't mean you have to suffer for your art, of course. You can do whatever you really want. But that's what I think about art in general.
You're doing great, by the way.
Thank you. I've been trying my best. Yeah.
Hey Camden.
Yeah, what up?
What's that one really cool phrase that a lot of YouTubers say at either the beginning or end of their
You just want bingo, so I don't really think that's necessary.
fuck off.
I'm even curious on this bingo sheet. You wrote bystander concern.
Like when people random just bystanders to this event who aren't necessarily here for it, but like see it happening and just have a mild expression of concern.
That's not necessary. Why is there to be concerned about such a great event like this?
Oh, it's a fantastic event.
I have a question. So have you eaten since the start of this event?
I just had one bite of a Domino's pizza.
One singular bite?
Yeah, I think that's all that I had time for. Someone was telling me chop chop, and so I didn't really have much time
Don't
to eat.
listen to the masses. You can't rush good art. It's a process.
Eat up, homie.
Yeah. Please feel yourself for all the beautiful words you have to say.
Thank you so much.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any other ideas for events?
This was currently the top of my list as of right now. I think I'm gonna have to think. I might do a indoor campfire where it's not really a campfire. It's more of like a giant fan that's like kind of pushing up a fire, but it's something that you don't expect. And it's like I hope to talk about like like midnight stories and like ghost stories and stuff like that. Maybe I'll get a marshmallow thing. I think it's, but those are currently the only events I have planned so far. Because then I need to think of something. Oh, I guess I technically am going to be hosting the arm wrestling competition here. So I think I talked to Rachel about that. I'll be the one kind of like because I was like I really want to help plan this. I have ideas for it. So I think I'll be the one doing that. I don't know if I'll be in it or not, but if not, I'll be a referee, that's easy enough for me to do. Pulling down a imaginary mic from the stands, ladies and gentlemen, like that sort of thing.
Just hire some resident to hold your streaming microphone for you.
That is so. I could do that. That is fun. Yeah, but stuff like that is just. Those are my current ideas so far. So not too much exciting on this. Yes.
When is the arm wrestling event?
That's going to probably be in April.
Okay.
No definite date now, but probably late March or late April. I mean.
Locked in.
Got it. This person asks, what do you think is the purpose of art in modern society is? I think it's for people to watch and look at art. Modern society, I'm not sure how great art is. I haven't been to a museum in a while. Although, modern art, I think I'm not entirely impressed with, only because I think, because here the issue is that, especially with modern art, I like go on Twitter and I see a lot of other art that I think is even better or equally as good. And so I think modern art in modern society is sort of just subjective in the point where I think something's on like a Twitter post that I thought was really cool should belong in like a museum because I think it's a great thing. But because it was just built by one person, it wasn't actual art, as they say. It kind of just ruins the idea of what art actually means to me. I think art is just whatever someone thinks looks nice. And it's extremely subjective in a way that no one can really tell you what art is and what art isn't. I guess AI is the only thing you can really argue nowadays, but honestly, anything could be art. A chip on the floor, interpreted art is, some art is really good, some isn't. Like a chair. If I put a chair in the middle of a thing, someone might think that's art. I don't know. A lot of weird things going on nowadays. Yeah. Other than that, it's going to be a great time because those type of things that I do is, it's all part of planning in the field of creativity because nothing really comes out of nowhere. You have to plan a lot of these things. None of this really would have made sense if I didn't plan anything. But because, you have to be careful with planning how you are able to incorporate creativeness into actual reality is a huge difference, as you might have a huge creative scope into actively doing all these things. Like I have so many ideas I want to do. And unfortunately, you have to be realistic about the resources you have. You have to be realistic about the time that you have, and you have to be realistic about what you actually want to do, because thinking about something is a lot easier than actually doing something. And so the thing, though, is that I've been lucky with that. I've been good at limiting what I think I can actually and cannot do. Posters, for example, if you're making advertisements, those are super easy to do. We have free access to Canva. We have access to Google Slides, Docs. We have access to all the things we need to help us to boost those creativity things, whereas resources like making stuff is a little bit harder. That's also another thing that I think is interesting, is like trying new stuff is something that everyone needs to do. I recently got into prop making, and it's just making props, and I'm not good at it, but I'm getting a little bit better every time I start a new project, and I know how to spray paint correctly. And it's really tiny details, and just watching YouTube videos on it helps in the very end, to be honest. And that's sort of what's just sort of making you go forward. And also just learning about other people with the same creative, not skills, but same creative scopes. Because if I learn that some other person also has the same ideas and same kind of aspect of how they want to do stuff, if I met someone who had a similar idea to this 24-hour filibuster, I'd be like, this is so cool, we should do something. And that's the case, then I think that's just what you need to do. You need to find good people who are willing to not only motivate you towards your creativeness, but also expand upon it, because you are supposed to. It's like I give an example, I think, in my mind, how when you hang out with someone for a really long time, you start kind of stealing their dialect. And the idea is that in creativity, you should be unconsciously stealing some of their creativity. And it's not that it's a bad thing or anything. It's just you should be, because it's a good human nature to want to better yourself. And you can do that by taking other people's creativity. Like, you see someone do a really good way of talking to residents, or you see a really cool way of someone saying hi to another person. Like you see a really cool handshake and you start doing that handshake a week later. Like that's sort of what you got to do. And that's how you keep expanding. It's all tiny things at a time, but by the end of it, you're on top and you've gained all the resources you wanted to gain. This person asks, what's your opinion of the school you go to? I applied and toured, but ultimately went somewhere else. Paint me a sincere picture of the vibe of Eau Claire. I think Eau Claire is a wonderful school, and I only went here because I came here in fall, and I thought, wow, the trees are really pretty, and that's why I successfully applied here and got in. The other places, during their tours, it rained and it wasn't pretty, so I did not really get into those because I didn't care. High key, I fuck with your philosophy. Thank you. I hope you expand upon your own philosophy and create something truly wonderful for yourself. I think Eau Claire is a wonderful place. I don't have any major beef with it. It has a lot of retail places around. It has a Sam's Club. It has a Costco, I believe, and it has Walmart, Target. It has Starbucks, a bunch of Quick Trips. It has all the bunch of food places that you need within a 10-minute drive. Buses are decently reliable, I want to say. The place is nice. The classes are close together. It's a whole different atmosphere with the residence hall being next to each other and the lower campus classes being next to each other. It's a nice place. There's not really much else I think I can say about it, except for the fact that it sucks that you went somewhere else. I hope you enjoy that place, but it's a nice place here.
Those are not meant to be connected in any way because I didn't realize this was
4:30. I'm gonna drink some water right now.
That's on fire.
so proud of
I
you.
would hydrate.
I do it. Never mind, those TMI. Nothing straight.
Huh?
Nothing.
I thought that's like 53 hours.
Bring up my pipe.
Could you fucking imagine? Hey, you're almost like you're an hour and a half away from halfway there.
Yay! Only halfway? Damn.
Yeah. 24 hours.
Are you feeling it way out?
Nope, but I will soon.
You're like, I see it coming.
Once 6 o'clock comes around, and I have to leave, I'm going to be sleeping for so long, so very long, and I do not care.
Do you think the sleep deprivation will make you reach new levels of creativity?
I think it will make me out of my mind. I think I will be saying and thinking things that I've never thought before, only because the sleep needs to get to my head. But other than that, I think that's really the most that could happen. Nothing too intense, though, I don't think.
During your talks, if you suddenly get the urge to draw with draw on a whiteboard, I have whiteboard markers, and you can draw on windows with whiteboard markers.
Thanks.
And just like write them on.
Yeah. It's dry erase, it comes right off.
I can do that on my.
You can do that on your mirror in your dorm. I do it on my mirror. It comes right off. I write myself daily affirmations.
What a wonderful time. What a wonderful time. And also, this is like the age of, I think this is the age of creativity in terms of just the amount of
Isabel.
You have more?
Yeah. I'm just trying to
Canis, how many bags are they gonna make you cut up?
Oh, I doubt this will be enough.
I cannot do a backflip. Seen by the comments, not my thing. Never will.
Tireless.
But in the comments of, I'm going to say this now, is that now is a better time to understand creativity than I think at any of all
I'll still
times.
be here when you wake up and
Here's-
see it.
Oh yeah, God. Okay.
Are you
Right? Peace out.
This gave me the greatest idea for an event.
It's honestly, I'm so impressed,
I
Camden.
did?
Every time you make events, I go, damn, I wish I could do that. I was talking to my contractor today
That's
about
so
how
true.
you inspired me. Not even lying.
I try my
I
best.
saw this and I was so hyped. I have the greatest idea for an event now. I want to watch experimental cinema, like extremely experimental cinema in the lobby, like really weird shit for like 6 hours, or just like however long until I get bored.
That's gonna be a moment.
Well, I like it anyway. So.
No, you're like, I'm gonna enjoy it. Other people
Other
are gonna have
people
to
are
pause
gonna be.
it. They're gonna be like, what am I seeing? You're gonna have to unpack that shit.
This is great. I'll be back tomorrow.
Amazing.
Before I go home.
Later today.
Today.
You two have a great night.
Bye, Camden.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
What's your name? I'm Chrissy. What's your name?
Jackie.
Bye, Jackie.
Bye.
Good night, Erin. Good night, Sam. Bye. And I'm
Are they RAs?
Yeah.
Not cool.
Aaron's
Sweets?
what?
Where are they RAs?
Aaron's an RA in Sutherland and Sam is an RA in Dubs.
Knew it. I didn't know it. But no, I cannot do backup on command. I wish I could. But like I was going to say, creativity is an interesting aspect of nowadays. I think that currently, as time is going on right now, we are in the age of creativity. This is like as much as there is a lot of brain rot and sort of focus on things that aren't really important and things that might clog up your memory or just your in general life.
but for the most part, it is really easy to be creative nowadays because you can look up next to anything and it'll be there. And because it's going to be there no matter what you look up, you could look up anything for inspiration. If and inspiration, I think inspiration is the key thing to.
Boom, like behind the desk. Yeah. 500. I was like,
Yeah,
this close
I
to
keep
just
it's one
saying,
topic. I gotta keep trying to return to it. So anyway, back to what I was saying.
Or I was gonna push like 2 weeks.
The idea that I think I have a lot is that inspiration is sort of one of the things that I think is the main priority of creativity, because it goes along a similar line of being able to talk to other people and talk to getting surrounded by people who have the same to help expand creativity is that does take social interaction, which some people are not the greatest with, and some people need to help in expanding that. And so one of the better things you can do is just take inspiration for a lot of things. Inspiration sort of is a predecessor to creativity in my mind, in the sense that you need it in order to fully utilize your creativity. I have a lot of stuff that I base off of my inspiration. Like I have inspiration for a lot of different events that happen because I've heard of one thing, or maybe someone thought this was like a funny joke, and I went, "Oh, I can make that a reality." And inspiration really just comes in clutch a lot, because it's not even with this kind of stuff. It could be with such small stuff. Creativity, something that I see a lot that's really popular nowadays is crocheting. Crocheting is, at least in my mind, like if you ask any random person to do it, it'd be difficult. But if you knew how to do it and you practiced it, you'd be pretty good at it. And I think it's a cool thing. But inspiration, then you can see what other people have made and then be inspired by that to create your own, which I think is it is a wonderful strategy in order to do that. And that's another thing, is that Pinterest board is another great way to get inspiration, because it's just one of the things. Yes, question?
How do you get out of like a block / being like uninspired?
I don't think there's an easy way. I think time is the same way you get out of most issues. Time heal all wounds. Well, they also heal all blocks. You're not going to be able to force yourself into a block if you are out of a block, because if you are in a block, I think if you have a deadline, maybe that'll help you a little bit, like on a professional level. But if if you just are on a normal level and you try just being a normal person, and I could not see it as a good excuse, because it'll just make you want to work, but it won't make you work good. And so writer blocks, I think they just need time, because the reason why I feel like a lot of people are having writer's block is because they've kind of exceeded their maximum as that time being, maybe not to the fullest, but they're sort of just, all right, this is what I got. This is the top of the top. And so they just need, a little bit of time, because a lot of the times what happens, at least with me, is that there's times in which I am unable to think of something. I need to think, let's say I need to think of a bulletin board idea, and I can't think of one, and I'm like, well, crap, now I'm out cold. And so I just leave it alone. I don't touch it. I don't think about it. And then it randomly will come to me. I'm like, oh, that's what I should do for a bulletin board. And it's connecting the dots. And it's one of those things where it's just, you need time to wait. And so if you have a writer's block, I think just waiting, if you do have a deadline, you'd rather it, not wait a while, depending on how long you would take, then I would probably, I always feel like forcing it is the wrong answer. I feel like forcing a block out doesn't work as well as one hopes, because it's just sad. it makes it feel like you're forcing your body to in your mind to do something that you don't really want to do, and that you just straight up don't have ideas for, which in the end is just going to make it so that your ideas don't really stick, and it's going to be sort of, I shouldn't say sad, but it's not going to be the greatest work of art ever. And that's sort of just, I think that's what kind of kills it in the end, is that you can't really work around it. Yeah. Black works then. I think that's all I really got about creativity. I think hopefully that any advice was decent advice for those involved, but creativity is a harsh. Creativity is a difficult path to go against or go along with, and you got to find your own medium for how you really want to interact with it. And even if you don't, it's just gonna stay complicated for a long time. There's nothing you can do about it. Looks like it's about 4:41 in the morning as we stay up at night. I'm going to go over some questions I've gotten from the comments. And by comments, I mean the live comments. This one says, what would you choose to make the eighth wonder of the world? There's a lot of cool wonders. If I'm remembering correctly, this isn't a world wonder. The Eiffel Tower, that's not a world wonder. That's not a wonder of the world. I think the Eiffel Tower is a good sort of thing to do that. Like, because like the idea is in my mind is that I want a world wonder that is able to sort of withstand the test of time and show like something. And the Statue of Liberty was one, but and like that was there's a weird thing with that nowadays, and like because what its original message brought, and rather than the Eiffel Tower is just what's a present, and that's sort of just what we had to go off of, and that was like, and it's a huge thing. You go anywhere and in Paris or France, and you see the Eiffel Tower, obviously, and you hear about it in every single like thing. I see the Eiffel Tower at least once a week for some reason because they shoot fireworks around it, and it's cool, and it's great, and I think it's withstands test of time, and people are pretty proud of it. What's your favorite album and why? I like this. I'm not really an album kind of guy. I've just listened to music that I think specifically I like. However, I really like Hawaii Part 2 by the Miracle Musical, and I just like it because it's the first album where I'm like, oh my God, this is so good. Because I like songs that can. I think that's another thing with creativity. I hate to go back to it, but something I did a lot for inspiration is that I would listen to songs and then I would create characters based off the songs. And so, Miracle Musical and there's those songs in Hawaii Part 2 were really good at creating a visual in my mind and having me create my own story after an explanation about it, and I really enjoyed it. And they also have absolute bangers. Labyrinth on top, 100%. The Electric Mind on top. Lullaby on top, and the White Ball, amazing. That's what I think, though. Have you ever played Jackbox games? If so, what is your favorite? I do. I have Jackbox 7. I played a few other ones. I think my current favorite one is the presentations. I think it's just, as much as I want to say any other one, animation or presentations, it's just on top. It's the GOAT. It's the one that I think is most fun if you have enough people, because it's like improv, but it's also presentation. It's an amazing, amazing score. This next one. If you could choose, what is one thing you'd ban from everyone everywhere? No barriers or people telling you no. What is it from everyone, right?
One edible.
One edible. No.
Banned from the residence halls.
I'd say like I don't know because I could say a lot. This answer is kind of weird because I feel like I'd have to say like a good thing. Like I'd have to say like honestly, I think the common cold, any form of like normal sickness or like just like a flu that you get, I find that annoying, and it's like everyone gets it, and so that's going to be one of the things where if I can get rid of that for everyone, I feel like everyone would slightly be happier. Like flu or like sick season wouldn't be that bad anymore, especially like since now it's kind of warming up, so that nothing would terribly happen to say. What was your first childhood memory that comes to mind when you think of your childhood? This one time I had a best friend named Jake back in the day, and this one time he was reading from this book called he was actually a basis for a lot of my comedy back in the day. He was good at improv, but we were kids, like really tiny. I was like 4, he was like 6. I had this dinosaur book, and he would like making voices in them, and it might be TMI, but it made me laugh so hard I peed myself, and that was like the first time, like, God, it was such a fun childhood that I could laugh that much and like do that. I think that was a great little pivot into that whole scene of being a child. We got a fun one. We got Kiss, Marry, Kill. We got an isosceles triangle, an acute triangle, an obtuse triangle. Obviously, I'm going to marry the acute triangle. We got to love those around here. I'm going to kiss the obtuse triangle and kill the isosceles. I do not trust the isosceles. It's pointy. It looks like it could stab me. I don't trust those who stab back. We got another question. While looking for today's fanfics, what is the most fucked up thing that you read or saw? So, it was this like, oh God, what was it? I think it was weird because I looked up Minecraft, all right? Because what I wanted to do is what in my mind, whenever you look up Minecraft, I think of like Steve, Alex, that was my thought. And those were kind of funny to me. So that's what my thought was. And I looked up Minecraft, and all it was like Dream SMP, like Tommy Innit, X people. And I'm like, wasn't he a child when this happened? And it was just, it felt really weird. And then there was a lot of like My Hero Academia, which I was like, those are kids. And it's sort of like I don't want to say it was the worst thing in the world, but it's reading those things where I'm like, this is so, like looking at the tags, I think were the worst. Because I'm like, does this have this tag? This shouldn't be allowed. It's just, I don't know. But I can't. Sometimes fan fiction people just write the wrong thing, and they're also teenagers or children. So, yeah.
Have you ever looked up Founding Father fan fiction?
I have not.
It's interesting.
I could tell. Yeah.
Dude, no.
My coworker and I worked at Walmart. We had a rough night.
We got 10 minutes until the next topic. Thank you all for being here. We've started with a lot of people. We've dwindled down to about 2 people in the live audience, which is cool. And everyone involved in the comments and sections below. Amazing. Yeah. About 4 a.m. right now, or never mind. Sorry, it's like 5 a.m. I cannot see. Oh, it kind of looks like it's blue-ish, like really dark blue. Mm-hmm. So we're getting our sun out soon. here. We're going to wait for people who wake up early to realize that we're still out here and to go, why? It's going to be a very interesting conversation, I think. But, you know, that just means we're 13 more hours, and then we're done. And by we, I mean me. These guys could have left already. I am leaving when I'm done. Because I am tired. And, yeah, I'm also going to eat pizza. So
Real. So fun fact, tomorrow night is the full moon.
Don't worry to anyone. This will be uploaded on YouTube. I think it is, because whenever I clicked end stream last time, it normally just uploaded it anyway. So I hope it uploads it. We'll see how that goes. But on that, it's pretty fun. What's your favorite food? And go into great detail. So I have a really big thing for scotcheroos. Scotcheroos are essentially this, I believe, a German dish or a German treat, and which it is sort of a Rice Krispie treat mixed with peanut butter that is then spread across a platter, and it has on top of it, it is a mix of chocolate and butterscotch. The best treat I have ever, like, it is the, like, to die for. I've had it on most of my birthdays. I've had it just in like regular, because I actually started, you know, I bought a pan specifically to do this for me, because I was like, I want scotcheroos, and I was like, I might as well just make them myself. So I did, and I made them myself, and they were so good because you can't really mess up as long as you slightly follow the recipe. It gets it boom right away, and I'd do anything for a scotcheroo, like literally anything, and I think it works out pretty well through the entire situation. But it was like I started, like, it was a long time ago, and like people do it differently. Like over here, there's like tea store and whatnot, and they have scotcheroos, and they're big, but it's like the frosting is like yay big. Or not frosting, but you know what I mean? Like the chocolate is like yay big. So I'm like, well, I don't want to really eat that because it's not that much. Because what I'm used to is a little bit thicker, right? A little bit thicker. Like I want, like I feel like I'm gonna die, like that kind of, like, that amount of chocolate. You know, what Willy Wonka type stuff, and you know that's what I expect. You know, if I don't get that, so what? But yeah. It's just a whole thing that I'm actually I just get somewhat happy about, because scotcheroos are just such, in my mind, a fantastic snack, because they're just so good. They're just so good, and sometimes people make them and they're more like happy about it. So yeah, I'm pretty stoked about it. I'd have to say. Well, we got 5 minutes till we're going on to the next thing, which means it's about to be 5 a.m. What are we doing at 5 a.m.? We're going to be talking about the best video game of all time. Now, this is strictly an opinion of mine. I have some facts and things to debate about it, I might add. People could definitely, if anyone in the crowd, I say as the crowd consists of like 1 or 2 people, wants to put in their own video game to see, and I will also talk about it, because I like talking about these things. I think video games are an important part of some people's personalities, and you know what they really like kind of determine what kind of person they are. And it's not true all the time. Like, it's not like one of those things where it's like if you play COD, you're violent. But it's like if I see one of your favorite games is going to be like Slime Rancher, I might, and it's like if you have another game that's similar to it, like Slime Rancher 2, it's like, I wonder if that's part of your personality. Granted, you can never judge covered by its book, but you can only tell what they like. Because if they like Slime Rancher, they probably like
like fun stuff or like cutesy stuff, which is cool. Cute stuff is cool, but yeah. That's what I think. But we'll get into that in about 5 minutes. I don't really want to move the camera so that you top 5 video games to warm up. Go. No. I'm only gonna say no because the top I can't spoil my top one. I'll give you a few of them. I'll give you 4 that I liked. There's this one game I play called Melver Idol. It's like RuneScape but solo. It is it's an addiction to me. It is so fun to play, and you don't actually play it. You just idle it. But were the chocolate pretzels empty? Oh wow, we got through the chocolate pretzels. Way to go, team! But I'd say that Melver Idol is a game that I just dearly love. Dead by Daylight is an unfortunate game. I have to say I enjoyed it. I've never been more toxic in my entire life, but that game brought something out of me. I got to give the GOAT to Minecraft itself. It's Minecraft. It was my game. It was my childhood game. I was in my prime when I played it, I had a prime. Oh, whatever. God, I'm trying to think. I have so many games that I think I played, but I'm not sure. I don't know. Let's see. God, there's so many. Yeah.
Have you played Roblox?
I have played Roblox. I wouldn't say it's. I don't know. I wouldn't say. I think Roblox is a game that I think it's nice, but it's not like. It could be a top 5 for some people. I think of it more as sort of a like, God, I'm really bored right now and I don't want to think. What do? I play Roblox, right? It's something you do when you don't need brain power at all. And that's just sort of how it goes. Yeah.
Have you ever bullied a child on Roblox?
I have not. I don't fare well with bullying children on Roblox.
I'm very proud of you.
Thank you.
That's so big of you.
I don't know. I think Terraria is a good starting game for a lot of people. I wonder why.
Can't imagine.
Yeah, this is gonna be me just as people are walking in at like 8 a.m. I'm just.
Isabel's gonna be standing with that top. Well, no, Isabel will be gone, but.
Oh no, because I gotta be awake by 7. 7's my good one. My utter dislike for Spectrum Internet.
Oh yeah.
That's my one that I'm really excited for.
Real.
Oh, I'm getting my back straight. 4:59.
I have very unfortunate news. Our men's hockey team lost last night.
Mm-hmm. You had a men's hockey team?
Yep.
And they lost.
Yeah, it was the playoff game. But our women's team won by like a shit ton.
Good for our women.
I used to be on that. That was fun.
How do you feel about Just Dance?
I think it's a great game. However, let's get into the topics. At the gas station, what's the usual? I'll be so honest, I have no idea what that means. I'm going to say 2.3. And it is now 5 a.m. So let's get back into the topics. Today, for this topic at 5 a.m., we're going to be talking about my opinion of what the best video game of all time is. Now, normally, like a lot of video essays would do, they would wait, they would talk about certain things, they would give examples of other games, and like a snack order, garlic pretzels, Parmesan pretzels from Quick Trip. But normally in a video essay, what someone would do is get together and they would explain their details first, and then in a big plot twist near the end, they would then describe why they like this one game over the others. I am not going to do that. I prefer to do this the easy way and not the hard way, and just talk about it straight up. I think Stardew Valley is one of the best video games of all time. Now, controversial to some, not controversial to a lot. There's a lot to unpack into Stardew Valley and to why people think it is a good game and why people do not think it is a good game. That is what we are going to be unpacking here. If I am able to convince anyone otherwise, and I think if anyone doesn't have Stardew Valley, I think this is an excellent opportunity to convince someone to buy and play Stardew Valley. And in a sense, it is one of the games that, although many games you would see at a solid $20, and I actually will go into some more on that on the money standpoint. This game's, I think, is like $15-$12. Cheap, and it's the original of these type of things. Now, when I say original, I'm going to talk about, hold up. I need a drink of water. Felt like I could feel my throat. When you think of a game that is original, you think of the game that is the staple for its type of game. And what you always hear in games is something that I think is a little bit sucky nowadays, is that you don't really hear things like farming sim anymore. You really don't hear roguelike. You don't hear a lot of, oh, it's like this or this. Like it's like a genre. You don't hear genres anymore. You hear comparisons. And that's sort of, I have a little beef with comparisons, because every new like indie game I see come out, it's like a combination of like, it's like Stardew Valley, but in space. It's like Stardew Valley, but in a dystopian world. And at that rate, I have to think to myself, I'm like, well, damn, if it's like Stardew Valley, why isn't it Stardew Valley? And Stardew Valley, I think, is sort of a point that was a huge cultural shift. I think it came out in 2016, Stardew Valley did. And it was a huge cultural shift between people who realized how good of a game it was, and like people just kept trying to replace it or replicate it, even though it didn't need to. Because there were farming simulators. People have made farming simulators. It's just that none of them were that good enough to get to Stardew Valley's level. And at that rate, what else were you going to do except specifically name drop Stardew Valley and say, oh yeah, this is like Stardew Valley, just to get some extra things? It's honestly, the whole process was really just giving more credit to Stardew Valley in the end. Because to be like Stardew Valley is a compliment to say, is that you're just saying to the creator, Concert Ape, that, hey, your game inspired me. This is basically, your work, which is also great, because inspiration is also a huge thing. However, how much better the inspiration can you get than the original? And that's where we come to Stardew Valley in general. It is a fantastic game. There is so much to be involved there that you can waste away your life and you wouldn't even realize it. I started out playing Stardew Valley with I think 2 or 3 other people, I think, and we played a solid chunk, like hours on end. Didn't get to the end. You know what? Okay, whatever. But after that, it was we stopped playing for a while, and after that, I went, maybe I should go back, because playing with Stardew Valley with multiplayer is an amazing experience, except for the fact that you all share money. And that sucked. And so at some point you have to think to yourself, like, God, I wish I could kind of do this solo. And so that's what you do. You did it solo. And hold up. Let's hope that keeps me awake.
feel myself blurring.
Well, that's no good.
No, we'll keep going. But you get into this state of like, oh man, maybe I should go solo and all this stuff. And so that's what you do. You go solo. And at first you're like, well, is it really that great of an experience? But then you keep playing and you're like, wow, this is no one, I'm not competing with anyone. I'm not chasing any things. I'm not getting third place in these like random tournament things. You're like, whoa, this is awesome. And then you accidentally drop like 90 hours into a game you didn't think you were really into at all. You just bought because you had it with friends, but you got into it because that was sort of your whole point. And you just spent so many hours and you wait for the next update to happen because you still got more and more stuff you got to do on this island, on your farm, on your world. And that's sort of the same feeling that I think Stardew Valley brings to a table that no other game truly does. I think it's fascinating, if I'm being so real. It's such a interesting experience to do that. I think a lot of people say they don't want to play Stardew Valley because they think it's a farming simulator and it's like boring and stuff like that, and that makes sense. But I don't understand the farming simulator because I would have bought a farming simulator regardless. I know there are games that are hyper realistic farming simulators. I kind of want them because they seem interesting. Whereas it's just boring. It's just people don't understand until they don't try. And it's just, they just need to do it. And because like, and the interesting part that I find interesting, that a lot of times people will go ahead and say like, I can't even remember what I was going to say. A lot of times indie developers will go and say like that point I used earlier across is that, hey, this game is like Stardew Valley, or my game is like Stardew Valley plus blank. And then they have it for more money than Stardew Valley. And a lot of the times it's, it's interesting because Stardew Valley is a very like, it has a lot of content. And if it's cheaper than the like ripoff or like not ripoffs, but like what it's based off of, then I don't know, because that just doesn't seem like a good financial buy, especially if you don't think it's going to be a good one at all. And it's a whole other interesting level, and it's totally something absolutely crazy. But within Stardew Valley, not only do you have this sort of thing, you also have an amazing progression level. Your progression is basically this whole level with you have mining, fishing, and farming, and foraging, and one other thing I think. And it's amazing how it all comes together and how each of your things you have to level it up to 10. And then each skill just does better and better. And it's this wonderful experience that really only you can experience by yourself. You have to kind of learn. And if there's one thing, I don't even mind. If a game makes me have 37 wikis up, so be it. All right.
We're making a game plan.
What?
I'm going to go sleep for 3 hours.
Okay.
Then come down when Isabel has to leave.
And I'll be down here.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
So it'll be you two. I'm going to have the stream on while I'm up there, but I'm not going to sleeping that night.
I wish I could sleep for like an hour.
I mean, theoretically, if you could get Isabel to talk for an hour, you can take. These are comfy for naps. I've fallen asleep on one of these. Like last week, deadass. It was really bad. I fell asleep on one of these studying for an exam that I had later that morning. Until like 6 a.m. Honestly, better than my dorm bed. Just by a little bit. Oh, just a little bit.
Yeah. If you wanted to sleep
Watermelons.
like an hour, I could talk for an hour.
Are you sure?
Just go find a fic on AO3. Start reading. Start fucking reading. Go to your bookmarks.
Or, yeah.
All right.
We can make.
I might take that bet then.
Yeah, we can make this work out.
I'm gonna tell the people in the chat. I'll be so honest with you. My body was not built for this. I'm trying my best here. I think I need a nap, a tiny one. I apologize for the inconvenience.
Needs a little nap.
I wish I could go further into this Stardew Valley talk, but overall, I just think it is an overall great game. I think it is something that we are really, it's a good, passionate game about. I feel like the community isn't the worst people in the world. I feel like it has, if you can't cook, get out of the kitchen. Man. Fair enough. You've been here. I don't know how long you've been here for. So that's fair enough. It is what it is, though.
Yeah, I'll be back at like 8:30.
It's good. It's been a good time. I think we've had a good long talk. Solid 12 hours to be honest.
Yeah,
which
pretty
I'm actually
impressive.
I think it's good.
Alright, I have 4 alarms set.
Anyway, I'll talk until anything else happens. But anyway, besides that, though, of course, I think what really gets Stardew Valley across is the fact that there's just so much random stuff to do in the game. I think it's interesting though because it has an interesting achievement like completion. I want to say something that I liked about it is that Stardew Valley was really good at it was really good at becoming a place that you could easily just look at, because the idea was that you were going to have to look at the wiki a lot, because what would happen is that you would look at the fish list, or you would look at like the baked goods list and like the whatever you need to bake, and you look at it and be like empty, and then this is what it was. So you'd go to the wiki, look at it and be like, oh shit, I can't make this till next winter because of an ingredient that I didn't know that I needed. And it's this whole thing where it's one of those games where you need to constantly be looking at the wiki or else you're just screwed in general. And it's true, to be honest, it's true. It's a sucky situation, but it's a situation that it's going to be kind of important. And I think it's an incredible game that really emphasizes on player sort of connection in that sort of area. And what's also interesting about it is that a lot of the times the game, you don't really, theoretically speaking, you don't need the wiki in the game. The game gives you enough hints to get most of the items that would need a hint. And at that rate, it doesn't really that's why I'm mad, but you use the wiki anyway because it's easier and it's helpful, and he doesn't punish you for that. The community building center is the ultimate goal in the end, and it's pretty good in my opinion. I think it's a great way. And then attacking the JoJo, I wish JoJo was a little bit more stronger because then it posed a challenge. But other than that, it was a great it was amazing little area for this entire thing. And because of that, I think the progression is it goes smoothly because there's not really a huge progression. You don't really you level up, but it's based on you. The time restarts. You'll have infinite time, but it's based on what you want to do. It's based on how you memorize, based on who you date, based on who you farm, who you fish at. And it's all kind of up to you throughout the time. Different things change throughout the time, yeah, but you are the one who are in mostly control for most of the reputation of Stardew Valley and everything within it. And it's so cool. And I think it's absolutely fascinating that that sort of thing is able to just get in mind and boom, potato, boom, bam, bam. And I love it. I think I love it. And because of that, I think Stardew Valley is one of the greatest games of all time. I think it is completely beginner friendly. See you in 3 hours. Completely beginner friendly. I've had people who've never played video games before do it. It's been the easiest game of all time. Do you want to switch now?
whenever you want.
I'll be back in a little bit. I yield my time to Isabel. Or I yield the floor to Isabel.
Would you prefer I read nonfiction or Shakespeare?
Read Shakespeare.
Okay. Well, okay. Hi. I'm going to be reading The Winter's Tale by Shakespeare while Camden takes a nap. Okay. Give me a second. The introduction is long. Oh my god. Okay. Enter Camillo and Archidamus. Archidamus. If you shall chance, Camillo, to visit Bohemia on the like occasion whereon my services are now on foot, you shall see, as I have said, great difference betwixt our Bohemia and your Sicilia. Camillo, I think this coming summer the king of Sicilia means to pay Bohemia the visitation which he justly owes him. Archidamus, wherein our entertainment shall shame us, we will be justified in our loves. For indeed, Camillo, beseech you, Archidamus, verily I speak it in the freedom of my knowledge. We cannot with such magnificence and so rare. I know not what to say. We will give you sleepy drinks, that your senses unintelligent of our insufficience may, though they cannot praise us, as little accuse us. Camillo, you pay a great deal too dear for what's given freely. Archidamus, believe me, I speak as my understanding instructs me, and as mine honesty puts it to utterance. Camillo, Cecilia cannot show himself overkind to Bohemia. They were trained together in their childhoods. And there rooted betwixt them in such an affection which cannot choose but branch now, since their more mature dignities and royal necessities made separation of their society, their encounters, though not personal, hath been royally attorneyed with interchange of gifts, letters, loving embassies, that they have seemed to be together, though absent, shook hands as over a vast and embraced, as it were from the ends of opposed winds. The heavens continue their loves. Archidamus, I think there is not in the world either malice or matter to alter it. You have an unspeakable comfort of your young prince Mamilius. It is a gentleman of the greatest promise that ever came into my note. Camillo, I very well agree with you in the hopes of him. It is a gallant child, one that, indeed, physics the subject, makes old hearts fresh, that they went on crutches ere he was born desire yet their life to see him a man. Archidamus, would they else be content to die? Camillo, yes, if there were no other excuse why they should desire to live. Archidamus, if the king had no son, they would desire to live on crutches till he had one. Exeunt. Enter Leontes, Hermione, Mamilius, Polixenes, and Camillo. Polixenes, 9 changes of the watery star hath been the shepherd's note since we have left our throne without a burden, time as long again. Would be filled up, my brother, with our thanks, and yet we should for perpetuity go hence in debt, and therefore, like a cipher, yet standing in rich place, I multiply with one, we thank you, many thousands more that go before it. Leontes, stay your thanks a while and pay them when you part. Polixenes. Sir, that's tomorrow. I am questioned by my fears of what may chance or breed upon our absence, that may blow no sneaping winds at home, to make us say, this is put forth too truly. Besides, I have stayed to tire your royalty. Leontes, we are tougher, brother, than you can put us to it. Polixenes, no longer stay. Leontes, one said night longer. Polixenes, very smooth. Tomorrow. Leontes, we'll part the time betweens then, and in that I'll no gainsaying. Polixenes, press me not, beseech you so. There is no tongue that moves, none i'th world, so soon as yours could win me. So it should now, were there necessity in your request, although 'twere needful I denied it. My affairs do even drag me homeward, which to hinder were, in your love, a whip to me, my stay. To you a charge and trouble, to save both, farewell, our brother. Leontes, tongue-tied, our queen, speak you. Hermione, I had thought, sir, to have held my peace until you had drawn oaths from him not to stay. You, sir, charge him too coldly. Tell him you are sure all in Bohemia is well. This satisfaction the bygone day proclaimed. Say this to him. He's beat from his best ward. Leontes, well said, Hermione. Hermione, to tell he longs to see his son were strong, but let him say so then, and let him go. But let him swear so, and he shall not stay. We'll thwack him hence with distaffs to Polixenes. Yet of your royal presence I'll adventure the borrow of a week. Yet of Bohemia you take my lord, I'll give him my commission to let him there a month behind the jest. Prefixed for parting, forced parting, yet good deed, Leontes. I love thee not ajar of the clock behind. What lady she her lord, he'll stay? Polixenes, no, madame. Hermione, nay, but you will? Polixenes, I may not, verily. Hermione, verily? You put me off with limber vows, but I, though you would seek Tunsphere and the stars with oaths, should yet say, sir, no going. Verily, you shall not go. A lady's verily as potent as a lord's. Will you go yet? Force me to keep you as a prisoner, not like a guest, so you shall pay your fees. When you depart and say your thanks, how say you, my prisoner or my guest? By your dread, verily, one of them you shall be. Polixenes, your guest then, madame. To be your prisoner should import offending, which is for me less easy to commit than you to punish. Hermione, not your jailer then, but your kind hostess. Come, I'll question you of my lord's tricks and yours when you were boys. You were pretty lordings then? We were, fair queen, 2 lads that thought there was no more behind, but such a day tomorrow as today, and to be boy eternal. Was not my lord the verier waggoth too? Oh, Polixenes, we were as twin lambs that did frisketh sun, and bleat the one at the other. What we changed was innocence for innocence. We knew not the doctrine of ill-doing, nor dreamed that any did. Have we pursued that life? And our weak spirits never been higher reared with stronger blood? We should have answered heaven boldly, not guilty. The imposition cleared hereditary ours. Hermione, by this we gather you have tripped since. Polixenes, O my most sacred lady, temptations have since then been born to us. For in those unfledged days was my wife a girl. Your precious self had then not crossed the eyes of my young playfellow. Hermione, grace to boot. Oh. Of this make no conclusion, lest you say your queen and I are devils. Yet go on. The offences we have made you do will answer. If you first sinned with us, and that with us, you did continue fault, and that you slipped not with any but with us. Leontes, is he won yet? Hermione, he'll stay, my lord. Leontes, at my request, he would not. Hermione, my dearest, thou never spokest to better purpose. Hermione, never? Leontes, never but once. Hermione, what have I twice said well? When wasn't before? I prithee tell me. Crams with praise and makes as fat as tame things. One good deed dying tongueless slaughters 1,000 waiting upon that. Our praises are our wages. You may ride with one soft kiss 1,000 furlongs, ere with spur we heat and anchor. But to the goal, my last good deed was to entreat his stay. What was my first? It has an elder sister, or I mistake you. Oh, would her name were Grace. But once before I spoke to the purpose. When? Nay, let me haven't I long. Leontes. Why, that was when 3 crabbed months had soured themselves to death, ere I could make thee open thy white hand and clap thyself my love. Then didst thou utter, I am yours forever. Hermione. 'Tis grace indeed. Why, lo you now, I've spoke to the purpose twice. The one for ever earned a royal husband, the other for some while a friend. She gives her hand to Polixenes. Leontes, aside. Too hot to mingle friendship far as mingling bloods. I've tremor cordis on me. My heart dances, but not for joy, not joy. This entertainment may a free face put on, derive a liberty from heartiness, from bounty, fertile bosom, and will become the agent, may, I grant, but to be paddling palms and pinching fingers, as now they are in making practised smiles, as in a looking-glass, and then to sigh as 'twere the more to owe the dear. Oh, that is entertainment my bosom likes not, nor my brows. Mamilius, art thou my boy? Mamilius, ay, my good lord. Leontes, ay, fex. Why, that's my that's my bog-cock. What? Hast smutched thy nose? They say it is a copy out of mine. Come, captain, we must be neat, not neat, but cleanly, captain, and yet the steer, the heifer, and the calf are all called neat. Still burgeoning upon his palm? How now, you wanton calf? Art thou my calf? Mamilius. Yes, if you will, my lord. Leontes. Thou want'st a rough pash, and the shoots that I have to be full like me, if they say we are, almost as like as eggs, women say so? That will say anything, but were they false as are dyed blacks, as wind as waters, false as dice, are to be wished by one that fixes no bourne twixt his and mine. Yet were it true to say this boy were like me, come, Sir Page, look on me with your welcome eye. Sweet villain, most dearest my collup, can thy damn. May it be affection? Thy intention stabs the centre. Thou dost make possible things not so held. Communicatus with dreams. How can this be? With that's unreal, thou coactive art. And fellows nothing, then 'tis very credit. Thou mayst cojoin with something, and thou dost. And that beyond commission, and I find it, and that to the infection of my brains, and hardening of my brows. Polixenes. What means Cecilia? Hermione. He something seems unsettled. Polixenes. How, my lord? Leontes. What cheer? How is't with you, best brother? Hermione. You look as if you held a brow of much distraction. Are you moved, my lord? Leontes. No, in good earnest, how sometimes nature will betray its folly, its tenderness, and make itself a pastime to harder bosoms. Looking on the lines of my boy's face, methoughts I did recoil 23 years, and saw myself unbreeched in my green velvet coat, my dagger muzzled, lest it should bite its master and so prove, as ornaments oft do, too dangerous. How like methought I then was to this colonel, this squash, this gentleman, mine honest friend. Will you take eggs for money? Mamilius. No, my lord, I'll fight. Leontes. You will? Why, happy mans be dull. My brother, are you so fond of your young prince as we do seem to be ours? Polixenes. If at home, sir, he's all my exercise, my mirth, my matter. Now my sworn friend, and then mine enemy. My parasite, my soldier, statesman, all. He makes a July's day short as December, and with his varying childness cures in me thoughts that would thick my blood. Leontes. So stand this, squire. Offist with me. We two will walk, my lord, and leave you to your graver steps, Hermione. How thou lovest a show in our brother's welcome. Let what is dear in Sicily be cheap, next to thyself and my young rover. He's a parent to my heart. Hermione. If you would seek us, we are yours if garden shall attend you there. Leontes. To your own bents dispose you, you'll be found. Be you beneath the sky's side. I'm angling now, though you perceive me not how I give line. Go to, go to. How she holds up the neb, the bill to him, and arms her with the boldness of a wife, to her allowing husband. Exeunt Polixenes and Hermione. Gone already. Inch thick, knee deep, o'er head and ears a forked one. To Mamilius. Go play, boy. Play thy mother's play, and I play too, but so disgraced a part, whose issue will hiss me to my grave. Contempt and clamor will be my knell. Go play, boy, play. There have been, or I'm much deceived, cuckolds here now, and many a man there is, even at this present. Now, while I speak this, holds his wife by thy arm, that little thinks she has been sluiced in's absence, and is pond fished by his next neighbor. By Sir Smile, his neighbor, nay. There's comfort in it, whilst other men have gates, and those gates open, as mine against their will. Should all despair that have revolted wives, the tenth of mankind would hang themselves. Physic for it there's none. It is a body planet that will strike, where 'tis predominant and 'tis powerful that think it, from east, west, north, and south, be it concluded. No barricado for a belly, know it. It will let in and out the enemy, with bag and baggage. Many thousand ons have the disease felt not. To Mamilius. How now, boy? Mamilius. I am like you, they say. Leontes. Why, that's some comfort. What, Camillo, there? Camillo. Aye, my good lord. Leontes. Go play, Mamilius. Thou art an honest man. Exit Mamilius. Camillo, this great sir will yet stay longer. Camillo. You had much ado to make his anchor hold. When you cast out, it still came home? Leontes. Didst note it? Camillo. He would not stay. At your petitions made his business more material. Leontes. Didst perceive it? Aside. They're here with me already, whispering rounding. Cecilia is a so forth, 'tis far gone, when I shall gust it last. How came it to Camillo that he did stay? Camillo. At the good queen's entreaty. Leontes. At the queen's bed. Good should be pertinent, and so it is. It is not. Was this taken by any understanding but thine? For thy conceit is soaking. Will draw in more than the common blocks. Not noted, is it? But of the finer natures, by some severals of headpiece extraordinary, lower messes, perchance, are to this business purblind? Say, Camillo, business, my lord, I think most understand. Bohemio stays here longer. Leontes. Ha! Camillo stays here longer. Leontes. Aye, but why? Camillo. To satisfy your highness and the entreaties of our most gracious mistress. Leontes. Satisfy? The entreaties of your mistress? Satisfy? Let that suffice. I have trusted thee, Camillo, with all the nearest things to my heart, as well as my chamber counsels, wherein priest-like thou hast cleansed my bosom. I, from thee departed, thy penitent reformed. But we have been deceived, and thy integrity deceived, in that which seems so. Camillo. Be it forbid, my lord. Leontes. To bide upon it, thou art not honest, or if thou inclinest that way, thou art a coward which hoaxes honesty behind restraining from course required. Or else thou must be counted a servant grafted in my serious trust, and there negligent, or else a fool, that seest a game played home, the rich stake drawn, and takest all for jest. Camillo. My gracious lord, I may be negligent, foolish, and fearful. In every one of these no man is free, but that his negligence, his folly, fear, among the infinite doings of the world, sometimes puts forth. In your affairs, my lord, if ever I were wilful negligent, it was my folly. If industriously I played the fool, it was my negligence, not weighing well the end. If ever fearful to do a thing where I the issue doubted, where if the execution did cry out against the non-performance, 'twas a fear, which oft infects the wisest. These, my lord, are such loud infirmities that honesty is never free of. But beseech your grace, be plainer with me. Let me know my trespass by its own visage. If I then deny it, 'tis none of mine. Leontes. Ha! You not seen Camillo, but that's past doubt you have, or your eyeglass is thicker than a cuckold's horn, or heard, for to a vision so apparent rumor cannot be mute, or thought, for a cogitation resides not in that man that does not think. My wife is slippery, if thou wilt confess, or else be impudently negative. To have nor eyes, nor ears, nor thought, then say, my wife's a hobby horse, deserves a name as rank as any flax wench that puts to before her troth plight. Say it and justify it. Camillo, I would not be a stander by to hear my sovereign mistress clouded so without, my presence vengeance taken. Shrew my heart, you never spoke what did become you less than this, which to reiterate were sin, as deep as that, though true. Leontes. Is whispering nothing? Is leaning cheek to cheek? Is meeting noses? Kissing with inside lip? Stopping the career of laughter with a sigh? A note infallible of breaking honesty. Horsing foot on foot? Skulking in corners? Wishing clocks more swift? Hours? Minutes? Noon? Midnight? And all eyes blind with the pin and web but theirs only, that would unseen be wicked? Is this nothing? Why then the world and all that's in it nothing? The covering sky is nothing. Bohemia, nothing. My wife is nothing, nor nothing have these nothings if this be nothing. Camillo. Good my lord, be cured of this diseased opinion, and be times, for 'tis most dangerous. Leontes. Say it be, 'tis true. Camillo. No, my lord. Leontes. It is, you lie. I say thou liest, Camillo, and I hate thee. Pronounce thee a gross slout, a mindless slave, or else a hovering temporizer that canst with thine eyes at once see good and evil, inclining to them both. Were my wife's liver infected as her life, she would not live, the running of one glass. Camillo. Who does infect her? Leontes. Why, he that wears her like her medal hanging about his neck, Bohemia, who, if I had servants true about me, that bear eyes to see alike mine honor as their profits, their own particular thirst, they would do that, which should undo more doing, I, and thou, his cupbearer, whom I from meaner form have benched and reared to worship, who may see plainly as heaven sees earth and earth sees heaven, how I am galled, mightest bespice a cup to give mine enemy a lasting wink, with draught to me were cordial. Camillo. Sir, my lord, I could do this, and that with no rash potion, but with a lingering dram that should not work, maliciously like poison. But I cannot believe this crack to be in my dread mistress. So sovereignty, being honorable, I have loved thee. Leontes. Make thy question and go rot. Dost think I am so muddy, so unsettled to appoint myself in this vexation? Sully the purity and whiteness of my sheets, which to preserve his sleep which being spotted as goads, thorns, nettles, tails of wasps, give scandal to the blood of the prince my son, who I do think is mine and love is mine, without right moving to it? Would I do this? Could man so blench? Camilla. I must believe you, sir. I do, and will fetch off Bohemia for it. Provided that when he's removed, your highness will take again your queen as yours at first, even for your son's sake, and thereby for sealing the injury of tongues and courts and kingdoms, known and allied to yours. Leontes, thou dost advise me, even so as I mine own course have set down. I'll give no blemish to her honour, none. Camillo, my lord, go then, and with a countenance as clear as friendship wears, at peace keep with Bohemia, and with your queen I am his cupbearer. If from me he have wholesome beverage, account me not your servant. Leontes, this is all. Do it, and thou hast the one half of my heart. Do it not, and thou splittest thine own. Camillo, I'll do it, my lord. Leontes, I will seem friendly, as thou hast advised me. Exit. Camilla, O miserable lady, but for me, what case stand I in? I must be the poisoner of good Polixenes, and my ground to do it is the obedience to a master, one who in rebellion with himself will have all that are his so too. To do this deed, promotion follows. If I could find example of thousands that had struck anointed kings and flourished after, I'd not do it. But since nor brass nor stone nor parchment bears not one, let villainy itself forswear it. I must forsake the court. To do it or no is certain. To me a break-neck. Happy star reign now. Here comes Bohemia. Enter Polixenes. Polixenes. This is strange. Methinks my favor here begins to warp. Not speak? Good day, Camillo. Camillo. Hail, most royal sir. Polixenes. What is the news, i'th court? Camillo. None rare, my lord. Polixenes. The king hath on him such a countenance as he had lost some province, and a region loved as he loves himself. Even now I met him with customary compliment, when he, wafting his eyes to the contrary and falling a lip of much contempt, speeds from me, and so leaves me to consider what is breeding, that changes thus his manners. Camillo. I dare not know, my lord. Polixenes. How dare not? Do not. Do you know and dare not? Be intelligent to me, 'tis thereabouts. For to yourself, what you do know, you must, and cannot say you dare not. Good Camillo, your changed complexions are to me a mirror, which shows me mine changed too, for I must be a party in this alteration, finding myself thus altered with it. Camillo, there's a sickness, which puts some of us in distemper, but I cannot name the disease, and it is caught of you, and ye are well. Polixenes, how caught of me? Make me not slighted like the basilisk? I have looked on thousands who have sped the better, but my regard, but killed none so. Camillo, as you are certainly a gentleman, there too clerk-like experience, which no less adorns our gentry than our parents' noble names, in whose success we are gentle. I beseech you, if you know aught which does behove my knowledge, thereof to be informed, imprison not in ignorant concealment. Camillo, I may not answer. Polixenes, a sickness caught of me, and yet I must be answered. Dost thou hear, Camillo? I conjure thee by all the parts of man, which honor does acknowledge, whereof the least is not this suit of mine, and that thou declare what incidency thou dost guess of harm is creeping toward me. How far off? How near? Which way to be prevented, if to be? If not, how best to bear it? Camillo. Sir, I will tell you, since I am changed in honor and by him that I think honorable. Therefore mark my counsel, which must be even as swiftly followed as I mean to utter it, or both yourself and me. Cry lost, and so good night. Polixenes. On, good Camillo. Camillo. I am appointed him to murder you. Polixenes. By whom, Camillo? Camillo. By the king, Polixenes. For what? Camillo. He thinks nay, with all confidence, he swears, as he had seemed or been an instrument, to vice you to it, that you have touched his queen forbiddenly. Polixenes. Oh, then my best blood turn to an infected jelly, and my name be yoked with his that did betray the best. Turn then my freshest reputation to a savor that may strike the dullest nostril, where I arrive and my approach be shunned, nay, hated too, worse than the greatest infection that ever was heard or read. Camillo. Swear his thought over by each particular star in heaven and by all their influence. You may as well forbid the sea to obey the moon. As or by oath remove or counsel shake the fabric of his folly whose foundation is piled upon his faith, and will continue the standing of his body. Polixenes. How should this grow? Give me a second. Oh, yeah. Camilla. I know not, but I am sure 'tis safer to avoid what's grown than question how 'tis born. If therefore you dare trust my honesty that lies enclosed in this drum, which you shall bear along in pond, away tonight, your followers I will whisper to the business, and will be by twos and threes at several posterns. Clear them of the city. For myself, I'll put my fortunes to your service, which are here, by this discovery lost. Be not uncertain, for by the honor of my parents I have uttered truth, which if you seek to prove, I dare not stand by, nor shall you be safer than one condemned by the king's own mouth. Thereon his execution sworn. Polixenes. I do believe thee. I saw his heart in his face. Give me thy hand. Be pilot to me, and thy places shall still neighbor mine. My ships are ready, and my people did expect my hence departure 2 days ago. This jealousy is for a precious creature, as she's rare, must it be great, and as his person's mighty, must it be violent, and as he does conceive, he is dishonored by a man which ever professed to him, by his revenges must, and that be made more bitter. Fear o'ershades me. Good expedition, be my friend, and comfort the gracious queen, part of his theme, but nothing of his ill-tin is suspicion. Come, Camillo. I will respect thee as a father, if thou bearest my life off hence. Let us avoid. Camillo. It is in mine authority to command the keys of all the posterns. Please, your highness, to take the urgent hour. Come, sir, away. Exeunt. Act 2. Enter Hermione, Mamilius, and ladies. Hermione. Take the boy to you. He so troubles me, 'tis past enduring. First lady. Come, my gracious lord, shall I be your playfellow? Mamilius. No, I'll none of you. First lady. Why, my sweet lord? Mamilius. You'll kiss me hard and speak to me as if I were a baby still. To another lady. I love you better. Second lady. And why so, my lord? Mamilius. Not for because your brows are blacker, yet black brows, they say, become some women best, so that there be not too much hair there, but in a semicircle, or a half moon made with a pen. Second lady. Who taught this? Mamilius. I learned it out of women's faces. Pray now, what color are your eyebrows? Second lady. Blue, my lord. Nay, that's of mock. I've seen a lady's nose that has been blue, but not her eyebrows. First lady. Hark ye, the queen, your mother rounds apace. We shall present our services to a fine new prince. One of these days, and then you'd want on with us, if we would have you. Second lady. She is spread of late, into a goodly bulk. Good time encounter her.